26. That's how many people were about to lose their jobs at the hand of Garrett Oliver, and it was likely to be more than that if things continued the way they were going. Sitting in his downtown Philadelphia office, he felt like a bastard as he signed the paperwork making the layoffs official. He couldn't bring himself to read the individual names on the list, so he shut the folder with disgust and dropped it in his outbox for Regina to pick up later. Learning their names would just make it harder. His management team in Colorado had come up with the list, and it was up to them to handle the logistics of when to let everyone go. Now he turned his attention to the two familiar faces who sat on the other side of his desk.
Thanks for coming. Having another pair of eyes on this makes me feel better. Not that I think you can do anything. I just need to make sure there isn't anything I can do to save these people's jobs. I know this sounds harsh, Garrett. 26 people isn't that many in the grand scheme of things,
Elijah Barrett said as he twirled the wedding ring on his finger. Hunter Novak leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and gave Garrett a sympathetic smile.
He's right. You employ thousands all across the country and around the world. The severance package you're offering is more than generous. I still think we need to figure out how Maxitech Solutions got the government contract out from under you. Paul Andrews is one of your best friends. It seems odd that he would pass up the use of your fulfillment center in his own state.
Garrett agreed, but waved his hand.
You don't need to get involved. I just needed someone else to look over my numbers and make sure there wasn't a way to save more jobs. My people have been over it a dozen times, but with the unknowns of why that facility isn't hitting quarterly goals like it used to, coupled with losing this contract, there doesn't seem to be a way around it.
What he didn't say is that it was already in the back of his mind to do a thorough analysis on Maxitech. There was definitely something off about how they swooped in on his deal at the last minute. Hunter nodded.
I understand. Fresh eyes are a positive thing. I still say you need to insert yourself into the day-to-day operations in Colorado until you figure this out. My gut is screaming that you have someone leaking information, if not outright stealing from you.
Garrett didn't want to believe that, but when a company grew to the size his had grown, it was impossible to monitor everyone at all times. He had fulfillment centers in 8 states and 14 cities, along with shipping centers and manufacturing plants peppered across the country, from a variety of companies he'd acquired. Shipping and e-commerce made up the bulk of his portfolio. Elijah cleared his throat.
You've dealt with some negative press in the past few years over your decision to take your entire operation private. Is there a chance someone is angry enough about that to try to sabotage you?
Garrett shrugged.
I'm also on the President's Economic Advisory Panel. Plenty of people don't like me. I just don't know how any of them could get to me. Didn't you have a falling out with a brother or something?
Garrett shook his head.
I wouldn't call it a falling out. I got the company, he got $5 million. There are days when I'm fairly sure he got the better end of that bargain.
Both men chuckled. They were no strangers to the stress that came with owning multifaceted companies. Standing, Garrett moved to the bar along one wall and lifted a crystal decanter of his favorite scotch from a tray. After pouring 3 glasses, he motioned for the men to move to the sitting area where they could be more comfortable.
I think you're right about Colorado, Hunter. Can I get a long-term suite at the Glenview? Or should I just use my room at Solitaire for a while? I can get an apartment, but the Glenview is easier until I know how long I'll be there.
Hunter flashed him a grin as he stood and stretched before making his way to the couch. He'd recently acquired the upscale hotel since many of the members of the BDSM club they all frequented used it. Club members got a discount, and he used some of the hotel's profits to funnel resources to Solitaire.
I can get you the top-floor suite.
Garrett gave him a thumbs up as his eyes swept to Elijah, who had crouched on the floor at his desk.
What did you find, Eli? The cleaning lady missed something?
His friend was standing now, frowning as he read what looked like a business card.
When did Grant Sterling give you his card?
He asked, turning it over in his hand. Garrett frowned as he tried to remember.
That must have been 3 months ago, right before your wedding. I think he was hitting up a number of big companies. He's trying to rebuild his PR firm from the ground up. Nicholas Sutton was his only client for several years because he was paid to be exclusive.
Garrett shrugged and sipped his scotch.
I told him I already had a firm on retainer. Card must have fallen off my desk.
Elijah tucked the card into his pocket.
That man still rubs me the wrong way. There's something off about him.
Hunter shoved his shoulder as he settled onto the couch.
You are just pissed that he dated your wife before you did.
Elijah scowled as Hunter chuckled around a sip of scotch. Garrett noticed that he didn't deny the accusation, though.
Now that you've listened to my troubles, what did you fellas want to talk to me about?
Elijah gave a slow smile.
We want to exploit your political connections a bit.
Garrett lifted an eyebrow. This should be interesting.
What did you have in mind? It's about to be inauguration season for a few governors, and of course, there's the president,
Hunter said. Garrett waited, but they didn't continue.
Spit it out, you two. What kind of favors am I cashing in for you?
Elijah pulled a tablet from his messenger bag and began tapping the screen. He flipped it around for Garrett to see.
We want to get in touch with whoever is dressing the high-profile guests and, of course, the politicians themselves, and outfit them with our diamonds. We've been looking at the agendas for several of them, and we really think they would buy into it.
Garrett looked from Hunter to Elijah. He didn't realize Hunter had gotten into the man-made diamond game with Eli and Patrick. Garrett had teamed up with them to use their synthetic diamonds for some aspects of his manufacturing company, but that was much simpler than the jewelry world.
So you want me to put you in touch with fashion teams? Why me?
Hunter chuckled.
Because the people we have in mind are all people you've advised.
Garrett gave a low hum as he stared at the intricate jewelry pieces on Elijah's screen. One striking piece in yellow stood out to him, and his gaze lingered on it. Isabel would look stunning with that around her neck. He shook the thought away. She was his submissive at the club only. They hadn't even slept together yet, though he hoped to change that this weekend. She was not ready for his collar.
Anyway, my baby girl suggested we talk to you since you have more connections in that world than any of the rest of us.
Elijah's baby girl was his wife and the vice president of the Barrett Corporation, but she also wore Elijah's collar. Dynamics in a relationship like theirs were complicated, and Garrett couldn't imagine blending the two worlds the way Elijah had. He'd taken a submissive or two to dinner, but kept his kinky proclivities behind the private doors of Club Solitaire. Thoughts of the dark-haired sub he was currently training there had a smile playing at his lips. She'd been assigned to him as part of the house submissive program, but recently they'd grown closer to each other and the relationship was growing sexual. In fact, she'd agreed to share his suite with him at the club this weekend. He was even breaking his own rules and taking her to an upcoming fundraiser where it was better if he had a date. He'd made it clear that they had to leave their dom-sub dynamic at Solitaire, though.
Earth to Garrett,
Hunter said.
I think he was daydreaming about a certain submissive we all know.
Elijah teased. Garrett shook his head.
Sorry, yes, those pieces are exquisite. I'll make a few phone calls this week and put you in touch with whoever I can. Jasmine Darlington comes to mind.
Hunter laughed.
Notice he didn't deny who he was thinking about.
Garrett just glared, though he didn't really mind the ribbing.
There's no board meeting this weekend. Will Samuel or Matthew be at the club?
He asked after a moment passed with the men just sipping their scotch. Hunter shrugged.
I know Matthew will be, but it's hard to say with Samuel. He might be out of the country again.
Garrett nodded. Samuel was a mysterious man who traveled often. If Garrett had to guess, he was an operative of some kind, but he never pressed him for answers. The men spent the next half hour talking about business, the club, and the women in their lives. Elijah was a newlywed, and Hunter was the exact opposite. A player of epic proportions who often had multiple women on his arm at parties and red carpet events. He was a god in the entertainment and gambling world, though, so it seemed to fit him well. Garrett was quieter about the women he kept company with. And right now, there was only one. His phone buzzed and he tucked his hand inside his jacket to retrieve it. "I'm planning to take off early on Friday. I hope I can see you before the party." He smiled as he typed out a response.
I hope so too, doll. And I hope by the time Friday gets here, you remember how to address a dom.
His plan was to get to Colorado early and take her to dinner, so he could get a feel for how comfortable she really was with taking their dynamic sexual. They had been dom and sub for 3 months. That was longer than a lot of house subs spent in the program. Isabel loved the service aspect of it, and he was slowly learning the things that made her tick. Unfortunately, she still refused to sleep with him. At first, he thought it was that she didn't find him attractive, but it turned out she didn't like rushing into things, something he could respect. His phone buzzed again. "Yes, sir, I promise. I wasn't sure how you felt about me calling you sir outside of solitaire." His cock hardened as he thought of soon bedding the beautiful Isabel. He needed to get himself together, though, because he had a meeting soon.
Over text is fine, doll. I have to go. I'll see you on Friday. I should get going,
Hunter said.
I have to swing back through Vegas before the weekend. I've been on the road for too long.
Eli finished his glass and stood.
Me too. After the honeymoon, Holly and I dove straight into negotiations with a London tech company. And I feel like I haven't actually spent time with her other than on conference calls. We're going to head to Colorado tomorrow and hide away at Solitaire for a day before the other members arrive.
Garrett stood as Hunter and Eli made their way to the door. They would both be rushing off to airfields and private jets to go in different directions. Their lives were extravagant, but with the extravagance often came jet lag and stress. It was worth it for Garrett, though. He couldn't imagine a life where he didn't have unlimited resources. Another perk of his lifestyle was solitaire. Members came from all over the country, and a few even came from overseas to partake in the luxury BDSM club. There were parties nearly every Friday and Saturday, but the crowd was different every week, except for a few core members who couldn't stay away. He glanced at his watch. His next meeting was in 10 minutes. Regina, his ever-efficient assistant, poked her head in the door. "Do you have the Colorado paperwork, sir? I've got a member of your management team asking for it." He crossed to his desk and picked up the folder with the papers he'd just signed. Handing it to her, he felt like an asshole all over again. But he hadn't achieved his level of success by being nice. Heaving a heavy sigh, he drained the last of his glass and walked out the door to his next meeting. 2. Isabel watched her uncle from her station on the Colorado Logistics Fulfillment Center floor. He appeared to be heading for the exit. Was he leaving work early? That wasn't like him. She glanced at her watch, something she wore since phones weren't allowed and she couldn't afford a smartwatch. Nearly time for her to leave. It would be easy enough to ask him when she got home. Since it was Friday, she was leaving work early to start her weekend at Solitaire. The past 3 months there had been an exciting respite from the drudgery of her everyday life. And tonight, things were going to get even more interesting. The screen next to her station flashed an alert, telling her to finish her current box and stop working. A glance around the warehouse floor told her several others had received the same alert. Was there a hang-up somewhere in item picking? A voice came over the loudspeaker.
Employees with a pause alert. Please make your way off the floor and to the conference room on the 2nd floor.
Isabel frowned. What was going on? She tapped the appropriate buttons on her screen to suspend her work and walked toward the stairs, pausing at a hand sanitizer station as she did.
What's going on, Izzy?
A lanky, almost childish-looking young man asked as he joined her on the trip up the stairs. Isabel fought the urge to glare. She hated being called Izzy, but she should really be used to it by now. I have no idea, but I just saw Uncle Henry leave the conference room. It looked like he was going home. When they arrived in the conference room, Darren, her supervisor, was at the head of the table. As he waited for the group, about a dozen, to file into the room, Isabel watched him shifting his weight from side to side. The door closed and he cleared his throat.
Thank you for coming. Unfortunately, I have some unpleasant news. Because of circumstances beyond our control, Colorado Logistics is being forced to cut labor costs.
Isabel felt a rock land in her stomach and she clutched at her abdomen. She knew exactly what was coming next.
We are going to have to let you all go effective immediately. You will be able to collect your last paychecks on your way out, and you'll also receive any unused vacation time. Your health benefits will remain in place for 60 days or until you can find another job with benefits.
Her face felt hot and the room seemed to spin as she looked around the room. 3 of her family members were standing in here with her. Had they fired her uncle too? He was a floor supervisor. Maybe they would have talked to him separately. The door opened and 3 security guards stepped in.
These gentlemen will escort you to your lockers and to payroll to get your checks. We appreciate your service to the company and are sorry it had to end this way.
That's it? What a shitty way to lay off such a sizable group of people. It was as if she were on autopilot as she followed a guard to the lockers and pulled her few belongings out. Her phone showed a text from Garrett, but she couldn't focus on that right now. As she pulled down the pictures of her nieces, her heart constricted. How were they going to survive this? The list of things she needed to do grew in her mind as she put her belongings in a canvas bag she'd stashed in her locker. There would be job applications to fill out, unemployment to file for, and she would need to figure out which bills they could put off until they had a steady income again. It was overwhelming. Maybe she could talk to Eli at Solitaire about paying her to put in extra hours beyond her house sub duties. Her mind was working a mile a minute as she crossed the threshold to the payroll office.
Name,
a stern-looking woman said when she approached the counter. Isabel Alvarado. Her voice shook as she answered. The woman flipped through a box of envelopes and pulled one out. When she tore it open, she felt a slight amount of relief. She had used none of her vacation time yet this year, so the check contained 3 extra weeks of pay. That would be enough time to secure another job. With the check stashed in her pocket, she made her way to the exit with the security guards hovering, as if she might try to stay. No chance of that. She had no desire to be here any longer than necessary. She'd worked at the warehouse as a teenager and had returned 3 years ago when she'd quit school to focus on helping her family. Someone brushed against her, a hand grazing her ass, and she whirled to find Jason Briggs, a member of upper management, standing too close.
So sorry it had to end like this, beautiful. Maybe now you'll have that dinner with me.
She wrinkled her nose in disgust. Jason had been a thorn in her side since she came back to work here. She definitely wouldn't miss him. No thanks, Jason. My one regret is never reporting your sleazy ass to HR. His mouth dropped open and she turned on her heel to leave the building. Alan approached as she crossed into the parking lot with a worried look on his face.
What am I going to do, Izzy?
She looked up at her young cousin and smiled. It will be okay. You're about to go off to college. You don't need this job anyway. He shook his head.
These last few paychecks were going to cover the final costs that my scholarships haven't covered.
Isabel patted his arm. We'll figure it out. You know we'll help if we can. His brow furrowed and he looked like he might cry.
But if Uncle Henry got fired too?
Isabel did her best to soothe him. Don't worry about this. It's not for you to worry about, Alan. We'll figure it out. I had all my vacation time, so my check was good. I'll be able to find something else soon. And your mom works at the restaurant, so you know she didn't get fired today. It's going to be okay. Alan still didn't seem so sure, but she wanted him to focus on school. So many in her family had been raised to constantly stress about money. College was a luxury, but Alan was smart and going on a nearly full scholarship. There was no way in hell she was going to let him waste the opportunity he'd been given to break the cycle of poverty. Not the way she had wasted hers. Let's just get home, sweetheart. We'll figure it all out later. As they approached her compact car, she tossed Alan the keys. Drive us home. I've got things to do on my phone. Alan grinned. His driver's license was new, and she had a feeling being able to drive home would help take his mind off what had just happened. With her seatbelt fastened, she pulled out her phone. The text from Garrett was still waiting for her.
"What time should I get you for dinner, doll?"
Her heart twisted. Could she really spend a weekend at the luxury BDSM club with this crisis hanging over her family? It didn't feel right. Then again, if she didn't go, she wouldn't have a chance to ask Eli about giving her some work. The club didn't just rely on submissives to run. They also hired full and part-time staff. There was always next weekend, though. Right now, it felt like she was needed at home. "Not sure I can make it tonight. I've had a pretty shit day." Her phone rang. It was Garrett. Damn it. She swiped to ignore the call and switched over to a web browser, navigating to the unemployment website. His number flashed across her screen again, and she knew he wouldn't give up until she answered. Fine. She stabbed at the green button to answer the call.
"Talk to me, Isabel. A shit day sounds like a reason to come to the club, not a reason to skip."
His voice drifted over her like velvet, and she sagged against the passenger seat. "I know. You're probably right. I just lost my job, though, and I'm really stressed."
"Oh, doll, I'm so sorry. How do I help? I can put some money in your account, help you find something else."
She blew out a breath. His concern was sweet, but it also made her uncomfortable. "No, please, I don't need your money. I just need to focus on looking for another job. I also need to talk with Dad and Uncle Henry and come up with a plan for bills and such." Garrett was quiet for a minute.
"Okay. How about you meet me at the club? We'll skip dinner. That will give you more time. I just want to see you. I can help you take your mind off this."
She blew out a breath. She really did want to see him, and tapping into her submissive side, focusing on her tasks as a house sub, would certainly help her relax. "Okay, I'm on my way home right now. I'll meet you at 7.
"Isabel, are you on the phone while you're driving, young lady?"
Her heart skipped a beat as his voice became hard and dominant, but she let out a giggle. "No, my teenage cousin is driving. I'm just a passenger."
"Good girl. My subs don't put themselves in danger, do they, doll?"
He was baiting her, trying to get her mind off her troubles and into her submissive headspace before she'd even gotten to the club. She appreciated it. She coughed, unsure how to answer with her cousin in the car, and Garrett chuckled.
"It's okay. You don't have to answer. I know you'll be a good girl."
They said goodbye, and Isabel closed her eyes, suddenly exhausted. When they pulled into their apartment complex parking lot a few minutes later, she took the keys from Alan and walked up to her small front porch to unlock the door. Alan waved goodbye and walked 3 buildings over to the apartment he shared with his mom. Her dad sat at the kitchen table talking quietly with Uncle Henry. When he motioned for her to sit, she shook her head. "Not now. I just want to lie down." Thankfully, the older man didn't press, and she was able to trudge down the hallway to her room. In bed, she picked up the photograph of herself with her mom and sister. Her heart hurt every time she looked at it, but she kept it there to remind her of her responsibilities. Her mom had died of cancer almost a decade ago, and her sister was currently in jail. Again. Isabel was the mother figure for her 2 nieces, one a preteen and the other a sophomore in high school. There was a big age difference between Isabel and her older sister, but somehow Isabel was the responsible one. The first time Carmen had been arrested, Isabel dropped out of college and moved back home to care for the girls, so they didn't wind up in foster care or with a member of the family they barely knew. Her dad and Uncle Henry helped, but they were better at going to work or fixing a broken sink than they were at dealing with the intricacies of parenting 2 teenage girls. Her sister only spent a few months in jail, but Isabel decided not to return to school, and it turned out to be a good thing she hadn't. 6 months ago, Carmen had been sentenced to 4 years in prison, and Isabel was once again in charge of her daughter's well-being. It took some tossing and turning, but Isabel managed a brief nap before she got up to get ready for her weekend at the club. She would pack a bag and change there, since her family didn't know where she went on the weekends. They just assumed she had a second job, and she was content to let them think that. Her watch said her nieces would be home from school any minute. Back in the kitchen, her dad still sat at the table. It was his perch in the house, and you could usually find him there when he wasn't at work. Thankfully, he didn't work at the warehouse and was still employed. He was a janitor for the local high school, but on Fridays he didn't go in until after school was out. "Hi, Daddy," Isabel said as she poured herself a cup of coffee. "I'm sure Uncle Henry told you what happened." Her dad nodded.
"We'll be okay. It will just take some penny pinching until you find new jobs. It's just a shame this happened so close to Henry's retirement."
Isabel joined him at the table. Alan and 2 other cousins got let go too. It was a crap thing they did. At least we still have health benefits for a couple of months. I've already started filing for unemployment, and I'll start putting applications in tomorrow. Her dad frowned.
"Asking the government for help isn't necessary, Isabel."
Isabel gave his arm a pat. "That's what we pay taxes for, Daddy." The front door opened, and Isabel heard the voices of her 2 nieces. "Let's not talk about this in front of them," she whispered. The old man nodded.
"I should finish getting ready for work anyway."
The girls came to the kitchen, with the oldest, Katerina, making a beeline for the fridge. "Hey, Aunt Iz, you're home early," Katerina said as she pulled things out to make a sandwich. Sarah, the preteen, came to her side for a hug. "Hey, sweetie, how was school?" Sarah gave a non-committal shrug. "Okay, I guess. I have too much homework." "Well, you have the weekend. Why don't you put it out of your mind until morning?" Sarah gave her a lopsided grin. "Really? You never let us wait until Saturday to do our homework." Isabel nodded. "Yes, really. Go put your bag away before I change my mind." She spent the next hour listening to the girls chatter about their days before it was time to finish getting ready for solitaire. It would take 45 minutes to get there from her house. An hour later, she was showered, dressed, and ready to leave. When she walked into the living room, a familiar face greeted her on the television screen. Uncle Henry was watching the news.
"Greedy fucking bastard,"
her uncle muttered. "Who is?" Isabel demanded as she continued to stare at the man on the news.
"This asshole Garrett Oliver."
Her heart rate went into overdrive. What makes him an asshole?
"You got fired today, didn't you?"
Isabel sat on the arm of her uncle's chair. "Yes, but what does that have to do with a man on the news?" She didn't want her uncle knowing she knew Garrett.
"Sweetheart, Colorado Logistics is one of his properties. He owns the company that fired us today."
3. Garrett leaned against the reception desk in the lobby of Solitaire, chatting with Lance and some other members of the club. Hunter sat on the couch talking to Austin and Patrick, who were just back from their honeymoon. Eli was in his office in the corner, but his door was open. It was just after 7 on a Friday night, so few people had arrived, but the lobby still felt full. He was currently waiting on Isabel to appear. When she came through the door, he planned to whisk her away to a private corner and help her forget the troubles of her day. He knew she had to be under a tremendous amount of stress. The door opened, and the subject of his thoughts stepped through the door. She looked tense. Not that he blamed her. Before he could get to her, Austin jumped up from her spot on the couch and ran to hug Isabel. The 2 women had become close over the past few months. He waited, albeit impatiently, for them to finish talking. Isabel seemed overly tense, even talking to Austin. Poor girl. He definitely needed to get her away from the prying eyes of others so he could get her to open up. Garrett turned his attention to Patrick and tilted his head in Austin's direction. Thankfully, Patrick understood what he wanted.
"Austin, come here."
At first, she didn't move, but when she turned and saw the stern expression her husband and Dom wore, she pecked Isabel on the cheek and walked to his side. Garrett watched for a moment as Patrick pulled his wife in for a rough kiss. "Really, sir? That's what you called me over here for?" Patrick gave a low growl and kissed her again.
"It's my prerogative to get a kiss from you whenever I damn well feel like it."
Garrett wasted no more time watching the newlyweds and crossed the room to Isabel. She didn't meet his gaze.
Hey, doll, you look stressed. Let's get out of here and go upstairs for a bit.
Isabel looked away, and he watched as a tear slid down her cheek.
What's wrong, Isabel?
She shook her head and dashed a hand across her face. I'll be fine. I'm not ready to go upstairs yet.
Too bad. You don't have a choice. Upstairs. Now.
Her eyes blazed as she jerked her head to meet his gaze. Fuck you, she bit out. Garrett's eyes widened as all conversation in the lobby ceased. Attention was firmly on them now, and he had to handle this. Snapping his fingers, he pointed to the floor, a sign that she should kneel. When she refused, he scowled. Something was definitely wrong.
You have about 10 seconds to start talking, doll.
Her nostrils flared. Fine. You want to talk? Let's talk about what a greedy fucking bastard you are for laying off 26 people with no goddamn severance package. Garrett's heart leapt into his throat. What the hell was she talking about? How did she know about the layoffs? Then it hit him like a ton of bricks. Isabel was a local. Had she been one of the 26 people let go? You sit there in your fucking penthouses and private jets and just snap your fingers and take away the livelihoods of dozens of people just so you can save a few dollars. It's despicable. I don't even know why I came here tonight. You make me fucking sick.
That's enough, Isabel.
Hunter's voice was booming and echoed through the lobby as he moved to her side with a glare.
There are clearly some feelings you need to express to Master Garrett. But you are still a house submissive, and you will not behave this way in front of other members.
Isabel looked around as if she just now realized she wasn't alone with Garrett, and he watched as her face turned crimson. Her head dropped. I'm sorry, Master Hunter, she whispered. Garrett noticed Eli had stepped out of his office and leaned against his doorframe to watch. He would expect Garrett to handle this situation appropriately, which meant making sure Isabel was okay, while not allowing her outburst to go unpunished. Hunter brushed some wayward hair from Isabel's face and gripped her chin.
You and Master Garrett should go into the conference room and finish your conversation there. Another outburst like that, though, and you answer to me. Are we clear?
Isabel nodded and trudged toward the conference room. Garrett waited until she was a few feet ahead before he followed. Hunter stuck his hand out and stopped him.
Any idea what that was about?
Garrett looked down at his hands.
She lost her job today. I have a sneaking suspicion she might be one of the people I laid off. I had no idea she worked at the fulfillment center.
Hunter whistled.
Fuck. Good luck cleaning this one up. If you need me to step in, let me know.
Garrett knew he was offering to handle punishing the girl. There was no way they could let her outburst go unpunished. Not when it had happened in front of so many members. That was, of course, if she even wanted to continue her role as a house submissive. It would not surprise him if she asked to be released. He just hoped he could talk her into staying. In the conference room, Garrett did his best to leave his dominance at the door. That wasn't what she needed right now. And he needed some answers.
I'm so sorry, Isabel. I assumed the job you lost today was at the Colorado Logistics Fulfillment Center.
She nodded as she lowered herself into one of the office chairs and curled her legs underneath her. Garrett sat as well and buried his face in his hands.
Doll, I'm so sorry.
Don't call me that, she said harshly.
Isabel, I'm not going to try and make excuses, but I swear, greed had nothing to do with my decision to let people go. If I had known you were on the list of employees my people wanted to lay off, I would have stopped them.
What about the 4 other members of my family? Would you have stopped them from being fired too? Fuck. 5 people in one family? Garrett had no idea how the fuck his managers had let this happen. But he knew heads would roll over this mistake.
Jesus, Isabel, I'm so sorry. I'll call tomorrow and get this fixed.
Don't bother. My family is proud. They wouldn't take anything else from you at this point. Garrett swore.
Look, I know you're pissed at me, and clearly you have reason to be. but I need you to answer a question. What did you mean when you said you didn't get severance pay?
Her head flew up, her hazel eyes shooting daggers at him. What kind of business owner are you if you don't know the ins and outs of your own damn company? He sighed and dragged a hand through his hair.
I have to delegate, Isabel. My company is global. I can't pay attention to every single detail or I would get nothing done. That's what I pay executive staff for.
Well, they suck at their jobs then. We all got our last paychecks, with whatever vacation time we had left added to it. I'm lucky I still had all of mine, since I don't take days off. Garrett clenched his fists. Apparently, his decision to spend some time in Colorado was necessary.
That was not the deal I approved. I may not have handpicked the people I was laying off, but I damn sure signed the approval for a better severance package than that. I'm going to fix that. I don't care if your family will accept it or not. It's happening.
Isabel shoved her chair so she spun around. If her eyes weren't filled with anger, it might have seemed cute and childish. I'll definitely take it. I have 2 teenage nieces to feed and a lot of bills to pay. Garrett knew her family situation was complicated, but he never pried.
How do I make this right, Isabel? I don't want you angry with me. I was looking forward to our weekend together.
She blew out a lengthy breath. I don't know, sir. I think I just need time. Is that okay? I can admit that I might have overreacted out there, but I don't know if I can continue being submissive to you after this. I need to think. Maybe I should just leave for the weekend. I want to be a house sub. I'm just conflicted. Garrett steeled himself for the next part. It was going to be hard for both of them.
I'm glad you still want to be a house sub. You're a wonderful addition to this club, and I'm okay giving you as much space as you need. However, I can't let your outburst go unpunished, Isabel. I think you know that.
Her eyes grew large and her lips parted in protest, but he held up a hand to stop her.
I can see that the idea of me spanking you is not something you can deal with right now, so I'm going to give you another option. You can let Hunter or Patrick handle your punishment.
Does it have to be a spanking, sir? She whispered. Garrett wanted to pull her into his lap. This conversation would be so much easier with physical contact. But he knew he couldn't do that.
When we discussed your limits, you agreed to being spanked for 2 reasons. One of those was blatant disrespect for the dynamic we have at this club. This fits, wouldn't you agree?
She gave a sad nod and looked to be on the verge of tears.
So yes, doll, you're getting a spanking. If I do it, I have a good mind to wash your mouth out with soap before I take the belt to your ass for speaking to me that way. If you choose someone else, your punishment will be up to them.
Isabel shuddered. He knew spanking was not something she got enjoyment from, not the way Austin and some of the other subs did. It was purely used for discipline in special circumstances with Isabel. I'll let Master Hunter do it, she finally whispered.
Good girl. I'm glad you're not leaving. I'm going to give you your space, but I'll also ask that you let me make this as right as I can.
Isabel looked up at him with sad eyes. I don't know how you can, but I won't stop you from trying. That was more than Garrett could have hoped for.
I'm going to leave now, and you're going to stand up and put your nose in the corner until Hunter comes for you.
Isabel gave him a solemn nod. She took her role as a house submissive seriously, and Garrett knew she would obey him, so he didn't wait around. Back in the lobby, he ran a hand through his hair and motioned for Hunter to come talk to him.
Everything okay?
Garrett nodded.
As okay as they can be. I think you're going to have to take over for me for the weekend, though. She's angry with me, and has every right to be. I'll be around, but I'm going to keep my distance and give her the space she asked for. She knows she has a spanking coming, though. Things were just starting to warm up between us, but this is definitely a setback.
Hunter slapped him on the shoulder.
Don't worry, buddy. I have no intention of trying to take her to bed. It's our job to get her through whatever she's going through. You go clear your head. I've got this handled.
Garrett's heart felt heavy as he made his way through the club to the stairs where he climbed up to his suite and looked around. He'd had every intention of staying here with Isabel tonight. So much for that plan. If he couldn't do that, he could at least make phone calls to find out who fucked up at the fulfillment center, so he knew who to fire on Monday morning, if he waited that long. 4. Isabel's arms trembled as she held them up with her hands clasped behind her head the way they had taught her in her early days as a house submissive. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she replayed her conversation with Garrett. Things had been going so well between them. They weren't dating exactly, but they'd been growing closer. She was regretting saying hi to her uncle before she left. Had she not done that, she would never have known that Garrett owned the company she worked for. He'd seemed genuinely contrite when they'd talked, but it was hard for her to set aside her temper and hurt feelings. Things would probably never be the same between them. The door opened, but she knew better than to turn around. It was probably Hunter. He'd been in once, what felt like hours ago, to let her know he would send for her when he was ready. "Isabel, honey, Master Hunter wants you to meet him in the bar." It was Austin who spoke. She slowly dropped her arms and moved them around to get the blood flowing again. Turning, she gave Austin a sheepish look. "Sorry for my outburst out there." Austin gave her a hug. "It's okay. It sounds like you have a lot on your plate right now." Austin stepped out and Isabel picked up her bag. In the lobby, she could feel eyes on her. Lance was at the reception desk and she knew he was filling in for her. She paused, fidgeting with the strap on her bag. "Sorry, Master Lance," she mumbled. He looked up from his computer and lifted one eyebrow.
"It's going to be okay. Get moving, sub. Hunter is waiting."
She nodded and scurried through the double doors into the bar. Hunter was waiting, leaned against the long bar. His smile was kind when she approached.
"Let's go into one of the parlor rooms and talk, shall we?"
Hunter reached for her bag and slung it over his shoulder, offering her his hand. She appreciated the comforting gesture.
"I would imagine this is weird for you,"
Hunter said when they stepped into one of the small parlor-style rooms off the side of the bar. It had a homey feel to it, with plush chairs and a fireplace. There was even a bookshelf filled with erotica and kinky reference books. If she didn't know she was about to get a spanking from Master Hunter, she would have found the room comforting. "It's a little strange," she admitted as Hunter sat in one of the chairs. She waited for him to give her an order.
"Kneel, Isabel,"
he said, nodding to the rug in front of his chair. She complied with haste, not wanting to give him any reason to add to whatever punishment he had planned.
"I have to punish you, and I'm sorry about that. Maybe if you'd waited until you were in private to have your outburst, that wouldn't be the case. But first, I want to give you a chance to talk. I heard a lot of what happened, but a friendly ear might help prevent another outburst like that."
Isabel swallowed. He wanted her to talk about her feelings? A lot of doms seemed to insist on that, but it wasn't her strong suit. "I just got really overwhelmed when I saw him. I didn't find out he owned the fulfillment center until right before I left to come here tonight. I processed the information on the drive over, and by the time I got here, I was furious," she whispered. Hunter nodded.
"Understandable. He owns a lot of places all over the country."
Isabel shrugged. "I had no idea. I had a vague idea of who he was from the news, but we didn't talk about his business here." Hunter smiled.
"You would have no reason to. I'm not going to tell you what to do regarding your feelings for him. I will say I've been in his shoes and it's not easy. I can promise you that the decisions he made were not made lightly. I own dozens of restaurants and nightclubs all over the country, on top of my Vegas casinos. I've had to let people go to keep businesses afloat. It's painful. You're right, some men do it out of greed or to protect their own bonuses. But I think you and I both know Master Garrett isn't like that."
Isabel wanted to believe him, but she wasn't sure how. She didn't really know Garrett outside of solitaire. It was going to be hard to look past this right now. Bouncing on her heels, she twisted her hands in her lap. "Can we just get this over with, sir?" Hunter leaned forward and fisted a hand into her hair, lifting her head so she was forced to meet his gaze.
"You're lucky you threw a sir in there. Do you get a say in how I do this? Other than the limits you've already set, of course.
Isabel shook her head, as much as his grip on her hair would allow. No, Master Hunter, I'm sorry. He released her hair.
Now, you have a spanking coming. I think you knew that already, but I also understand how you feel about spanking. So that part of your punishment will be quick.
Part? There were going to be multiple parts to her punishment? She cringed as Hunter continued.
For your second part, you have two options. You can either wear this gag for the rest of the night, or I take you behind the bar and wash your mouth out with soap in front of everyone.
Isabel's mouth fell open. Was he serious? Why does it have to be in front of everyone? Hunter smiled.
Think about it, little one, and you tell me.
Isabel squeezed her eyes shut as she spoke. Because my outburst was in front of everyone. Hunter winked at her when her gaze met his again.
Bingo. Now, what's it going to be?
Isabel squirmed and looked away. Can't you just spank me in front of everyone? Hunter shook his head, the kind smile fading from his lips.
No. Now quit stalling and pick, or we'll just make it both.
The gag looked uncomfortable, but the thought of having soap in her mouth made her stomach churn. With a trembling hand, she pointed at the gag Hunter held. I'll choose the gag, sir, she said, trying not to cry.
Good girl. Before we get this over with, I have a proposition for you.
Isabel eyed him warily. She wasn't in much of a position to deny him right now, and she had no idea what he was about to suggest.
Relax,
he said with a chuckle.
It's nothing kinky. I want to offer you a job.
Where? Doing what? She asked, her mind whirling.
At the Glenview. I recently bought it. You do so well with some of the hospitality touches you've added around here. I would love to have you work with our hospitality team. It would be an entry-level thing at first, and you might have to start on the night shift. But you have the potential to move up if you want it.
Isabel's eyes widened. He would have no way of knowing what she went to school for, the degree she never finished. No way he knew about her dream of owning a boutique hotel one day. Did he? I don't know what to say. I think I have to say yes, though. Hunter laughed.
Don't feel obligated just because I'm about to take a belt to your ass. I've had my eye on you since I bought the place, though, so you can be assured this isn't a pity offering.
Isabel swallowed and tried to force a smile. Did he just say he was using his belt? She blinked her eyes and said, Okay, thank you, sir. Hunter smiled.
You're welcome, little one. Now let's get this over with. Stand up and turn to face that chair, then bend over and get ready for a spanking.
Isabel sighed but did as she was told. When she was in position, he lifted her skirt to her waist, but left her panties in place. Garrett would not have been so gracious. The jingle of Hunter's belt buckle made her tense. Spanking sucked, and she didn't see how anyone could get off on them.
I'm going to go easy on you and just give you 10.
Thank you, she said with a trembling voice. His hand cracked down hard on her panty-clad ass.
Thank you what?
She flinched as pain radiated through her. Thank you, Master Hunter, she whimpered. He didn't speak again, and she heard him folding the belt just before it sliced through the air. A searing burn in her ass followed the loud cracking noise the belt made as it met her rear end. She fought the urge to reach back and clutch at her bottom. That's how you earned extra swats, and she had no intention of doing that. The belt landed again, and she cried out as she gripped the chair with every ounce of strength she had. Again, the leather struck her barely covered bottom, and this time she jumped up and hopped around.
You have 5 seconds to get back in place or your panties come down and we start all over.
His threat had her flying into position again, and he soothed her with a gentle hand on the small of her back. The next 3 landed with no pause between them. It was over halfway done. You can do this, Isabel, she told herself. 2 more landed, and Isabel couldn't stop the string of curse words that flew out of her mouth.
I had no idea you had such a colorful vocabulary,
he said.
You're doing well. 2 more and it's all over.
When she was calm, he let the belt fly again, both swats coming in rapid succession. "Fuck!" she yelled. She could hear him looping his belt back into his pants, but she didn't move, afraid of earning more punishment.
You can get up now, little one.
She stood up straight and smoothed her skirt down over her inflamed bottom. When she turned, Hunter opened his arms for a hug, which she willingly accepted. "I'm sorry," she whispered, dashing at the tears that were still threatening to spill.
You did well. After the party is over tonight, we can talk logistics of the job, okay?
Isabel nodded. "Do I really have to wear the gag the entire party?" Hunter gave her a solemn nod.
I'm afraid so, kiddo. Perhaps it will help teach you to control your tongue even when you're angry.
Her shoulders sagged and she let him fit the gag in place. It was a small ball gag, not as big as some of the ones she'd seen, but it was still wide enough that she would drool on herself before the night was done.
You're a valuable part of solitaire, Isabel,
Hunter said as he buckled the leather strap behind her head.
I want you to remember that. If you weren't, we wouldn't take the time to guide you back onto the right path after you fucked up.
Her chest felt tight, and tears threatened to spill again as she gave him a nod. He kissed her cheek and dismissed her. She'd planned to change into a corset Austin had given her. They were much too costly for her to afford, but after everything that had happened, she opted to stay in her black skirt and t-shirt. Back in the bar, she found Mitch, the club's head bartender. She was scheduled to work a shift at the bar tonight.
What the fuck is this, Isabel?
Mitch asked when she stepped behind the counter. She tried to respond, but it came out a muffled mess. So she held up her wrist, which bore the house submissive bracelet she wore, and gave him a shrug.
For fuck's sake, how are you supposed to work the bar when you can't talk to anyone?
A pad of paper and a marker landed on the bar in front of them. Isabel jumped at the sound.
Figure it out, Mitch.
A voice that sounded like velvet said. She turned to find Garrett standing there. Her gaze wandered as she felt her face heat with embarrassment at him seeing her gagged like this. Mitch looked back and forth between them and sighed.
Okay, figuring it out.
Garrett reached for Isabel's hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze before backing away. When he was gone, Isabel grabbed the pad and paper and wrote a brief explanation and a heartfelt apology to Mitch, promising to work extra hard and help him clean up when the party was over. He tousled her hair.
It's fine. Sorry if I sounded mad at you.
By the end of the first hour, her jaw ached, and she wasn't sure she could handle wearing it all night. It was time for her break, though, so she took the notebook with her and sat at a table in the corner. After digging a pen from her purse, she wrote a note to the house doms collectively, apologizing for her behavior. She would find Master Eli and give it to him since he oversaw the house submissive program. Drool coated her shirt because she couldn't stop it from coming. It seemed unsanitary, but Mitch just tossed her a towel to help catch it and made her wash her hands a bunch. By the end of her shift, she was ready to seek Hunter out and beg him to use his belt on her some more. This was miserable. She did a quick scan of the bar and dungeon, but didn't see him. So she searched for Master Eli. He was easier to find since he liked to spend a lot of time in his office away from the crowd, unless he was playing with his wife. The door was slightly open and she knocked on the doorframe.
Come in,
he called. Embarrassed, she hesitated but forced herself to push the door open. He gave her a kind smile, never batting an eye at the gag.
What can I do for you, Isabel?
He asked, motioning for her to sit. She shook her head at the chair but approached his desk and handed him the letter she'd written. While he read it, she backed out of the room, but he held up a hand, stopping her.
Wait, please.
She shifted her weight from foot to foot as Eli read. The door opened and she turned to see Hunter step in.
There you are, Isabel. I meant to be at the bar when you finished your shift and got caught in a conversation.
Then he surprised her by moving behind her to unbuckle the gag. Her mouth felt frozen in place when he pulled the rubber ball free.
Did you really think I was going to make you wear a gag for 6 hours, Isabel?
He asked when she started rubbing her jaw. She gave him a sheepish shrug. I wasn't sure what to think, honestly, sir. Eli chuckled from his place at the desk. and Isabel turned to see him setting her letter aside.
Thank you for the letter. That was thoughtful. I'll pass it on to the others.
Her face warmed with embarrassment. It seemed like the least I could do after embarrassing you all that way. Hunter squeezed her shoulders.
I think you probably embarrassed yourself more than anything, little one. But it's all forgiven now. It will be up to you whether you work things out with Garrett, but your punishment is over.
She stepped into his arms when he offered her a hug. I'm not sure what to do now, she admitted. It's awkward being here when Master Garrett is here. I just need some space from him while I sort things out.
Understandable. You're welcome to hide out in my suite upstairs if you want. I know you're helping with shutdown tonight. We'll come get you when it's time.
Isabel closed her eyes. Fuck. I was supposed to spend the night here with him tonight. My family isn't expecting me at home. Hunter chuckled.
Stay here. I'll just go crash at the Glenview. You can come by there tomorrow and we'll talk about things then.
Isabel nodded and gave him a shy smile. Are you sure you don't need the suite? Hunter rolled his eyes.
Contrary to popular belief, I do not have a girl in there every weekend. I am sure I don't need it. I'm unattached tonight.
Isabel tried to stifle a giggle, but failed.
What's so funny, sub?
Hunter asked, a mock glare on his face. You forget that I've been setting up the suites for most of the parties lately. You absolutely have a girl in there almost every weekend, Master Hunter. Sir, she added when his glare turned more serious. His features relaxed and he shook his head.
You're making me regret taking the gag out. Go hide, unless you want to talk to your dom and work things out, that is.
Isabel shook her head. Not just yet. It will take me some time to figure out my feelings. 5. Garrett paced in the downstairs lobby of Solitaire, checking his phone for the 10th time. He'd sent a message to Isabel asking her to join him for breakfast, but she still hadn't responded. He'd promised not to pressure her, though, and Isabel was prompt. At 10 minutes past when he asked her to meet him, he knew she wasn't coming. With a heavy sigh, he left the building and got in the car that was waiting for him. He would skip breakfast and go straight to the warehouse. It would take just under an hour to get there, and he spent the time in the back seat working on his tablet, sending emails, putting his signature on documents, and reviewing quarterly reports. Things still weren't looking good for Colorado logistics, but he had some ideas to get things moving there again. At the fulfillment center, a large warehouse-style building, he handed the security guard at the gate his ID and company badge. The man raised an eyebrow and said,
Good morning, Mr. Oliver, sir. We weren't aware you were visiting until next week.
Garrett gave the man a tight smile and said,
Do me a favor and don't call ahead to let them know I'm coming. It's good to surprise your staff with a visit from time to time.
The guard gave him a terse nod, but Garrett had a feeling he would be on the phone as soon as the car pulled away from the booth. Sure enough, a member of his management team was waiting outside the front door of the massive structure.
Mr. Oliver, we weren't expecting you until Monday. I'm Jason Briggs,
the man said, extending his hand. Garrett ignored the man's hand and said,
I would like to speak to whoever handled the layoffs yesterday, please.
Jason slowly lowered his hand, a puzzled look on his face.
Yes, sir. Is there a problem? We decided as a team, but it was Darren who signed off on everything and actually handled the meeting to let the staff know.
Darren Gunn. Garrett shook his head. He would be the first to lose his job.
Very well. Can you get everyone here within the hour? I assume the entire management team isn't working on a Saturday.
Jason swallowed hard, and Garrett knew he was scaring the man. Good. He kept his face stoic as he followed Jason inside the warehouse.
I'll start making phone calls, sir.
Garrett gave a terse nod as he looked around the building. It was not clean by industry standards, and things seemed to be in disarray. There was a lot to address while he was here.
Would you like to wait in the conference room, Mr. Oliver?
Garrett shook his head.
I want to look around a bit. Then I'll wait in Darren's office. He won't be needing it anymore, I would imagine.
It was an unprofessional way to handle firing someone, but he was pissed about the way things happened yesterday. He wished he would have had the opportunity to speak to Isabel and get some more details about how things happened. It would have been invaluable to have her here with him. On a whim, he pulled out his phone and called Patrick. The other solitaire dom answered gruffly.
What the fuck do you want, Oliver? I'm snuggling with my wife.
Austin giggled in the background, and Garrett rolled his eyes.
I was wondering if you could do me a favor and walk down the hall to Hunter's suite, knock on the door, and hand Isabel the phone.
Patrick grumbled, but Garrett could hear him moving around.
I'm not your errand boy. You two need to work this out,
Patrick said.
That's what I'm trying to do. I just need a little help right now.
He could hear a muffled knock followed by silence.
Are you sure she's up?
Patrick asked after a moment.
Not really, but I'm hoping she is. I need her help making something right.
Patrick knocked again.
I hear movement,
he said after a beat.
Good morning, sunshine,
Patrick said.
I'm apparently your secretary now, and you have a phone call.
Hello? Isabel said a few seconds later, her voice laced with confusion.
Isabel, doll, please don't hang up. Just hear me out for a minute. I'm still going to give you your space, but I wonder if you might want to help me out with something.
There was a protracted silence, and he feared she'd ended the call. Her voice finally came over the line. I'm listening. It was a resigned statement, but it was better than being hung up on.
I'm at the fulfillment center, about to confront the management team about yesterday. I suspect they're going to try and deny what happened. Would you be willing to come here and just answer some questions about what actually happened if I need you to? You can wait in the car until I know if I need you. If I don't, you don't even have to come inside. I promise I'm not trying to get you to talk to me before you're ready. I'm just trying to make things right, doll.
More silence.
Isabel.
She cleared her throat. I can do that. I need to come into town anyway. He stopped himself from calling her a good girl. It was important to keep his distance as promised, and she wasn't his sub outside the club. Right now, he didn't even know if she was his inside the club.
Very good. I'll send a car.
Master Patrick said he can bring me. Him and Austin want to have lunch in town. He blew out a breath.
That sounds perfect. Thank you, Isabel.
When he ended the call, he headed for the supervisor's office. Jason was pacing the outer office where a receptionist or assistant should be working, talking on his phone.
Yes, he just showed up and demanded I get the management team together. I can't get a hold of Darren, though.
The man stopped when he saw Garrett.
I have to go. Just get here as fast as you can and find Darren. Can I get you anything, Mr. Oliver? Some coffee, maybe.
Garrett shook his head, then held up a hand.
Actually, why don't you go to the bakery up the road and get donuts and fresh coffee for the team? I have a feeling we'll be here a while.
Jason scurried toward the door. Garrett called after him.
Send Darren a text and leave a voicemail. If he wants to have any chance of keeping his job, he better answer his fucking phone.
The young man nodded and began typing on his phone as he continued out of the office. Garrett let himself into the disorganized inner office and sat behind the desk. He pressed a key on the keyboard to wake the computer and tried to make heads or tails of the filing system. It was a wreck. Was his team here really that incompetent? Garrett ran a hand through his hair. Maybe he was stretched too thin. It was time to reevaluate his portfolio and figure out how to do a better job of prioritizing his resources and energy. And he clearly needed to keep better tabs on his employees. Pulling out his phone, he dialed his assistant.
Regina, put me in touch with my personnel recruiter, please. I need to find out why some of these people were hired in the first place.
Yes, sir, his assistant said. It's Saturday. Do you want to talk now or have a meeting on Monday? He hummed.
Monday should be fine. That will give me more time to find out what kind of questions I want to ask anyway.
I'll put it on your calendar. It took over an hour to get the management team into the conference room, and nearly that long for Patrick to message and let him know Austin and Isabel were in the parking lot, after they dropped him off at a local gym for a workout. He was grateful to his solitaire friends for rallying behind him and Isabel both, instead of choosing sides in the strange battle they found themselves in. Now, he stood at the head of the conference table and asked Darren for a recap of what happened yesterday. The man stood and began telling his side of the story.
As per the directive received from your office, we evaluated the current staff and identified 26 individuals to let go to reduce labor costs. After you signed off on the list, we proceeded with the layoffs on Friday and gave them their last checks. All former employees were escorted from the building, and we retooled remaining staff to get the fulfillment floor running again. All orders were filled and shipped on time as usual.
Garrett leaned over the table, his palms pressed firmly into it as he stared at the somewhat unkempt man. He couldn't even be bothered to put on a tie for this meeting.
And what kind of severance package did you give the employees?
Darren shoved his hands into his pockets and looked around the room uncomfortably.
I'm not talking to anyone but you, Mr. Gunn,
Garrett said sternly.
We provided 2 months' pay and continued health benefits.
Really? The man was going to stand there and lie to his face? Garrett gave the man a little more rope to hang himself with.
And how did you decide who you were going to let go? We started with those who hadn't been with us long, students who we thought might be going off to college soon, and finally we looked at work records. Those with 2 or more write-ups were placed on the list.
Garrett picked up his phone and sent Isabel a text.
Sorry, doll. Looks like I need you. You can bring Austin with you.
She didn't respond, but a few moments later a security guard knocked on the door.
You have visitors, Mr. Oliver.
Garrett waved them in. Austin dropped into a chair along the wall, but Isabel walked timidly toward him. Poor girl looked like she hadn't slept much.
Miss Alvarado,
Garrett said, keeping his tone as professional as possible.
Can you identify the man in this room who fired you yesterday?
Isabel looked worried but nodded toward Darren. It was Mr. Gunn, sir.
Thank you. And can you tell me how many times you've been written up since you've worked here?
Isabel frowned at him with wide eyes. None, sir. Garrett scratched his head.
I see. That's interesting. And how long have you worked here?
He was ashamed that he didn't actually know the answer to the question before he asked it. A total of 5 years. I spent 2 in high school and again for the past 3 since I came back home. Garrett turned his gaze to Darren and scowled.
And how long had your uncle, the floor supervisor, been an employee here?
Nearly 18 years, Isabel whispered. He was so close to retirement.
And by firing him before 20 years, he doesn't get his full retirement benefits, correct?
Isabel nodded. Garrett placed a gentle hand on her shoulder.
You're being immensely helpful. One more question. What kind of severance package did you get upon being let go?
Darren Gunn squirmed in his seat. We were told we could collect our final checks on the way out the door, and that any remaining vacation time we had left would be part of that check. For me, that was about 3 weeks. Garrett whistled.
3 weeks? You must have never taken a vacation.
Isabel shook her head. No, sir. We take one every 2 years to the family reunion. That's not for a few more weeks. Turning to Darren, he said,
No write-ups. 5-year veteran who never took a vacation. An 18-year veteran supervisor close to retirement.
He held up a finger as he listed each item.
Why were this woman, her uncle, and 3 other members of her family terminated? None of them seemed to fit the criteria you gave me.
Darren looked around the room and gave a shrug.
I guess my team wasn't as thorough in their decision-making process as they led me to believe.
Several members of the team fixed Darren with glares, and Garrett had had enough. He pounded his fist into the table.
That's bullshit. You've done nothing but lie to me since you walked into this room, and I won't have it anymore. I hereby relieve you of your duties. You are to vacate the premises immediately. I'll be launching a fraud investigation to find out how much money you may have stolen from this company as well.
Darren's face filled with rage.
I've never taken a dime from this company that I wasn't owed.
Garrett gave a low chuckle.
We'll find out, won't we? Get the fuck out of my building before I have you physically removed.
A guard stepped into the room then and motioned Darren out the door. When he was gone, Garrett squeezed Isabel's shoulder again.
Thank you, Isabel. We'll talk about getting you back to work on Monday. For now, I need to finish my meeting.
The pretty girl gave him a tense nod and turned to leave. Austin gave him a slight wave as she linked arms with Isabel. He was quiet until the two disappeared. Turning to his soon-to-be former management team, he said,
As for all of you, consider yourself on probation for the next 21 days. I'll be reevaluating the company's need for your services. I would caution you not to make any mistakes and take these next few days to figure out what makes you valuable to this company. If I'm not satisfied with your performance in 3 weeks' time, or I find unsatisfactory behavior in your records from the past 6 months, you can consider yourself fired.
Everyone in the room winced, and Garrett knew he was getting through to them.
I'll be working out of Darren's office for the foreseeable future. I'll expect you to have it clean and organized by the time I arrive at 7 on Monday morning. If it isn't, don't bother coming to work. I'll leave you all to take care of that now.
Without another word, Garrett turned and left the room. He had a feeling there would be several letters of resignation on his desk when he arrived on Monday. In the parking lot, he slid into his waiting car and asked to be taken back to Solitaire. The party tonight would be awkward, but he would still do his best to respect Isabel's wishes. In the meantime, he would begin drafting a job offer for her. Putting her to work for him should make her off limits. He had never let a submissive work for him before. Now that he thought about it, it was probably better that he didn't know she worked for one of his companies when they first entered the Dom subcontract with each other, or he would have had her assigned to another Dom. The thought of that made his fists involuntarily clench. Isabel was his. If she were working for him, it would complicate things, especially if he were working out of the Colorado office. But he had a feeling she would be a valuable asset, and he wanted her on his team. At Solitaire, he settled into the conference room to work until party time. There was plenty to be done to get ready for Monday at the fulfillment center. When it was nearly 7, he closed his tablet case and stepped into the lobby. Isabel was coming out of the bar. They both froze, eyes locked on each other. A glance at her wrist told him she wasn't wearing his bracelet. Damn it. He could force the issue. She was still technically a house submissive under his supervision. But she'd asked for space. As if she knew he was looking, she wrapped a hand around the wrist that usually bore the yellow jeweled bracelet and gave him a sad smile. I wasn't sure if it was okay for me to wear it right now, she said, her voice thick with emotion. Garrett did his best to keep his expression relaxed. No need having her think he was mad at her.
You're still a house submissive, doll.
Her lip quivered, and he thought she might cry.
Christ, Isabel, how do I fix this?
Her head shook from side to side. Not sure. I should have just gone home. This is too hard, she murmured. Garrett held up a hand.
Please, don't do that. This is your home as much as it is mine. I'm on dungeon monitor duty tonight. You don't have to see me unless you want to.
Isabel gave a slow nod. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm being a bitch. He wanted to go to her, hold her and make her feel better, but he was the source of her angst, so he knew it wouldn't be welcome.
I know you don't want to hear it right now, but I would like to offer you a new job. A different position than what you had before. I want your uncle back too.
Her shoulders sagged. Can we talk about it on Monday, please, sir? She'd called him sir. That was a sign she still respected him as a house dom, even if she wasn't sure how she felt about him personally. The door behind him opened as guests arrived, so he gave her a smile.
Of course, doll. Come to the warehouse at 8:30 Monday morning.
Isabel shook her head. I have a meeting at my niece's school at 8. Can we make it 10? Again, he smiled, hoping to comfort her.
Of course. I'll be ready for you at 10. Ask your uncle to join me. I've asked my assistant to call him, but you might have more pull.
Isabel took her spot behind the reception desk, and Garrett stepped into the bar. He needed a drink, but dungeon monitors weren't allowed to drink before their shift. He didn't always like working these shifts. He was a damn billionaire. But part of being on the club solitaire board was working. Everyone put in time, not just money, to make the club work. It was usually worth it. Tonight, though, he didn't want to be working his shift, because it meant watching a room full of people doing things he wanted to be doing with Isabel, things he'd had every intention of doing with her this weekend. He pushed his way into the dungeon and sat on one of the 2 stools just inside the door, where the monitors sat when they weren't making laps around the large dungeon. DMs were there to make sure the guests had everything they needed, and to occasionally ask questions and make sure a scene was being conducted safely. It was rare that they had to interrupt or get involved. Only once in the year and a half the club had been open had they had to step in when a dom ignored a safe word. Security had escorted him out of the building, and he wasn't allowed to return. Consent was the #1 most important rule at the club. People played on the edges of fear, shame, humiliation, degradation, and intense pain mixed with pleasure. But it all started with consenting adults.
Garrett, how are you tonight?
Matthew, a fellow board member, asked as he sat on the stool opposite him.
I got here late last night, but the others filled me in about Isabel.
Garrett leaned off his stool and shook the man's hand.
Things could be better, but I think we're going to work it out.
Matthew gave him a friendly nod and settled further onto his stool to observe the room. The night was young, but the room was already full.
Are you ever amazed at how many people show up every weekend?
Garrett nodded. They had created something special with solitaire, and he was happy to have been asked to be a part of it. Now, if only he could fix things with Isabel so he could get back to enjoying it here. 6. Isabel squeezed her uncle's hand as they approached the doors of the warehouse on Monday morning. He had been reluctant to come and talk to Garrett Oliver, but Henry would always put his family first, so he'd swallowed his pride and rode with Isabel. Inside the fulfillment center warehouse, she looked around. It looked different than it had when she left on Friday, like someone had cleaned it. It had been long overdue. Jason Briggs, someone she wasn't too fond of, came rushing down the stairs that led to the offices and conference rooms.
Mr. Alvarado, Isabel, thank you for coming in. Mr. Oliver is waiting upstairs.
Her uncle just grunted, and Isabel gave him a nod as they followed him up the stairway. Garrett opened the door to Darren's office, and Isabel froze. He was wearing a suit that hugged him exactly right. The deep blue color suited him, and she thought she might prefer him this way. At the club, he wore jeans and a button-up shirt. She thought he was hot at the club, but here, dressed this way, he was downright sinful. And she nearly choked on her own tongue as she let her gaze travel down his body. She coughed, raising her elbow to cover her mouth, and turned away so she couldn't see him anymore.
Mr. Briggs, please get Miss Alvarado some water. I would like to talk to Mr. Alvarado, if that's okay.
Isabel faced him again and nodded, still trying to catch her breath from her coughing spell. Jason appeared at her side with a bottle of water as Henry followed Garrett into the inner office. She tensed as the door closed and half expected Jason to make a pass at her again, but he seemed rather subdued this morning. 20 minutes later, Henry emerged from the office and gave Garrett a stiff handshake.
I'll see you in the morning, Henry. Thank you for taking me up on my offer.
Again, her uncle just offered a grunt, and Isabel wanted to laugh.
I'll be in the car, Izzy,
he said as he pulled the door open. Okay, Uncle Henry, she said, tossing him her keys.
Come in, Isabel,
Garrett said, his voice kind and velvety. She stood on shaky legs and walked the scant distance to his office. Again, she marveled at how clean and organized it was. Darren was a slob, and the office had always been a disaster area the few times Isabel had been in it. Garrett motioned for her to sit in one of the 2 visitor chairs. She expected him to sit across the desk from her, but he dropped into the other chair and pulled himself close to her. Her heart leapt into her throat as she inhaled his masculine scent. The cologne he wore wasn't harsh. It had subtle notes of spices and vanilla. It was a smell that always made her want to cuddle. Her face warmed as she tried to pull away from him.
I know this is hard for you, but I have a job offer. It would mean working with me for a few weeks, though.
She had already decided she would hear him out, but on Saturday she'd accepted a job at the Glenview, working nights until she learned enough to take on other roles. Hunter promised her a chance to move up in the company, and even move into executive management if that's what she wanted. It was a dream come true, really. When she nodded for him to continue, he leaned over his desk and picked up a sheet of paper and passed it to her. You want me to be your executive regional assistant? What does that even mean? He laughed.
It means I'm a remarkably busy man who can't be everywhere at once. I want you to be my go-between here in Colorado, especially when I need to be back in Philadelphia or D.C.
Isabel nodded. What kind of hours are we talking about? Her eyes shifted to the salary he was offering, and she knew there was no way she was turning this down. Even if she only did it for a few months, she would be able to get her family out of debt.
As my regional assistant, I would need you on call a lot, but you would only have to be here during normal business hours through the week. I know you're responsible for your nieces, so if you need to adjust things, we can work something out.
Her mind raced through the things she had to do for her nieces and the hours she'd agreed to at the hotel. She would be tired, but they wouldn't have to worry about money.
I would also want your help cleaning this place up and improving it a bit. I could bring in an outside team to assess and evaluate, and I likely will. But you're someone with years of experience here. I value your input. We're bleeding money from this facility, and I haven't been able to figure out why. I'm not expecting you to figure it out, but while we investigate and get things back on the right track, I'll be looking to you for input on how we can improve things.
Isabel looked around the room. Looks like you've done a good job cleaning up already. Garrett chuckled.
After I fired Darren, I made the rest of the management team spend the weekend cleaning. I'm embarrassed that one of my facilities was so run down.
I'm glad Darren is gone, Isabel murmured.
Did he do something to you? Do we need to add harassment to his record?
The concern in Garrett's voice was comforting. No, nothing like that. Not really. He was just a bit sleazy. Never did anything to me. I told him off the first time he cracked an inappropriate joke, but I know some of the other women weren't so quick to stand up for themselves. Garrett's fists clenched and unclenched.
That is unacceptable. Is there anyone else on staff who behaves that way?
Isabel shifted uncomfortably.
Tell me, Isabel. Tell me now.
She jerked her head toward the door. Jason has a habit of accidentally brushing up against women when he's on the floor. I've also caught him watching porn on his tablet in the break room a few times. Fury flashed in Garrett's eyes as he stood to open his door, presumably to call Jason in. Isabel stopped him. Please don't. I already feel like I got Darren fired. Please don't make me point fingers at Jason too. Fire him if you want, just wait until I'm gone. I've been through enough this week, don't you think? Garrett's shoulders slumped and his features softened with concern.
Of course. I'm sorry. I'm an asshole. I just don't tolerate that kind of behavior at work. It's unacceptable. So, will you take the job?
Isabel gave a slow nod. I will. Garrett grinned.
Good. When can you start?
Tomorrow? She said hesitantly.
Excellent. I'll see you bright and early then.
Isabel stood. What do I wear? I'm used to jeans and t-shirts on the floor. Garrett looked down at his suit.
I suppose I'm a bit overdressed for a warehouse, aren't I? Business casual is fine.
I like the way you're dressed, she blurted. Her hand clapped over her mouth and she felt her face grow hot. Garrett flashed her his signature grin.
I'm glad you approve, Miss Alvarado. I'll have to keep that in mind.
Since I'm embarrassing myself, what do we do about solitaire? Can I work for you and still be your trainee as a house submissive? Garrett shoved a hand into the pocket of his slacks.
Do you still want to be mine, Isabel? Or do you still need space?
Isabel gave a mirthless laugh. If I'm working for you, I'm not exactly getting space, am I? Garrett perched on the corner of his desk.
I've promised to keep my distance. I travel a lot anyway. That's the point of hiring you.
Isabel rubbed at the back of her neck. That's true.
Don't think I didn't notice you ignored my first question.
She squirmed as his gaze became steely, and that air of dominance she'd grown so attracted to surrounded him. How did all the doms at Solitaire seem to know how to flip that switch on and off with such ease? I don't know what I want. I see now that you weren't malicious in your decision-making. You're working hard to make it right, and I appreciate it. Can we get through this week and talk again this weekend? Garrett's demeanor relaxed.
Of course, doll. That's reasonable.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm so complicated. Garrett chuckled.
The best things usually are.
He glanced at his watch.
I don't want you to leave, but I need to get on a conference call and clear my schedule for the next week or two. I'll see you in the morning.
Isabel stood. I'll be here. Feeling lighter than she had in a few days, she made her way to the car. Uncle Henry startled awake when she opened the driver's side door of her small Toyota. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. The old man rubbed sleep out of his eyes.
No worries, Izzy. What did Mr. Oliver want to offer you?
He asked as she pulled out of the parking lot. I'm going to be his executive regional assistant. Her uncle scowled and lifted his eyes heavenward.
So, his secretary. I'm sure fetching Mr. Oliver's coffee is such an improvement for you.
She didn't blame him for being skeptical. Squeezing his shoulder, she said, It's not like that, Uncle Henry. I'm going to be his voice when he isn't there. He wants someone who's worked there for a while and can speak up for the other employees, instead of just making blind decisions. Was she really defending him right now? She shook her head. I know you don't trust him, or anyone else with money, but he's paying us well, and our family needs it right now. Henry grunted.
He wants me to continue my role as floor supervisor, but expand my duties a bit. Gave me a nice raise, too.
Isabel raised an eyebrow. How was Garrett able to give her and her uncle so much more money than they were previously making? If the layoffs were due to financial trouble. It was a question worth asking tomorrow when she arrived. Tonight, though, she had her first shift at the hotel. As excited as she was to work with Garrett, she was equally excited to spend time at a job that was directly related to what she wanted to do for a living. 7. Isabel drained her coffee cup, her second that morning, and tossed it into the trash can on her way into the fulfillment center warehouse. Last night at the Glenview, she'd spent the evening learning the check-in system and reading the employee handbook. Her shift had only lasted until 3 in the morning, so she was able to grab a couple hours of sleep before getting the girls up and ready for school. The sleep had worn off after wrangling backpacks, lunches, and getting laundry going for her dad to finish later that day. When she walked into Garrett's office, she paused, drawing in a sharp breath. New furniture had been delivered sometime between yesterday and today. The office looked completely different. But that's not what took her breath away. Garrett stood, leaned against the shiny new desk, legs crossed at the ankles. He had a headset on and wore charcoal gray slacks and a black button-down shirt that hugged his arms and shoulders and made her want to run her hands over them. A tie that had likely started around his neck now lay over the arm of one chair, and he'd rolled his sleeves up to his elbows. This was Garrett in work mode, and it was fucking sexy. How was she supposed to sort her feelings for him if she was constantly assaulted with his physical attractiveness? Not to mention his intelligence and intense dominant aura. Right at this moment, he was speaking a language she didn't understand, with his arms folded across his chest, looking quite stern. When he looked up and noticed her, he gave her a terse nod and motioned for her to sit in one of the chairs.
"I'll be done in just a few minutes,"
he whispered, covering the mic on his headset. Lowering herself into the chair, she forced herself to tear her eyes away from him and look around the newly decorated office. It had a definitively masculine feel to it, with a lot of black leather and rich stained wood. The art on the walls was abstract and modern, and she had a feeling it was worth more than she'd made in her entire life.
"Yellow suits you,"
he said abruptly, startling her out of her thoughts. She glanced down at the yellow blouse she'd picked up at a thrift store and smiled. "Thank you, it's a favorite color of mine." He raised an eyebrow.
"Oh, really? I didn't know that."
Isabel felt her face warm. Yellow was Garrett's color at the club. It was one reason she'd been happy to be matched with him. He cleared his throat and pulled a large stack of folders from a file tray on his desk.
"Your first task of the day is to call these people. I split the stack into 2 groups. One, you'll be offering their jobs back to them. The others, you'll be informing that there was a mistake in their severance pay and they can expect an additional 2 months of pay."
"How can you afford to give me and Uncle Henry such big raises if the problems at this facility are financial?" He gave her a wry smile.
"A fine question, Isabel. For starters, a third of the management team has already either resigned or been fired. I'm restructuring the organizational chart in this sector of the company, so I won't need to pay as many executive-level salaries. That money can go to paying staff that are actually worth it. Second, I found at least some of the bleeding likely came from Darren stealing from me. With him gone, I should be able to right the ship by the next quarter."
Isabel nodded as she flipped through the folders until she came to Alan's. He was slated to get his job back. "Do you mind if we switch Alan to the other group? He's my cousin. I can talk to him, and the 2 months of severance pay will be helpful. He got accepted to an excellent school on almost a full scholarship. I don't want him to be distracted. It would be better for him to not be working right now." She felt bad for meddling that way, but she didn't want her cousin to miss this opportunity. Garrett leaned back in his chair.
"Do the math and tell me how much he still needs to cover all of his costs. We'll create a second scholarship and award it to him as a graduation gift."
Isabel gave him a wary glance as she kept flipping the folders. "They may not accept it. I wasn't kidding about my family being proud." Garrett shrugged.
"It's free money. I don't see why anyone would turn it down. I've given high school seniors who've done summer internships for me scholarships before. If they need to see that it's not a charity case, I can get you proof. I'm sure you'll find a way to make him see reason."
He turned to his computer and began typing.
"I need to get back on the phone. You can work from Jason's old desk. I wasn't sure of your taste, so I haven't ordered new furniture for that space yet. You'll find catalogs on the desk. Just mark what you want, and I'll have Regina order it. You've got a $10,000 budget."
Who's Regina? She thought as her eyes grew wide at the number he threw out. That's entirely too much. The way he said it, as if 10 grand was no big deal, had her head spinning. She understood most of the members of Solitaire were wealthy, but sometimes their spending habits gave her anxiety. Garrett gave another shrug.
"Spend whatever you like. It just needs to look nice."
Isabel nodded as Garrett turned back to his screen. "I'll get started on these calls then." Backing out of the office, she sat at the rickety old desk that had been there for years. It needed to be replaced, and she would definitely pick out a more comfortable chair if she were going to be spending any amount of time working here. When she was done with the calls, she put sticky notes with details of the conversations on each folder and placed them in a neat pile at the corner of her desk before returning her attention to the furniture catalog. She found a desk that looked nice and a chair with excellent reviews for comfort, along with new seating for visitors. Garrett stuck his head out and motioned for her to come in a couple of hours later. She handed him the folders with notes and the catalog with furniture marked.
You didn't pick any art,
he said as he flipped through the pages with a scowl. Isabel gave a curt laugh. I know nothing about art. It didn't seem like anything I really needed.
It has to look professional,
he scolded.
I can pick some things I find acceptable, and you'll choose from that.
Isabel squirmed. Okay, that's fine. Whatever makes you happy.
Fine.
She shifted back and forth on her heels. Is that all? He looked up from his stack of paperwork.
For now. I want you to work on a list of things you think could be better around here from an average employee's perspective. I'll have other work for you soon. I'll have Regina call you and give you a crash course in getting in touch with me. After that, I'll catch you up on dealing with management staff here because I have to get on a plane to Washington tonight. I'll be back on Thursday afternoon.
She still wasn't sure who Regina was, but the last thing he said terrified her. Did he expect her to run the place?
Don't worry, I didn't fire the entire management team. Most of them are on probation, though, and I expect you to keep an eye on things and document any inappropriate behavior.
Isabel felt like the room was spinning.
I'm sorry,
Garrett said, snapping a binder closed.
I'm overwhelming you. I work fast and expect the same of my employees. But you're not used to this. You'll assimilate, but I'll try to slow down for today and help you get caught up.
Isabel blew out a breath. Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm slow. Garrett picked up the phone and waved his free hand.
You're not slow. Sit down. I'll have lunch brought in and we'll go over everything from the beginning.
Turning his attention to the phone in his hand, he said,
Regina, cancel my lunch calls, please. I need to get Miss Alvarado up to speed with everything here. Has her email and calendar access been granted yet?
He paused.
Excellent. Thank you, Regina. I'll call you after lunch about my flight information.
He set the phone down and began rearranging things on his desk. You're being very stiff and formal, she said, feeling bold. He looked at her with a blank stare.
We're at work, Isabel. I'm not going to flirt with you in the office. Especially not when you've asked for space. I can't exactly disappear and not talk to you if we're going to work together. But I can be professional.
Isabel gave him a sad smile. She missed his flirtation, but was grateful for his respect of her boundaries. I'll figure things out soon, she whispered. He lowered himself into the chair next to hers and leaned over to squeeze her hand.
Take all the time you need, Isabel. For now, we're just co-workers.
They spent the rest of the afternoon going over everything Garrett thought she would need to know during his absence. Everything from truck schedules to how to reach him in an emergency. He gave her the contact information for every remaining member of the management team. He also tasked her with reorganizing some of the filing cabinets and computer files that were a mess. The job turned out to be one she enjoyed a great deal, and the rest of her week flew by without incident. Garrett had prepared her for a number of potential problems that could arise, but thankfully none did. Her shifts at the hotel had been fun and educational, and it gave her hope that she might one day fulfill her lifelong dream. But working 2 jobs were definitely taking a toll on her. Now it was Thursday, and she was back in the office where new furniture and art had been delivered and assembled. The morning was uneventful, and she spent it sorting through paperwork trying to get the filing cabinets more organized. When it was time for her lunch break, she decided to grab a bite from a nearby deli and bakery. She stepped into the cool Colorado air and breathed in deep, trying to give her senses a jolt of energy from the fresh air. Her heart lurched into her throat as she approached her small car. Both tires on the driver's side had been slashed, and there was a note on the window. Instinct told her not to touch it, but she was able to read it even tucked under the windshield. You'll pay for ruining my life, bitch. She sucked in a breath and reached for her phone. It slid out of her hand and clattered on the pavement. Damn it, the screen was broken. A car pulled into the parking lot as she bent to retrieve it, and she screamed and dropped it again as the door slammed behind her.
Isabel, you look like you've seen a ghost. What happened?
It was Garrett. His velvet-smooth voice soothed her frazzled nerves as he helped her stand. Bending, he picked up the broken phone.
"What happened?"
he asked again. Unable to speak, she pointed to the tires and windshield. Garrett had his phone out and was already calling the police. When he finished telling the dispatcher what happened and where they were, he ducked his head into his car and spoke to the driver.
"Wait here for the police. I'm taking Isabel upstairs."
Garrett wrapped an arm around her shoulders and walked her inside.
"You look like you haven't slept in a week, Isabel. Are you not sleeping at night? What happened out there?"
She trembled as they stepped into his office, where he led her to the couch that sat along one wall. "I was just leaving to get some food. I missed breakfast. Everything was fine when I got here this morning at 7:30. So it had to have happened in the last 6 hours." Garrett nodded.
"What about your sleeping problems? Why do you look so exhausted?"
She shook her head, not wanting him to know about her second job. "Just stressed about stuff at home. Nothing you need to worry about." He dragged a hand through his hair.
"Okay, let me get you some food. I want you to stretch out and close your eyes until the police arrive."
She didn't argue, just drew her legs up onto the couch and laid down. When he woke her 20 minutes later, a turkey sandwich and a bottle of water were waiting for her, and a police officer had stepped into the room. She sat on the sofa eating her lunch while the officer asked her questions. "Do you have any idea who this could be, ma'am?" Isabel shook her head. "None. I go to work, take care of my nieces, that's it. I don't really go anywhere else." The officer nodded and wrote something down. "How long have you worked here?" She rattled off the numbers, leaving out that she'd been laid off for a weekend. "Could any of your coworkers or former coworkers be upset with you? Maybe an ex or a family member?" Isabel shrugged. "Definitely not family. 2 of my supervisors recently got fired. I guess maybe one of them could see it as my fault." The officer raised an eyebrow. "Why is that?"
"Isabel helped me catch one of them in a lie and reported the other for sexual harassment,"
Garrett said from his perch on the corner of his desk. The officer whistled. "That seems like pretty powerful motive to me. I'll need their names so we can follow up. You'll need to fill out a police report form, and your car will be towed so our techs can take a closer look. We'll get you a receipt, and your insurance will probably spring for a rental." Isabel closed her eyes. Her insurance was the cheapest liability she could find. There was no way they were going to pay for a rental. She would just have to rely on public transportation or her dad's truck for now.
"I'll loan you a car or a driver,"
Garrett said. Isabel shook her head as she took the police report form from the officer and filled it out. "I'll be fine," she mumbled. He scowled as he waited for her to finish. When she handed it to the officer, he pushed himself off his desk.
"Is that all for now?"
Garrett asked. "Yes, Mr. Oliver, I think we have what we need. We'll let you know if we find anything in your security footage, though it looks like Miss Alvarado parked outside the camera's field of vision." Garrett gave a terse nod and waited for the officer to leave. When she was gone, he turned to Isabel and said,
"My driver will take you home. I'll see you in the morning unless you feel like you need the day off."
Isabel shook her head. "I'm fine, I promise. I'll just get back to work." Garrett stalked to her and tilted her chin so he could look her in the eye.
"You have dark circles under your eyes and fell asleep on my couch in seconds. Go home. Get a nap before your nieces get home from school. Everything else can wait until morning."
Isabel sighed. She hated that he was right, but she was running on fumes. Working 2 jobs this way was proving to be difficult. Thankfully, she was off all weekend and could catch up on sleep then. Isabel stood, still uncertain about leaving, as Garrett sat behind his desk.
"Isabel, wait. Before you go."
He paused and waited for her to look at him.
"We were supposed to go to a fundraiser together on Monday. Is that something you would still like to do?"
She swallowed, unsure of how to answer. Was she ready to spend time with him outside of the office? Perhaps she would see flirtatious Garrett. He'd been so gruff and professional since her weekend outburst. Had it really already been almost a week?
Talk to me, Isabel. I'm not going to pressure you, but I would like to know what's going through your mind right now.
Her voice trembled as she spoke. I want to say yes. I'm still conflicted, but you're trying so hard to make things right, and today, when I was too terrified to move, you were there. Just having you there made me feel so much safer. He stood and came around the desk. When he reached her, he cupped her cheek in his palm.
I'm only glad I pulled up when I did. Christ, Isabel. When I saw you in the parking lot looking like you did, I wanted to simultaneously spank the hell out of you and just hold you. I'm not used to being affected by a woman the way I am you.
The warmth of his hand soothed her still frazzled nerves, and she leaned into his touch, letting her eyes drift closed.
Go home, Isabel, before I break my promise not to pressure you.
Her eyes fluttered open, and she gave him a shy grin. I'll go with you, sir. He stared into her eyes, as if searching for something.
Does that, sir, mean that you'll be wearing my bracelet tomorrow night at the club?
She instinctively gripped her left wrist in her right hand. I think it does, she murmured. His hand trailed from her cheek to her neck, and she sighed.
Damn it,
he bit out.
Go home, Isabel, before I lose it and take you on my desk.
She sucked in a breath, but slowly backed out of the office, not wanting to leave his warmth. Garrett's driver was waiting for her downstairs, and she told him where she lived. Her dad was sitting on the small porch in front of their apartment when the car pulled up to drop her off. Crap. She really didn't want him to see a driver bringing her home. To make matters worse, the driver jumped out and opened her door for her. Her dad just sat with his arms folded, watching her.
Sure is a fancy ride,
he said when she stepped up to the door. Someone slipped my tires at work. My boss just had his driver take me home. Isabel sighed. He huffed.
My boss doesn't have a fancy ride like that.
Isabel gave an annoyed chuckle. No, but your boss's boss, the education secretary, probably does. The old man rolled his eyes.
Just don't want you getting a big head, is all. Doesn't do any good to forget your place in society, Isabel.
Ah, yes. Her father's insistence that poor is all they would ever be. It would be a disgrace if she ever forgot that, because she would just be setting herself up for disappointment. It was just a ride, Daddy. Please don't make a big deal of this. I'm working 2 jobs. I'm not going to forget how poor we are. I gotta go take a nap. The older man reached out and grabbed her hand.
You sure do remind me of your mom sometimes. God rest her soul.
Isabel smiled. It was a high compliment coming from her father. I love you, Daddy. We'll talk later. Can you get the girls started on their homework if I'm still asleep when they get home? He nodded with a grin. Even with all the chaos in their lives, his granddaughters were a never-ending source of joy for Jacob Alvarado. In her room, weariness overtook her, and she sank into her mattress where she soon fell asleep, trying to figure out the best way to balance both of her new jobs. When she woke, it was nearly 7. Her shift at the hotel was in 2 hours. She hurried through getting ready for work and went to say hi to the girls before asking her dad if she could borrow the truck. When she stepped into the kitchen, Katerina handed her an envelope. Some guy dropped this off a couple hours ago while you were sleeping. Isabel took it. It was heavier on one side than the other. Opening it, she pulled out a note. It had a car key taped to it. This is yours until the police return your car. Outside, in the spot where she normally parked, sat a newer model of the car she drove. At least it wasn't something so flashy it would annoy her dad. With a sigh, she slid into the driver's seat and drove to the Glenview, trying not to think about how strange her life was sometimes. 8. Garrett stepped out of the shower in his Glenview suite and wrapped a towel around his waist. His hair dripped water down his face, and he grabbed a hand towel, wiping it through his hair and across his face before using it to wipe the steam away from the mirror. It had been a trying week, and he could see the exhaustion under his eyes. He hoped a weekend spent getting back in Isabel's good graces would help. The voice in the back of his mind told him to stick to his rules about not pursuing people who worked for him, but he desperately wanted her in his bed. So he squashed the voice as he balled up the towel and tossed it into the corner. In the bedroom, he picked up his phone and found a text from Isabel. "Where should I meet you for dinner?" He chuckled into the empty suite. It was cute that she thought he wasn't picking her up.
"I'll come get you in a little while."
There was no response, so he tossed the phone on the bed and pulled jeans and a black button-up from the closet. As he was zipping his jeans, she called. "You really don't have to pick me up," she said when he answered.
"I insist."
She blew out a breath. "Are you sure? I have this cool new rental car to drive." He wasn't about to tell her it wasn't a rental. He was just going to make sure something terrible happened to the old thing she'd been driving while it was in the police impound lot.
"Save the gas. I want to pick you up and take you on a proper date."
What was he saying? He didn't date. She sounded nervous when she finally answered. "Yes, sir. I'll be ready." He gave a low hum, pleased that she was acknowledging their dynamic at the club.
"Good girl. I'll see you soon."
He hurried through getting dressed and called his driver to pick him up out front.
"Take me to Miss Alvarado's apartment, please,"
he said when he slid into the back seat of the sleek black SUV. Jeff, his longtime driver, gave a solemn nod and pulled out of the hotel parking lot. The drive passed in silence as Garrett read on his tablet. When the car slowed, he looked up to find they were driving into a rundown apartment complex.
"This is where she lives?"
he asked, looking around. There wasn't even a security gate. It looked as if the building hadn't seen fresh paint in years, and most of the cars in the lot had seen better days as well. They pulled into a space next to the car he'd given Isabel. She was waiting on a tiny porch, and he recognized Uncle Henry sitting in a small lawn chair. There was a look of disdain on the old man's face as Isabel scurried to the passenger door. "Hurry, before we attract any more attention," she said as she pulled her seatbelt across her slender frame.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, this fancy SUV is going to be the talk of the complex, and people will drive my dad and uncle crazy with questions." Garrett stared at her. Was she serious? It was so hard to tell sometimes. The driver was already pulling back onto the street.
"Do you have any preference for dinner?"
he asked, resisting the urge to pick up her hand. He still wasn't quite sure where they stood. She looked at him and smiled. "I'm kind of in the mood for pizza."
"I'm not sure you can get a proper pizza in Colorado,"
he said dryly. She laughed. "I don't want anything proper. I want a greasy slice of takeout pizza. But if it's more your style, there's a little Italian place halfway between here and the club that has good pizza and pasta." Garrett nodded. That sounds more doable.
"Give my driver the address." "No need, sir. I've been before. Miss Alvarado is right. It's quite good."
Garrett lifted one shoulder in a half-hearted shrug. Who was he to argue with them? It took 20 minutes to get to the small restaurant. It wasn't going to be in any food magazines anytime soon, but he liked the rustic feel of the place. An old woman took them to their table and plopped down a basket of assorted breads. Isabel wasted no time devouring a breadstick. Garrett sat back on his chair and watched her, amused as he sipped his water. "What?" she asked a minute later when she saw his eyes on her.
"I just like watching you eat."
She blushed and set the second breadstick down. "Sorry, I was just hungry. I fed the girls and forgot to eat something myself." Garrett scowled. How could she forget to feed herself? Wanting to see where they stood, he leaned forward and narrowed his eyes at her.
"I consider failing to eat putting yourself in danger, doll. Do we need to have a refresher on the rules from my subs?"
Her mouth formed a slight O shape, and her eyes grew round with surprise. After a beat of silence, she shook her head and said, "No, sir. I'm pretty sure I remember them all." He relaxed his stern gaze and flashed her a grin.
Good girl.
When the waiter arrived with bowls of pasta for both of them and a pizza to share, they focused on their meals. After several minutes of enjoying the food, Garrett dabbed his napkin to the corners of his mouth and leaned back.
How long have you lived in that apartment complex?
She paused, her fork midair. Most of my life, except for a few years in college. Why? He cocked his head to one side.
Just curious. They look small, and the place could use some work.
Isabel closed her eyes. Please don't. This is why I didn't want you picking me up. Garrett frowned.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. I just worry about you, is all.
Her smile was forced. We're fine, I promise. Can we just finish our food? She dropped her head and focused on her pasta. Garrett sighed and clenched a fist under the table. This was not going well for him.
Isabel, look at me.
Her eyes lacked warmth when she lifted her gaze to meet his.
I'm sorry. Forgive me for prying. I don't want to ruin our night before it gets started. How do I make things better?
Her gaze softened and she offered him a half smile. Maybe stop trying to make things better? I know you think money fixes most things, but it's not always necessary or helpful. We live in two different worlds, you and I, and they only come together at solitaire where I don't have to worry about anything else. Can we just focus on that for a while? He reached across the table and picked up her hand, thankful he hadn't completely ruined their evening.
That sounds good, doll. I promise to make you forget everything but solitaire for the weekend,
he said with a wink. Her blush told him he'd won her back, and he watched as she nervously twirled her fork in the mountain of spaghetti in her bowl.
Do you have to go home tonight, or can you spend the night?
Her blush turned scarlet, and she gave him a lopsided grin. The girls are spending the weekend with friends and won't be home until Sunday. Garrett leaned into the small table and tucked a hand beneath her chin.
So, if I'm hearing you correctly, I believe you're saying you're all mine for the weekend.
She tried to turn her head away from his piercing gaze, but he wouldn't let her. He could feel her swallowing as she stared back at him. Yes, sir, she finally whispered. Garrett loved watching the submissive switch inside her brain flip on. There might still be some awkwardness between them, but he knew if they were able to shut out the outside world for the weekend, he could make that disappear, and things would be right between them again. When they finished their meal, Garrett stood and offered her his hand. Her slender fingers felt good nested between his thicker ones. It was such a minor thing, but it was intimate. Isabel had been slow to warm up to him when he'd first taken her on as his trainee, and sex had been off the table. But as the weeks went by, they grew closer and there had been definite sparks. Things had come to a screeching halt last weekend, and Garrett was grateful for the opportunity to pick things back up with her. In the car, he wrapped an arm around her, and she didn't shy away.
I'd like to kiss you,
he murmured against her ear. She ducked her head into his shoulder, but he saw her ears go crimson.
Is that a yes or a no, doll?
Her head bobbed up and down, indicating consent.
How am I supposed to kiss you if you're hiding your face?
She raised her head and gave him a coy look. My mouth isn't the only place you can kiss me, you know. He felt his cock strain against his jeans. How was he supposed to respond to a comment like that? The only way he knew how. Shifting his arm, he snaked his hand into her long dark hair and tugged, so her head was tilted at a more favorable angle before crushing his mouth to hers. Her soft gasp as she sucked in air before their lips connected seemed to pull him deeper into her. Their tongues tangled, and his polite, reserved Isabel no longer existed. Her moan vibrated through him, and he deepened their kiss until she jerked away. Why did she do that?
Sir, a phone call for you.
His driver had been trying to get his attention. Christ, this better be important. Regina was the only one who had his driver's number and knew he could be reached that way.
Regina, what's the emergency?
Sorry, Mr. Oliver, you weren't answering your cell. I've intercepted a series of emails making various threats against you and your employees in the last several hours. I know the police are investigating Miss Alvarado's car being vandalized. He scowled. It was good to know, but did it really warrant interrupting his weekend? Regina must have read his mind. I wouldn't have interrupted you, but Miss Alvarado is one of the people being threatened by name. Since you're taking her to Dallas with you on Monday, it seemed important, as you might want to increase security. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He and Isabel would be safe through the weekend, but it was after that he was concerned about.
Thank you, Regina. If you could please forward the emails to the police here in Colorado. I'm sure they'll find them useful. Arrange a private detail for us in Dallas, but I have a feeling this is more of a local thing.
The sound of metal on metal sounded as their vehicle lurched forward.
What the hell?
Garrett whirled to look behind them.
Hang on tight, sir. Looks like whoever just rear-ended us is gearing up to try and hit us again. I can keep us on the road. Just make sure you're both buckled in. I have to go, Regina.
He hung up the phone and double-checked Isabel's seatbelt. Is this on purpose? Isabel whispered, rubbing her neck.
Did you get hurt?
He asked, ignoring her question. The driver was on speakerphone with the police, giving them their location. They hadn't quite made it into the mountainous region that led up to Solitaire, so there were still some well-lit parking lots around. Metal crunched, and Isabel was jerked into Garrett's shoulder as the car behind them slammed their bumper again. Garrett, what's happening? Isabel screeched.
Shh. We're going to be okay, doll.
Jeff navigated the giant SUV into a parking lot and stopped under a large street lamp. Sirens screamed toward them, and 3 police cars soon surrounded them.
Stay in the car unless you're told to get out,
Garrett warned as he slid out of the vehicle. He sucked in a deep breath and did his best to calm his racing heart. Isabel needed him to be strong right now. For the second time in less than 48 hours, they filled out police reports and were interviewed by officers. They were going to be late getting to Solitaire, but the SUV was still drivable, so they were being allowed to leave in it. There was no sign of who ran them off the road. He'd already sent text to some of the members of the board that he wanted to talk to them as soon as he arrived. Now he was back in the car with Isabel checking her over.
Are you hurt? Are you sure we don't need to take you to a hospital?
Her lip quivered as she shook her head. I'm fine, sir. I just want to get to Solitaire and not leave for the weekend. He tucked her close to him and nodded to Jeff.
You heard the lady. Let's get there.
Was this tied to whatever Regina called you about? She asked quietly. He sighed.
I'm concerned for your safety,
he said before outlining what Regina had told him. Isabel snuggled close. People write angry letters all the time. Garrett kissed the top of her head.
I would agree, if not for everything else. We're going to be taking some extra precautions for your safety until we catch whoever this is.
Isabel frowned. What does that mean?
You don't go anywhere on your own. Let me or my driver take you to and from work.
She nodded. That sounds easy enough. If it will make you feel better, I can do that, just... She trailed off and looked out the window.
What is it, Isabel?
He asked. Just maybe don't bring such flashy cars to my apartment complex. It makes people uncomfortable. Garrett sighed.
This flashy vehicle kept us safe tonight, doll. But I'll see what I can do. Now, there's nothing else we can do right now. What do you say I get back to enjoying your mouth and we forget about all of this for the weekend?
Her grin was slow as she lifted her head to face him. I like the sound of that a lot, sir. When his mouth closed over hers, she didn't hold back, and neither did he. 9. Isabel's heart raced as they approached the front of Solitaire. She wasn't sure if it was the hit and run or the searing kiss Garrett had just given her. It was likely a mix of both. She kept her head on Garrett's shoulder and enjoyed his warmth until the car rolled to a stop. He'd done everything he could to make his mistakes right, And when danger was threatening her, she'd found calm in his presence. Garrett deserved another chance, and she was ready to give it to him. Deep down, she knew she wanted something more permanent and committed than Garrett was offering. But she couldn't see tearing herself away from him any time soon. They shared a connection, and she wanted to enjoy it while it lasted. She just had to take precautions to guard her heart while she did.
"Come on, doll, let's get you inside,"
he said, interrupting her thoughts. She drew in a deep breath and did her best to leave everything but her role as his submissive behind. Really, she was the club's submissive. She was just under Garrett's supervision, but that wasn't important. The important part was to get out of her normal mindset and slip into that submissive headspace where she was happiest. Her submission was service-oriented. A psychologist would probably have a field day with that, given the amount of time she spent caring for others. But she chose not to think of it that way. Here, the service wasn't just about caring for someone who needed her. It was about digging deep into her psyche and fulfilling her own needs as well. The service she gave to the club filled her emotional well and gave her the strength she needed to do what she had to at home. Garrett was a stern dom who demanded excellence of her and any other submissive under his guidance. But he was also thoughtful and made sure that the fun they had together were things she enjoyed as well. She hated disappointing him or any of the others at Solitaire, so she strived to follow the rules and protocols and earn praise rather than punishment. In fact, aside from her first weekend as a house submissive, last weekend was her first punishment. It was something she hoped to avoid in the future. When she was out of the car, Garrett and his driver had a hushed conversation she couldn't quite make out. When their bags were unloaded, Garrett slung them over one shoulder and extended his hand to Isabel.
"We're not as early as I wanted to be, but we can go to my suite and spend a few minutes alone and get changed if you want. Though I'm a fan of this dress you're wearing."
Isabel smiled as her cheeks warmed under his intense gaze. "I brought my corset, but I can wear that tomorrow night." Garrett's hand tightened around hers.
"Whatever you want, doll. I'm just planning to take it off you later anyway."
Her heart slammed into her throat. Was she ready to go to bed with him? She had been last week, but things had changed. She didn't say anything. They could figure that part out later. Inside, the lobby was empty still, and Isabel noticed the registration desk was disorderly. Without thinking, she untangled her fingers from Garrett's and began straightening it. As she shifted a vase of flowers into the right spot, she heard the snap of Garrett's fingers.
"Isabel,"
he said sternly as she looked up.
"Come here."
Dropping a pencil into the office supply caddy, she hurried to his side. "Yes, sir?"
"I understand that you take your role here serious, and I appreciate that. But I did not release you to do anything. Tonight, your focus is on me. You've mastered serving the club well, doll. Now it's time for you to focus on serving a dom."
Her throat tightened as he scolded her. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry," she whispered. "I just need to keep my mind busy." His smile was tender.
"I understand. You've been through a lot. Just ask next time. You can finish your task. I need to talk to Master Eli and Master Russell for a few minutes. Send Master Hunter in when he arrives, please."
When he was gone, Isabel finished straightening the desk, then went to the small supply closet in the corner of the lobby, and found a rag and some furniture polish to wipe it down. As she was finishing shining the desk, the front door opened and Hunter stepped in.
"Isabel, I'm glad you're here and safe, little one. Master Garrett told me what happened."
She gave him a bright smile as she set the rag and polish on the counter. "I'm glad to be here. He's in Master Eli's office waiting for you, sir." He stepped around the desk and offered her a hug before disappearing into Eli's office. By the time the men emerged, the desk was done and she sat waiting on the couch. All four doms looked at her with concern as they stood outside Eli's office. She waved at them and stood as Garrett broke from the group and made his way to her. "I'm fine, everyone," she said. The men nodded but continued to watch as Garrett extended his hand to her.
"Desk looks great, doll. Let's go upstairs."
"I'm assuming your little meeting was about me?" He chuckled.
In a manner of speaking, we were just discussing safety protocols.
They were standing in front of Garrett's suite now, and he swiped his keycard. The suite, decorated in pale yellows and grays, had always been one of her favorites. Isabel had never stayed in it, though she'd gotten it ready for members Garrett had loaned it to a couple of times. Nerves overtook her as she stood in the middle of the room looking around. He gave her a quick tour, even though they both knew she didn't need it.
The kitchenette is fully stocked. I take my coffee black with 2 sugars in the mornings,
he said as he opened a cabinet to show her the coffee supplies. She felt her shoulders relax. He wasn't being presumptuous that she would get him his coffee in the morning. It was his way of giving her an act of service to focus on to help quell her nerves. She was grateful.
What time do you have to be in the bar tonight?
He asked. Isabel pulled her phone out of her purse and scrolled to her schedule. I don't start until 9, sir. His smile was broad.
Excellent. Come here, doll.
She stepped nervously to him, and he put his hands on her hips.
How are you feeling right now? You seem nervous. Is it the wreck or being here with me that has you tense?
Both, I think, she whispered. I don't want you to think I don't want this, though. Being here, spending the night with you. She waved her hand around the room as she spoke. I'm just not sure what to expect right now. He let a hand trail up her side before lifting it to rest on one cheek. She sighed and leaned into his touch.
We're going at your speed, doll. You know I listen to your boundaries. All you have to do is say something if I'm brushing up against one. Right now, I'd like to push you a little further into your submissive mindset and take your mind off the rack. Can I do that, doll?
When she nodded, he lowered his mouth to hers for a tender kiss. It ignited more in her than the intense kiss they'd shared in the car. She wrapped her arms around his neck to draw him closer as their lips tangled together. It was a slow, gentle kiss that sent simmering tendrils of heat through her body. She knew she wanted this man, and had almost since the day she met him. Rash decisions weren't something she did, though, so here they were, 3 months later, barely having shared more than a dozen kisses. His hand skimmed the skirt of her dress and slowly inched it up until he had the hem in his hand and raised it to her thigh. Was he about to make love to her? She whimpered as he raised the dress higher. When it got high enough that they had to separate, he gave her a gentle nudge backwards and she willingly lifted her arms so he could pull the dress from her body. She stood before him in a black bra and panty set and a pair of low heels.
Fucking gorgeous,
he murmured. Feeling brave, she reached behind her and unclasped her bra, dragging the straps to her elbows as she separated the 2 ends. Before she lost her nerve, she dropped the bra to the floor and hooked her thumbs into the elastic of her panties.
Stop.
She froze at the sound of his clipped command. He stepped the short distance between them and knelt in front of her. He pressed a kiss to her abdomen just above her panty line, before he did what she'd started to do and slowly peeled her panties away.
Christ, Isabel, you're perfect.
When her panties pooled at her ankles, she stepped out of them and waited for his next move. His lips hovered above her pubic bone before he pressed a kiss there and stood.
Your clothes stay off in this room,
he said, his voice husky with desire. She nodded her agreement and his hand reached around and landed on her bottom with a sharp sting.
Answer me properly, young lady.
She gulped. Yes, sir. It's hard to think around you like this. He chuckled.
By the end of this weekend, you're going to have received many lessons in how to keep your focus on being a good little submissive, even when I'm driving you crazy. Is that clear?
She nodded again and managed to whisper, Yes, sir, before he could scold her again.
Kneel on the floor,
he said, pointing to the rug. She stepped sideways until she was on the rug and dropped to her knees.
Let's talk about a few more positions you need to learn.
He walked behind her and gave her hair a gentle tug until she held her head high.
You don't lower your head unless I tell you to. You're my submissive and I want you to be proud of that. When you kneel, you do so with pride. Head up high, shoulders back, thighs spread nice and wide.
It was a position Isabel was familiar with from her other forays into submission, though her master and mistress from that relationship had insisted she avoid eye contact at all times. She shoved thoughts of them from her mind. It wasn't an awful memory, she just wanted to keep her focus on the incredibly sexy dom standing over her now.
This is your default kneeling position. If I tell you to kneel, this is what I expect, whether you are naked or clothed.
Yes, sir, she murmured as she adjusted her shoulders so they were straighter.
Very good.
He circled her as if she were a car he was about to buy.
Next position is called presentation. What do you think that's for?
She swallowed, feeling nervous. I would imagine it's a way for me to present my body for your enjoyment, sir. He glanced down at her and winked.
Very good. Specifically to enjoy your various entrances, or to have better access to a naughty bottom that needs punishing. If I tell you to present, you'll kneel where I tell you with your head pressed to the floor, and turn to the right so your cheek is resting on the ground or whatever surface I've put you on. Your ass will be nice and high with your legs spread wide. If you're clothed, likely in a skirt and panties as I prefer you to wear, you'll remove your panties and raise your skirt above your waist if I tell you to present.
Yes, sir, she said when he paused.
Very good. Show me you understand. Present yourself to me on the bed.
She rose as gracefully as she could and climbed onto the mattress. She felt her core temperature rise, and her pussy clenched as she lifted her hips so her ass pointed as high as she could get it. Her face felt so hot as she rested it against the cool comforter. She feared she might light it on fire. The noises he made when he moved about the room sounded louder than they probably were. The pad of his shoes as he walked, the distinct sound of a zipper while he rummaged through a bag. Then she felt him step behind her, where all her bits were on display. She jumped when something soft caressed her inner thighs. After a moment, she recognized it to be a riding crop. Without warning, he cracked the crop down on her right inner thigh and she yelped.
Wider, sub. When I told you to present, it's your job to make sure your pussy and ass are as visible as possible.
She whimpered as the crop caressed the spot it had just struck. Shifting, she spread her legs as wide as she could manage.
Much better.
He purred as he let the crop hover between her legs just below her pussy. Slowly, he dragged it across her folds and she groaned.
Oh dear,
he murmured when he pulled the leather away.
You've gotten my crop all wet.
Her blush moved into her neck and shoulders now as he rested a hand on her bottom.
Do you like having your entire being on display for me, Isabel?
Her name on his lips sent a shudder down her spine as she whispered her affirmation. Yes, sir.
Very good. I'm torn right now, doll. I want to fuck you hard, but I don't want to be too rough our first time together. How would you like me to fuck your sweet pussy?
Her response was a garbled moan of pleasure at the thought of his cock slamming into her. He chuckled.
That's not exactly an answer, sub.
Fuck me however you like, sir. I just want to feel you, she managed to say between heavy breaths. The faint whisper of his pants being unzipped was his response. When he was on the bed behind her, he tore a condom open and Isabel tried to imagine it rolling down his shaft. She was mildly disappointed that she couldn't catch a glimpse of his erection, but she knew there would be plenty of time for that later. He pressed against her opening, and she braced herself for his entry. It had been over 3 years since she'd had sex. A grunt escaped him as he pushed between her folds. She cried out as he slowly slid himself deeper.
Christ, you feel good,
he murmured.
I've been dying to be inside your tight little cunt since you first walked into solitaire.
Her entire body tingled as he eased out of her again. After a few languid thrusts of his hips, He settled deep inside her and leaned so his chest pressed against her back. A thin sheen of sweat already coated their bodies. It was as if they were melting together. With one hand on her hip, he gathered her hair in his other and tugged, pulling her up so she was on all fours, and staring at the headboard. Using her hair for leverage, he moved faster, withdrawing almost completely, then slamming into her. The sound of their skin slapping together seemed to echo in the otherwise quiet room. She cried out as her body told her an orgasm was close. Her nipples tightened, her toes curled, and she felt as if her clit were about to explode.
"Come for me,"
he bit out as his thick erection hammered her pussy. His command sent her over the cliff, and she uttered a cry of passion as a torrent of bliss came crashing down. He wasn't far behind, and she felt him tense as his muscled thighs trembled between hers while he lost himself. His pleasured groan as he slowly loosened his grip on her hair sent waves of warmth and pride through her. She'd done this to him, and it put a smile on her lips, despite exhaustion threatening to make her collapse into the mattress. He eased out of her and pressed a kiss to her back.
"I hope you're on birth control. If not, you need to be. And we're both getting a full panel STD test, because I want to see myself dripping out of your slick cunt after I fuck you."
Her face warmed as his words sent a little thrill through her system. She'd been on birth control since she was a teenager to regulate her hormones, so that wasn't a problem, and neither were STDs, but she appreciated his effort to be safe. "You're very forward," she said after processing his words. He chuckled.
"I've never seen a reason to be subtle about the things I want from my submissives, and I want your pussy wrapped around my bare cock."
She shuddered as a draft coursed over her skin.
"Cold?"
She gave a nod. "Yes, sir, just a little."
"Go take a nice warm shower before you get dressed. I have some work I need to get done."
And just like that, their intimate moment was over. As she showered, she replayed their lovemaking in her head and felt another rush of need gather at her center. Without thinking about it, she slid a hand between her thighs and rubbed at her clit. Frame by frame, the way Garrett fucked her rolled through her mind, and she massaged faster until she was moaning, leaned against the shower wall. The orgasm shook Isabel, but she kept herself upright as the waves of pleasure pulsated, warming her more than the shower already had. Her eyes fluttered open, and a scream bubbled in her throat as her heartbeat went into overdrive. Garrett leaned against the counter, quietly observing her.
"Enjoying yourself?"
he asked, one eyebrow quirked up. Isabel couldn't tell if she was in trouble or not. She dropped her gaze and gave him a subtle nod. "Yes, sir." He chuckled and opened the shower door to turn the water off.
"Come here,"
he said, lifting a towel off a nearby rack. She hesitantly stepped out of the spacious shower and let him wrap her in the fluffy cotton.
"Need one for your hair?"
he asked. She nodded, and he handed her a second one, stepping back to let her bend her head and wrap her damp hair in it. After a long beat, she finally worked up the nerve to speak. "Am I in trouble?" She bit her lip, waiting for his answer. He tilted her chin upward, so she was looking at him. For a moment, he didn't say anything, just searched her face. Finally, he dropped a kiss to her nose and said,
"No. I rather enjoyed your little show. I'll have to make you repeat it for me sometime."
She blew out a relieved breath, unsure if her emotions could handle another punishment. Together, they got ready for the party downstairs and walked hand in hand to the bar. 10. Sunday morning, Garrett sat in the armchair of his solitaire suite watching Isabel sleep. He'd kept her up late last night playing in one of the dungeon alcoves and had continued his exploration of her body after they'd shut the club down for the night. He'd been up for a couple of hours and was reading on his tablet. He hated to end their weekend together, knowing danger awaited them in the real world. But a glance at the clock in the corner of his screen told him it was probably time to wake her up if he were going to take her shopping before she needed to be back home. Closing his tablet, he set it on the end table and moved to sit on the edge of the bed, where he gave her a gentle nudge. What time is it? She asked as she bolted upright. Are you late for school? Did you get breakfast? Garrett frowned. Poor girl thought she was at home.
Shh. We're still at solitaire, doll. It's almost 9 in the morning.
She rubbed at her eyes and shook her head. Shit, sorry. I was having dreams about the girls. They're usually the only ones who wake me up, and that's only if I've overslept. He let the back of his hand trail down her cheek.
You work so hard. I'm taking you shopping today.
She swung her legs off the bed so she was sitting next to him. Why would you do that? He laughed.
Monday is a black tie event with a red carpet to walk. I want to get you a dress.
She scowled. I'm sure I can come up with something from my closet. How did he explain this to her?
I don't think so. I wouldn't want you to feel out of place. Most of the women have personal stylists dressing them.
So why are you taking me if you don't think I can handle dressing for it? He sighed. This was not going well.
That's not what I meant, Isabel. And watch your tone. We're still at solitaire. I want to buy you a dress. Let me. You always dress wonderfully, but this is on a completely different level. As for why I'm taking you, I want the pleasure of your company outside of solitaire, and I don't have a lot of free time. Not to mention, I need a date. When I show up solo at these things, the women are like vultures.
She giggled. So I'm your security? He laughed and shook his head.
Again, not what I meant, brat. I'm just not handling this very well, am I? I want to spoil you a bit and take you to a party.
She gave a slow nod. Okay, I like the sound of that.
Well, up with you then. We don't have much time to get on the road. What time do you need to be back home?
She leaned over to the nightstand and picked up her phone. Girls will be home at 4, but Uncle Henry will be home. So long as I'm there by 6 so I can make sure homework was done, that will be fine. Garrett nodded and pressed a kiss to her cheek.
I'm going to go downstairs and do a walk of the property with Patrick. Get dressed and meet me down there in half an hour.
She nodded and he narrowed his eyes at her. Yes, sir, she murmured, earning a wink of approval. The blush that colored her cheeks made him want to push her back down on the bed. But he knew they needed to get going.
Half an hour,
he reminded her as he stood and moved to the door. Downstairs, Patrick was on the sofa in the lobby with Austin snuggled next to him.
Good morning,
he greeted.
How's it looking this morning?
Patrick looked down at his wife and smiled.
I would say my view is pretty damn incredible.
Austin blushed and sat up straight. Where's Isabel this morning, Master Garrett? Garrett smiled.
She's getting showered and dressed. Ready to check the property, Patrick?
Patrick stood.
You coming?
He asked Austin. No, sir, I'll stay here and wait for Isabel. Garrett and Patrick started with the bar and dungeon, checking to make sure everything was secure. When they finished with the interior, they went outside and climbed into a golf cart.
We only had one cabin rented this weekend, and they already left, so this should be quick,
Patrick said as he drove them down the path to the cabins at the back of the property.
How's life in New York?
Garrett asked, making small talk. Patrick grinned.
The married life is pretty great, and I'm enjoying running the New York branch of Eastman Enterprises. The part where I suddenly became the poster boy for feminism because I took my wife's last name is getting kind of old, though. It feels like I've done every daytime talk show on the planet.
Garrett laughed.
Regina watches those from her desk at work. I've seen your face a few times.
Patrick rolled his eyes as they approached the first cabin. Hopping out, he checked the locks and made sure everything was secure. A cleaning crew would come in on Monday and get the place ready for next weekend. After securing the cabin, they made a lap around the ones that had been unoccupied for the weekend.
Is that a glass on the porch?
Garrett asked as they passed the last one in the row. Patrick stopped the cart and hopped out. Sure enough, it looked like a rocks glass from the bar.
Maybe someone wandered out here and sat on the porch for a drink. If so, that means our door staff aren't watching people close enough when they go in and out.
He tucked the glass into the golf cart cup holder, and Garrett typed a note into his phone to bring it up at the next board meeting. Back in the main building, Isabel was talking to Austin. She gave Garrett a shy smile when her eyes met his.
We should get going,
he said as he headed for the stairs. I brought the bags down, she said, stopping him. Garrett scowled. He could have done that. He strode to the couch and slung the bags onto his shoulder before holding his hand out to her. Bye, you two. Come to New York and see our new place sometime, Austin said. Isabel snorted. I might be able to afford a New York trip if I save for a year, but I would love to see pictures. Garrett would gladly take her to New York, but after the fight over whether he could buy her a dress, he decided not to say as much. In the SUV, which had been replaced after the hit-and-run, he slid an arm around her and smiled.
I've enjoyed our weekend, Isabel.
She lowered her gaze as crimson colored her cheeks. Me too, sir. I'm worried work will be weird next week, though.
We're both capable of being professional,
he said, pressing a kiss to her hair.
Plus, we have tomorrow evening to look forward to.
The trip into the city was short, and Isabel spent it with her head resting against Garrett's shoulder. When they arrived at a small boutique, a designer was waiting for them. Garrett Oliver, it's lovely to see you again, the woman said, kissing both his cheeks. I spoke to Governor Andrew's wife about your diamonds, and we're going to work them into her next design for the inaugural ball. Garrett smiled.
Thank you, Jasmine. It's a tremendous help.
Enough about things that don't matter. What are we going to put this gorgeous girl in? Jasmine asked, grasping both of Isabel's hands. Turn, the eccentric designer said, shoving Isabel away from her. Isabel gingerly turned and gave Garrett a pained look as she faced him. She wasn't used to being fussed over. What are you wearing, Garrett? Jasmine asked as she absently began digging through a nearby rack. Garrett laughed.
The usual. Black tux, bow tie.
Jasmine rolled her eyes. I could put you in so many more interesting outfits. I'll just have to be satisfied with the beautiful women you send my way. He tried not to cringe. He didn't want Isabel thinking he brought tons of women here. Though, she continued, I do have to say, none are as beautiful as this gorgeous creature in front of me. Isabel rolled her eyes, and he fought the urge to scold her. I'm sure you say that to all of Mr. Oliver's dates. Jasmine tossed her head back and laughed. I assure you, you're the first date I've ever dressed for Garrett. She pulled a dress from the rack. Now, let's get you into the dressing room. We're going to knock his socks off. Isabel felt like a rag doll as Jasmine pulled her into a sizable dressing room and began tugging at her clothes. Soon she was in an elegant beige silk dress, but Jasmine was already shaking her head. No, this won't do. Your skin tone is too gorgeous for beige. Let's try something a bit more vibrant, shall we? Isabel shrugged. She'd thought the dress looked rather nice. Right then, she said when she came back a few minutes later. My gut says the burgundy, but I want to try the yellow, just for fun. Isabel nearly grinned at the sight of the gorgeous yellow gown over Jasmine's arm. The designer had no way of knowing yellow was the color of Garrett's bracelet at Solitaire. She let Jasmine help her into the yellow gown. The soft fabric slid over her curves and made her feel luxurious. It's nearly perfect. I just need to make a couple of quick fixes, Jasmine murmured as she tucked at fabric in various places. I'll be right back, the woman said as she rushed from the room. This time she returned with shoes, jewelry, and a handbag. Dear Lord, this was too much. While Jasmine fussed and adjusted, Isabel stared at the wall in front of her. She was used to wearing second-hand dresses and had never had anything this nice on her body before.
Stunning.
Jasmine breathed as she turned Isabel to face the mirror. Her mouth dropped open. Red carpet ready was definitely an appropriate term to use.
What do you think?
I'm speechless, she murmured. I love it.
Let's go show Garrett.
She pushed the curtain aside and motioned for Isabel to step through. Garrett was standing with his back to them, his phone to his ear. Jasmine cleared her throat and he slowly turned.
I have to go,
he said to whoever he was talking to.
Isabel.
He breathed as he stuffed his phone into his pocket. You like it? She asked hesitantly.
It's perfect. You're going to steal the show.
Isabel highly doubted that. It was some high society function he was taking her to. Jasmine pulled a box from one of her many pockets and handed it to Garrett.
Diamond cufflinks. You can tell Mr. Barrett and Mr. Yates we made them with some of their uncut diamonds they sold me.
Garrett grinned.
Thank you, Jasmine. Just charge my card as usual. When can you have it ready?
She waved a hand in the air.
I'll finish it tonight and have a courier bring it to you in the morning. I just need to know where to send it.
Isabel grimaced but wrote down her address. She momentarily considered having it shipped to work, but there were even more eyes there and gossip would spread like wildfire. At least at home, she could keep the questions confined to just a few people. Jasmine shoved Isabel back into the dressing room for final measurements. Back in her jeans and t-shirt, she felt very unworthy of the gorgeous gown. As Garrett signed the invoice, he leaned in and whispered to Jasmine for several minutes. The woman nodded and grinned, patting him on the shoulder. Isabel got the feeling they were conspiring.
Ready?
He asked, holding his hand out to her. She nodded and let him lead her out to the car, where they had a quiet ride to her place. Back in her apartment, it was back to the real world with homework, dirty dishes, and a never-ending pile of laundry. But she had memories of the way Garrett commanded her body at solitaire to keep a subtle smile on her face as she folded towels and proofread a research paper for Katerina. The next morning, Sarah nudged her awake. Aunt Izzy, wake up. Someone is here for you. She brushed Sarah's hand away. What time is it? She muttered. 6:45? Come on, they said you have to sign for a package. At not even 7 in the morning? Isabel asked as she sat up. Her niece nodded and she sighed as she dragged herself out of bed. I'll be right there. Pulling on a pair of sweats, she hurried to the living room where a man stood with a clipboard.
I've got a delivery for an Isabel Alvarado from Jasmine Darlington.
Isabel smiled. That would be her dress. Perfect, thank you, she said as she scrawled her signature.
Great. Where do you want everything?
You can just bring it here to the living room, she said. The delivery driver nodded and spoke into a radio.
I've got acceptance of the delivery. Bring it in.
2 more men wheeled a large container into the room. It was about the width of a refrigerator box and just a bit shorter than the average fridge. What is this? I thought it was just my dress. The driver shrugged.
We just get paid to make the deliveries, ma'am. Call the boutique if there's a problem.
He turned and walked out as the men with the box unhooked their furniture dolly and broke the seal on the wooden monstrosity for her. Isabel's mouth dropped open when she saw what was inside. Holy fuck, she whispered. You're not supposed to say that word in front of us, Aunt Izzy. Isabel turned to see Sarah standing in the hall. Sorry, I just don't understand what all this is. She pulled her phone out of her sweats to text Garrett. He called a minute later.
What is all of what?
He asked. This delivery from Jasmine. It's much more than a dress and some jewelry, Garrett.
I asked her to outfit you with a few things for work. Do you not like them?
Isabel let out a frustrated growl. The dress is one thing, but this is way too much. I'm capable of dressing myself.
I didn't say you weren't. I'm saying I would like to see you in some of the clothes she sent you. Consider it part of your work uniform.
How do I explain this to my family? she hissed as she stepped into her bedroom and shut the door. That stuff must have cost a fortune. Garrett sighed.
I see I've upset you when I was trying to surprise you. Please, Isabel, don't stress. It's just clothes. Clothes I would very much like for you to wear, because you deserve to be dressed like a queen. Now, if I'm not mistaken, you have a job to get ready for, and your boss expects you to be on time. So, enough arguing.
He ended the call without another word, and Isabel stared at the phone in disbelief.
Izzy, what is all this?
Her uncle asked from the hall. She jerked the door open. I'm moving it, she muttered as she hurried past him into the living room. The container held a clothing rack on wheels and some small boxes at the bottom. She moved the rack into her room first and came back for the boxes. On the rack, there were a variety of skirts, blouses, and blazers, all appropriate for her new role at Colorado Logistics. And while it was all high quality, none of it was overly flashy. At the end of the rack hung her dress, and she smiled as she let her fingers trail the soft silk. She chose the first skirt and blouse that matched before turning to the boxes to open them. Thank God they weren't filled with undergarments like she'd feared. There was, however, a collection of jewelry and shoes. She would wear the shoes, but she was drawing a line at the jewelry. She would call Jasmine and arrange a return tomorrow. In the kitchen, she made sure the girls had what they needed to get out the door before she rushed out to the driver waiting to take her to work. As the car moved toward the apartment complex exit, she noticed a construction crew setting up to work. It didn't seem like it was time for the yearly round of fixing parking lot potholes yet. In the office, she received a smile from Garrett, but no comment on her outfit. As promised, he remained professional. It was jarring how different he was at work compared to the club. The only thing that remained the same was the dominant bite to his commands when he asked her to do something for him. Most of the day, it seemed like he was working on projects for other sectors of his company, so she felt like a fish out of water trying to help him, but she did her best. At lunchtime, he poked his head out his door.
Can you stick around for lunch? I'll have something brought in.
She nodded. Of course. Would you like me to place an order at the bakery? He flashed her a smile.
That sounds lovely, Isabel. Come in when you're finished.
He closed his door without telling her what he wanted. She let her mind drift to previous times she'd seen him eat lunch and tried to remember what he ate and how he liked it. She ordered a turkey sandwich on wheat with bacon, avocado, and tomato, and hoped she got it right. No mayonnaise, she blurted at the end of her order as she remembered him once turning his nose up at the condiment. When the delivery was arranged, she stood and knocked on Garrett's door.
Come in, Miss Alvarado,
he said with a wink when he swung the door open. Her heart slammed into her throat as she stepped across the threshold.
What a lovely blouse you have on,
he murmured as she stood awkwardly in the middle of the room while he shut and locked the door.
How long until food arrives?
They said 20 minutes. It came out a whisper.
Perfect. You seem nervous,
he said, moving toward her. Maybe a little. I'm still irritated about the clothes, she said, hoping to relieve some of the sexual tension thick in the room. He hummed.
It's a perk of working for me. Just like health benefits or vacation pay. Sit,
he said, giving her a gentle nudge toward the couch. Do you buy your other assistants' clothes? He shrugged as she sat and tugged at her skirt.
I have before.
Just the ones you sleep with. Why are you being so defensive, Isabel? She let her shoulders sag. I'm sorry, that was rude. Garrett sat down and leaned in close enough that she could smell him, but he didn't touch her.
It was. If we were at solitaire, I might spank you. I've never slept with an assistant before. I'm usually a stickler for not blurring the lines.
So what's so special about me? He folded his arms and sat back, eyeing her.
Do you want a list?
She blushed and dropped her gaze.
Hey, I'm not trying to upset you. I just want to enjoy lunch with you. After our weekend, I'm finding it hard to remain professional. and your current attitude has my palm itching to connect with your ass."
She giggled and blushed further. A knock at the door saved her from having to respond. It was Garrett's driver bringing their lunch up. "Does he just sit and wait for you all day?" Garrett stared at her as if it were an odd thing to ask.
"Sometimes, unless I need him to run errands without me."
"So he's more than just a driver?" Garrett nodded and handed her a sandwich.
"Much more. He's also trained in personal protection and security, among other things."
Isabel shook her head. His world was entirely different from hers. They ate their lunch quietly and made small talk until it was time for Garrett's next meeting. He stood and offered her his hand after he cleaned up their lunch and walked her to the door. There, he backed her against it and pressed a harsh kiss to her lips.
"You're making me question all of my rules, Isabel,"
he murmured when he pulled away. She rubbed her lips as he backed up.
"I'll pick you up at 6 to get to the airstrip. You'll have a little time to get ready on the plane if you want."
11. Isabel left at 3 that day, as had been her habit. When she walked in the front door of her apartment, her father leaned against the kitchen counter looking very stern. "Hi, Daddy. Sorry about the mess in the living room. You didn't clean that up, did you?" He shook his head.
"No, I didn't have to. A man knocked on the door and said Mr. Oliver sent him to clean it up."
Isabel rolled her eyes.
"Why is this man buying you clothes, Isabel?"
She dropped her gaze. "I work for him. He wants me to dress a certain way for work. Tonight, I'm accompanying him to an event that requires something much nicer than I can afford. It's a perk of the job." He shook his head with disapproval.
"You'll have to pay for all of that, and you know it. Men like that don't buy women pretty things without expecting something in return. Just remember to keep your wits about you and your legs closed."
Her mouth dropped open. Jacob Alvarado was never one to talk about sex with his children. "I'm sad you think so little of me, Daddy." There was no way she could tell him she'd already slept with Garrett. Her father just tightened his arms across his chest and scowled.
"You're a good girl, Isabel. It's men like Garrett Oliver I don't trust. He may have given you and Uncle Henry and some of the others their jobs back, but he can change his mind in the blink of an eye if he doesn't think he's getting a good return on his investment. And trust me, Isabel," he said when she opened her mouth to speak. "The clothes, the promotion, taking you to a fancy event, those are all investments." She didn't want to hear any more and started to say as much when the front door opened.
"Hi, Aunt Izzy. Hi, Grandpa. Did you know they're putting gates at the entrances and exits?"
Sarah asked. Isabel frowned. Really? That must be what the construction crew was up to this morning. The girls both shrugged and started digging in the fridge. "I have to get ready to leave, Daddy. Make sure the girls do their homework." "Don't get in over your head, Isabel," he admonished as she made her way down the hall to her room. Feeling like a belligerent child, she decided to get dressed at home instead of on the plane. When she came out of the bedroom, her father was still in the kitchen and his eyes softened for just a moment before he frowned. Finally, he opened his arms and gave her a hug. "You're beautiful, just like your mother. It's no wonder this Mr. Oliver has taken a shine to you." Isabel blushed at her father's version of praise.
"Where are you going? You look like a movie star,"
Sarah said. Isabel gave her a one-armed hug and smiled. "Just some stuffy dinner with my boss, sweetie. I'm sure it will be dull."
"I hope the paparazzi are there. You could wind up on TMZ."
Isabel rolled her eyes. Both girls were obsessed with celebrity gossip. "Make sure you get your homework done, girls. Don't forget Uncle Henry is taking you to see your mom in the morning before school." Katerina scowled, but Sarah was happy to be visiting her mother in prison. At 5:45, Garrett messaged to say he was almost there, so Isabel stepped out onto the porch. There was no way he was coming inside her shabby apartment. The car that pulled up was one she hadn't seen before, a slightly above-average SUV instead of the flashy one his driver had been using. At least she knew he was listening. Garrett stepped out and her mouth went dry. The tux he wore was bespoke, and there were hints of yellow sparkling at his wrists. The cufflinks Jasmine gifted him.
Good evening, Miss Alvarado. You look stunning.
She nearly stumbled as her nieces stepped out onto the porch to see her off. Your boss is hot, Katerina whispered in her ear. Isabel smacked her shoulder before giving her a hug. I'll be in late tonight. Then she stepped into the parking lot where he waited with her door open. Have fun on Izzy, the girls yelled in unison.
Izzy,
Garrett said as he slid into the car next to her. She just shook her head and laughed. Everyone in my family, except my dad, calls me that. I hate it, but I'm pretty sure that's why they do it. Garrett frowned.
That's not very kind.
Isabel shrugged. That's family. Every time I think you can't look better, you do. I'm in love with your tux, she said, changing the subject. Garrett grinned.
Thank you, Isabel. I'm glad you approve.
My niece said you're hot. Garrett laughed, a full-throated laugh she hadn't heard before.
And what do you say, doll?
She gave him a coy smile and shrugged. She is the expert on hot men, so I can't exactly argue with her. He chuckled and picked up her hand, bringing it to his lips.
Thank you for coming with me. I find I enjoy your company more than the company of most.
She squirmed next to him. Remind me what this gala is for again?
It's an annual charity fundraiser for childhood cancer research in Dallas.
Do you have ties to that community? Garrett shook his head.
Not really, but I have a lot of political connections, and the event itself is political. Virtually every politician seeking election or re-election for a major office will be there, hoping to get someone's money or someone's endorsement.
Holy fuck. Garrett frowned.
I wouldn't advise saying that near the cameras. Relax. I'll be with you the entire time.
She shook her head. I'm not so sure. This feels like a terrible mistake. I'm not cut out for something like this. I live in a 3-bedroom apartment with 4 other people. I know nothing about politics. They're going to think I'm rude if I don't know who they are. Why didn't I ask more questions before I agreed to this? She could feel panic grasping at her throat, and talking helped keep it at bay. Garrett had other ideas. His hand came to rest at the back of her neck and squeezed hard, as his mouth crushed against hers, effectively shutting her up. When he pulled away, he said,
Calm down. You're panicking, and you don't need to. This will sound crass, but they're after my money and my political expertise, so they're not going to care all that much about the woman on my arm. To them, you're just like another piece of bling I'm wearing. I, on the other hand, care a great deal about you and plan to make sure you have an enjoyable time. I just need you to calm the fuck down and let me.
She nodded slowly, still reeling from his lip-bruising kiss. Sorry, I didn't mean to freak out on you. He massaged her neck.
It's fine. Just try not to stress out. We're on a date, and there will just be people with cameras around.
She blew out a breath. I just hope Sarah isn't right about me ending up on the front page of the TMZ website. He laughed.
I can't make any promises, but it's unlikely. Give me just a minute, please,
he said as he pulled out his phone and began typing. A few minutes later, they pulled up in front of a monstrous jet.
Here we are, Miss Alvarado,
he said with a wink. On the plane, Garrett pulled out a tablet and set it in front of her.
I'm connecting you with a woman who trains celebrities on how to handle cameras and the red carpet. It didn't occur to me before now to get you some expert advice. I apologize.
Isabel looked at him, bewildered. First lesson is to keep either a very neutral expression or a smile on your face at all times, Miss Alvarado. Isabel jerked her head down to see a stern-looking woman with an air of sophistication looking back at her. If you show fear, confusion, or any other negative emotions, the cameras will pick up on it. And the reporters and paparazzi will devour you for lunch. We don't want that. Pay careful attention because we have less than 2 hours to get you ready. Honestly, Garrett, you should be ashamed of yourself, dumping this poor girl in the deep end like this. Isabel's eyes went wide. Was it really going to be that bad? The woman sighed. I'm sorry, dear. I'm scaring you. It's really not that bad, and if you didn't have it in you, you wouldn't be working for the likes of Garrett Oliver. So let's get started, shall we? Garrett gripped Isabel's hand as they rode in the limo from the airport to the convention center. The woman he'd hired to coach her through her first red carpet had done a lot to put her at ease. But he could still sense her nervousness.
You're going to do fine.
She gave him a tense nod.
We're here, sir,
his driver said.
Looks like 4 cars ahead of us.
Garrett gave his driver a nod and slid his hand from Isabel's grasp so he could wrap his arm around her. It was 15 minutes before it was their turn to step out and make the lengthy walk. Compared to Hollywood events, the red carpet here was relatively short, but it would still take another 10 minutes for them to get inside and away from the cameras. He held his hand out for Isabel and helped her from the car. He could feel her shaking as he tucked her hand into the crook of his elbow and let his face go neutral. Immediately, the cameras turned their attention to him, and reporters shouted questions. One of a select group of reporters chosen to be on the carpet conducting official interviews stopped them. But he politely told her he wasn't taking questions tonight. At the photo wall, photographers called for them to turn this way and that, and they dutifully complied.
Mr. Oliver, is it true you're considering mass layoffs within your company? How can the president count on you as an economic advisor when your own house isn't in order?
Beside him, he felt Isabel stiffen. He'd walked the carpet enough to know how to pretend he didn't hear a question, so he did just that and listened for another reporter he could respond to. "Who is your date wearing?" someone shouted.
It's made by the incomparable Jasmine Darlington,
he said with a smile.
Isn't she gorgeous?
Without warning, he leaned in close to Isabel, who was facing him, and pressed a kiss to her lips. A gasp escaped her as their lips connected, but Isabel played along and returned his kiss as cameras flashed. The kiss worked, and reporters began shouting questions about who his date was. Instead of answering any more, he gave a curt nod to the staffer controlling traffic on the carpet, and someone escorted them from the photo wall into the lobby where no cameras were allowed. "You used me to get out of answering that question," Isabel accused. He thought about playing dumb, but knew he wouldn't get away with it.
That wasn't my intention, but answering that question would have led to a dozen others, as would not answering anything at all. It's better not to get into it with the press out there, so I answered something harmless that I knew would take their minds off of it for a minute.
"Is it true? Are you still considering mass layoffs?" she asked. Garrett shook his head.
Absolutely not. I'm not even sure where that information would have come from, which is why I didn't want to answer it.
She huffed. "Well, I don't like being used."
That's not what you said this weekend.
He knew it was a mistake as soon as the words were out. Her face went red. "That was a shitty thing to say, Garrett." He winced.
It was. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. Forgive me, it won't happen again.
When she didn't respond, he picked up both hands and squeezed.
Please, Isabel, let's just have an enjoyable night out. I shouldn't have kissed you on camera like that.
She dropped her head and nodded. Then, to his surprise, she lifted her face to his and smiled. "I do like kissing you, so I guess it wasn't all bad." He laughed.
Delightful girl. Let's go find our table.
It took them nearly half an hour to make their way through security and across the large ballroom to their table near the front. People wanting to bend Garrett's ear constantly stopped them. It was the reason he came to these things, to stay sharp and connected to the politicians he often worked with. But today, he was in a hurry to get Isabel to a table so she wouldn't be uncomfortable. She handled being on Garrett's arm well, though, and they were soon at their table where he pulled her chair out for her.
"Who are we sitting with?"
Isabel asked as she looked around the still empty table. Garrett grinned.
I see some of our table guests coming this way now.
A familiar couple approached, and the woman wrapped her arms around Garrett's middle.
Hello, Emily,
he said, bending to kiss her cheek.
Have you met Isabel?
We met one weekend in Colorado. Emily Eastman turned to her and held out her hand. It's good to see you again, Isabel. Garrett let the two women chatter while he turned to David and shook his hand.
How are you, Garrett?
He asked.
I'm doing well, staying busy as always. I hear you're back in California at the head of Eastman Enterprises again.
David grinned.
I am. We came back to Texas for this event and Emily's graduation down in Houston. Since my diagnosis and treatment, we've gotten involved in a lot of cancer treatment charities.
Garrett smiled and motioned toward the chairs.
Let's sit.
Someone in charge of the event came to the podium then.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could please have you all take your seats before the president's arrival.
There was a loud commotion that slowly quieted as conversation ceased and people began moving to their tables. 10 minutes later, the familiar melody of Hail to the Chief came over the sound system.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States of America.
Isabel's eyes went wide, and she whirled her head in Garrett's direction.
Seriously?
She hissed.
You didn't tell me the goddamn president was going to be here?
Garrett looked at her apologetically as he clapped.
Sorry, doll. He lost his brother to cancer when they were both children. He comes every year.
Isabel just shook her head but clapped along with everyone else. Dinner flew by in jovial conversation, and Garrett was glad David and Emily were able to join them at their table. Having familiar faces helped put Isabel at ease. Halfway through the meal, a staff member approached and whispered in his ear.
There's a phone call for Miss Alvarado, sir.
Garrett frowned but stood and helped her from her chair, making excuses to the table. Together, they walked to the lobby where someone was waiting with a phone.
Hello?
She answered. Garrett could hear hesitation in her voice. Then he watched her face go pale.
Which hospital is he in? No, stay at the apartment. Keep trying to call Grandpa.
She handed the phone back to the staffer.
Someone beat up Uncle Henry outside the warehouse as he was leaving. He's in the hospital.
Fuck.
Garrett swore.
I'll call the pilot.
How did the girls know where to call me?
Garrett dragged a hand down his face as he pulled out his phone.
Looks like Regina tried to call. One of my staff must have gotten him to the hospital and knew where we were. Regina would have known how to get in touch with your nieces.
He pressed a kiss to Isabel's forehead.
I need you to wait right here with security while I talk to some people.
Isabel gripped his upper arm.
You can just put me on a commercial flight home if you need to stay. I know this is important to you.
He frowned.
Stop, Isabel. I'm taking you home. I just need to smooth a few ruffled feathers while I wait for the pilot to respond. Stay here.
As he turned to leave, David stepped through the doors.
Everything okay, Garrett?
He asked. Garrett shook his head.
Isabel's uncle has been hurt and I need to get her home. Can you make excuses for us at the table? I was supposed to have a drink with Senator Harris after dinner.
David waved his hand.
Go, I'll handle it.
A Secret Service agent came through the doors as David was leaving.
Sir, the president is ready for you.
Garrett drew in a deep breath.
Tell him I'm available.
The doors to the ballroom opened and 2 more Secret Service agents stepped out, along with President Michael Donovan.
What's going on, Garrett?
The older man asked, his voice filled with the gravel of years of experience and one too many cigars.
A family emergency, sir, and a work one. You have my personal number, though, and we can conference at any time.
The president nodded.
I'm coming through Pennsylvania day after tomorrow. We can meet then.
Garrett winced.
Sorry, sir, I'm working out of one of my Colorado facilities for the rest of the week.
He gave a huff, not used to being told no.
Fine, I think I'm in Colorado at the end of the week anyway. We'll make it work.
Turning to Isabel, the president gave her a smile.
It's good to see Garrett with a woman he seems to actually give a damn about, young lady. Hope to see you again sometime.
Isabel seemed frozen in place as the president and his security moved back into the ballroom. "Did that seriously just happen?" she screeched. Garrett laughed and nodded.
It sure did. And there you have it. Now you have to come to these things with me more often. The President of the United States said so.
Isabel shook her head. If I weren't so worried about my uncle, I might think that was funny. Garrett sobered.
I'm sorry, doll. I'm not trying to make light of the situation.
She smiled. It's okay, I just need to get back. Garrett's phone buzzed.
Car is ready. Let's go.
Together, they walked to the waiting car. As they walked, the crowd of reporters sprang into action, shouting questions.
Mr. Oliver, are you leaving because the president fired you?
Who is your date?
Did you meet her at a club called Solitaire?
The last question nearly made him turn and growl, but he managed to keep his cool and prayed Isabel hadn't heard it. 12. Isabel shuddered on the plane as the cool air blew over her.
Need a blanket?
Garrett asked. She shook her head. It won't help. I think this chill is from the inside. Garrett nodded.
I understand. I got the hospital on the phone, and your dad is with him. The older girl, I'm sorry, I've forgotten her name, is home with Sarah.
Isabel smiled. It was sweet that he would even want to remember their names. Katerina, she said. Katerina after my grandmother. I always wanted to name a girl that if I had one, but my sister beat me to it. She's much older than I am, though. Garrett slid an arm around her.
He's going to be fine, Isabel. It sounds like he's got some broken bones, but no internal bleeding or anything like that.
She was grateful she had him here. It felt difficult to function at the moment, let alone get information from doctors when she was on an airplane home. Garrett's commanding tone and his reputation got him more detailed answers than she could have gotten anyway. Weariness overtook her and she let her head fall back against the seat. Do you think this was the same person who slashed my tires? Garrett ran a hand through his hair.
It's crossed my mind. I've already got my people looking at the security footage and they've made copies for the police.
Isabel nodded.
I want you and the girls and your dad to stay somewhere else,
he said after a moment of silence. Why?
Because if this is one of the former employees, such as Darren or Jason, they would have had access to your personnel records and would know where you live. I can set you up in a house.
Isabel shook her head. I don't think my family would go for that. Garrett clenched his fist and Isabel frowned.
I don't understand the stubborn pride and resistance to help, Isabel. It's about keeping you and your family safe, nothing more.
Her mind drifted back to the conversation she had with her father in the kitchen. Was it really that simple? Or was her father right that Garrett would eventually come to want something for all that he'd done for her? The apartment complex seems to be installing gates, she said. Won't that be enough? Garrett sighed.
I did that, and now I'm not so sure it is.
She frowned. What do you mean, you did that?
I mean, I went to the complex and paid to have gates installed.
She huffed as her face warmed with anger, and she turned her head toward the window. Damn it, Garrett. Why must you meddle this way? I've lived in that complex off and on for most of my life. It's never been an issue. Garrett was quiet for a moment, but when he spoke, his tone held a hint of anger and a threat.
You may only be my submissive inside the walls of Solitaire, but I'm sure as hell not going to stand by and do nothing when I have the resources to keep you safe. I take care of my subs, Isabel. Deal with it.
Well, maybe I want to be your sub more than just in the club, she blurted before clasping her hand over her mouth.
I would love to explore that conversation sometime when you're not pissed off at me, and you don't have a family member in the hospital,
he said evenly. I'm sorry, she whispered. It's an accurate statement, but you've always made it clear that this is only for inside the club. Garrett picked up her hand and pressed it to his lips.
Shut up, Isabel, before you dig yourself into a hole you can't get out of. We'll talk about it later.
Isabel closed her eyes again and tried to sleep for the remainder of the flight. Thankfully, it was a short one, and she was soon standing in the hospital, waiting to see her uncle. Daddy, she said when she rushed into the waiting room. How is he?
He's getting some more x-rays right now, but so far it just seems to be some broken ribs and a broken ankle. His face has some cuts and scrapes, but otherwise he's okay.
She nodded and wrapped her arms around him. I'm so sorry, I wasn't here.
It's okay, sweetheart. Your boss got word to me and sent a car to bring me over here.
Isabel turned her attention to Garrett and smiled at him. Thank you, she mouthed. She had no idea how he did it, but she was grateful. He just gave her a half smile and stuck his hand out to her father.
Garrett Oliver, pleasure to meet you, though I wish the circumstances were better. Jacob Alvarado, I've seen you on TV a few times.
Garrett grimaced.
That's not a great first impression, I imagine.
Jacob folded his arms over his chest.
Unless you're dating my daughter, you have no reason to worry about my impression of you, Mr. Oliver.
Garrett chuckled.
I see what you did there. I assure you, Isabel just works for me, though I would date her if she were open to the idea,
he said with a wink in Isabel's direction. She just rolled her eyes. Don't let Daddy goad you into saying anything you can't take back. He's good at that. Jacob scowled at his daughter.
I have no idea what you mean by that.
Just then, a nurse called out for the Alvarado family, and Isabel breathed a sigh of relief.
I'm going to stay here and get updates from my people at the office. Go visit your uncle,
Garrett said when she looked his way. She nodded and grasped her father's hand as they walked back to Henry's room. Her uncle was lying in bed with a banged-up face, but he raised one side of his mouth in a smile.
You were on a date with Mr. Oliver,
he said between heavy breaths. Not a date, just helping my boss out. He nodded his head to the TV.
The news says it was a date.
Isabel felt her face warm. Had their kiss made it to the news already? How are you feeling? She asked, trying to change the subject.
I'm feeling like I got beat to hell. Tell me what happened,
her dad said as he lowered himself into the chair near her uncle's bedside.
I was just leaving. Took some trash out that had accumulated after the evening cleaning crew left. Someone whacked me in the ribs with a board or bat or something. They were looking for Izzy. I wouldn't tell them anything, so they just kept kicking and hitting me. The voice seemed familiar, but I'm not sure where I've heard it before. When I was too weak to stop them, they stole my wallet.
Isabel felt her heart skip a beat as panic boiled in her throat. That means they got your driver's license with our address on it. Henry went stock still.
I guess you're right. I'm so sorry, Izzy.
She backed out of the room, raising her phone to her ear. I'll be right back, she said. As she strode down the corridor, she prayed for someone to answer. Finally, Katerina's voice came over the line. How's Uncle Henry? He's going to be fine. I need you and Sarah to check both doors and make sure they're locked. Then go into your room and stay there until I come home, okay? What's wrong, Aunt Izzy? You're scaring me. She blew out a breath. I'm sorry, Kat. Everything is okay. I'm just being careful. The person who hurt Uncle Henry has our address. We'll be there as soon as we can. She had reached the waiting room by the time she ended the call. Garrett was standing, talking to two men. One of them was his driver. He looked angry. When he spotted her coming through the doors, He held up a hand for his men to pause and rushed to her side.
Isabel, what's wrong? You look like you've just seen a ghost.
They stole his driver's license, she choked out. I need to get to the girls. I'll let you put us somewhere safe. Garrett was already in action, snapping his fingers so his men were at his side.
We need to get Isabel and her family to a safe place for the night. See what you can arrange. Regina can help you with that. And make sure the police know his wallet and license was stolen.
The men jumped into action to carry out his orders, and Garrett wrapped an arm around her.
Have you spoken to your nieces?
She nodded. I talked to Katerina and told her to lock the doors and stay in their bedroom.
Good girl. Tell your father we're leaving. I'll send someone to pick him up when he's ready.
She pulled out her phone and sent her father a text, not wanting to waste the time to go all the way back to the hospital room. Soon she was in the back of a car with Garrett, being rushed to her apartment.
It's going to be okay, Isabel. I'm going to make sure nothing happens to you.
She nodded and let him pull her close. They pulled up to her apartment a brief time later, and Isabel dug her keys out of the small silk handbag she still carried. Girls? She called as she opened the front door. It's Isabel. You can come out now. Slowly, the middle bedroom door opened, and her nieces emerged, looking frightened. That is, until their eyes landed on Garrett. I saw you kiss my aunt on the internet, Sarah said. Katerina elbowed her little sister. Hush, Sarah. Garrett didn't say anything, and Isabel didn't blame him. You had to be careful what you said to kids. They would definitely use it against you. I need you both to pack a week's worth of clothes and get whatever you need for school. We're going to stay somewhere else for a little while. Why? What's wrong? Katerina asked as Sarah ducked back into the bedroom. The 10-year-old was all too happy to be going on a trip, but Katerina was old enough to understand that something was wrong. I told you, sweetie. The people who beat up Uncle Henry might know our address. It's just to be safe. The teenager's lip quivered as she nodded. Do we still have to go see Mom tomorrow? Isabel sighed. I think it would be a good idea, but if you don't want to, I'll just take Sarah. Katerina shrugged. If Sarah goes, I'll go. Isabel blew out a breath and turned to Garrett, who had been standing quietly near the door. I'm going to grab clothes. To her surprise, and perhaps horror, Garrett followed her down the short hallway. In her bedroom, she tossed a suitcase on the bed and began packing. She started with some of the clothes Garrett had bought for her, then moved to her dresser to grab jeans, t-shirts, and underwear.
Your room is tiny,
Garrett said as he looked around. It suits me. Dad and Uncle Henry share the master bedroom. The girls share the other big bedroom, and I get this one to myself. Garrett just nodded and ran a hand along her dresser. You have a way of making me feel ashamed of my life, Isabel said quietly as she zipped her suitcase. Garrett frowned as he watched her.
That's never my intention, Isabel. I don't mean to disparage the life you have. I just think you deserve so much more.
Isabel's gut twisted and she leaned against her bed. People rarely get what they deserve, Garrett. I hate that word. How do we determine who deserves what? Garrett seemed to contemplate her words.
I don't guess I've ever thought of it that way before. Forgive me. I don't mean to offend. I'll work on it.
When she lifted her suitcase off the bed, Garrett stepped over and took it from her. Setting it on the floor with ease, he tilted her chin up with his free hand.
How are you doing, doll? What do you need from me?
She let her eyes drift closed. I don't know. I think I just need some sleep and maybe food. I didn't eat much at the gala. Garrett frowned.
When was the last time you ate a decent meal? You left half of your sandwich in my office.
Isabel shrugged. I guess breakfast this morning, then? Garrett growled.
I have 2 rules that result in a spanking if you break them. What are they, doll?
Isabel shook her head. I'm not doing this here. Not with my nieces in the next room, sir. There was an edge to her tone as she said the last word. He shook his head.
Fine, but we're not done talking.
As Isabel nodded, Garrett's phone rang, and he pressed a kiss to her forehead before he answered it.
Regina, do you have anything for me?
He said without a hello. Isabel looked around her room. It was tiny, but it was hers. That didn't mean she didn't dream of being able to get into a house where the girls could have their own rooms. She stepped into the hallway just in time to hear Garrett say,
Thank you, Regina. Stay available in case there are problems. We found a place that will hold all of you. We can leave right away.
Let me just check on the girls. Isabel knocked on their door and waited a minute before pushing it open. They were sitting on the bottom bunk, giggling as they stared at a phone. What are you two laughing about? She asked, their laughter warming her heart. You, Aunt Izzy, you're famous, Katerina said as she turned the phone around. Isabel's mouth dropped open as she watched Garrett kiss her on the red carpet. Delete that, she hissed, afraid Garrett would come in and see. The girls laughed. It's the internet, Aunt Izzy. You can't just delete it. She shook her head. Well, get it off your screen. You don't need to be watching that. It's just a kiss. Are you gonna marry him? He seems rich. Isabel shook her head. Nope, not talking about this. We'll just ask him then. You wouldn't dare, she said, pointing a finger at them in warning.
Ask me what?
Garrett said from the door, sending the girls into another fit of giggles. It's nothing, Isabel said. Are you ready for us? He nodded.
Where are your bags, ladies?
The girls snickered again as they each pointed to a small suitcase. Garrett retrieved them and winked at Isabel on his way out the door.
I'll be outside when you're ready.
Isabel took one last walk through the apartment, making sure nothing was left behind. She found Katerina's science textbook and a pair of headphones for Sarah's tablet. Where are we going? Katerina asked when Isabel slid in beside her. Sarah had opted to ride up front with the driver.
I've arranged a safe house for you and your family,
Garrett said. That seemed to placate the teen, and she went back to scrolling on her phone. The drive was brief, and Isabel recognized the neighborhood they were driving through. It was a nicer one, but not the ritzy part of town, thank goodness. They pulled into the driveway of a large 2-story house, and Isabel felt her mouth drop open. Garrett just squeezed her hand and stepped out of the car. He opened the front passenger door with a dramatic bow and motioned for Sarah to step out. The girl giggled at him. Katerina just rolled her eyes as she climbed out of the back seat. The driver pulled their bags from the car and carried them to the front door, where he punched a code into a lockbox and retrieved some keys. Isabel stepped into a spacious, open-concept living room kitchen area. It was decorated and fully furnished. Are we in someone else's house? She asked as she tried to take everything in. Garrett laughed.
Not exactly. It's for sale, and the owners staged it with furniture, hoping to sell it faster.
Did you buy it?
No, but I have the option if I want it.
Isabel shook her head, too overwhelmed to ask any more questions.
Downstairs has 2 bedrooms, and there are 3 upstairs. I thought your uncle would want a downstairs room while he recovers, and your dad can have the other one down here. The girls can each have an upstairs room, and you can take the master suite up there.
Isabel shook her head. I'll take the downstairs room. Daddy can have the suite. Garrett just shook his head, lifted her suitcase, and walked toward the stairs.
My one stipulation in all of this is that you take the suite.
Isabel rolled her eyes. She wasn't exactly in a position to say no.
I see where your niece gets her eye roll from,
Garrett said dryly. You are an incredibly frustrating man, Isabel said as she followed him up the stairs. To one side of the hall, a bathroom sat between 2 bedrooms. A lone door was on the other side, and Garrett headed for that one, pushing it open. Isabel gasped. This is way too much, Garrett. He shook his head.
Nonsense. It was what I could come up with last minute. Just enjoy the space, Isabel. I know you hate the word, but you deserve it for everything you do for your family.
There's a TV in our rooms,
She heard the girls scream. Isabel sighed and hurried to their side of the hallway. The rules are still the rules, girls. No screens after 9 on a school night.
Come on, Aunt Izzy. Surely this counts as a special circumstance,
Sarah protested.
Yeah, Aunt Isabel, have a heart,
Garrett said, winking at Sarah. She turned and gave him a mock glare but couldn't help but laugh. It also warmed her heart that he made a point of calling her Aunt Isabel instead of Izzy, the way the girls did. Maybe tomorrow. You have an early morning, though, so you should get ready for bed. I doubt the cable and internet are hooked up anyway. Both girls grumbled but went to explore their temporary new rooms.
I'm heading back downstairs, doll. I'll be right back,
Garrett said after his phone buzzed. She sat on the edge of her bed and checked her phone for messages from her father while she waited. There were none, so she set the phone aside and looked around the spacious master bedroom. He stepped into the doorway holding fast food bags.
I wasn't sure what you might want, so I had Jeff get me a few things.
Who is Jeff?
My driver.
She shook her head. How did she not know his driver's name yet? She pointed at the bag for a burrito place she liked. They have the best burritos in the area. I'll take that one. He laughed and handed it to her. He leaned against the dresser and watched her as she unwrapped it to eat.
I feel like we have a lot to discuss, Isabel.
She had a feeling she knew the answer, but she played innocent anyway. Like what? She asked as she brought the steak burrito to her mouth.
How serious were you about being my submissive outside the club?
She blushed as she swallowed a bite of food. It wasn't a conversation she pictured having with him any time soon. But she was grateful for the distraction from everything going on. I like being your submissive, she said with a shrug. But I don't want to give up being a house submissive for solitaire. Garrett frowned.
I wouldn't ask you to do that. I'm just trying to get a feel for what to do here. The truth is, I want you to be mine. I've never been in this situation before, Isabel. I don't mind admitting that it's tricky.
I shouldn't have said anything, Isabel said, putting her burrito to the side.
Eat.
His voice was stern and commanding, but Isabel's stomach was in knots, and she didn't think eating was such a good idea.
You eat, or I spank you.
His gaze was piercing, and she dropped her head so she didn't have to see it. She could still feel it, though. I don't like spanking, she muttered as she picked up her food again.
I asked this earlier, and you dodged my question. What are my 2 rules that can earn you a spanking, Isabel?
Her name on his lips sent a shudder through her. Blatant disrespect and putting myself in danger, she muttered, not meeting his gaze.
And I told you how I felt about you not eating the other day.
She nodded and took another bite.
If you're going to be mine outside the club, I'm adding 1 more to the list of reasons I'll spank you.
She cringed as her mind raced through the possible rules he could impose. What's that, sir? She finally asked.
Not communicating with me. I need to know where your head is at for this to work.
She let her shoulders relax. That she could manage. Fair enough, sir, she whispered.
I need to go and get some things taken care of so I can work tomorrow. We'll talk more later, okay?
She nodded. Okay.
I've got security out front and someone will be here in the morning to hook up the internet.
He crossed the room and pressed a kiss to the crown of her head.
I'll call you in the morning, Isabel.
Oh, that reminds me. I need to come in late tomorrow. Henry usually takes the girls to see their mom, but I'll need to do it. Garrett frowned.
Why would you even come to work at all tomorrow? You've been through a lot, Isabel.
Uncle Henry is going to recover, and he's safe now. I need something to take my mind off everything, and I'll especially need it after taking the girls to see their mom. Garrett scowled but relented.
Fine, but if you come in tomorrow looking like you haven't slept, you're getting a spanking, and then I'm sending you home for a nap. Are we clear?
She swallowed and nodded slowly. Was she ready for his overbearing dominance outside the club? That glowering, dominant stare he was giving her sent shivers through her, and she felt her nipples pebbled beneath her shirt. "Yes, sir," she said, maintaining eye contact with him.
Good girl. I'll send a driver. It's safer than sending you somewhere on your own right now. Where are they going to visit their mom?
State prison. 13. Garrett loosened his tie as he listened to his forensic accountant rattle off details about their team's deep dive into Darren Gunn's history with the company.
It would appear Mr. Gunn was tucking money away in a personal account over the last 2 years. He was ingenious about how he did it, and to be honest, the cursory investigation we've done into his background says he's just not that bright. I wouldn't be surprised if someone else were working with him.
Garrett took the sheet of paper handed to him and read it.
This is nearly $4 million. How the hell did we not catch this before it got out of control?
The accountant shook his head.
It would appear he was doing it in tiny amounts at first, with only the occasional sizable amount. When the bigger discrepancies raised questions, he would find someone to fire and your finance team considered it handled. With a portfolio as large as yours, a few thousand in discrepancies here and there doesn't raise red flags. Delays in quarterly report filings or clerical errors could explain it. Those just don't get investigated as thoroughly. And you're sure the people he fired had nothing to do with it? It's impossible to say for sure without investigating further, but my guess would be they were clueless.
Garrett's fists clenched, crumpling the paper in his hand.
How do we find out who Darren was working with so I can get them out of my company?
The forensic accountant stood.
That's not my department. I can keep crunching the numbers, but a private investigator might do a better job in this case. There's always the FBI. I'm sure they would love to investigate Mr. Gunn.
Garrett grimaced. Involving the FBI before he knew everything he could was not something he relished. His ties to the president would make them hesitant to get involved anyway.
I've got some investigators I can tap,
Garrett said. He heard the door to his outer office open and glanced up. Through the window, he could see Isabel settling in at her desk, prompt as usual. He pressed the intercom button.
Can you come in here, please, Isabel?
She stopped what she was doing and stood again. When she opened the door, she froze as if she hadn't been expecting others in his office. What can I do for you, Mr. Oliver?
Tell us about Darren Gunn. What was he like?
She lifted her head and looked at the ceiling. He was rude, lazy, and a slob most of the time.
Over the last couple of years, do you remember him firing anyone for stealing?
I do remember one woman about 9 months ago. I never heard the official reason for her being fired. But the rumor on the floor was that she'd stolen $250,000. It never made sense to me, though, because she was a really nice older woman. She hadn't been here long before it happened. Less than 6 months. The forensic accountant wagged his finger.
Bingo. That lines up with what we've been finding. In some cases, I don't have a name for who he fired, but the names we do have, they had been here less than a year.
Isabel frowned. You're saying she didn't take all that money? Garrett nodded.
It's starting to look that way. The police never got involved. He just fired them and moved on.
That poor woman, Isabel murmured. The accountant walked to the door.
I should be going, Mr. Oliver. I'll let you know what else I find.
Garrett thanked him and waited for the door to close.
You look tired. Did you sleep last night?
He asked sternly. Isabel shook her head. Please don't spank me. It was strange not being in my own bed.
You slept in my bed at Solitaire just fine,
he murmured. Her face warmed. That's different, and you know it. He chuckled.
Fine. You're safe from punishment this time. How was the visit with your sister?
She shrugged. Stressful as always, but I do my best to make sure they get to see their mom at least once a month. Garrett smiled.
You're a good sister.
I don't always feel like it. She thinks I didn't do enough to keep her out of jail. I fought pretty hard for her the first time, but... She trailed off with a shrug. Garrett gave a half-hearted smile.
I have a bit of experience with wayward siblings.
She raised an eyebrow. I didn't know you had siblings. He held up a finger.
Just one. I don't talk about him much.
I would love to hear about him sometime, but I won't pry, she said. He wanted to go to her, hold her to his chest, but he knew he couldn't. The warehouse floor below them was bustling with activity, and he needed to remain professional around her at work.
I want you to go home early and get some rest,
he said, changing the subject. She shook her head. I'm good. I'll just take off at 3 like normal. Garrett frowned, wanting to argue, put his foot down, but he didn't.
Okay, 3 is fine. For now. If you're going to insist on working, I need you to dig through employment records for the last couple of years.
He picked up a pen and wrote something on a sticky note.
I want to identify the people fired during these timeframes so we can figure out if they were the ones fired for stealing. I want to talk to as many of them as possible.
She took it and stood. I'll get right on that, Mr. Oliver, sir. Was she trying to bring his inner Dom out at the office?
I haven't dismissed you yet,
he said sternly. When she dropped back into her chair, he very nearly smirked at how quick she reacted to his commanding tone. He pushed back from his desk and walked to the blinds to close them. After locking the door, he turned and prowled toward the pretty girl sitting at his desk. Her hair was down, cascading over her shoulders, so he let his hand sink into the wavy tendrils at the nape of her neck and gripped hard, pulling her head back so she was staring up at him. She gasped as his grip tightened. Garrett, we're at work. He didn't respond, just bent and pressed his lips to hers.
I missed you in my bed last night,
he said when he pulled away.
And if you're going to be my submissive outside of the club, you might as well get used to seeing at least a little dominance from me at work.
Her blush made him want to dominate her even more, but he knew it was unwise to take it too far, at least while there were so many other employees in the building.
I'll have mercy on you for now, though. You can go back to work.
She blushed as her hair fell from his fingers. Standing, she surprised him and leaned up on her tiptoes to press a kiss to his cheek.
Thank you, doll,
he murmured as he watched her walk out the door. He kept his blinds closed so he wouldn't stare at her all day. He had a lot of work to get done so he could return to his normal routine in Pennsylvania. He did his best to tamp down the voice that said maybe he wanted to work out of Colorado long-term. His train of thought irritated him. He liked Colorado for solitaire and the cheap warehouse property, but he had no desire to live there. A woman like Isabel wasn't going to leave her family to come live with him in Pennsylvania either. Not that he wanted her to. He enjoyed living on his own and wasn't ready for a family or long-term commitment. Sir, I have your shipping team manager here. He's ready for your tour. Isabel's voice crackled over the intercom, making him smile. He pressed the button.
Thank you. Tell him I'll be down in 5 minutes, please.
On his way out the door, he stopped and said,
This will likely take me until mid-afternoon. Take your lunch break whenever you're ready.
He spent the rest of the morning going through the entire shipping department with the manager. He had tours set up with all 4 of the major departments inside the center, and every team manager knew their jobs were on the line. Back in his office that afternoon, he got on a video call with Regina to sort out his schedule. The president was adamant that they meet soon, so he was trying to make it work.
You could fly into Pennsylvania tonight. He'll be in the state most of tomorrow,
Regina said after reviewing his calendar.
Could I be back in Colorado by tomorrow night? I have things I need to take care of here on Thursday.
Yes, sir, easy. You could also take a meeting with that Ohio shipping company while you're here. They're pestering me again.
He rolled his eyes. The company had been trying to get his attention for months, but everything in their public record said investing in them or partnering with them would be a risk he wasn't willing to take right now. He'd thought they would get the hint when he didn't answer any of their petitions for a meeting, but they were getting persistent.
Fine, set it up. I'll humor them, and then maybe they'll go away.
Very good, sir. Should I arrange to have your plane ready when you get done for the day?
He held up a finger to the camera.
Give me 1 minute.
He leaned to the other side of his desk and pressed the intercom on the phone.
Isabel, come in here, please.
The door opened seconds later, and she leaned against his doorframe. Her expression was sultry, and for a moment he forgot Regina was waiting on him. You should ditch the jacket and roll your sleeves up like that more often. It's really hot, she said as she pushed off the doorway. He blinked as Regina coughed. Isabel's face went red, and she mouthed, "Sorry." He kept his expression neutral.
I need to go to Pennsylvania tonight. Can you come with me?
She shook her head. I need to be here for the girls. Sarah has a play at 7 tonight. He nodded and turned his attention to his assistant on the screen.
Tell the pilot I'll want to take off at 7:30. Also, book a reservation somewhere nice for Miss Alvarado and me for dinner, please.
Isabel narrowed her eyes and shook her head. He muted his microphone.
Close the door,
he said when she opened her mouth to protest. She did as he ordered, and he stood and leaned over the desk, his palms flat against the dark wooden surface.
What did you have for breakfast?
She dropped her gaze. A donut and some coffee.
And lunch?
She shook her head. Haven't gotten that far. He unmuted Regina but maintained eye contact with Isabel.
Change my dinner to a late lunch, please, Regina. Something available as soon as possible.
Isabel opened her mouth. But... He stopped her with a hand gesture as he pressed mute again.
You either let me buy you lunch or you bend over my desk for a spanking. Your choice.
Her mouth opened, then closed, and finally opened again. Lunch would be lovely, sir. He smirked as he unmuted Regina just as she was rattling off a restaurant name and address.
Thank you, Regina.
That is so not fair, Isabel said with a pout as he disconnected.
What's not fair? That I demand you take care of yourself.
No, that you turn me on with threats of things I hate. He tossed his head back and let laughter roll out of him.
Oh, Isabel, you always delight me, even when you frustrate me. One of these days, I'm going to show you just how much a spanking can turn you on. Get your things. We're going to lunch, and then you're going home for a nap.
She didn't argue anymore, and they were soon in the back of a car on the way to a restaurant. He watched her eat a bowl of soup and half a sandwich before he was satisfied. She dozed off, leaning against his shoulder as he took her back to the safe house.
I'll see you tomorrow night, doll,
he whispered when he kissed her goodbye.
We'll have a proper conversation about us when I'm back.
Isabel tossed her empty coffee cup in the trash can under the desk as she sat reading about the various tourist attractions her boss expected her to be able to discuss with guests. It was nearly 9 on Wednesday evening, and she'd been at work for an hour. Garrett was delayed getting back into town, so they were going to have breakfast in the morning instead of getting together tonight. Isabel? Her supervisor said, leaning on the desk. I just wanted to say you're doing really great, and your suggestions for hospitality are excellent. You'll do well in this industry. She smiled shyly. Thanks, Lori. I'm just glad to be helpful. You leaving for the night? Yeah, I've been here since 6. Just call if you need anything. You'll have help in about an hour. Isabel nodded and waved as the woman left. An hour later, she was engrossed in her reading when she heard the lobby doors open. She raised her head just in time to see Garrett walk through the double doors, wheeling his suitcase behind him. For a moment, she considered ducking so he didn't see her, but it was too late. He paused and did a double take to make sure he was actually seeing her. The look on his face as he strode toward her with purpose told her she was about to get in serious trouble with her dom.
Good evening, Isabel,
he said, making a show of reading her name tag. She smiled in return as a coworker approached the desk. Good evening, Mr. Oliver.
Do I have any messages?
He knew damn well he didn't, but Isabel checked anyway. No, sir. None that I can see.
Now that's interesting. I was really expecting someone to inform me about some important decisions concerning my business.
She gave him an apologetic smile. I'm terribly sorry, sir. I'll be sure to let you know if anything comes for you. The coworker left to do something else, and Garrett leaned over the counter.
I don't know what this is about, Isabel, but we're going to have a long conversation when you get off.
She winced. I'm here all night. He looked as if he wanted to swear, but didn't. Instead, he pulled out his cell phone.
Hunter, sorry to bother you. I need to borrow one of your employees for a couple of hours.
She strained to hear what Hunter was saying, but Garrett stepped away when he saw her trying to listen. A moment later, the desk phone rang.
Isabel.
Hunter's deep bass voice came over the phone.
Did you really not tell Garrett you were working for me?
She closed her eyes. No, sir. I was planning to, I swear. Things just got crazy.
Do you have a coworker tonight, or are you on your own?
Someone is here with me, she breathed.
Very well. You have the rest of the night off. You'll still be paid, but you're going to make this right before you work again. Understood?
Yes, sir, she whispered, her voice trembling.
Hey, I'm not trying to upset you, little one. You're not in trouble with me. I can't speak for Garrett, though.
She sighed as she gathered her composure. I'm pretty sure I'm in deep shit with him, she said dryly. I'm sorry if I put you in a tough spot. I didn't expect him to call you. Deep laughter rumbled through the phone.
We're all one big family at Solitaire. If we can help each other, we do. Of course he called me.
Isabel giggled. Okay, well, I'm sorry anyway. I guess I should go fix this.
Good night, little one.
When her coworker arrived at the desk a few minutes later, she clocked out and made her way across the lobby to the hotel bar where Garrett was waiting for her. He was twisting a glass of scotch in his hand when she approached. I'm really sorry, she said tearfully when she slid into the booth across from him. He didn't lift his head to meet her gaze.
How long have you been working 2 jobs?
She shrugged. It's something I've done off and on since I started working. He sighed.
You know, that's not the answer I was looking for, Isabel.
She blew out a breath. Master Hunter offered me the job the night he punished me at Solitaire. I started the next Monday, and then you rehired me. It seemed like too good an opportunity to pass up, because the schedules lined up perfectly for me to do both. I can finally pay off some of my sister's credit card debt and get ahead on my student loans. Maybe save some to help Kat with college tuition. He lifted his head and gave her a quizzical look.
And why are you paying your sister's credit card debt?
When she didn't answer, he picked up both of her hands and squeezed.
Communication, Isabel. How am I supposed to take care of you and be a good dom if you're keeping things from me?
It's just family drama. It shouldn't be your concern.
If it's causing you to work 2 jobs and not eat and not sleep, it's absolutely my concern. You're running on fumes and I want to know why.
You already know my sister is in prison for the 2nd time. A variety of offenses. She fell in with the wrong crowd, but one thing she did was take out credit cards in a number of family members' names, including mine and her daughter's. We're all in debt as a result. The district attorney only charged her with the counts he could prove, and those charges got wiped clean. Our debt was not debt included in the criminal case against her, so we're on the hook for the money. Garrett swore, and Isabel cringed. She hated that she'd made him angry.
So why didn't you tell me you were working for Hunter when I gave you the new job?
She winced, unsure how to answer.
Spit it out, Isabel. You're already on thin ice.
Honestly, I wasn't sure it was going to work out with us, and I wanted to have a fallback plan. He drained his scotch.
I guess that's fair.
Am I in trouble? She whispered when he fell silent again.
Are you mine?
He asked, his eyes steely and intense as they bored holes into her. She nodded. Yes, sir.
Then yes, you're in trouble.
Are you going to spank me? She hated the way her voice quivered.
I feel like that's what you've earned,
Garrett said.
But if you tell me I can't, I won't.
Isabel frowned. Was he testing her resolve to be his submissive? Biting her lip, she said, I agreed to your conditions regarding spanking. His gaze turned tender as he picked up her hand.
I just want you to take care of yourself and communicate with me, Isabel. Is that so hard to understand?
She shook her head. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. Hunter's offer was just too good to pass up, and so was yours. Not to mention, Hunter wants to help me finish my degree.
The hell he is. I can do that.
Isabel giggled and earned a glare from Garrett.
I don't see what you're laughing about, doll. You're about to get your butt spanked.
The thought should have sobered her, but she grinned. You just sound overprotective and jealous of Master Hunter. It makes sense for him to offer because my major in college was hospitality and hotel management. I want to own my own hotel someday. Garrett lifted an eyebrow as his eyes widened.
How did I not know this about you?
It kind of doesn't come up at a BDSM club, sir. He shook his head.
We conduct extensive background checks. I knew you went to college, I just didn't pay attention to your major. I'm sorry, Isabel.
She reached for his hand again. You have nothing to be sorry for, sir. I, on the other hand, do. I'm sorry for not communicating very well. He raised a hand and motioned for the waiter to approach.
I'm going back to my room. Send up a bottle of red wine and 2 steak dinners cooked medium, please.
The waiter nodded.
Absolutely, Mr. Oliver. I'll call the kitchen and get that started right away.
Isabel opened her mouth to protest, but Garrett narrowed his eyes at her. When the waiter left, he said,
If you can honestly tell me that you've had 3 full meals today, you can cancel your order. Otherwise, you're going to eat, and then we're going to discuss how hard I'm going to spank you.
When she didn't open her mouth again, he nodded.
That's what I thought.
He slid out of the booth and held his hand out to her. You do know the kitchen closed almost an hour ago, right? She asked as he led her to the elevator. Garrett shrugged.
I'm paying a lot of money for the penthouse suite, and I tip really fucking well. They don't mind.
It was a mentality she would never understand, but she didn't say anything else. Inside the suite, one Isabel hadn't seen yet, Garrett dropped his bag in the closet and shed his jacket. She stood awkwardly in the middle of the room and waited for him to speak. He loosened his tie and tugged it over his head, discarding it on a nearby table. Stalking toward her, he folded the cuffs until his sleeves were at his elbows.
I believe you mentioned something about it being hot when I roll my sleeves up,
he said as he reached her. Unable to help herself, she giggled. I didn't exactly mean right before you're about to spank me, sir. He gave her a half-smile as he lifted a hand to cup her cheek. Dipping his head, he pressed a soft kiss to her lips, causing her to whimper.
What time were you supposed to get off?
6, sir. He nodded.
You can spend the night with me, then.
If that will please you, sir, I would love to. He hummed and lifted his other hand, cupping both sides of her face.
I appreciate you slipping so easily into your submissive role. Don't think it's going to get you out of a sore bottom, though.
She shuddered but nuzzled one cheek into his palm, enjoying the feel of his hands on her. Right now, she didn't care if it was a spanking she was about to get. She just wanted him to touch her. From the moment he'd walked into the lobby, she'd felt herself getting more and more aroused. Not to mention, it had been days since he'd done anything more than kiss her. He brought his mouth to hers once more, and she whimpered when he nipped at her lip with his teeth. A knock at the door had him pulling away.
Go into the bedroom and wait for me. Kneeling.
She scurried to obey while he opened the door for room service. When the bellhop was gone, Garrett wheeled the cart into the bedroom. The smell of the food made Isabel's stomach growl so loud he heard it and glared at her.
"That's it,"
he said.
"Stand up and pull your skirt up."
A twinge of fear shot through her, but she did as he asked. Garrett had only spanked her once, and it was not pleasant. He abandoned the cart of food and sat on the edge of the bed.
"Over my lap, naughty girl."
"Please don't. I'm sorry," she whispered as she went to his side.
"I warned you, Isabel. Over my lap."
Accepting her fate, she lay herself across his lap. His hand fluttered over her panty-clad bottom before he hooked his fingers into the waist and pulled them down.
"Such a pretty bottom,"
he murmured. Without further warning, his hand connected sharply with her right bottom cheek. She winced as his hand landed again on the opposite side.
"I wish we were doing this for fun, Isabel. I could make you come from a spanking. Instead, you're making me punish you, because you can't follow simple requests that you take care of yourself."
As he spoke, his hand fell in rhythmic swats back and forth on each cheek. None of them were overly hard, but they all stung, and the heat was growing, as was the pain in her rear.
"This is just a taste of what you have coming,"
he said as he finished with 6 rapid-fire slaps to each cheek.
"I'll give you a proper spanking after I've fed and fucked you."
She swallowed as he helped her from his lap.
"Was that so horrible?"
he asked as she straightened her clothes. She nodded, and an embarrassing whimper left her lips. "I don't like feeling like a naughty girl. I want to be a good submissive." He smiled tenderly.
"Then follow my simple rules, doll. You're a very good submissive. I've only punished you once since you put my bracelet on."
He stood and set their meal out on the small table in the bedroom.
"Come eat with me and tell me about your day."
"I would rather hear about yours. It sounds much more interesting than mine." He chuckled.
"Not as much as you might think. Meetings with the president can be pretty dull."
"What do you advise him on?"
"Several things. Economic policy is the big one. We've been friends for a long time. I was a volunteer on his campaign for senator when I was in high school."
"How is that possibly less interesting than my day at the warehouse or my parent-teacher conference?" He laughed.
"I find everything about you interesting. How did your check-in with the shipping team go? Do you think they fixed the things I asked them to?"
She dug into the delicious steak and felt a bit embarrassed about having not eaten most of the day. She just got so busy it often slipped her mind. "I think they did. I left my notes on your desk. I'm sure I missed something." Garrett frowned.
"Have a little confidence in yourself, doll. If I didn't trust you to supervise, I wouldn't have put you in the role."
She blushed as she took a sip of her wine.
"I don't like the idea of you working 2 jobs,
he said as he stabbed a piece of asparagus. "I'm doing what I have to for my family. We're still paying Mom's medical bills, and she's been dead for almost a decade. Then there's the credit card debt, my student loans, keeping the girls in clothes. It's a lot, even with 3 adults earning money." He leaned back in his chair and watched her eat for a minute.
I'm guessing you're not open to the idea of me helping to ease the burden."
She'd been afraid he would ask. It wasn't that she had such a problem accepting help, but her father and uncle would. They were from a different generation and had been raised to not accept help from anyone. "I have a very old-fashioned family, and it would offend their pride. They're not happy about you being in my life to begin with. Before the gala in Dallas, I got an earful from my dad. He said you were going to expect me to sleep with you because of all the generous things you were doing for me. I didn't have the heart to tell him it was too late for that." Garrett gave her a half-smile.
"I hope you don't feel pressured into sleeping with me," he murmured. "I use my money to solve problems, not lure women into my bed."
She bit into the asparagus as silence hung between them. "I definitely don't feel pressured," she finally said. I would think the fact that I held out until I was ready would tell you that. He nodded.
That's one thing I appreciated about you when we met. You were able to explain so eloquently what you were looking for when you joined the House Submissive program. Your communication was perfect. I think that's why I'm disappointed that you felt like you had to hide things from me.
She sighed. I'm really sorry. How do I make it up to you?
Finish your dinner and come to bed with me.
What about spanking me? He leaned on the table with his elbows.
Oh, I'm still going to spank you. I'm just not telling you when.
She stuck her bottom lip out. That's not fair. He chuckled.
It's punishment, Isabel.
With a sigh, she shoved the last bite of steak in her mouth and drained her wine glass. Garrett stood and held his hand out.
Come shower with me,
he said, his voice husky. Her face warmed as she placed her hand in his. Can I wash your hair? She asked, liking the idea of running her hands through his fluffy dark hair. He shook his head.
Not tonight. Tonight, I'm taking care of you.
True to his word, Garrett tenderly washed her in the shower, massaging her scalp and shoulders as he did. When she was clean and rinsed, he made her sit on the tiled bench seat at the other end of the shower while he hurried through washing his own hair and body. It was a glorious body to look at, so Isabel didn't mind sitting and watching.
It's rude to stare, Miss Alvarado,
he said as he shut off the water and leaned out of the shower for towels. He handed her one and wrapped the other around his waist before helping her stand. It's not my fault you're so delicious to stare at, sir, she said with a giggle when he took her towel and started drying her off.
I guess I'll just have to blindfold you to teach you to be polite,
he said with a wink. Leading her to the bed, he pushed her into a sitting position on the edge of the mattress before shoving her onto her back.
Legs wide, doll.
Her body was still slightly damp, and the cool air of the room combined with his piercing gaze had her nipples puckering as she slid her legs open. Garrett tugged an ottoman over to the edge of the bed and knelt on it between her legs. Was he about to do what she thought he was about to do? Yep. His head dipped between her thighs and pressed a kiss to her pussy. She tried to protest, but he gave her a glare and shook his head.
I told you, I'm taking care of you tonight.
You don't have to do... He crawled up the bed and hovered above her, resting his hands on either side of her head.
Shut up, Isabel, and let me make you come. That, or you can have your spanking now.
His words sent a flood of moisture to her core, and she nodded. Yes, sir. Shutting up now, she murmured. He winked and slid himself back down between her thighs, where he wasted no time. She was soon writhing against his mouth as he licked and sucked her until she was pleading for an orgasm. He dipped 2 long fingers inside her while he sucked her clit into his mouth. When he found just the right spot, she flew over the edge and bucked against his tongue as the orgasm tore through her. Garrett grabbed a condom from somewhere and rolled it on. She wanted to reach out and touch him, but she was still trembling from the orgasm.
Scoot up on the bed, doll,
he ordered. When she was in position, he crawled onto the bed and settled between her legs.
Gorgeous,
he murmured.
I could look at you all night.
He shifted and positioned his cock at her opening. She groaned when he breached her and slid deep. He hovered above her, bracing himself against the mattress as he eased out of her again. The motion was lazy, almost teasing, but she could see his arm muscles ripple as he strained to control himself. Fuck me, please, she whimpered. He grinned and pressed a kiss to her nose.
With pleasure,
he murmured in her ear before raising himself over her again. His hips thrust in a hard, fast motion, pounding his cock into her until she was moaning and gasping from the force of it. Their mingled groans and heavy breathing became the soundtrack of their lovemaking as he fucked her hard and fast. It wasn't long before another orgasm was on the horizon. It ripped through her without warning, and she felt herself squeeze his cock as it rumbled through her body. His shoulders tensed and he braced himself against her as his own pleasure overtook him. When he pulled away moments later, he looked as sated as she felt. They didn't speak as he cleaned them up with a rag and discarded the condom. When he returned, he pulled the covers back and motioned for her to climb in. His arms circled her and he pressed a kiss between her shoulder blades. She fell asleep against him, thinking she'd escaped without the spanking he promised. 14.
Isabel, wake up.
Garrett's breath was warm against her ear as he tried to wake her the next morning. She sighed and snuggled closer to his warmth, his bare chest pressed against her back.
Come on, doll. We have some things to take care of before you leave, and it's almost 6.
He leaned across her and she inhaled his intoxicating scent. A soft click sounded and a dim light filled the room. When she blinked her eyes open, she noted Garrett already had his slacks on, which meant he'd been up already.
Sit up.
Slowly, the fog faded and she pushed herself upright on the bed. Good morning, she murmured, her eyes still fluttering against the light. He kissed her forehead.
We'll see if you still think that in a few minutes.
Her heart stuttered when she saw his stern expression, and memories of their conversation the night before came flooding back.
What time do you need to leave?
He asked as he took a hold of her wrist and tugged until she was sitting next to him. I just need to be home by 7:30. He nodded and glanced at his smartwatch.
I'll see that you're not late.
Are you about to spank me? She asked, worry filling her voice.
I am. I know you thought you'd escaped it, but if you remember, I told you I wasn't telling you when it would happen.
But why now? Can't we do it later? He chuckled.
No, sweet doll, I'm doing it now because maybe starting your day with a sore bottom will help you remember that you're mine, and I expect you to take care of yourself.
She sighed, knowing she couldn't argue with him unless she wanted to redefine her limits. And she didn't. Not really. Yes, sir, she whispered.
Then up you go. Stand in the corner over there while I get some things ready.
Resigned to what was about to happen, she went to the corner and stood. Every sound behind her seemed deafening as he moved about the room. The zip of a bag. The closet door opening and closing. When his hands touched her shoulders, she jumped.
Easy, Isabel. You act like I'm about to beat you bloody. It's just a spanking,
he said as he turned her around. Sorry, I'm just tense. He dropped into a straight-backed dining table chair he'd brought in from the other room and patted his lap.
Over you go.
When she was settled across his lap, he began massaging her ass.
I admit, I enjoy seeing a bottom turn nice and red. But I don't like punishing you, and I know how you feel about spanking. I respect how much trust you're giving me right now, and I'm going to do my best to handle that with care. You earned this punishment, though, so I want you to be a good girl and take it without too much complaint.
Isabel nodded, embarrassed by how wet his scolding words were making her. Without another word, he brought his hand down hard on her backside. Tears immediately pricked at her eyes as his hand fell again. This time, there was no break between swats. He peppered her behind with searing swats much harder than the ones he'd administered last night. His big hand covered a lot of her ass in one smack, and it didn't take long for her entire bottom to burn. What felt like 20 minutes later, he stopped and said, That was a 60-second warm-up. Next you get to feel my paddle, and then we'll be done. She wanted to ask how long he was going to use the paddle, but didn't want to risk earning any extra punishment, so she kept her mouth shut. He leaned down and pulled the paddle from beneath the chair. It was a small wooden implement that looked a bit like a ping-pong paddle. It disappeared from her view and she tensed, waiting for him to begin. It landed hard on her bottom and she cried out. How were there submissives who actually liked this? She didn't have time to ponder the answer because another smack landed. The spot he hit seemed to radiate heat, and she felt like her ass might combust. Another swat landed lower, connecting with her upper thigh. Tears pricked at her eyes as she tried her best not to cry, but it was no use. As the tears fell, he began spanking her in the same rapid-fire way he'd done with his hand. Her legs kicked and she gripped the leg of the chair to keep herself from reaching back to stop the offending implement tearing up her backside. It seemed to last forever, but it eventually halted, and he tossed the paddle onto the bed across from them.
It's over,
he said tenderly.
but you get to go stand in the corner for a few minutes and think about how you're going to do a better job taking care of yourself today. Hands off your butt,
he warned when she stood and rubbed. Tears fell down her cheeks as she made her way to the corner. She heard him moving around again and did her best to keep her hands from rubbing her burning bottom. When he tugged her from the corner again, he was fully dressed in his suit and tie. Standing there, naked in front of him, an embarrassing wash of need rushed through her and she nearly whimpered.
You took that really well, doll.
His thumb caressed her cheek and wiped away a stray tear.
How are you feeling?
Conflicted, she admitted. He raised an eyebrow.
Conflicted how?
She shifted uncomfortably. I never want you to have to spank me like that again. It felt like forever. But I'm also really horny right now, with you all in your suit looking hot and powerful, and me naked with a sore ass. His eyes glazed with lust as he nuzzled her neck with his freshly shaved chin.
2 things,
he said when he pulled away.
Those conflicted feelings are some of the hottest things to play with in a dom-sub dynamic. And if we had time to go to bed, I would make you come after a punishment like that. Instead, you get to be horny all day, right along with me,
he said with a wink. What's the second thing? She asked warily. He chuckled.
Your paddling was only about 2 minutes.
She shuddered. It felt like so much longer. His gaze turned stern as he ducked a finger under her chin.
If I have to punish you for not taking care of yourself again, you'll get double. Are we clear?
She nodded. Yes, sir. I'll do better, I promise.
Good girl. Now hurry and get dressed so I can buy you breakfast before you go home.
An hour later, he dropped her in front of the safe house and kissed her cheek.
I'll send Jeff back for you,
he said. She nodded and rushed into the house to get the girls off to school. At 8:30, she was climbing the stairs to her office, feeling surprisingly light. She could still feel the remnants of the paddle, but it didn't hurt. It was just a warm sensation that reminded her of her morning with Garrett. As she settled into her desk, the phone rang. Colorado Logistics, Isabel speaking.
Good morning. Are you Isabel Alvarado?
She frowned. Who would call for her? It is? May I ask who's calling?
I'm calling with the Gazette and was wondering if I could ask you some questions.
Isabel froze. Regarding what?
Your ties to Garrett Oliver and the recent attack at his Colorado Logistics facility.
She blew out a breath. I'm afraid I can't comment at this time. She hung up without waiting for the reporter to respond. Garrett's blinds were closed, so she pressed the intercom button. Mr. Oliver, can I speak to you, please? His voice soothed her as it crackled through the speaker.
Of course, Isabel, come in.
She pushed open the door to find Hunter sitting in one of the visitor chairs. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had guests. I can come back.
Sit down, Isabel,
Garrett said, his voice hard. She shut the door and did as she was told.
What did you want to talk to me about?
Right, the phone call. I just got a call from a reporter from the Gazette. He tipped his head back and stared at the ceiling.
That's the second fucking time they've called. What did they ask you?
They asked about my ties to you and wanted to know details about Uncle Henry's attack. He threw the pen he was holding.
I'm sorry, Isabel, you shouldn't have to deal with that.
I don't understand what they mean by my ties to you. Hunter chuckled.
You were seen kissing him on national television. People have questions about who you are.
I thought that was a gossip site story. Not something the Gazette would run with. And he kissed me, for the record. Garrett grinned.
The Gazette has a gossip column, and I'm pretty sure you kissed me back, doll.
She huffed. Do we have to do this now? Garrett sobered.
I'm sorry, I'm just teasing. Hunter and I were just discussing you, actually.
Me? Her eyes went wide. I'm not in trouble again, am I? Hunter squeezed her shoulder.
Not at all. I would like to talk to my hotel manager about changing your schedule, though.
Is this about me working 2 jobs? I know Garrett doesn't like it, but I would really rather you two not get all domly about my work or how I take care of my family. Garrett scowled.
It's not about how you take care of your family, Isabel. It's about whether or not you're taking care of yourself in the process. The point is, I want to have you finish your degree sooner rather than later,
Hunter said.
I know you went to school in Fort Collins, but we can transfer your credits to a closer campus and have you do most of your work online. I've helped fund several prestigious degree programs in the hospitality industry. I'll pay for it. You just have to promise me 2 years at one of my hotels after you graduate.
And how does that change my schedule?
We'll cut your hours in half so you can dedicate the other evenings to coursework. We'll call it professional development, and I'll still pay you your full salary.
That's too much, Hunter. I just want to be paid for the hours I work.
I'm paying you to go to school, Isabel. Why is that too much? It benefits me as much as it benefits you. I'm not in the charity business, if that's what you're worried about.
Garrett had stayed quiet through Hunter's spiel, and now he leaned forward.
My preference would be to have you quit working here, but I don't want you to think I'm trying to get rid of you. Not to mention, I want you around until we figure out what's going on. That said, I'm not going to let you overwork yourself. Your plate is full, Isabel. The things I need you for are flexible, and you can do a lot of it from home.
She blew out a breath and tried to hold back the tears that were threatening to fall. Okay, I have been struggling to get enough sleep, she admitted. I don't know if I want to tell my family I'm going back to school yet. They are firmly in the college is a luxury camp. My dad thought I was selfish for leaving to go to school when I did. Garrett tensed, and she knew he was clenching his fists beneath his desk.
I'll leave that up to you to decide how much to tell them,
he said quietly. I want to figure out how to address the kiss. It's a viral sensation, according to my nieces. I'm just waiting for the 3rd degree from my dad. The only reason I haven't been ambushed by other family is because we're the safe house. I honestly have no idea what to tell people. Garrett flashed a genuine smile at that.
Tell them the truth.
That I'm a collared submissive at a BDSM club? I don't think so. Garrett and Hunter busted into laughter.
No, you tell them that we are 2 consenting adults who are attracted to each other and exploring a relationship outside of work.
Her eyes went wide. Are you really ready to be the boyfriend and deal with my family? He chuckled.
How bad can it be?
Isabel giggled. You haven't spent much time with them. Just wait until the family reunion. You'll regret it. Garrett rolled his eyes as if he didn't believe her.
I should get going. I have some work at the Glenview before the board meeting tonight,
Hunter said as he stood.
I'll have Lori at the hotel help you get set up with classes.
When Isabel stood, Hunter pulled her into a hug.
Don't fight the help. We just want to see you happy.
I appreciate it, she said, squeezing him tight. When he released her, she started for the door, but Garrett's stern voice stopped her.
Sit back down, doll.
Hunter winked as he brushed past her.
I'll see you kids this weekend,
he said, shutting the door. She dropped into her chair again and waited for Garrett to speak.
I just want to make sure I understand something. You're working for me during the day, working for Hunter at night, and putting in time at solitaire on weekends. On top of that, you're taking care of 2 teenage girls. When exactly do you have time for yourself, Isabel?
You sound pissed, she whispered.
I'm not pissed. I'm concerned. I wonder if spanking you was enough. I'm not a dom that controls his sub's free time or puts her on a strict schedule. But you're making me reconsider that. Answer my question.
Solitaire is time for me.
Bullshit. You work the bar, you work the front desk. You help set up the suites and cabins, and it's rare for you to miss setup and teardown. You do 3 times what's required of a house submissive. It's like a third job for you, and I'm almost convinced you need to step down from the program.
No! Panic clawed at her. Please, don't take that away from me. It's my secret place away from my family. My one escape. Please, don't take it from me just because you think I work too hard. Her voice trembled and tears threatened to fall. Garrett's face softened and he pushed away from his desk and came to sit next to her.
I'm not trying to upset you or take anything away from you. I'm sorry. I can see it means a lot to you.
She picked at an imaginary crumb on her skirt.
I'll be honest, Isabel. I'm not used to seeing women outside of the club, so I'm new to this. But I do want to take care of you, and I definitely want to keep seeing you outside the club. I don't give a damn about your family or the viral kiss. I just want you to be happy, healthy, and mine.
I love being yours, sir. I'm sorry my life is a complicated mess.
I can fix most of it for you if you would let me.
Her head shook vehemently. There are some things I'll let you help with, but nothing concerning my family. That's just something I have to handle on my own. He sighed.
I don't get that, but I'll respect it.
Can I get to work, please? He reached for her hand.
Hey, I feel like I've upset you.
She shook her head. No, not upset. I'm just tired and overwhelmed. His Domley scowl returned.
Do you need to go home and take a nap?
She fisted the hem of her blazer into her hands. Please, Garrett, just let me work.
Okay, but you're taking it easy at Solitaire this weekend. I won't stop you from fulfilling your house sub duties, but you're not doing any extra.
She sighed. He didn't get that the things she did at Solitaire were fun for her. But she wasn't in the mood to argue or continue the discussion, so she stood and squeezed his hand. At her desk, she sorted through personnel folders, looking for people who fell in the window Garrett was looking for. The third folder she pulled was her sister's. Carmen had worked there after she got out of jail the first time, but had been let go a short time later. She typed the employment dates into a spreadsheet she'd created and looked at the reason for dismissal. It was vague. A knot formed in her throat as she saw the entry light up red to indicate it fell in the date range Garrett was looking for. Had her sister been a target for Darren's setup? Talking about her sister with Garrett was the last thing she wanted. But it looked like she didn't have a choice. She put it off until she finished the stack of folders. At lunch, Garrett ordered lunch for both of them, and she went over everything she'd found.
Do you think he framed your sister for one of the thefts?
Isabel blew out a breath. I'm honestly not sure, but the dates line up. Not long after she quit working here is when she started having legal trouble for the second time. Something like being framed for stealing money might have been enough to tip her over the edge again. Garrett nodded and studied Carmen's folder.
I hate to ask, but how would you feel if I went to visit her with my attorney or a private investigator?
Does it matter how I feel? Garrett frowned.
Of course it matters. I have to send someone to talk to her, but if you don't want me going, I won't. I can just send my lawyer or something.
She relaxed her shoulders. I appreciate it. I can come with you. I love her, but she can be a bitch if she thinks you're trying to get something from her. You've seen how my family feels about rich people.
I'll let you set something up then.
After lunch, Garrett insisted on taking her home. Can I snuggle with you in the back seat? She asked as she gathered her things.
That's a highly inappropriate question to ask your boss,
he said sternly, though there was a twinkle in his eye. Isabel giggled. But is it an okay question to ask my dom? She asked. His eyes became heated as he held his hand out to her.
Very appropriate, though you don't need permission to snuggle with me.
In the car, Garrett wrapped his arm around her and pulled her close.
What do you need, doll?
He asked as he kissed her hair. Nothing. Just this. You're solid, and I like that. Things are a little crazy in my world right now. By the time they pulled into the safe house driveway, Isabel had nearly dozed off.
I'll call you when I'm done with my meeting. I assume you're working tonight?
She nodded. Yes, sir, as long as Master Hunter doesn't change his mind and fire me.
He wouldn't do that. You're a valuable asset for him.
You don't have to call me, you know. He let his hand tingle in her hair.
Why would you say a thing like that?
When she didn't answer, he tightened his grip on her hair.
Communication, Isabel.
You... He laughed, but his expression remained stern.
Spit it out, doll.
She tried to look away from his steely gaze, but his grip on her hair wouldn't let her turn her head far. We just set boundaries when I first put your bracelet on at the club, and I don't want you to feel pressured into doing dating-type things with me, like calling when you get out of meetings.
Does it seem like I've been pressured into anything, Isabel? I want you, not just in the club, but all the fucking time. You're on my mind every waking minute of the day, and you manage to work your way into my dreams, too. You're mine now, and we are expanding our boundaries. If you want to discuss what that looks like, we can. But right now, you need to go take a nap, and I need to go to a board meeting. I'm going to call you when I'm done because I want to hear that you dreamed about me during your nap.
He opened his door and helped her out of the car. When she had both feet on the ground, he grasped her hand and pulled her toward the front door. On the bottom step, he pressed a kiss to her cheek.
I know your dad is here, or I would take you inside and tuck you in. He'll need to get used to me at some point, though.
When she was inside, she peeked out the window to watch him walk back to the car. After the car disappeared past the stop sign at the end of the street, she turned to find her father scowling at her.
I wish you would heed my advice, Isabel. You're asking for trouble getting into bed with a man like him.
Unable to face the conversation he wanted to have, she jogged up the stairs without a word. 15. Garrett walked into the conference room at Solitaire and took his place next to Lance, who was lost in something on his laptop as usual. "It sounds like you've had a fun week, Garrett," Dakota said. "And I'm not just talking about that viral lip lock with Isabel either." Garrett lifted his middle finger in her direction, but the Southern sub just laughed and brushed him off. Austin and Patrick strolled in holding hands, and Matthew followed close behind.
"Afternoon, everyone,"
Patrick said before kissing his wife on the cheek. She sat next to Dakota, and Patrick stood at the head of the table where Elijah Barrett normally stood.
Eli and Holly had to make a trip to London, and they won't be back until late tonight, so I'm going to run this meeting unless anyone has any objections.
Everyone murmured their agreement as Russell and Hunter came through the door, talking in hushed tones. Samuel, as was often the case, was calling in via video call.
First things first, I think we need to address Garrett's little show on the red carpet Monday night.
Garrett raised one eyebrow.
What's the problem? I kissed my date on the red carpet. That's not a crime, is it?
Patrick remained solemn.
That's not the problem. The problem is what happened when you were leaving the event.
Garrett winced. Had the reporter's question made it onto a website somewhere? Lance tapped some keys beside him, and Samuel's face disappeared from the screen on the wall. In his place, a video of Garrett and Isabel walking to their car surfaced. It was almost inaudible, but in the background, he heard a reporter shout,
"Did you meet her at a club called Solitaire?" "How did you get that? I've been scouring the news and the internet for any sign that it got picked up by a news outlet, and it didn't, to my knowledge."
Lance cleared his throat.
"That's the problem. It was emailed to the Solitaire information account from an anonymous sender. No message, no threats, just the video."
Garrett's mind went back to the phone call Isabel got this morning.
"You think it's the precursor to a blackmail threat?"
It wasn't a question. The men and women in this room were all prime targets for various forms of extortion and blackmail, given the amount of money they had. But Garrett also wielded a considerable amount of power because of his political connections. He'd done his best to keep his name from being associated with Solitaire, despite sitting on the board. If it became national news that he was a frequent attendee at a BDSM club, a lot of his political power would vanish, at least for a little while. In some ways, he wasn't sure if that was such a terrible thing, but he also didn't want to drag Isabel's name through the mud.
"I think it's worth digging deeper into,"
Lance said.
"I'm doing my best to trace the sender of the email, but I keep getting stuck. It's definitely corporate cybersecurity, so I don't think your average journalist sent it."
Garrett nodded.
"Isabel got a phone call from a reporter this morning asking about her ties to me. She didn't tell them anything, but in the same breath, the reporter also asked about the attack on her uncle outside my warehouse."
Lance nodded as he typed something into his computer.
"It might be fruitless, but I can see if I can trace the call later if you want."
Patrick cleared his throat.
"The point is, we need to alert Isabel that there is a chance she could be outed. It's the ethical thing to do. The question is, how will she react, and how do we make her feel safe? I am distressed that this is the second time this has happened in a few months. Austin being outed we thought was just a lucky guess on the reporter's part, because Hunter and I have never tried to hide our connection to the club. But Garrett hides it well, so now I'm concerned for all of us."
Samuel coughed, and everyone turned to the video screen.
"Have we considered shutting down for a few months, or at the very least restricting access so it's founding members only? We've run that idea past David, and he's not a huge fan, but says he'll ultimately leave it up to the board to decide,"
Patrick said. David Eastman was the club's founder and provided most of the initial capital needed to get it started. He'd undergone intensive treatment for cancer and didn't sit on the board anymore. Instead, he put friends he trusted in place to run the club and generally let them do so with no interference. He'd been so focused on his treatment that he'd been to only a handful of parties in the last year and a half.
"I'm not sure that's necessary,"
Garrett said.
"I understand that we need to be vigilant, so I'm definitely up for increasing our security measures and doing more extensive vetting of potential members. But it seems a little drastic to jump straight to shutting down."
Everyone murmured their agreements, and Samuel held up his hand.
"I was just asking the question."
"It needed to be asked," Dakota said. Garrett ran a hand through his hair.
"I promised Isabel a phone call when I'm done here. How much should I tell her?"
"Since she's at risk of being outed, you tell her as much as you see fit. You're the one dating her, but my advice is to tell her everything," Austin said. He knew she was right.
"I'll speak to her, and we can also talk to her as a group tomorrow night."
The group agreed to table the discussion for now and moved on with the rest of the short agenda. Another high-protocol dinner, an event for the DS couples who enjoyed a certain level of ceremony and protocol in their dynamic, was planned for next month, but otherwise there were no pressing matters and no new members to discuss. Garrett knew Isabel would want to work the dinner as a staff member, but he planned to ask if she would go with him as an attendee and his sub instead of working. Before the meeting adjourned, Garrett told Lance and Russell about the empty bar glass on the porch, and they agreed to give the door staff a refresher on being more observant. The group slowly migrated to the lobby and other parts of the club. Austin and Patrick went to their suite. Russell left to take care of business, and Matthew stayed in the conference room to make phone calls. Lance hunkered down behind the reception desk with his laptop. The man was so engrossed in his electronics, Garrett often wondered how he had time to date and play with women. But he always had at least one house sub wearing his bracelet. And he was spotted at the biggest tech conventions in the country with gorgeous women on his arm. Garrett was headed to the exit to meet his driver when Dakota stopped him. "What are my chances of getting an agriculture bill in front of the president this year?" she asked. At the club, Dakota Highlander was a silly, feisty, and sometimes bratty submissive. In Texas, the woman was heir to one of the biggest cattle ranches in the country, and she had a sharp eye for business. She didn't take any shit from the men who tried to tell her how to run her ranch, either. Garrett always took her seriously.
I think we should let him get re-elected first, but I think you've got an excellent shot. He's asked me to be his chief economic advisor again, so I'll be spending a lot of time in D.C., it sounds like.
She grinned. Good to know. How does Isabel feel about that? He rubbed at the back of his neck.
I'm not sure Isabel understands the scope of my role at the White House, but we haven't had much of a chance to talk about it, so I don't know.
She's a good girl, Garrett. Doesn't come from our world at all, but she damn sure deserves the best. Did you know she took her sister's kids in? Garrett gave her a wry smile.
I knew that. The oldest thinks I'm hot, apparently.
Dakota giggled. Oh, that's just precious. You'll make a wonderful daddy someday. And I don't mean the kinky kind.
Gross, Dakota. Mind your business. I'm not ready to think about fatherhood anytime soon.
Dakota laughed again and slung an arm around him. I'm glad you're connecting with her. I think you two fit well together.
Thank you, Dakota.
He kissed her on the cheek and stepped onto the front porch. Jeff, his driver, was waiting patiently as always.
Where to, Mr. Oliver?
He asked when he slid into the back seat.
I'll go to my hotel.
When they pulled away from the club, Garrett lifted his phone to his ear. How was your meeting, sir? She asked in a sleepy voice.
Sounds like you had a good nap, doll. Do you think you can get to the Glenview early? We need to talk.
Isabel walked into the Glenview and headed for the elevator instead of going to the front desk to clock in. She was nearly 2 hours early because Garrett had asked her to meet him there. When she stepped off the elevator onto the top floor, Garrett was waiting for her. He'd changed into dark jeans and a tight white t-shirt, and his hair was damp as if he'd just had a shower. You look delicious, she said before she could stop herself. He quirked one eyebrow upward as he extended his hand in her direction.
Are you just saying that because you're hungry or horny?
He asked, teasing. She giggled as they walked down the hallway to his suite at the end. In the living area of his suite, he pulled her into his arms for a tender kiss. Hi, she whispered when he pulled away.
Hi. I wish we could just go to bed, but unfortunately, we need to talk about something that came up in the board meeting today.
Isabel leaned away to look up at him. Is everything okay? He took her hand and led them to the couch.
I think so, but you need to be aware of something that happened.
Garrett opened his tablet and hit play on a video. She cringed as she saw herself walking down the red carpet in that yellow dress. Then she heard the reporter shouting a question about solitaire and slowly turned to face him. Where did this video come from? I haven't seen anything on the news, not the way I've seen the kiss. Garrett shook his head.
Lance got it in an anonymous email. We haven't been able to trace who it came from yet. That, combined with the phone call you got from the reporter, has us worried that we're both about to be outed.
Oh, Garrett, what are we supposed to do? He shook his head.
Right now, there isn't a lot we can do. But the board wants to know if there's anything you need to be able to feel safer in this situation.
I'm more worried about you, sir. You have a global reputation to worry about. I just have my family. Don't get me wrong, I don't want them to find out. But there's not much they can do to me if they do. He smiled and trailed a finger down her cheek.
That's just like you, to worry about other people before yourself. I'll manage just fine. I've got crisis management firms on retainer for things like this. And my people are already crafting responses.
Where do I fit into their responses? He dragged a hand through his hair.
That's more complicated. They'll want to scrutinize you, see if you can damage my reputation. But I'm not going to let them, okay?
She shook her head. It's really okay. If we need to stop being seen in public together, that's okay too. His stern glare was instant.
That's enough of that talk. Actually, one of my PR people suggested we get engaged and claimed the reporter was asking about a diamond.
She felt herself go pale.
Relax, doll. I'm not saying we should follow that suggestion. I'm just letting you know that not being seen in public together is not up for discussion, unless your safety is in jeopardy.
So what do we do for now? He held her hand.
For now, we go about life as normal. You'll continue to let me or my driver take you places. I'll continue working from Colorado unless I absolutely have to go home. And we'll continue spending weekends together at the club, where I plan to do my best to make sure we both forget about this mess for a while.
She nodded and leaned into him, letting his now familiar scent wash over her.
How long until you need to clock in?
He asked, kissing the crown of her head. Hour and a half? She muttered into his t-shirt.
You're working from home tomorrow, and by work, I mean you're sleeping. I want you well rested for the party tomorrow night.
She felt too exhausted to argue with him. He propped his legs up on the ottoman in front of the couch and encouraged her to stretch out with her head in his lap. They talked quietly until she dozed off. When he woke her an hour later, someone was knocking on the door. A hotel employee wheeled a cart of food in, and Isabel ate a sandwich under the watchful eye of her dom. He kissed her roughly before she went downstairs. At the desk, her boss pulled up a chair and sat with her. They discussed what kind of class schedule she might want and how much she actually had left to finish her degree. She signed paperwork allowing them to request copies of her transcripts, and her boss promised that on Monday they would be ready to enroll her in a program. For the first time since she moved back home, she felt hopeful for a future that included following her dreams. Working through the night was different, knowing Garrett was sleeping just a few floors above her. At 4 a.m, 2 hours before she was supposed to get off, the desk phone rang.
Do you know how difficult it is to sleep up here, knowing you're down there?
Garrett asked when she answered. She tried to stifle a giggle as her heart swelled. She wasn't the only one affected. I was thinking it's hard to work knowing you're up there sleeping.
Hunter's here for the weekend. Wake his ass up and make him work,
Garrett said with a growl. Nope, can't do that. He brought a woman in with him about 2 hours ago. I didn't recognize her.
Figures. I guess I'll just have to settle for dropping you off at home when you get off work.
I really don't mind coming into work later. I need to help you finish digging through files so you can get things back to normal and catch Darren.
No, I want you to sleep. I have plans for you tonight, and you need to be well rested. We can tackle it again on Monday.
She sighed. Okay, I won't argue.
Good girl. I'm going to the gym. I'll meet you at the main entrance when you get off.
Well, great. Now she had to think about him all hot and sweaty working out. 16. Garrett dropped Isabel off at 6 Friday morning on his way to the office. At 1, she called begging to come in, but he'd given her remote access to the company computer system and asked her to work on an organization project. There had been some pouting and threats of spanking, but she'd stayed home. Now he was on his way to pick her up, and she would be his for the weekend. As busy as they both were through the week, he had a feeling he was going to cherish the weekends at solitaire with her. As he pulled into her driveway, he sent her a text.
I'm coming to the door.
As he stepped out of the car, she came running down the driveway holding her phone in her hand, with her overnight bag slung over her shoulder.
I told you I was coming to the door,
he said sternly when she reached him. I know, I just thought I would save you the trip.
Or you could just be honest and say you didn't want me coming to the door.
Her head dropped, and he immediately tucked his hand beneath her chin and lifted it again. Sorry, she whispered. My dad and uncle were both in the living room. I didn't want them asking nosy questions or giving me dirty looks. You're still not their favorite person. He brushed a strand of hair behind her ear.
I told you they have to get used to me sometime, doll.
I promise I'm not ashamed of you, she said, her eyes bright with unshed tears.
Hey, let's not start the weekend out like this. I don't think you're ashamed of me. Now let's get in the car before they come out here and interrogate us again,
he said with a wink. He let her slide in first, then settled beside her. The driver already knew to take them straight to Solitaire. How was work? She asked.
Nope. We're done talking about work until Monday.
She frowned. Okay, I guess that's all right. Just one thing. I've got us on the visitor list to see my sister on Monday.
Very good. No more work talk.
Is there anything important happening at Solitaire this weekend I need to help with? I know Simon is starting sign-ups for staff to work the next high-protocol dinner. He chuckled. The girl just didn't know how to relax. Hopefully, he would fix that by the time the weekend was done.
I was actually going to see if you wanted to go to the dinner together.
Her eyes went wide. I would hate to abandon them. I helped set up the last two.
I know. But I thought you might enjoy just focusing on me, on us for a change.
She leaned against his shoulder. Okay. If you really want to go, I would love to. He kissed her cheek.
I'll get our tickets tonight.
When they arrived at Solitaire, he stopped her from getting out of the car.
I just want to make sure you're clear on the rules, Isabel. You're not working the way you normally do. You can do your shift at the bar or reception each night, but that's it. I've instructed the other doms to call you out if they catch you doing more than you're supposed to. If you have to be reminded more than twice, you'll be punished. I won't spank you, but that's not the only punishment I have in my arsenal.
She frowned but nodded and said, Yes, sir, I'll do my best to please you. He grinned and leaned in for a kiss.
You always please me, doll.
Inside, Holly, Cassie, and Dakota were giggling at the reception desk. When they turned and spotted Isabel, they tugged her into their group. Master Garrett, Holly said, can we steal Isabel for a little while? We're trying to organize an impromptu girly hour at the bar. Isabel looked up at him, and he could tell she was about to say it was okay if he didn't want her to, but he stopped her with a chaste kiss.
I think that's a lovely idea. Go have fun, Isabel. I have a few things I need to take care of to get ready for tonight anyway. No more than one drink for now, though. I have plans for you later.
Her face turned red, but she turned to Holly and said, Okay, I would love to join. Master Garrett says I'm supposed to be taking it easy this weekend anyway. Good for him. You work harder than most of the paid staff members do, Dakota said, slinging her arm around her. If you can only have one drink, we better make it a good one. Let's see what Mitch can whip up for us.
Dakota,
Garrett growled.
Do not get my girl drunk. I would hate to have to get payback.
She stuck her tongue out at him, and Garrett just shook his head. Dakota could be a brat, but he knew Isabel was safe with this group. Hunter came in the door a few minutes later, looking a bit disheveled, but he wore a lopsided grin.
No date tonight?
Garrett asked. Hunter shook his head.
She had to be in Denver for a performance. Not to mention, we haven't exactly discussed my proclivities. I'll just find a cute, unattached sub to play with if I get lonely over the weekend. I hear Mark is recently unattached,
Lance said from his perch behind the desk. Mark was a gay sub who had recently parted ways with his dom.
Fuck off, Lance,
Hunter said.
Though if I'm picking between Mark and your ugly ass, I'll go with Mark every time.
Garrett chuckled at their good-natured ribbing. Lance was far from ugly, and had recently been named one of Chicago's hottest men by some big-time gossip magazine that covered Chicago's elite. He excused himself from the banter-filled conversation and made his way upstairs. He wanted to set a few things up for Isabel to enjoy later. His goal for the weekend was to see her relax and not worry about anyone else for a change. In the room, he saw that Cassie, a former house submissive, had set up the items he requested. Bath oils, candles, a nice fluffy robe, and a face mask. He added a few of his own items to it before sitting down to get some work done. When he opened his email, he scowled at a message from Regina. Why hadn't she called him? He lifted his phone to his ear.
Regina, you should have called.
Sorry, sir, you seemed adamant about not being disturbed. I figured if it were important enough, you would see my email and get in touch.
Fair enough. What's the new information you have?
We looked into the former employees fired for stealing at your Colorado logistics facility and found something interesting. Helen Peters is dead. Died a few months after she was fired when her car went off a bridge. Carmen Alvarado, as you know, is in prison, and so is Susan Arno.
Fuck.
Garrett swore.
Is there any reason to believe this is just a monumental coincidence?
That's going to be a question for a private investigator, but my gut says no.
I'm talking to an investigator in the morning. Anything else?
She hesitated.
What is it, Regina?
I'm sure it can wait until Monday, but I was reviewing your social calendar and you had the Colorado Small Business Gala penciled in. The problem is, I haven't received an invitation.
Garrett frowned.
That's odd. I'll give Paul a call next week and get it sorted.
She cleared her throat.
Jesus, Regina, I know I'm an asshole, but I also know you're not afraid of me. Spit it out.
Your brother has an invitation already.
Maddox Oliver, or whatever last name he's using, is going to the Colorado Small Business Gala. That doesn't make any sense.
Something told him it wasn't a coincidence that he didn't get one.
I agree, sir.
He let out a growl.
Okay, I'm going to get to the bottom of this, but it can wait. I have things to do tonight.
He ended the call and scrubbed a hand over his face. None of this would affect their weekend. It was time to take Isabel to the dungeon. Back downstairs, he found the women huddled at a corner table, laughing. It was a delight to see his girl giggling with her friends as she sipped a martini. Damn Dakota. He had a feeling there was little else besides vodka in that glass. With a half grin, he approached the table and put his hand on Isabel's shoulder.
Good evening, ladies. I'm here to reclaim my submissive for the night.
Aw, we were having so much fun.
Cassie pouted as Isabel tipped her nearly half-full glass and emptied it.
I always knew I liked her,
Dakota said with a grin. Isabel giggled and looked up at Garrett.
I promise I've only had one.
He winked.
I trust you, doll. Let's go.
When she stood, he leaned down and whispered in Austin's ear.
I wouldn't mind bending your ear about something tomorrow if you're free in the morning.
She gave him a thumbs up and he pecked her on the cheek. Now he just needed to find Jax. Turning, he took Isabel's hand and led her to the dungeon. As they wandered the dungeon, they came upon a rope scene and paused to watch for a few minutes. Garrett didn't have the patience for rope and stuck to metal or leather cuffs if he wanted to restrain a sub. Ultimately, he preferred a girl just stayed where he put her and held whatever position he asked her to. That was the ultimate act of submission, knowing she could get up and walk away from whatever he was doing to her, but she chose not to. Fucking hot. He planned to test Isabel's ability to hold still later tonight. As the scene in front of them continued, he wrapped his arms around her waist from behind.
Go to the water station and get us each a glass of water. Then get a clean sheet from the shelf and bring it to the last alcove on the right, please.
She nodded and murmured, "Yes, sir." He stepped back and watched her walk away before turning toward the alcoves on the right side of the room.
When she brought the water, he toasted her and tipped his glass up for a long sip. After she'd drank a quarter of her water, he took the glass from her and set it on a nearby table.
Spread the sheet over the lounger and come here. I want to undress you.
While she did as he asked, he pulled his own shirt off, eager for skin-to-skin contact with her. When the sheet covered the lounge, she came and stood in front of him, almost trembling. He slowly let his hands drift to the hem of her blouse and lifted it over her head. She willingly lifted her arms and he tossed the garment to the side. Reaching behind her, he unzipped the short black skirt she wore and pushed it down her hips so she stood before him in only a bra and panties. He could look at her all night just like this.
Take your bra off,
he commanded. When her breasts were free, he leaned against the small table and smiled.
Offer your breasts to me,
he said. Her small hands kept a breast in each hand, and she lifted them up as she moved closer to him. "These are for you, sir," she whispered. He bent his head and sucked one nipple into his mouth, causing her to gasp and stumble backward. His arm shot out and captured her at the waist as he continued to lash at the sensitive bud with his tongue.
So sweet,
he murmured as he pulled away.
Onto the bed with you,
he said, pushing her in the lounger's direction.
I want you on your back with your arms above your head, resting against the back.
She hurried to comply with his order, laying so she was slightly propped up by the back of the lounge. Her long, slender arms stretched above her, pulling her tits nice and high. The things he wanted to do to them, he thought as he watched her.
Spread your legs for me, doll. I should be able to see all of you right now. Nothing hidden.
Her face brightened in a blush as she let her legs fall open.
Much better.
He crossed the small space to stand at her side and stare down at her.
Tonight, you saw some delightful bondage, but we're going to play a different kind of bondage game.
She kept her eyes trained on him as he spoke.
We're going to play with what I like to call mental bondage.
Mental bondage? I'm not sure I've heard that term.
Instead of me physically tying you down, I'm going to tell you where I want you. And you're going to be a good girl and not move. Even if you can, you're going to stay right where I put you. Just as if you were bound there because you want to please me. Stay still, and things will be mostly pleasurable for you. Move out of position, and I've got some creative ways to punish you. But mostly, you'll just know that if you move, I'll be disappointed.
Her eyes went wide, but she nodded. Yes, sir. I do want to please you, so I'll do my best to keep still.
Good girl. This will involve a bit of pain, but not a lot. I promise if you just lay there and let me have my way, you're going to be coming before long. The more I have to ask you to get back into place, though, the harder you're going to have to work for an orgasm. Understood?
She nodded and he grinned.
Good girl. For now, I want you exactly the way you are. I'll tell you if I want you to move.
He watched her breathing slow as she took in deep breaths, an attempt to calm her nerves. He tugged his toy bag closer to the chaise and dropped onto the stool next to it, so he had easier access to her body. Leaning down, he tugged nipple clamps out of the bag and laid them on Isabel's chest between her breasts. He pinched a nipple lightly between his finger and thumb. Not hard enough to hurt, just a little pressure. Slowly, he increased the pressure until he saw her mouth twist in discomfort. Watching her face gave him an idea of how much he could tighten the clamps he was about to use. Picking up the clamps, he put the first one in place on the loosest setting, before repeating the process on her other nipple. She remained still, not squirming, just breathing deeply. He twisted the tightening screw on each clamp until he saw the hints of pain in her face. Just enough pressure to be slightly uncomfortable. That discomfort would go away when he focused her attention elsewhere. He dragged a finger down her abdomen, and she bucked against the chair at his touch.
Easy, doll. We're just getting started,
he murmured.
His hand lingered above her pubic bone but didn't dip further. A glance between her legs told him she was glistening and ready for his touch. That would be coming soon enough. He leaned down and pulled another item out of the bag. A spiky pinwheel that, if used a certain way, could draw blood. But used gently, it would provide an interesting sensation. She gasped as the spikes touched her upper thigh, and her leg twitched. He dragged the wheel up her thigh until it hit the junction of her hip and thigh. She squealed as he tickled her with the device. He dragged it from her hip across her pubic bone, stopping directly in the middle. He felt her tense as he slowly dragged down instead of across until he came to rest just above her clit. He knew she was waiting for him to drag it across her clit, but he wasn't going to give her that pleasure just yet. She would have to earn her pleasure tonight. He pivoted and ran it down the side of her pussy, careful not to put too much pressure and careful not to rub against her clit. She whimpered as he pulled his hand and the device away. Then he brought it to rest under one breast and, this time, put enough pressure that it would sting just a bit, but still not break the skin. She gasped and bucked away from him, so he gave the chain between the nipple clamps a sharp tug.
"Be still, Isabel,"
he commanded, as he dragged it under the underside of her breast. He let his free hand trail from her knee to her upper thigh, causing her to shudder. The pinwheel moved to the top of her other breast, coming perilously close to her clamped nipple. He continued to torture her with the spiky wheel for several minutes, as she tried her best not to writhe beneath his touch. When he was satisfied with the way he'd awakened her body, he stood, pulling something from his bag as he did. It was a leather flogger with unbelievably soft falls that could pack a punch or feel like a gentle massage. He would aim for somewhere in between the two, focusing on her breasts and thighs. Her eyes went wide when she saw the flogger. Impact play was not a hard limit for Isabel, but she'd expressed reservations. The plan was to introduce her to the sensual side of it.
"Just relax and trust me, doll. I'm going to make you feel good. Close your eyes if it helps."
She nodded and let her eyes drift shut as he raised the flogger and let it fall gently over her breasts. It would feel more intense because of the nipple clamps pinching at her. He brought his arm over his head again and swung down, controlling the strike with his other arm. The falls trailed down her abdomen, tickling until they came between her legs. She tried not to squirm as he let the strands of the flogger dangle across her slick folds, just barely tickling her. Without warning, he brought the flogger back up and popped it down on her thighs, harder than he'd done on her breasts. Her eyes flew open as the sting sank in. It wouldn't have been too much pain, but it was shocking nonetheless. When he flashed her a wicked grin and let the flogger fly again, she moaned as the strands hit her sensitive flesh. He moved his aim slightly for the third strike, so the falls of the flogger would brush against her slick pussy as they fell. Her writhing threatened to close her legs, so he reached down and tugged sharply on her nipple clamp chain.
"Keep those legs open, doll. Your only mission is to keep your pussy nice and visible for me, and to stay still and drink in every sensation I want you to feel."
"Yes, sir," she whimpered as he struck her thighs once more. He spent a good 5 minutes warming her skin with the flogger, alternating between her breasts and thighs with the occasional strike between the legs. Later, he would turn her over and warm her ass in much the same way. For now, though, it was time to reward her with a bit of pleasure, as frustrating as it might turn out to be for her. He let the flogger clatter to the ground, causing her to jump before he bent and picked up a toy some called a magic wand. It was a vibrator with a large head. Flipping it on low, he pressed it against her pussy, purposely avoiding direct clitoral contact. She wasn't going to get an orgasm that easily. When she lifted her head with a moan, he immediately stopped the vibrations and brought a hand down firmly on her pussy. The smack would have stung. She cried out, and he put the vibrator back in place, chiding her to be still once again.
"You're doing good, Isabel. Be still."
She moaned as the vibrator worked her to a frenzy.
"Tell me when you're close. You can't come until I say so." Understood?
She nodded and whimpered.
Yes, sir.
He flipped the switch and pressed it onto her clit. She cried out.
I'm close, sir. Please, let me come.
He chuckled and pulled the vibrator away.
Not so fast, doll. I hope you didn't think it was going to be that easy.
She stuck her lip out in an adorable pout. Her reward was another firm smack on her pussy.
He
murmured.
I like the color my hand is turning, your wet little cunt. Maybe I'll use my mini paddle on it and see if we can get it to stay nice and red for a while. What do you think, doll? Should I spank your pussy like I spank your naughty bottom?
She whimpered but rallied with the right answer.
If it pleases you, sir.
He grinned.
Such a good girl. As a reward, I'll only give you 5 pussy smacks with the paddle.
Her pouty lip returned, and he bent to drop a kiss on her lips. The swats to her pussy were not harsh, just enough for her to feel them on her overly sensitive skin. As soon as the 5th one landed, he pressed the vibrating wand to her pussy. She cried out and squirmed. However, she managed to keep her legs spread.
Such a good girl,
he murmured as he watched her body become flush with the need to orgasm.
You'll come soon, little one.
When she was on the brink, he pulled the wand away again and stood.
You're going to be released to move soon, and I'm going to give you a position to get into. Get it wrong, and you don't get to come until I've fucked you. Get it right, and I'll reward you. First, though, we need to take the clamps off.
She whimpered and shook her head, but he just laughed and bent over her, pressing the release on both clamps at the same time. Her body jerked and she moaned as he knew pain was shooting to her nipples. But she didn't move out of her position. It made him harder than he already was, and he needed to be inside of her.
Okay, doll, present,
he said when she had calmed down. He kicked the stool he'd sat on toward the end of the lounge so he would have a full view of her delectable backside and pussy when she was in position. By the time he dropped down onto the stool again, she was already scrambling into position. He gave her a few seconds to adjust herself.
Very good, doll. Enjoy your reward.
He leaned forward and pressed the wand to her cunt. She bucked her hips against the vibrator and cried out as the sensations overtook her.
Come whenever you need to,
he encouraged. The orgasm shot through her and he watched her convulse beneath the vibrator's sensation. He kept it in place until a second orgasm rolled through her. When she was pleading for him to stop, he pulled the toy away and set it on the nearby table.
Good girl,
he murmured.
I like watching you come for me.
He stood and unzipped his jeans, lowering them enough to free his thick erection. He tore open a condom and rolled it on, then positioned himself at her opening. With his hands gripping her hips, he thrust himself into her, not taking the time to go slow. He needed her, now. She groaned and pushed her hips backwards to meet his thrusts, and soon he was pounding himself into her, their bodies slamming together hard and fast. It wouldn't be long before he found his own release, and he wanted Isabel to go with him.
I want you to come again. Can you make it happen, or do you need some help?
He asked, ready to hand her the vibrator. Her fingers slid between her legs and found her clit.
I can do it, sir,
she cried as he fucked her. When she was on the brink, he let himself go, biting out a command for her to come with him. She did, and together they sailed over the brink of pleasure, letting the torrents of bliss carry them all the way down. He shifted her so he could collapse onto the lounger behind her, and together they lay recovering as their breathing returned to a normal pace. Slowly, they floated back to reality, and he eased away from her to clean up. Someone else would want this play space soon, and it had to be sanitized. Isabel stood and started to gather the sheet and pick up the toys.
Kneel,
he said as he snapped his fingers. She immediately dropped the sheet and lowered herself to the ground, her head held high as instructed.
No extra work, Isabel. I meant it. I'll clean this up.
Sorry, sir, she whispered. watching as he moved around the room shirtless, picking things up. The table had a shelf underneath with cleaning supplies, which he used to wipe down the leather chaise lounge and wipe down the magic wand vibrator. He tucked his toys back into his bag, then handed Isabel her clothes.
What time is your reception shift?
He asked.
Midnight, sir.
Good girl. We have a couple hours to socialize then.
They left the alcove holding hands to mix and mingle with others at the party. 17.
Aunt Izzy, wake up!
Isabel blinked her eyes several times as she struggled to wake up. It was Monday morning, and she was back home after a wonderful weekend at solitaire with Garrett. She missed sleeping next to him. What's wrong? Did I oversleep? Sarah shook her head.
No, there's a man sitting in our driveway and he's freaking me out. He has a camera.
Isabel's heart lurched. Had Darren finally found them? She rolled out of bed and jogged to the large window that faced the driveway. She didn't recognize the car and she didn't see a camera. But Sarah had no reason to lie. Maybe it was security from Garrett? She picked up her phone to text him. Do you have a security guard in our driveway? She paced while she waited for him to respond. He was an early riser, so she knew he was probably already up. His name lit up her screen and she answered before it could ring a second time.
You're up early, Isabel. What's this about security in your driveway?
There's a car I don't recognize parked in the driveway. I can't see the driver, but Sarah saw him first and said he had a camera.
1 second, doll.
She heard him talking to someone else, maybe on his office phone.
Do we have someone sitting in Isabel's driveway?
The response was muffled, but Garrett came back to her seconds later.
Our guy should be across the street. Look for a black town car.
Isabel went to the window again. I don't see anything, sir. The car in the driveway is a silver Honda.
Damn it. Hang up and call 911, Isabel. I'm on my way.
Isabel turned and smiled at Sarah, who was still sitting on her bed. Sarah, sweetheart, why don't you get ready for school, okay? The girl looked as if she wanted to argue, but didn't. She called the police when Sarah was gone. At first, the operator was confused, but finally understood and said they would send a patrol car by as soon as possible. 5 minutes later, she saw a police car slowly drive by. The mystery car backed out just as Garrett's driver turned the corner. Knowing Garrett would be upset if she went outside, she went downstairs and waited for his knock. As soon as his knuckles hit the door, she jerked it open.
Did you even bother to check and see who it was?
He asked sternly. I've been watching from the window, she murmured. His gaze softened as he stepped into the house and pulled her into his arms. Who was that? She asked after a moment of silence.
I don't know, but we got a license plate, so we'll be running it down ourselves as well as passing the information to the police. Jax will be at the office this afternoon. What time are we supposed to be at the prison to talk to Carmen?
9. We've got some time. I need to get the girls to school.
I'll be in the living room then.
Isabel opened her mouth, intent on objecting, but he silenced her with a finger to her lips.
Not a word, Isabel. I'm not leaving you alone. End of discussion.
She sighed and nodded her head toward the living room. I'll be upstairs getting ready. He stared at her, caressing her cheek gently before turning toward the living room. Instead of going upstairs, she went to the kitchen and filled the coffee maker with water and grounds. Soon the hot, dark liquid was filling the pot, while she rummaged through the kitchen, which had been stocked with groceries before they moved in, and came up with some toaster pastries for the girls and a frozen breakfast sandwich for herself. She took down 2 mugs and filled them both, making one the way Garrett liked. When she brought it to him, he smiled kindly at her.
Thank you, doll. You didn't have to do that,
he murmured as he took a sip.
Excellent memory.
Want anything to eat? She asked, feeling uncomfortable with his praise. He shook his head.
I'm fine, thank you though. Go get ready for work.
He leaned over and picked up the remote on the coffee table. The news came on as she walked back up the stairs. Everything okay, Aunt Izzy? Katerina asked as she stepped out of the bathroom. Isabel gave her a tight smile. Yeah, all good. I set some toaster pastries on the counter for you guys. The teen started to walk down the stairs in her pajamas. Mr. Oliver is in the living room waiting to take me to work. You might want to get dressed and comb your hair, Isabel said with a smirk. Katerina's mouth dropped open, but she ducked back into her bedroom to change. In her own room, Isabel dug through the closet in search of something to wear that wouldn't be too flashy for prison. All the clothes Garrett purchased for her were tasteful but clearly expensive. In the end, she went with a simple black dress from a second-hand store. She brushed her hair and ran a mascara wand over her lashes before checking on Sarah. Garrett was still watching the news when she came back into the living room to check on him. Her father had joined him. She could feel the awkward tension in the air as the men sat silently staring at the screen. "Good morning, Daddy," she said, trying to sound cheerful. "Can you get the girls to school? Mr. Oliver and I are going to see Carmen this morning, and I haven't figured out where to put them on a bus from here." Garrett turned his head toward her.
I'll send them with my driver and call a car service for us.
She shook her head. "That's really unnecessary."
It's the safest option. I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner. We still don't know who might be watching you. It would be best not to put your father or the girls in any additional danger.
She sighed, her shoulders sagging. "You're right. Thank you." He smiled at her as he lifted his phone to his ear to talk to his driver. While Garrett wasn't paying attention, Jacob leaned forward and picked up the remote, switching the channel to the news station he preferred. Isabel stifled a giggle as she went to the kitchen to check on her nieces. An hour later, she was in the back of a car with Garrett, content to lay her head on his shoulder, while he typed into his phone. He'd been preoccupied for most of the drive, but Isabel was fine being left with her own thoughts. When they pulled into the parking lot of the prison, Isabel told him to take off his belt and jacket. "You should leave your phone in the car, too." He stared at her, bewildered. "I promise, sir, it will make the screening process faster if you just leave those things here." He reluctantly agreed. "Make sure your pockets are empty, too. You really just want to bring your ID, and that's it. I've got quarters for the vending machine, so we can get her some snacks while we talk," she said, holding up the clear plastic bag of coins.
"Seriously?"
he asked, raising an eyebrow. Isabel gave him a mirthless laugh. "Seriously, it's not pretty or comfortable." One of Garrett's attorneys was already waiting inside for them and had managed to pull some strings to get them in a little before normal visiting hours started. It was going to be an interesting conversation, and she hoped her sister would cooperate. When they had been screened and were led into the large visitor center, Isabel went straight for the vending machine to get her sister the snacks she knew she would want. 10 minutes later, they brought her in looking a bit sleepy. She scowled when she saw Isabel. "I didn't know you were coming too. Everything okay with the girls?" She nodded. "They're good. They'll be back next month." "So what's this all about? I got a call saying a lawyer and a big shot want to talk to me about my time at the Colorado Logistics warehouse." Garrett nodded.
I guess I'm the big shot, Garrett Oliver. This is my attorney, George Perry. We're wondering what you can tell us about why you were fired and how Darren Gunn was involved.
Her sister's eyes went wide at the mention of Darren, and Isabel knew there was something she didn't know. "I'm not sure what this is about, but I don't want any part of it. That fucker Darren can rot in hell." Garrett propped his elbows on the table and steepled his fingers beneath his chin.
That would be my preference as well, but I'll be content to see him rot in jail, and I think you can help us with that.
"I don't see how." George Perry spoke.
Why don't you start by telling us why you were fired? There isn't anything in your employment file about the reason.
Carmen snorted. "That's because any reason listed would be bogus. I may not be entirely innocent of the things that landed me here, but I damn sure didn't steal money from that place. It was those damn accusations that led me to doing the things I did, though." Isabel looked down at her hands, trying to keep her mouth shut. This wasn't her meeting, she was just the facilitator.
So you're saying he fired you for stealing money from Colorado Logistics?
the attorney said. That's what they said. Darren told me if I left without incident, he wouldn't call the police. Isabel couldn't keep quiet anymore. How did you getting fired cause you to commit credit card fraud? Her sister turned and glared at her. I don't want to talk about that. I'm doing my time, that's all you need to know. Isabel folded her arms over her chest and looked away. This is why she usually sent Henry or her dad with the girls to visit. Carmen had always stonewalled about her reasons for committing the crime. It seemed to Isabel that she'd just gotten mixed up with the wrong crowd, but now it looked like there might be more to the story. Garrett spoke in his velvet smooth voice, the one he sometimes used when scolding a sub.
If I understand your criminal record correctly, your sister and your children are some of the people you defrauded as part of your crimes. I would think that absolutely makes this her business.
Carmen leaned back in her chair and fixed her glare on Garrett. What are you, her knight in shining armor or something? We get the gossip channels in here too, you know, Izzy. That was some kiss.
Garrett stood. I came here hoping we could help each other, but you're clearly not capable of being reasonable. We can just leave.
Carmen jumped up. Wait, can't you just let me finish my snacks first? They make us throw them away. I'll stay, Isabel said quietly. She knew Garrett wouldn't be happy with her, but he lowered himself back into his chair.
Your sister has more patience than I do.
Izzy always has been the saint of the family.
Isabel,
he said, putting emphasis on her name,
is a wonderful person who loves your children very much. You should be grateful she's there for them.
Carmen's face fell. I am, she murmured. I love my girls. That's why I can't talk about what happened. I got fired for something I didn't do, and it led to some unfortunate circumstances. I have a lot of regrets. Isabel's heart twisted for her sister, and she wished Carmen would open up. She'd already been tried and convicted, but if it turned out there were extenuating circumstances, maybe they could get her released early. The attorney leaned in and said,
I understand if you don't want to give names, but if you pointed us somewhere, it would help our investigation. Mr. Gunn has been embezzling funds from Mr. Oliver's company for a long time now, but we don't have all the evidence we need. If you can help us, I can go to a judge and work out a deal to shave some time off your sentence.
I want to help, but if I say anything, they could come after my girls. Garrett leaned forward and picked up Carmen's hand.
Listen to me. Isabel means a great deal to me, and that means her family is important to me. I can assure you I'm doing everything in my power to keep them safe. They're all living in a safe house, and I have security watching them 24/7.
Carmen glanced back and forth between Garrett and Isabel. Dang, Izzy. I never expected you to fall for a rich boy's bling. Dad must be pissed. Isabel rolled her eyes. He's coping. She didn't want to correct her sister in front of Garrett. They hadn't fallen for each other, had they? Carmen opened a Danish and bit into it. You really think you can keep my girls safe? She asked, eyeing Garrett with concern in her eyes. He nodded, his expression grim.
I promise you, Carmen, you have nothing to worry about.
Tell that to Helen Peters, she murmured. Who is Helen Peters? Isabel asked. Someone else who took the fall for stealing money at the warehouse. She's dead now. Isabel's stomach lurched and she clutched at her abdomen. What do you mean she's dead? Garrett reached for her hand.
I just found out about her myself. It's one thing I'm going to have Jax look into.
Fuck, Isabel whispered.
Tell me how you were fired,
Garrett said, still holding Isabel's hand. Carmen looked down at her lap. I actually stumbled into a conversation I shouldn't have. I think that's why I became his fall guy. I was training to work in the office when I walked in on Mr. Gunn having some kind of phone conversation. I didn't recognize the voice on the other end of the call, but they were discussing what to do about red flags in the books.
The mystery voice told him to find someone else to fire. Darren said he'd already done that once and didn't know if he could get away with it again. I remember Helen Peters getting fired unexpectedly, so I started asking about her. That's when I found out she died. But before she died, she was facing criminal charges that would have put her in prison. Like you, Isabel murmured. Beside her, she could sense Garrett's anger. If what her sister was saying were true, Darren wasn't running things. He was simply a puppet for someone else. So, how does any of this put the girls in danger? Isabel asked. That's not something I'm ready to talk about. You come in here and just expect me to spill my guts to two strangers. That's hardly fair, Izzy. They had kind of ambushed her. I will say one more thing. When Uncle Henry told me you and some of the other family got fired, I really thought it was someone sending me a message that they can still hurt my family.
Okay, Carmen, we'll let it rest for now. You've given me some things to look into. We would like to come back, though, and see about having a longer conversation,
Garrett said. Fine. She popped the top on a can of soda and opened a bag of chips, the last of her snacks. Isabel wanted to ask who they were, but she didn't want to pressure her. For the next 20 minutes, the group made small talk while Carmen ate. Is there any way you can put money on my account? I need some things. And I wouldn't mind getting some more paper so I can draw something for the girls. Isabel smiled. Carmen was a talented artist. I can spare $20. Is that enough? Carmen nodded, and Isabel didn't miss the tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Thanks, sis. Come see me again soon. They stood, and Isabel hugged her sister tight before they left. When they were through security and on their way to the parking lot, Garrett quietly slipped his hand into hers and squeezed. Garrett's driver was waiting for them. In the car, he pulled her close and she let him. I always feel so bad for her. At the same time, I feel bad for the people she hurts with her actions. Garrett pressed a kiss to her forehead.
Thank you for setting that up for me. I know it was difficult, but at least we know Darren wasn't working alone. It will give us somewhere to look. Even if we have no idea who he was working with, it will give Jack some place to start.
Did you talk to him already? He nodded.
He's supposed to have his first update for me later today.
I just want to go back home, she murmured.
I can take you. You can work from home and take a nap if you want.
She shook her head. No. I mean, I want to go back to living in my apartment. The house is nice, but it's a symbol that my family is in danger. And I want everyone safe. He kissed her head again.
I do too, doll. I can't say I want you going back to that apartment complex. Not in the state it's in, but I definitely want to rid you and your family of the current danger you're in.
Isabel rolled her eyes. Her apartment complex was perfectly safe and had been for years.
Let's just focus on making things safe for you again, and then we can discuss your living situation,
he said as he turned her chin upward and pressed his mouth to hers. If he hadn't taken her breath away with his kiss, she might have objected to any discussion of where she would live. For now, she let herself get lost in his taste.
What do you say we go back to my hotel for a nap before work?
He asked when he pulled away. Isabel grinned. As long as my boss won't fire me for being late, I think a nap sounds lovely. He chuckled and leaned forward to tell the driver to divert to the Glenview.
I think your boss will be pleased if you're late, Miss Alvarado. In fact, I think he insists.
She smiled and snuggled close. Good. And maybe while we're there, you can tell me about Helen Peters. 18.
Isabel, come in here, please.
She smiled at the sound of Garrett's voice through the intercom as she pushed back from her desk. They'd spent the morning in bed at his hotel, where he'd made love to her. He'd also had a doctor come to their suite and test them both, because he was tired of fucking her with a condom. After that, the morning had turned somber again, as he told her about Helen Peters' tragic car accident. which was sounding less and less like an accident all the time. Pushing the door open, she flashed him a smile. I was just getting ready to leave. What can I help you with? His gaze was hungry, and she half expected him to tell her he was going to take her there in the office. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and said,
I have to go back to Pennsylvania for most of the week. Could you come with me?
When would we leave?
Tonight at 7. We would be back on Thursday night.
She sighed. I don't have the kind of life where I can just drop everything and hop on a plane, Garrett. He closed his eyes.
I'm sorry, you're right. I just really want you with me.
She came further into his office. I would come with you if I could, I promise. But with Uncle Henry still on the mend and Daddy's work schedule, I need to be here for the girls.
Okay, doll, I can accept that. You can take off if you need to.
She hated disappointing him that way. His phone rang, and he held up a hand while he answered it.
Thank you, Jeff. Send him up, please.
Lowering the phone, he looked at her and said,
Jax is here. I'll see you at my hotel for dinner.
She blushed. Dinner, he'd already told her, would involve her mouth wrapped around his cock. Yes, sir, I'll be there. Are you sure you don't need me to stick around while Jax is here? He shook his head.
Go home, Isabel. That was our agreement if you're going to insist on working 2 jobs.
She sighed. Yes, sir. She passed Jax as she left the office and gave him a friendly wave before she slid into the back seat of an SUV for Jeff to take her home. When she unlocked the front door, Sarah was at the kitchen table doing homework, so she slipped upstairs instead of interrupting her. A nap before meeting Garrett sounded nice. As she came to the top of the stairs, Katerina opened her door and motioned for Isabel to come into her room.
What's up, Kat?
She asked, stifling a yawn. What's solitaire? Isabel felt her gut twist. How did she know about solitaire? Like the card game? She asked, hoping she sounded innocent and confused enough. Katerina shook her head and pointed to her laptop screen. No, someone from school sent me a link to a blog with those pictures of you kissing Mr. Oliver, and it mentioned a club called Solitaire. Isabel closed her eyes. I can't talk about that right now, Kat. I promise it's nothing bad. Her niece frowned. Grandpa won't be happy if he sees it. Isabel laughed. Believe me, I know. Can you send me the link to the blog? Katerina sat down at her computer and emailed her the link. Thanks, Kat. Do you need anything? I have to talk to someone about this. Katerina shook her head. I'm good, Aunt Izzy. I think Sarah needs a note signed. It's on the kitchen counter. Isabel kissed her niece on the cheek and hurried to her room to call Garrett.
I thought I told you to take a nap,
he chided instead of saying hello. I was going to, but my niece ambushed me as I was coming up the stairs. I'm sending you a link. She asked me what solitaire is and showed me a blog post speculating about who I am and whether or not you and I are members.
God fucking damn it.
Garrett swore.
Send it to me, please. I need to call Eli.
He ended the call without waiting for her to acknowledge the command, and she scowled at her phone. 20 minutes later, her phone rang. It was Garrett.
When can you be ready to go to my hotel?
I told Jeff I would be ready at 4:45.
That's not what I asked, Isabel. I asked how soon you can be ready.
She cleared her throat. I know you're dealing with a lot right now, but please don't hang up on me or snap at me if I don't deserve it, sir. She winced, waiting for him to scold her. Instead, he laughed, a low chuckle that sent a little chill down her spine.
I do love your boldness, doll. You're right. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I can be ready in 10 minutes.
Good. I'll be along to pick you up shortly. Eli is calling an emergency board meeting, and you need to sit in on it.
Why the emergency? It's just a reporter speculating, isn't it?
We honestly don't know, doll. But we're talking about the privacy and safety of hundreds of members, many of whom have a lot to lose if they get outed. We have to be careful and stay on top of this.
I'm heading back downstairs to wait on you now.
Good girl. I'm sorry your niece is the one who alerted you to this. What did you tell her?
I just said I couldn't talk about it.
I'm in your driveway.
As she passed through the living room, her father stopped her.
You seem rushed. Is everything okay?
I'm fine. Mr. Oliver just needs me back at work. He cocked his head to one side.
Come now, Isabel. You don't have to pretend around me. I'm sure you don't call him Mr. Oliver.
She stifled a smirk as she wondered what her father would say if she told him he preferred Sir. I have to go, Daddy. I love you. I'm working at the hotel tonight, too. I'll see you in the morning. She kissed his cheek and stepped outside, where Garrett leaned against the car with his phone to his ear. He looked up and gave her a half-smile when she approached.
I have to go. I'll be at my hotel in 20 minutes. We can start the meeting as soon as I'm settled.
He tucked his phone into his pocket and offered her his hand.
I missed you,
he said as he opened the passenger door with his free hand. She giggled and looked at her phone. I barely left an hour ago. His phone rang before he could respond, and he leaned away from her to dig it out of his pocket.
I just picked her up. I'll be online shortly. How many did you manage to contact?
There was a pause as he listened to whoever was on the other line.
Great. Samuel is working out of the country again, so he'll be hard to reach. Lance, Russell, and Austin are the ones I really want to talk to most anyway. Jax has some information for us as well.
He ended the call and draped an arm around Isabel's shoulders.
This meeting might get a little intense, but none of us are angry at you, okay?
She nodded. I understand. You all have large personalities. I'm sure they clash from time to time. He chuckled at her observation and dropped a kiss on the top of her head as they rode to the Glenview together. Inside, Garrett logged into the video conferencing software the board used and pulled 2 dining table chairs close together. They waited as others logged on. Eli's face popped on screen first, and she gave him a wave. Afternoon. She hesitated, unsure of what to call him. He laughed.
Elijah is fine, Isabel. It's after 10 here in London, so I'm almost ready for bed.
She giggled. Okay then. Sorry, I'm keeping you up late, Elijah. Under the table, Garrett laid a hand on her thigh and gave her a gentle squeeze. Hunter, Jax, and Lance all popped up on the screen next, but Lance was on the phone and had his audio muted. Hunter and Jax began childishly attempting to make him laugh by making faces. Lance flipped them the bird and turned his back to the camera. By the time everyone had logged in, Lance was off the phone and ready to begin.
I'll be back in a few minutes,
Jack said before they got started. His face vanished from the screen. Garrett sent them the link Isabel's niece had given her, and Isabel watched as Lance turned his attention off-screen and began typing.
How do we want to address this?
Eli asked.
It's the second time one of our members has been outed in the media, and we need to put a stop to it, or members won't be able to trust us with their personal information.
Hunter leaned closer to his camera.
When Austin was outed, I thought the press was speculating because of her association with me and Patrick. Lance never found evidence of hacking. Isabel, I have to ask, how much do you talk about solitaire with friends?
She shook her head. None at all. I go to work, I go home, I go to solitaire on the weekends. I have no one to talk about it with, and even if I did, I wouldn't. Not unless I knew they were in the lifestyle and thinking of becoming a member. I've lost touch with most of my local lifestyle friends, though. He nodded.
I wasn't accusing you, little one, just trying to get all the facts.
Russell spoke next.
Garrett, is it possible that it's a smear job to get you ousted from the President's Economic Advisory Panel? I know you've ruffled feathers in Washington in the past.
Garrett shrugged.
It's possible. I'm waiting on Jax to get back to me on a slightly more personal connection, though. I'm perplexed by how someone would have found out I'm a part of solitaire. I'm incredibly careful not to discuss my connection. Aside from Isabel, these past few weeks I don't socialize with submissives outside the club, and I only talk business with a few of you on a regular basis. And I know all of you are discreet.
So what's the more personal lead you're running down? Austin asked.
Let's wait for Jax to sign back on,
Garrett said. Eli scrubbed a hand over his eyes.
Lance, I need to ask you to put your objective hat on for a minute. Is it possible you're too close to your system? You built Solitaire's security yourself. How would you feel about bringing in an outside cybersecurity expert to audit the system?
Lance scowled.
Sure, if you're fine settling for the second best. I can handle this, Eli.
Russell coughed.
I think now is probably not the time to fight over this. We need to give assurances to Isabel and all our other members that we're working on this. I'm willing to offer physical security details to anyone outed, not just Isabel if it's needed.
She smiled at him. His kind demeanor belied the fact that he was an intense sadist inside the walls of Solitaire. I'm pretty sure Garrett has my security taken care of, but I appreciate it. Garrett smirked, and Isabel turned to him. What's that look for? He chuckled.
Russell's company is who I employ for all my private security, doll.
She giggled. Of course it is. Well, thank you for keeping me safe, she said, winking at the camera. Garrett's phone buzzed, and he glanced down at his screen.
Looks like Jax is about to get signed on.
When Jax popped up on the screen, everyone murmured greetings.
What do you have, Jax?
Garrett asked.
Evening all,
he said.
Assuming you're okay with me spilling everything to everyone.
Garrett nodded.
Go ahead. Okay. First, we're digging through a stack of phone records a mile high from Darren Gunn, trying to pinpoint who he's working with. That's just based on the information you gave me a little bit ago. We haven't gotten far, but I do see a few phone calls to Carmen Alvarado weeks after she was terminated. Seems odd to me that he would contact someone who had supposedly stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars from him.
Isabel sucked in a breath. That didn't make sense. Why would Carmen communicate with the person who fired her?
Second is Maddox Oliver.
Isabel turned and stared at Garrett. Your brother? She murmured. He nodded and turned to the others on screen.
The story is long and not one I really want to rehash, but let's just say we've never gotten along. A decade or so ago, some things exacerbated the strain on our already tenuous relationship. Ultimately, I wouldn't put anything past him. But he's also stayed out of the public eye for the last several years, so I'm confused as to why he would be coming after me now. I'll do some digging on my end,
Lance said.
See if I can connect your brother to either the phone call to Isabel or the email we got. Not to mention the blog post. What makes you think this brother is involved?
Hunter asked. Garrett ran a hand through his hair.
That's the tricky thing, and it's just a hunch for now. 1, we found some evidence that he is connected to a company that swiped a contract out from under me. A contract I've had since I bought the Colorado facility a couple of years ago. Second, he started using the Oliver name again. Part of our falling out included him changing his name and disappearing. But he always vowed to get even. I'll know more when Jax and Lance finish their digging. I trust Jax and Lance to handle the investigation side of things,
Eli said.
What we have to do now is come up with a response from Solitaire. Holly will wind up being the expert on this. But she's swamped with meetings in California, so I'll fill her in later.
The group spent the next 20 minutes bandying about ideas for a statement to release to members, and in the end, Eli had an extensive list of ideas to take to his wife. Garrett asked Isabel to wait for him in the other room while he talked privately with Jax after the meeting ended. She really just wanted all of this to be over. Her dinner hour with Garrett was supposed to be a sexy, fun goodbye before he left town. Instead, it had turned into a stressful meeting about whether or not she was going to be outed as a member of a BDSM club. While he was finishing his conversation, Isabel did her best to bring herself back into a calm state with some deep breathing. There was no reason they couldn't salvage their goodbye. When Garrett finished his conversation with Jax, he went looking for Isabel in the bedroom. She was waiting for him, and took him by surprise by dropping to her knees to unbuckle his belt.
I was feeling bad about not being able to join you in Pennsylvania, she said, her voice breathy. I thought I could make it up to you.
You haven't disappointed me at all, Isabel.
He sucked in a breath as she worked his pants and underwear down his hips enough to free his cock.
That said,
he continued, tangling his fingers in her hair,
I do like the sound of you making it up to me.
He let himself lean against the wall while she raised up on her knees enough to wrap her lips around the swollen tip of his erection, just barely pulling it into her mouth. She stared up at him as her lips traveled further along his shaft. Slowly, she eased her way down until he felt himself touch the back of her throat. He fisted her hair in his hand as she sucked him deeper, opening her throat for him. Fuck, she was good at this. She pulled back, still keeping him between her lips, then plunged forward again. After several long, slow pulls in and out, she increased her speed and found a rhythm that had him gripping her hair even tighter, and bracing his arm against the small table he stood next to.
Christ, Isabel,
he muttered as she sucked him even further down her throat. Her tongue swirled at the sensitive spot near the tip of his cock every time she pulled him out of her throat. It would be his undoing.
I hope you're hungry,
he bit out.
I'm about to lose it, doll.
Her eyes told him she was eager for him to explode across her tongue. So he gripped her hair with both hands and took control of the blowjob until he reached his peak.
Fuck,
he bit out as the orgasm rocked him. She continued to gently suck as she swallowed his seed. Finally, she backed away and let his cock fall from her mouth with a quiet pop. She wiped at her face with the back of her hand and let out a giggle. I didn't know I could still do that. Garrett tilted his head toward the ceiling and laughed. He helped her up and pushed her toward the bed, intent on returning the favor, but she stopped him. Actually, sir, I really am hungry. I was hoping we could have dinner before you have to leave and I have to go to work. He chuckled.
Come on then, doll. I'll just have to take you to bed when I get back to town on Thursday.
When they made their way to the downstairs restaurant, she gripped his hand. Could it be that his Isabel was going to miss him while he was away? They didn't talk about his brother or being outed during their meal. It was as if they both sensed that they just needed to be together in the moment. After dinner, they stood outside his car wrapped in each other's arms.
I'll call you when I have time, and we'll check in while you're at the office, too. I'm sure there will be plenty I need you to handle for me. I expect you to take care of yourself while I'm gone. Is that clear? That includes listening to the security team.
She nodded. Yes, sir. Garrett kissed her gently and pulled away. He hated how hard it was to leave. 19. The next morning, Isabel left work armed with a stack of brochures and 3 forms to fill out to get fully enrolled in classes. She'd been pleasantly surprised to discover that she was closer to finishing her degree than she thought. In the car, Jeff asked where she wanted to pick up breakfast. His question made her chuckle because she was quite certain Garrett had put him up to asking. I would love to stop and get breakfast burritos. Thank you, Jeff.
Of course, Miss Alvarado.
A half hour later, they were pulling into her driveway with a bag full of food.
I'll be sitting right here until it's time for you to go back to work.
As she was getting out, she paused. Why didn't you travel with Garrett?
Under normal circumstances, I would have. But Mr. Oliver's #1 priority right now is your safety.
Isabel gave him a kind smile. Thank you, Jeff. By the time she got to the kitchen, the girls were already running down the stairs, lured by the smell of food. Burritos! They exclaimed together. She laughed and let them tear into the bag. When they had picked what they wanted, she grabbed one for herself and went upstairs. Security would take the girls to school without her, so she rushed through her breakfast before climbing into bed for a brief nap. At the office, she connected her computer to Garrett's in Pennsylvania and started working on some of the assignments he'd given her. A lot of it was organizational, but she didn't mind the work. It kept her brain busy so she wouldn't be tempted to doze off. One of the floor managers came to ask her about a supply order, and she was confident enough to speak for Garrett and approve it. When lunchtime rolled around, Garrett video called her.
You look tired, doll. Did you get a nap?
I did, just not quite long enough. I'm off at the hotel tonight, though, so I'll sleep well tonight.
You know, if there weren't so many windows in that damn office, I would make you strip for me right now and show me how you play with yourself again.
She blushed furiously at his words. You're supposed to behave at work, sir, she teased, embarrassed by how turned on his dirty words made her.
Perhaps I'll send you to my suite at the Glenview to put a show on for me later then,
he teased. She gave him a mock scowl. I should probably go eat so somebody doesn't get cranky with me.
I don't get cranky. I just spank you and put some food in front of you,
he retorted. How's work going there? She asked, changing the subject.
Tedious, but necessary. I'll be done soon enough. I'm just ready to be with you again. I'm tempted to move my headquarters to Colorado.
Her chest tightened at the prospect. Not that she wouldn't mind being part of his life full-time, but she still wasn't sure how serious he was about their relationship outside of kink. That seems drastic, she said with a grin. I do miss you, though. He gave her a slight smile. A phone rang in the background, and he sighed.
Guess I should get back to it, doll. I just wanted to see your face for a few minutes. I'll call later to say goodnight.
They ended their call, and Isabel went back to work. A half hour later, there was a knock on her door. It was Jeff holding lunch from the bakery.
Courtesy of Mr. Oliver,
he said as he handed it to her. She giggled. Of course, he'd found a way to feed her. As she was closing the door, she heard her phone.
I might not be there to spank you, but I'm still capable of feeding you.
She grinned at his text and unwrapped the sandwich. Holding her phone out in front of her, she snapped a selfie while taking a large bite of the turkey club and sent it to him. He didn't reply, but he was likely on the phone with the president or something. The thought made her shake her head. If someone had asked her a year ago if she would know someone who talked to the President of the United States on the phone, she would have laughed and called them crazy. Her life hadn't been a bad one, but she definitely grew up poor and had remained that way for most of her adult life. In college, she'd worked hard to keep her student loans low, but the debt was still large. Now she was dealing with her sister's bills on top of her own. Garrett had never known poverty, but she had a feeling he had never really known what it was like to have a loving family either. As irritating and troublesome as they could be sometimes, Isabel wouldn't trade her family for all the money in the world. The problem was her family might see her dating Garrett as doing exactly that. Her family reunion was in a few weeks. How would they feel if she showed up with him? Maybe in an environment like that, they would be able to see what she saw. The day flew by, and soon she was locking the office to head downstairs. A security guard stopped her.
Ma'am, we're going to ask you to remain in the building for a little while. We've spotted a mysterious vehicle in the lot, and we want to make sure it's safe.
Isabel felt her heart speed up, but she nodded and turned to go back upstairs where she called Garrett.
Isabel, what's wrong?
She relayed what the security guard had said. You're sure someone is watching the girls? She asked, her voice trembling.
I'm sure, doll. Just hang tight. You'll be home in no time.
She paced the office with her phone as worry knotted her stomach.
Isabel, sit down.
She scowled at the phone. Are you spying on me somehow? Garrett laughed.
No, though that's not a terrible idea. I can just hear your breathing as you move. Sit down. I'm checking in with the girls' detail now, and everything is fine. They've got them picked up and are on their way back to the house.
She blew out a long breath as she lowered herself into one of the office chairs. In the distance, she heard sirens. Were they coming here? It was difficult to tell, but they were definitely getting louder.
I'm going to put you on hold for just a minute, doll.
She waited in the silence for Garrett to come back on the line. As she did, a knock sounded at the door and she screamed.
Shh. It's okay, Isabel.
Garrett soothed.
Ma'am,
The security guard said through the door.
it's safe now.
She jumped up to open the door. Who was it? She asked, not sure if she was talking to Garrett or the guard.
It was Darren Gunn, ma'am. It looks like he was intent on kidnapping you. He is currently in police custody.
Does that mean we're safe? Garrett answered before the guard could.
If you're asking if you can go back to your apartment, not just yet. We still don't know who he was working with, and we don't know if he'll get out on bail. We're going to keep your security pretty tight, but for now, rest easy knowing he's locked up.
The guard slipped out to go back downstairs.
Go home, Isabel. I'm sorry you were scared, but I'm glad you're safe.
Me too, she murmured. I could really use a hug right now. Garrett sighed.
You're killing me, doll. If I were there to hug you, I totally would.
She ended the call and went downstairs where Jeff, the driver, was waiting. She was ready for dinner, a bath, and a good night's rest. At home, she checked in with the girls. Tonight, she was especially grateful for their self-sufficiency. I've had an exceedingly long day, girls. I'm going to hide in my room. Just knock if you need me. 3 hours later, as she was climbing under her covers to read until she fell asleep, her bedroom door opened. A scream bubbled in her throat, but she stifled it when she realized it was Garrett stalking toward her. Garrett? What are you doing here? I thought you were gone until Thursday afternoon.
I was, but you're under my skin so fucking bad. And you sounded so small and scared on the phone. I knew I had to come home.
He wrapped her in a tight hug and she willingly let her head rest on his chest as she inhaled his scent.
Were you going to bed?
He asked a moment later. She nodded. I was going to read until you called or I fell asleep. He caressed her cheek.
Can I sit in bed with you and work quietly?
She nodded and moved to climb in bed, but he stopped her, capturing her mouth in a rough kiss. When he pulled away, he smiled down at her.
That's better. Carry on,
he said with a wink. She giggled and climbed beneath the fluffy comforter and picked up her book. Garrett stepped into the hallway and picked up his suitcase. Wait a minute, Isabel said as he made his way to the bathroom. Who let you in?
Uncle Henry,
he said with a grin.
Maybe he doesn't think I'm so bad after all.
Garrett slipped out of bed early the next morning, intent on getting to his office for a conference call with the people he'd intended to meet with in Philadelphia today. As he was pulling on his slacks, Isabel stirred. Hey, she mumbled sleepily. Are you staying in town, or do you have to go back to Pennsylvania today? He buttoned his pants and sat on the edge of the bed, running his hand through her hair.
Are you saying you would miss me if I left?
She gave a slow nod and he grinned.
I'm not going anywhere, doll. At least not until after the weekend.
Her face lit up as she sat, tugging the blankets up around her chest.
Speaking of the weekend, I wanted to see if you would go to another event with me on Friday. We would miss the first half of the party at Solitaire. But it's important that I go. I would feel better having you with me.
He hadn't actually secured tickets yet, but once his friend Paul, the governor of Colorado, called him back, he knew that would be rectified. She reached for his hand. I'll go if you'll do something for me.
Anything.
Tugging her closer to him. My family reunion is coming up in a couple of weeks. Will you come with me? It would mean missing a weekend at Solitaire. He held his grimace in check. A family reunion sounded horrifying, but there was no way he was telling her that.
I can handle that,
he said.
One condition, though.
She frowned. How is that fair? He chuckled.
I didn't say it was fair, but you haven't heard my condition yet.
She huffed. Okay, I'm listening.
I get to take you shopping for another dress.
She shook her head. I couldn't possibly let you. I saw the price tag on the last dress.
That's my condition, Isabel.
You are so not playing fair. But okay, fine. I'll agree. He smirked and pressed a kiss to her forehead.
We'll go at lunch on Friday.
She rested her head on his shoulder.
I need to get going, doll. Send me the date for your family reunion, and I'll make sure Regina clears my schedule.
You mean dates? She said with a smirk. He scowled.
Dates? How long does a family reunion need to be?
She giggled. Have you seriously never been to one?
God, no. Why would I?
Oh, my dear, sweet sir. You are in for a treat. It starts with a beach bonfire on Friday night, free time and more beach time Saturday afternoon, then a gigantic party on Saturday night. Finally, we'll have brunch with all the cousins who aren't too hungover on Sunday afternoon. It only happens every 2 years, so it's a big deal. None of that sounded like a treat to Garrett.
Fine,
he said, standing.
But if I don't get to share a bed with you, I'm out.
She giggled. Don't worry, we all get our own hotel rooms. I usually share with the girls, but they can just share a room on their own this year, or maybe stay with some cousins on the beach.
Fine. I'm booking the hotel. How will we get there?
Since they happen every 2 years, we save a little at a time and rent an SUV to make a 2-day road trip out of it. You can just fly in and meet us, though.
Wait, you said beach. Where exactly is this?
California. He frowned as he pulled on his shirt and buttoned it up.
I feel like I didn't display good negotiating skills here,
he muttered.
I'll fly us all out on the jet. There's no need for you to drive that far right now.
Please, no, she said, climbing out of bed. I can fly with you, but don't ask my entire family to join us. I don't want to make my dad and uncle uncomfortable. They don't mind the road trip.
I'm making the offer, Isabel. End of discussion. Ask your security. They'll tell you they can keep a better eye on everyone if we all fly together.
You really think Darren has a partner who's going to follow us to California?
I'm not taking any chances with your safety. Besides, I may not know a lot about teenagers, but you can't tell me they won't love having a story about a ride in a private jet,
he said, grabbing her by the waist and pulling her close. She sighed. Fine, you win, as always. He chuckled and pressed a kiss to her cheek.
I'm late for a meeting, doll. I'll see you at work in a little while.
Picking up his suitcase, he walked downstairs where Henry was coming out of his bedroom.
Good morning, Mr. Alvarado. I was hoping to see you before I left. I wanted to run something past you.
Isabel came downstairs an hour later to find her dad and uncle chatting at the kitchen table. Good morning, you two, she said, kissing them both on the cheek before making her way to the coffee pot. I'm glad you're both up. I wanted to talk to you about the family reunion. Henry smiled.
Mr. Oliver already talked to me. It's kind of him to offer to take us.
Isabel frowned. What do you mean he already talked to you?
This morning, as he was leaving, he told us you invited him and said he doesn't want me to have to sit in a car for 2 days with my injuries and suggested we all fly on his jet.
Isabel sank into the third chair with her coffee cup. And you're okay with this?
I just had the shit kicked out of me, Isabel. I sure as hell don't want to be trapped in a car with 2 teenagers for 4 days.
She twisted a piece of her dark hair around her finger. I'm glad you're okay with it. You both seem to dislike him and his money, so I didn't want to assume anything. I was going to talk to you about it first. He wasn't supposed to. Henry leaned forward and smiled.
He seems like an okay guy. I'm not saying I trust him completely, but I can see why you fancy him.
She smiled. I do like him a lot. I probably should have asked before inviting him to the reunion, though. I wonder how Aunt Sandy will feel. Her dad shrugged.
Your cousin Tara is bringing her girlfriend with her. Her mom and I are the only ones who know. I suspect you two won't be the only ones the family talks about,
he said with a smirk. She chuckled. Good for Cousin Tara. I'm glad she feels brave enough to come out. I know how our family has a history of being less than open-minded. She stood and drained her coffee. I love you both. I need to get to work. I'm working overnight at the hotel too, so I won't see you until morning. Henry muttered under his breath about her working too hard, but she ignored it. 20. Garrett sat in his office, having just finished a conference call with a tech group who wanted to further automate his fulfillment process at his order fulfillment centers. He'd spent the morning in a virtual meeting with the rest of the president's economic advisory panel. They had been tasked with formulating recommendations for the first 100 days of President Donovan's second term, should he win in November. As always, when dealing with egos that big, there had been a lot of talking over each other and getting little done. At the end of the day, it would be interns, assistants, and middle managers who provided the meat of the agenda. Now he was waiting for Regina to connect him with Paul Andrews, a former roommate and the current governor of Colorado. He watched Isabel on her own phone call with a shipping facility in another state, and a smile played at his lips. Waking up next to her was proving to be more and more desirable all the time, and he wondered if she would let him spend the night at the safe house with her more often. I have Governor Andrews for you, sir. Regina's voice crackled through his tablet, and soon his desk phone rang.
Paul, thanks for making the time. Always, Garrett. I'm disappointed we won't be seeing you on Friday.
He scowled.
That's actually what I'm calling about. I think there's been a mix-up. I absolutely want to attend. Is there a way to get 2 tickets? Well, that's a relief. The Small Business Council of Colorado told us you were no longer interested in lending your support to their organization. Where the hell did they get that idea? I've been sending them annual donations and contracting with local vendors since we bought Colorado Logistics. I've even had the state's tech supply contract up until a few months ago when it was awarded to Maxitech instead. I've been trying to get you on the phone ever since.
Paul cleared his throat.
I'm sorry I didn't try to call you and find out more, but you know how day-to-day governance is. I just let my assistant handle most things.
Garrett knew all too well what that was like.
Well, send me 2 tickets, and I'm going to get on the phone with the president of the council and find out where the mix-up came from. You got it. It will be good to see you again, even if I do only get to wave from the stage. We'll get together sometime soon for a drink.
Garrett sucked in a breath.
What do you know about Maddox being on the guest list?
Paul was silent.
Your brother? That's the first I'm hearing of it. I didn't think you two were on speaking terms.
He stood to pace.
He hasn't spoken to me since I shut down the jewelry sector of our company a decade ago.
Paul whistled.
That's what I thought. I'll get you a copy of the guest list.
Garrett chuckled.
Pretty sure Regina already has one. Of course she does. Our assistants are always one step ahead of us, aren't they?
They spent a few minutes catching up before Paul was called into his next meeting.
Oh, hey, before I go, I saw you locking lips with a pretty woman at the gala in Dallas. Who is she?
Garrett grinned, even though Paul couldn't see him.
You'll meet her on Friday, if you're lucky.
When he ended the call, he debated whether or not to reach out to Maddox to find out what the hell was going on. Was his brother trying to undermine him? Before Maddox's accident, they were supposed to inherit equal shares in the company, with Maddox running day-to-day operations, but circumstances changed. He stood and paced, feeling restless. He wanted to pull Isabel away from her work and take her to his hotel room, but he had a feeling she would object. Instead, he called his driver and asked him to bring his gym bag upstairs. When it arrived, he changed into jogging pants, a t-shirt, and expensive running shoes. When he stepped into the outer office a few minutes later, he laughed. She was on the floor in front of a filing cabinet with folders spread all around her.
"Can I get you something?"
she asked, setting aside a folder.
Don't get up. I'm going for a run. Do you need anything while I'm out?
A run sounds nice in theory. Maybe you can bring lunch back? He chuckled.
I'm sure I can make that happen. Text me if I need to cut it short for any reason.
She nodded and returned to her pile of folders. Isabel flipped through a stack of folders looking for anything that needed to be filed under J. Reorganizing the mess Darren had left was a tedious chore, but she was happy to have the task. The sense of fulfillment she would get when it was done would be worth it. While she sorted, images of Garrett running, sweat dripping down his body, droplets falling from the ends of his gorgeous dark hair, floated through her mind. She bit her lip as she pictured it. The ringing phone startled her out of her little daydream, and a folder went flying as she jumped up to answer it. When she finished her greeting, a silky voice came across the speaker.
What a lovely name, Isabel. I was wondering if you could help me with some information.
She blushed. I can do my best. May I ask who's calling?
You can call me Max. I'm calling with the Colorado Business Bureau, and I'm wondering if your company would be willing to fill out a business census.
She frowned. I would have to ask my boss, but it seems easy enough.
Excellent. Can I ask you a few questions about your company and then email you the census form and you can fill it out if your boss says yes?
Sure, Max. She rattled off her email address.
Got it. I'm sending it now. Can you tell me when you get it?
She clicked over to her email and waited for the message to arrive. I see it, she said when it popped up at the top of her inbox. Max asked a few questions about the number of employees they had, how many trucks they had, and whether they experienced high turnover. She didn't know the answers to most of the questions and apologized for not being helpful.
Don't apologize, Isabel. You've been extremely helpful. It will be even more helpful if you fill out the census. Give Mr. Oliver my best if you speak to him.
She frowned. How did he know Garrett was her boss? Making a mental note to ask him about it, she went back to her stack of folders. A few minutes later, her cell phone buzzed. It was Garrett. How is your run going? She asked.
Did you just get a call from that reporter?
She frowned. Was he tapping her phone or something? No, why?
After that video got emailed to Lance and you got that call from the reporter, Lance put a trap on my office lines to try and catch more information if they called back. He said he just got a ping and you got a call that lasted a couple of minutes. Are you sure it wasn't the reporter?
Her heart jumped into overdrive as she thought about the call from Max. Yes, sir, I'm sure. I did get a call from someone named Max, asking if I would fill out a business census for the Colorado Business Bureau. What's going on?
God fucking damn it. How much did you tell him?
Garrett asked, fury in his tone. Nothing, really. I told him I would have to ask you, so he asked for my email address and sent me the form. Then he asked a bunch of harmless questions about the number of people who work here. Did I do something wrong? She asked.
Besides give personal information to someone who doesn't need it, you mean?
I'm sorry, Isabel whispered. He said all the right things, asked the right questions, and none of what he asked seemed like private information.
Have you opened the email he sent?
Yes, sir, she whispered. I'm really sorry. The door flew open, causing her to jump. A furious Garrett was towering over her. Her lip quivered as she tried to hold back her tears. Please, don't be mad at me. I'm so sorry if I fucked something up. Garrett's face fell as a tear slid down her cheek.
Christ, Isabel. I'm not mad at you, baby. I'm sorry. I'm fairly sure you just had the pleasure of speaking to my brother. And yeah, he would have said and asked all the right things. I'm not mad, I promise.
He shut the door softly and crossed to where she sat. Dropping to one knee, he lifted her chin so she was looking at him. I don't like upsetting you, she murmured.
You haven't.
He sat fully on the floor and shoved a stack of folders to the side and pulled her into his lap, wrapping his arms tightly around her. Is your brother really that much of a rotten guy? She asked as she felt herself calm in his embrace. He grimaced.
It's complicated. I didn't used to think so, but things changed.
Will you tell me about him? He frowned.
Maybe some other time.
She ran her fingers through his hair. You don't have to, but it might help to talk about him. He nodded and pressed his forehead into hers.
I will, just not right now. Right now, I need you to get me the email address he used so I can send it to Lance.
She scrambled from his lap and wrote the email address on a sticky note. I hope it helps, she said.
It's probably a junk account we can't trace, but it's something to work with anyway. Excuse me, doll, I need to call Lance.
She watched as he disappeared into his office before bending to rearrange the stack of folders he'd shoved aside. She heard a loud cracking sound come from inside his office a few minutes later. Everything okay? She asked, poking her head through his doorway. He was rubbing his fist.
Sorry, I'm just frustrated. I didn't mean to startle you.
Would you like me to get us lunch? He clenched and unclenched his fist.
Fuck. I'm sorry. I was supposed to feed you.
It's okay. I don't mind going.
No. Get your things. We're leaving,
he said curtly. Where are we going?
My hotel. I'll feed you there.
21. Garrett kept an arm around Isabel the entire ride to his hotel. When he'd first ordered her to the car, he was riding high on rage at his brother and planned to take her to the hotel and fuck her hard. Now, with her soft feminine scent floating into his nostrils and her head resting on his shoulder, he'd calmed some. He liked that she had that effect on him. That didn't mean he wasn't going to fuck her. After his explosion during his run and in the office, she needed to see that he was still in control, and they needed something to bring them together. He was going to dominate her and remind her that she was his. And then he would feed her lunch. They were alone in the elevator, so he backed her into the corner and kissed her deep. When he pulled back, she was breathing heavily.
When we get to the hotel, you have about 60 seconds to lose the clothes and get your ass on the bed in proper presentation position. Or I'll punish you. Are we clear?
She bit her lip and wrapped her arms tighter around his neck. Yes, sir, she whispered as the elevator doors slid open. In the room, Isabel wasted no time removing her skirt and blouse, but he still tapped his watch as if he were actually keeping time while she rolled her panties down her thighs. She chucked her bra and scrambled onto the bed. Her ass was soon high in the air and her legs wide open.
Are you satisfied with my test results?
He asked as he stripped out of his own clothes. She nodded and he landed a hard smack on her bare ass.
Is that how you answer me, sub?
Her head shot up at the pain of his hand and she whimpered. No, sir, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm satisfied with your test results, sir.
Good,
he said as he let his hand drift between her legs.
I'm about to fill your tight little cunt with my cum. What do you think about that?
She whimpered as a finger fluttered over her clit. I can't wait, sir. She moaned as he increased the pressure of his finger. He wasted no more time and climbed onto the bed, settling behind her with his cock at her entrance.
God, you're soaked. How long have you needed for me to take you this way?
He pushed inside her and she groaned.
Answer me, Isabel. How long have you needed my cock inside you?
She whimpered as he dragged himself almost fully out of her again. Since you walked into my room last night, she finally whispered when he threatened her with another smack on the ass.
From now on, you ask for what you need, Isabel. If you need me to pin you down and fuck you, I will. You need me to be slow and gentle? I'll do my damnedest to control myself and give that to you. Right now, though, I'm going to fuck you hard and I want you to scream for me.
With no further preamble, he slammed into her with punishing force and began fucking her fast and hard. She cried out as he moved. He leaned forward and fisted her hair in his hand, tugging her head upward.
Scream for me, Isabel.
He knew she would be sore and likely bruised by the time he was done, but neither of them cared. She screamed his name as he slammed against her. The sound of wet flesh slapping against flesh blended with her screams.
Christ, Isabel.
He bit out as he thrust into her one last time and came with a groan. He let her hair fall from his grip as the orgasm shook him. When he pulled his cock from her, he nearly became hard again at the sight of his seed dripping from her.
Put your hand between your legs and feel me running out of you,
he commanded. She took his command a step further and dipped her fingers into her slick entrance, then brought it to her mouth, tasting their blended essence.
Fuck, Isabel. Are you trying to get me hard again?
He asked. She giggled as she collapsed onto the mattress. That was really hot, sir, she said with a grin.
Roll onto your back,
he said, sitting on the bed next to her. When she did, he spread her legs and let a finger drift over her clit.
Let me make you come, doll,
he murmured. You don't have to do that. Sometimes sex without an orgasm is enough for me, especially if I know I'm giving you something you need. He smiled.
Well, what I need right now is for you to be a good girl and come for me.
She nodded and closed her eyes, one of her hands drifting to her nipple. He gently massaged her clit in soft circles until she was writhing beneath his hand.
Come, Isabel,
he said softly as he continued moving his fingers. He felt her pussy clench and she pinched her own nipple as the orgasm rolled over her in slow waves. There was no crying out or screaming, just gentle moans as he continued to massage her, prolonging her pleasure.
That's a good girl,
he murmured.
You're so beautiful coming undone in my hands.
A shudder flowed over her, and he laid down next to her, stretching his body out against hers.
Thank you, Isabel,
he murmured a few minutes later. For what? She asked quietly.
For putting up with me, for letting me have you the way I needed.
She giggled. You're pretty easy to put up with, sir, especially when I get fucked like that.
Oh, so my girl likes it rough. I'll have to keep that in mind.
With a grin, he sat up.
Now I have to feed you, so go get in the shower.
At lunch, they talked quietly, but she didn't press him about his brother, and he was grateful.
George has arranged for me to go see Carmen again next week,
he said.
Do you want to come with me?
I'll let you go on your own. If I'm not there to defend her from your grumpiness, she might answer more questions. Or she might clam up. It's really hard to say. She twisted her hands as if she had something more on her mind.
What is it, Isabel?
I have a weird request. Can you promise not to do anything to get her out of prison? Maybe offer to shave some time off her sentence, but don't outright free her. He raised an eyebrow.
I'm flattered that you think I wield that much power. I promise I won't, but I would like to know why.
Helen Peters, she whispered. After she got out of jail, she died. I know there's no proof it was anything more than an accident, but... She trailed off, and he reached for her hand.
I understand, doll. You have my word, okay?
She seemed to visibly relax, and he felt bad. He wanted so badly to take away all the things that caused her stress. The thought tickled the back of his mind that she was only in danger right now because of her association with him, but he did his best to tamp that down. 22. Friday afternoon, Garrett and Isabel rode to Jasmine Darlington's boutique in the back of an SUV. He had apparently warned her they were coming this time, and she already had a selection of items picked out. Garrett worked quietly on his tablet while Isabel read up on the university program she would be starting soon. When they walked into the shop, Jasmine scooped her into a bear hug. I'm honored to get to work with you again, my dear. Isabel snorted. I'm pretty sure you're doing all the work, Miss Darlington. Jasmine swatted her hand in Isabel's direction.
Please call me Jasmine. My last name is so pretentious.
Isabel grinned. Okay, Jasmine. I'm excited to wear another one of your gorgeous dresses.
You are by far one of the most gorgeous creatures I've ever had the pleasure of dressing. Come now, let's get you into something that will make Garrett here want to undress you.
The eccentric dressmaker winked at Garrett, who just shook his head, his expression mostly stoic, but Isabel caught the subtle gleam in his eyes when he looked her way. She made a note to ask how he'd met Jasmine. She didn't seem like the type of person Garrett would meet through work, and his only socializing was at fancy political events and club solitaire. When she stepped into Jasmine's back room, the woman immediately began picking up garments she'd had strewn about.
I loved the yellow on you, but I want to go a little more subtle this time. Something that will let your beauty really shine.
She handed her a variety of gray dresses, but Isabel gravitated to the one that had hints of yellow embroidered on the bodice. Jasmine smiled knowingly.
I had a feeling you would be drawn to that one.
She let Jasmine help her into the dress. It was gorgeous and fit her almost perfectly. Had the woman altered these dresses with her measurements from before? Nothing should surprise Isabel about the things Garrett's money could get done, and yet it did. When she stepped out to show Garrett the dress, his eyes lit up as he set his tablet aside.
It's perfect, doll. You look stunning.
Jasmine clapped her hands behind them.
I knew it would be the one. I have a hair and makeup artist arriving shortly. Let's go play in the clothes while we wait. I have something special for your high-protocol dinner,
she said as she pushed Isabel back into the dressing room. Her heart skipped a beat, and she felt her face go pale. How did Jasmine know about the high-protocol dinner?
Oh, dear,
Jasmine said.
You don't know. My dear, don't worry. I'm a silent member of the club. I just never get to attend. A vast majority of the corsets and lingerie stocked in the club gift shop are my creations. You haven't met me, but you have met my boy, Simon.
Isabel's eyes went wide. Simon is your sub? She nodded.
Yes, but he has more free time than I do on the weekend, so I let him go have his fun. We're what you might call polyamorous, though I rarely get involved with anyone else.
Isabel shook her head. The things she learned about people always fascinated her.
Anyway, darling, Simon told me Master Garrett was taking you to the dinner. When Garrett called me last night about another dress, I knew I had to have you try on some of my new fetish wear.
She opened a closet along one wall and pulled out some gorgeous lingerie and corsets.
Corsets are pretty and do outstanding things for our tits, but yours don't need any help. And I'm a big fan of lingerie that could pass for a risque evening gown. So let's try this one on you.
Isabel stared at the backless gown Jasmine was handing her. It was risque indeed, with mostly sheer material that flowed from a panel of silk meant to cover her breasts. It included a pair of panties that would be visible through the sheer material. It once again fit her body perfectly, and she couldn't help but wonder how much time Jasmine had put into altering these items for her.
Do you like it? It doesn't matter how much I love it if you're not comfortable, Jasmine said.
Isabel looked at herself in the mirrors and discovered she felt perfectly comfortable, and dressed despite the amount of visible skin. I think it's gorgeous, she murmured.
Excellent. I'll box this up for you then. We'll keep it a secret from Garrett until the night of.
Isabel grinned, feeling even more excited for the dinner next month. Jasmine's hair and makeup person arrived a few minutes later, and Isabel sat patiently while the woman did her hair and makeup. It felt like a lot of makeup being caked onto her face, but when they finally let Isabel look in a mirror, she was stunned. Somehow it looked completely natural.
Just perfect. You'll be the most gorgeous woman in the room. She always is,
Garrett said from the doorway.
Can I have my girl back, Jasmine?
The woman grinned.
You can. I'm pretty sure she's all yours and has been for a while.
Isabel smirked as she stood and turned to face Garrett. Do I look okay? She asked when he held his hand out for her.
Okay. Doll, you look amazing.
She felt her face warm under his praise. Thank you, sir, she murmured.
I do think it's missing one thing, though.
Oh? She questioned. He reached into his pocket and pulled out her bracelet she wore at solitaire.
I grabbed it last night,
he said.
I know you only wear it at the club, but I would be honored if you wore it tonight.
She felt herself tearing up as she held out her wrist.
In fact,
he murmured as he slid the slim silver jewelry over her hand and onto her wrist.
I would appreciate it if you didn't take it off again, if you're going to be mine outside the club.
She swallowed and nodded. I'm okay with that, sir. He smiled.
Excellent. Let's go try to have a pleasant time, then.
Garrett went to Jasmine's register and handed her a credit card. Isabel watched as he leaned in and whispered something to the makeup artist who was standing next to her. The woman nodded and bent down to dig through one of her cases. She handed something to Garrett, who slipped it into his pocket. In the limo, Garrett kept a promise he had made earlier in the day to make her suck him off. A towel had magically found its way to the floor for her to kneel on, so she wouldn't mess up her dress. And he warned her that if she didn't want to go around the party tonight wearing evidence of their backseat naughtiness, she needed to be a good girl and swallow all of his semen, something she gladly did. When he'd exploded in her mouth and she had swallowed him down, he pulled out a handkerchief for her to wipe her mouth with. As she settled next to him on the seat, he reached into his pants pocket and produced a tube of lipstick, the kind her makeup artist had used. Isabel shook her head as she swiped the expensive tube across her lips. Do you always think of everything? She asked as she tucked the tube into her purse. He grinned.
I try to. The more I think of, the more successful I am in business and politics. I figure the same has to be true with women,
he said with a wink. With women, not in relationships. Isabel tried not to dwell on it. His sweetness and insistence that she was his all the time was endearing and causing her to become attached. But part of her knew deep down that he still didn't think of them as in a committed romantic relationship. She was his submissive and his employee, not his girlfriend. That was okay, she just had to remind herself to guard her heart and not grow too attached to him being around all the time. At some point, he would return to Pennsylvania, and they would go back to seeing each other on weekends only. She tried not to dwell on it. As she sat next to Garrett with her shoulder against his, he slid his hand over hers and squeezed.
The most pleasurable thing about this event is the food. Sometimes it's not the greatest at these things even when we spend hundreds on a plate. Tonight the chef is a friend of mine who usually runs the kitchen in one of Hunter's restaurants in New York. He's been flying around lately, doing celebrity events.
Isabel nodded, only half hearing him. The driver interrupted them.
Sir, the security detail we sent ahead has asked that we enter through the back. The press is apparently getting a bit rowdy over some unexpected guests.
Isabel was fine with that. The idea of being mobbed by the press again put a foul taste in her mouth. Why did the security team come ahead of time? She asked as the driver turned the corner into an alley behind a hotel. Garrett smiled.
Just precaution. This was a last-minute decision on my part, and they wanted to scope out potential exit strategies should we need one.
Would this be her life with Garrett? A constant barrage of security and invasions of privacy? It was overwhelming to think about. Thankfully, there wasn't time to continue dwelling on it, though, because her door opened and one of the security detail offered her his hand.
Miss Alvarado, just step over here and we'll get you and Mr. Oliver in safely.
She nodded and waited for Garrett to round the car and offer her his arm. The two security guards, dressed much the way she imagined the Secret Service dressed, ushered them into the building and through a maze of hallways until they came to the lobby. Isabel could see the press they had been warned about. She was grateful for Garrett's foresight to send the security team ahead. They checked in with the hostess staff and were directed to their table. Just like in Dallas, they were stopped multiple times as people spotted Garrett and wanted to ask questions. Some tried to engage Isabel in conversation, but for the most part, they just nodded her way, complimented her dress, and turned their attention back to Garrett. They were almost to their table when a woman stopped them and wrapped her arms around Garrett. Isabel took a step back as the woman gushed.
Garrett, it's so good to see you, darling. You've stayed away too long. When are you coming to the governor's mansion for dinner again?
Then it hit her. Isabel recognized the woman from television. She was standing in front of the governor of Colorado's wife. Was there anyone this man didn't know? She spotted no less than a dozen actors in the room, all with Colorado roots. The longer she looked around, the more out of place she felt.
Isabel.
Garrett's voice shook her out of her spiral. Sorry, I was lost in thought, she said when she realized he was trying to introduce her. The woman smiled kindly.
It's quite all right, dear. These things can be overwhelming at first, but you get used to it. I'm Elaine Andrews. It's nice to see Garrett bringing a date to these things.
Isabel smiled back.
I'm happy to be on his arm, she said politely. You must come to dinner with Garrett next time he's free.
Garrett pecked the woman on the cheek.
We'll set something up soon, Elaine. I'm working out of Colorado for a few more weeks at least.
The woman clasped her hands together.
Wonderful. I should get back to my husband, but you two enjoy the party.
She seems nice, Isabel murmured.
I like her well enough. Her husband and I were roommates in boarding school.
He's young, then. Garrett smiled.
I suppose he is. Age of candidacy is 30.
At their table, he pulled her chair out for her, bending to kiss her on the cheek as she settled.
I have to go and speak to some people. Will you be okay here?
She nodded and waved her hand around the room. The place is filled with security. I'm fine. I enjoy people watching. He squeezed her shoulder and turned to walk away. Pausing, he faced her again and leaned down to whisper in her ear.
Have I mentioned how gorgeous you are tonight, doll? I can't wait to take that dress off of you later.
The room suddenly felt 10 degrees hotter as she watched him walk away in his bespoke tuxedo. That was certainly a sight she could get used to. She picked up the water goblet on the table and took a sip as she let her eyes wander the room. People milled about, talking and laughing in expensive clothes as they sipped on cocktails from the bar. It occurred to her that she should go get a drink. A little alcohol might make the small talk with strangers at their table a little easier. Standing, she scanned the room, looking for the path of least resistance to the bar. When she spotted the least crowded area, she made a beeline for the back of the room and stood in line.
What's a lovely woman like you doing getting her own drinks?
She turned at the sound of a rich, masculine voice behind her and smiled at the stranger. Surprisingly, it's something I'm quite capable of, I assure you. The man threw his head back and laughed.
My apologies. I didn't mean to imply that you weren't capable. Allow me to get your drink for you as an apology.
Isabel smirked. It's an open bar, but you can leave the tip. He shook his head, a half-smile playing at his lips.
What will you have?
He asked as they approached the bar, waiting for one more person to place their order. Dirty vodka martini, please, she said. When it was their turn, the stranger ordered their drinks with practiced ease. Thank you, she said, with a smile as she watched him tuck a wad of cash into the tip jar. I like a generous tipper.
Wait a lot of tables in college.
She nodded. Worked a bar for a bit, too. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she sipped her martini and scanned the room for Garrett. It wasn't hard to spot him. Even with his back to her, he stood out as he spoke to a group of men. His broad shoulders were straight, and he stood with confidence. I should get back to my table, she murmured to the stranger.
Allow me to escort you while I look for my own table.
He placed his hand at the small of her back, and Isabel started walking in the direction of her table, uncomfortable with his touch. He got the hint when she sped up and finally dropped his hand as they approached.
This is me,
they said at the same time. Just great, Isabel thought. The man was sitting at their table.
Seems I get the pleasure of your company for a while longer. I won't pretend to be disappointed,
he said with a wink as he pulled a chair out across from hers and sat. A few minutes later, she felt Garrett behind her and reveled in the feel of his hand on her shoulder. She tilted her head to smile up at him, but the smile faded when she saw the steely glint in his eyes as he stared at their table companion.
Isabel, I see you've had the misfortune of meeting my brother.
23. It had taken everything in Garrett's power not to pull Isabel up and walk her right out of there. He'd spotted his brother chatting her up at the bar. His first inclination had been to scold Isabel for leaving their table, but he realized that was unfair. If he wanted her on his arm more often at events like these, she had to feel comfortable enough to move around in his world. He'd finished his conversation with a group of local businessmen as fast as he could without being rude, but he kept Isabel in his sights the entire time. His brother was making her uncomfortable, so at least he knew she had good judgment. Now, he stood behind her, seething. When his sweet girl looked up at him, she placed a hand over his as it rested on her shoulder. "I was missing you," she said with a smile. "I hear the view on the balcony is lovely. I was hoping we could go for a walk before dinner." Bless her, Garrett thought, giving her shoulder a squeeze.
Come on then, doll. We'll catch up with Maddox later.
"I'm so sorry," she murmured as they walked away from the table. "I had no idea who he was, I swear." Then he realized she thought he was mad at her. They'd just left the ballroom, and he was intent on taking her to the balcony, where there was indeed a lovely view. Instead, he tugged her into an alcove next to the water fountains and backed her against the wall. Gripping her face, he let his mouth ravage hers.
You have nothing to be sorry for,
he said when he pulled away.
I'm pissed at him, not you.
Why are you angry with him for showing up?
It's so complicated and messy. He brought me here to let me know he's back.
Back from where? He knew she was confused, and that it was probably time to tell her about his brother. He pressed a kiss to her forehead.
Come on, let's go outside and talk.
The balcony was large and stretched much of the building. It was dotted with benches and small bistro tables. When they settled at one, he reached for her hand.
Maddox, or Max, is older than me. He was supposed to be the one running the Oliver Corporation because I was pursuing a career as a political advisor. When he was in college, he got mixed up with a dangerous crowd and got involved in an illegal diamond smuggling ring. If you're ever curious about how I got into business with David Eastman, that has a lot to do with it.
His thumb traced the back of her hand as he thought about the best way to tell her the rest of the story.
Dad got him out of a few legal pickles, but he was still grooming Maddox to be the next CEO. Then, 10 years ago, he had a nasty car accident while he was running diamonds. It fucked up his face pretty bad, and he had a pretty serious brain injury. At that point, Dad was done. He changed his will and asked me to come back to the company. I still kept my fingers in a variety of political pies, but it was clear that they expected me to step in and take my brother's place.
She squeezed his hand. I'm so sorry, Garrett. He gave her a pained smile.
Things have always been tense between Max and I. But when he came out of the hospital and discovered he no longer had a job, he took his trust fund and, for the most part, cut himself off from the family.
And you think somehow he's been playing a long game to get revenge? Garrett shrugged.
I honestly don't know.
So, how did he get involved in the illegal diamond trade? A member of the catering staff came by with a tray of appetizers, so he snagged one for each of them.
Eat,
he said, shoving the tiny plate toward her. She laughed. Don't try to get out of answering my questions, Garrett. This is affecting my family. I deserve to know. He shoved the shrimp tartlet into his mouth to buy him some time to gather his thoughts.
I'm not trying to get out of answering,
he said when he'd swallowed.
Our company has a jewelry arm, or had. That's where Maddox got his start in learning management. In doing so, he got talked into getting into business with some unsavory types who convinced him he could make more money if he got into the smuggling business. When Dad first found out, he pulled him out of the jewelry arm and put him to work running one of our shipping facilities. He thought he'd shut down the mini-smuggling operation, but my father was a bit naive about my brother.
This is all so confusing, she whispered. He laughed.
Tell me about it. Let me try to condense it for you. The long and short of it is, after I took over, I discovered that my brother still had his tendrils in the jewelry arm of our company, and diamonds were still being smuggled through one of our facilities. I cleaned house and got completely out of the jewelry game. I eventually dipped my toe into the diamond waters again with David, but I use his man-made diamonds for things like blades on industrial machinery, not jewelry.
And at the point that you cut off his inside connection to the company, he, vowed to get revenge? Garrett chuckled.
Something like that. He declared that we were dead to him and even changed his last name. I just don't know what brought him out of the woodwork now, or why he's using the Oliver name again, and I intend to find out. He's definitely meddling in my affairs, though, and very nearly got me kicked off the Small Business Advisory Committee we're here to celebrate tonight.
So you think Darren was working with him? Garrett shrugged.
It makes sense, but it will take some untangling to find out.
She nodded. I'm sorry this is turning into an awkward night. Any chance we can get a different table? He squeezed her hand.
Doubtful. It's a full house. But we're going to do our best to have a good time, and then I'm going to take you to solitaire and have my way with you.
Isabel lowered her gaze and eyed him through her lashes. We could just skip right to that part. He grinned and stood, pulling her with him.
I would love to, doll, but I'm not going to be seen as a coward who tucks his tail. We're going to have to stick this one out. Let's get back inside and play nice with everyone.
Dinner was as awkward as he expected it to be. The last time Garrett had attempted to reach out to his brother was 6 years ago when their mother died. When their father died a year later, he didn't even bother trying.
Isabel,
Maddox said as they were eating dessert.
How did you come to be on my brother's arm?
She gave him a tight smile. I got really lucky, she said. Maddox laughed.
We'll have to agree to disagree on that one, sweetheart. But seriously, how did you and Gary meet?
Garrett rested a hand on her thigh beneath the table.
Isabel has worked in one of my facilities for a few years, and I had the pleasure of meeting her during a site visit some months back.
She turned her gaze to his and smiled tenderly at him.
Ah, so unethical behavior at work is okay for you. Good to know,
Maddox said, disdain dripping from his voice. The others at the table were visibly uncomfortable. Garrett glanced at his smartwatch.
We should get going, baby,
he said, letting a hand rest on her shoulder. Of course, she said, smiling sweetly.
Sure, run away when the conversation gets awkward, Gary,
Maddox said, tossing his napkin aside. Garrett just stared at him.
Are you serious right now? You couldn't even be bothered to come to our parents' funerals. We're leaving, Isabel,
he said tightly as he pushed his chair back and stood.
If you ever decide you want a man to treat you as his equal, just let me know, Isabel. You have my email address.
Beside him, he felt her stiffen as he clenched his own fists. It was the bastard's subtle way of letting both of them know he was the one who made the phone call and was likely the one behind the leak of their connection to Solitaire. What he wanted to know now was how his brother knew about this to begin with. In the back of the limo, Isabel surprised him by lifting the skirt of her dress so she could straddle his lap. When she was settled, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him frantically.
"How far away is Solitaire?"
she asked between kisses. He swerved his head so his mouth ended up next to her ear when she came in for his next kiss. His hand pressed against the back of her head and trapped her against his shoulder. He hummed, knowing the vibration of his voice would tickle her neck and drive her wild.
What does my girl need?
He asked. She shuddered against him but didn't answer.
I won't ask again, Isabel. Tell me what you need, and I'll give it to you. Don't answer, and I'll just have my way with you, which means you're leaving my bed marked, sore, and well fucked.
That,
she breathed into his neck.
I need that.
He fisted his hand into her hair and stared at her, wanting to be certain he had permission to let his inner beast out. She'd caught a glimpse of it in his hotel the other day. He saw nothing but need in her eyes, and he wanted to push her, claim her, confirm that she was his.
If you mean that, I want you across my lap right now. I want to warm your ass up before I fuck you.
She whimpered but scrambled to obey.
Are you mine, Isabel?
He asked as he dragged her silk panties to her knees.
Yes, sir,
she whispered. A shudder tore through her when he caressed her ass. He lifted his hand and let it fall hard in the center of her ass.
Mine to use how I please,
he questioned, landing 2 more burning smacks.
Yes, sir,
she cried, louder this time.
Mine to spank how and when I want,
he asked, letting loose a flurry of smacks. She cried out and squirmed on his lap, but he kept spanking until heat radiated from her backside.
Kick off your panties,
he commanded as he finished with a volley of stinging swats. Her panties pooled near his feet, and he gently caressed her butt and thighs.
Such a good girl,
he murmured. Spanking her had calmed him some, and he encouraged her to straddle him again.
I'm sorry,
he said, cradling her face in his hands.
I shouldn't have pushed your limits that way. But I'm feeling ferocious tonight, and I wanted to make sure you were up for what I want.
Please,
she begged, pressing her forehead to his.
I'm yours. I just need you to make me feel it.
He twisted her hair and pulled her head to one side, exposing her pretty neck. Leaning forward, he nuzzled her there, making her squirm. Without warning, he turned his face slightly and sank his teeth into her bare flesh. She cried out as he stopped just short of breaking skin.
Christ, I'm going to fuck you so hard when we get to Solitaire. I hope you're ready,
he said, his voice dark. She ground herself against him and nodded as she gingerly touched the spot he'd bitten.
Can your driver go any faster?
Garrett let his head fall against the seat and laughed.
No, but I know how you can pass the time.
He flashed her a wicked grin before he continued.
Get on the other seat and pull your knees up. I want to see your pretty cunt spread wide for me.
He gave her a gentle shove off his lap and leaned over to the small drink station in the side panel to pour himself a scotch. He draped one arm across the back of the seat and sipped as he watched her move across from him to the other bench seat. It might put her closer to his driver, but it kept her back to the privacy panel. When she was settled, he pressed a button, and they were bathed in the soft glow of the overhead light.
Wider, Isabel. I want to see everything,
he chided.
Put your feet flat on the seat and spread your knees far apart. There you go. Good girl.
He paused for another casual sip of his drink.
Now tell me, do I make you feel like less than me? Are you somehow of lower status because I make you put yourself on display?
The scotch burned as it went down. Isabel shook her head.
No, sir. You make me feel alive.
He smiled as her answer sent tendrils of warmth through him.
Good girl. Make yourself feel good for me, just like in the shower a couple of weeks ago. Show me how you like to be touched."
Her hand dipped down low and her fingers fluttered across her folds.
"Come when you want. I'm going to enjoy my drink while you enjoy yourself. But if you don't have an orgasm by the time we get to solitaire, you won't get any tonight. That will be your punishment for failing to obey me."
She nodded frantically and rubbed faster circles around her clit. The surrounding landmarks told him they were still at least 20 minutes from the club, and he knew she was needy. There was almost zero chance she would fail the directive he'd given her, and he would help her along if he needed to. He hummed occasionally, or praised her gorgeous pussy as he drank his scotch. Less than 10 minutes in, he watched pure bliss take over as she nearly melted into the seat while the orgasm rolled through her. Watching her come undone made him want to drop his expensive slacks and bury himself in her right here in the car. But he forced himself to practice restraint. As she worked herself to a second orgasm, he drained his scotch. They were almost to solitaire. When she opened her eyes and pulled her hand away from her clit, she stared at him, hunger still burning in her gaze.
"What do you need?"
he asked, loosening his bow tie to pull it off. "I want you to fuck me in the dungeon." Isabel's heart raced. Had she really just said that out loud? Having sex in the dungeon was something she feared, but she felt the need to do something beyond letting him spank her that would prove how much she wanted to be his. Letting him mark her, claim her in front of others seemed fitting.
"Are you sure?"
he asked, his voice husky with his own need. "I'm sure," she whispered. "I want everyone to know I'm yours." He grinned.
"Oh, Isabel, you're a gem. Fix your dress, we're almost there."
She straightened her clothes and slid her panties back on before moving to sit next to him again. In front of solitaire, Jeff jumped out and opened the door for them. He gripped her hand as they walked up the steps to the entrance. "Hey, you two, you're looking sharp. That dress is killer," Cassie said from behind the reception desk. Isabel grinned. "Thank you, we had a function earlier."
"Excuse us, Cassie, we're on a mission. We'll come back down and chat later,"
Garrett said, practically dragging Isabel through the lobby and into the bar. Instead of walking the length of the bar, he turned toward the door that led upstairs.
"I know what you said you wanted, but I want you in my bed,"
he said.
"I'll fuck you in the dungeon sometime soon, though."
She nodded as they stepped into the upstairs hallway. In his suite, he pushed her against the wall and ravaged her mouth and neck with rough kisses and nips of his teeth.
"You're so fucking gorgeous,"
he murmured when he pulled away. She knew her lipstick was a mess and her hair was everywhere, but in that moment, she felt absolutely beautiful. In the bedroom, she turned her back to him and lifted her hair off her neck so he could unzip her dress. He pushed it off her shoulders and let it pool on the floor. "We really should hang that up," she murmured as she stepped out of it.
"Hush and get the rest of your clothes off."
"That's like $6 grand piled on the floor," she protested as she unhooked her bra. Garrett chuckled and bent to retrieve the discarded gown. He draped it over a chair and raised an eyebrow.
"Is that better?"
She nodded and shimmied out of her panties.
"Good. Now get your ass on the bed, lying on your back. I didn't finish my dessert at the party."
She giggled when he smacked her ass playfully and scurried to obey him. When she was on the bed with her legs spread, he pulled her until her ass was perched on the edge. Instead of his mouth on her pussy, she felt his teeth sink into her inner thigh. The sting of his bite traveled from her leg straight to her clit, and she groaned with the need to come again. She'd never thought of herself as a masochist before, but as he bit her other thigh, he pressed his thumb to her clit, and she trembled with pleasure. It wasn't long before an orgasm was rocking her. He stood and stripped out of his tux. His chiseled body hovered above her, and his eyes bored holes into her.
"You going to say something about my tux on the floor?"
he teased as his hands rested on either side of her.
She shook her head. No, sir. I just want you inside of me. He entered her swiftly, nothing gentle or easy about it. His thick cock dragged out of her and he paused.
Open your eyes,
he commanded. As her lids fluttered upward, he drove himself forward at full force. She cried out as he ripped into her. This time he didn't slow down, fucking her hard. The sounds of their fucking echoed in the room as she cried out with every thrust. His hand cupped her breast. She braced herself for a jolt of pain when her nipple wound up between his finger and thumb. It came a moment later and she let out a garbled string of curse words as he pinched hard. The pain subsided when his hand left the offended nub and slipped between their bodies to find her clit. The gentle massaging was a stark contrast to the forceful way he slammed into her. His grunts and moans fueled her need and she was dancing on the edge of another orgasm before long.
Come for me, sub,
he urged as the pressure on her clit increased. That was the only coaxing she needed to cross the line into euphoria. She felt the product of his release splashing inside of her a moment later. When they came down from the intoxication of their harmonious orgasms, they lay together, breathing heavy.
You mean so much to me,
he murmured as he shifted to his side and caressed her face.
I'm sorry, my family drama is marring our time together.
She snuggled close to him. I'm just happy to be in your arms. We'll get through this. Is the fact that your brother calls you Gary why you don't like it when my family calls me Izzy? She asked after a few minutes of snuggling. He lowered his mouth to hers for a tender kiss.
You noticed that, huh?
He said when he pulled away.
Them calling you Izzy definitely sent me back to another time. Let's not talk about him anymore,
he said as he kissed her again. 24. Monday morning, Isabel sat at her desk waiting for Garrett to arrive. Their weekend at Solitaire had been an enjoyable respite from everything going on. But now they were back in the real world and he was at the state prison visiting her sister again. This time he was armed with at least a little bit more information and Isabel hoped that Carmen was more cooperative. Thankfully, there was plenty to do at the beginning of a new week. Garrett had tasked her with checking in with each of the department heads to make sure they were on track to meet all of the demands he'd made when he arrived at the facility a few weeks ago. A knock sounded, and Jake from Sorting and Packaging poked his head in.
I'm ready for you, Miss Alvarado,
he said, tipping his dusty ball cap. She smiled and stood, picking up a clipboard with a checklist on it as she did. Let's get started then, she said as brightly as she could manage. At first, she'd expressed concern about her inability to handle the assignment Garrett had given her. But he reminded her that she would have to get used to meeting with and overseeing a variety of department heads if she were going to own a hotel someday. Now she was viewing it as a learning experience, and she was happy to have the work to keep her mind busy. She started at the top of the checklist and worked her way down, asking various questions as they made their way downstairs.
We think we can trim the time it takes to sort an order and pack it if we restructure the storage area based on real-time data from customer orders,
Jake was saying as he led her into the storage facility.
The problem is there's just too much space between here and where the boxes actually get packed.
She made notes as he spoke. And do you have any suggestions we can take to Mr. Oliver for how to fix that? She asked.
If we could reopen that middle section of the storage bay, I think we could rearrange things sufficiently.
Isabel had never worked in sorting. She'd only ever done the final packaging and labeling to get the box ready for shipping. So she was unfamiliar with the organization of the inventory storage bays. Why was the middle bay closed? She asked. Jake shrugged.
To be real honest, ma'am, I don't know. But about a year and a half or so ago, Mr. Gunn asked me to restructure the bays. Said we weren't going to have the inventory for it to be necessary anymore, so we shut it down.
She raised an eyebrow. And was that odd to you?
It was. We started getting less inventory for sure, but it always seemed like we were getting the same amount of trucks dropping things off.
Isabel didn't know what any of that meant, but she wrote it down for Garrett or one of his people to look into.
By the time Jake was finished giving her his tour, it was time for her to check in with the shipping manager. She asked him about the drop in inventory and the storage bay, but he seemed to not know anything. After that, she went to the packing floor and talked to Uncle Henry, who had taken over for a supervisor Garrett fired. Today was his first day back since the assault.
"You look good with the clipboard, Izzy,"
he said, clapping her on the shoulder. "Oh, hush, Uncle Henry. I'm just helping Mr. Oliver out." Her uncle smiled. "I'm glad you're warming up to him," she said after looking around to make sure nobody could hear her.
"He's all right. Definitely taking care of us,"
he said as he leaned over and picked up a stack of papers.
"These are the reports he asked me for, and I got together with Jake in sorting, and I think we're in agreement on some of the ways he wants to rearrange things."
She nodded and checked off boxes on her list. They had already asked Henry if he knew anything about Darren's activities, but he didn't, and Isabel believed him. He was the kind to keep his head down and do his work and not bother anyone. "I should get back upstairs," she said, gathering the papers he'd handed her. "I'll see you at home." Upstairs, she organized the checklists and made more notes for Garrett. As she was finishing, he opened the door. She smiled at him as he sat a bag of food down on her desk. "Always trying to feed me," she said with a grin. "Thank you. How was your visit with Carmen?"
"Less hostile. She's worried about you and the girls. Still hesitant to say a lot, but when I told her Darren had been arrested, she opened up a little bit."
He perched on the corner of her desk.
"How was your morning?"
"Is that all you're going to tell me? I need more than that, don't you think?" He sighed.
"I promise I'll tell you everything soon. I want to have Jax and some of the other investigators I have working on this verify her information first."
She scowled. "Now I wish I'd gone with you."
"Come on, sit in my office and tell me how your morning meetings went."
She didn't really want to, but she gathered her stack of folders and the bag of food and followed him into his office. When she was settled on his sofa with the folders on the coffee table in front of her, she gave him a rundown of her experience playing the role of supervisor for a day. "I'm just fascinated by how disjointed all of the departments seem," she said. "It seems like it would be better if each department knew what the other department was doing, but, for example, I had no idea what the inside of the storage bays even looked like until I talked to Jake in sorting this morning. And I've been here for 5 years.
"That seems like something easy to fix. Training everyone in every department is a little cost prohibitive, but it wouldn't be difficult to give everyone a basic understanding of each department as part of their orientation. Something beyond the basic summaries in the handbooks."
The problem is not even your department heads seem to know what's happening in other departments." Garrett scratched his chin and pulled out his phone to type something.
"I'll have to see why that is. Thank you, Isabel. It sounds like you did a wonderful job."
She smiled and bit into a French fry. "I tried my best. Now will you tell me more about what my sister said? I don't care if you wind up not being able to verify it. I just want to know what she told you." He growled and ran a hand through his hair.
"Okay, you're right. You deserve to hear everything. A few weeks after she was fired, she received a phone call from Darren Gunn asking her to come in after hours one night. He told her they had been watching her and her daughters, and that she had 72 hours to complete a task for them or she would wind up like Helen Peters. At the time, she didn't know what had happened to Helen, so she went home and looked her up, and discovered she was dead. She ignored Darren's demands at first, and she received surveillance-style photos of her girls in the mail with the same demand a few days later."
Isabel's eyes grew wide with horror. "Who's they?" she asked. Garrett shook his head.
"She either doesn't know or she wouldn't tell me."
"So how does credit card fraud fit into all of this?"
Again, not something she would fully tell me. The answer she gave was that she tried to escape Darren's hold and got caught.
Isabel felt herself trembling with rage as she thought of what her sister must have gone through. "I feel like such an awful sister for not fighting harder to keep her out of jail." Garrett moved to sit next to her on the couch.
"Don't do that to yourself, doll. It will lead to madness, believe me. Right now, she's probably safer in jail, just like you said last week. Had you kept her from going to prison, she might well have met the same fate as Helen Peters.
Fuck, Isabel bit out. I just want this to be over.
Me too, baby. Me too. You've done really well today, and I know you have to work at the hotel tonight. Why don't you do me a favor and go home? Be with your family. Get some rest. I wore you out this weekend,
he said with a wink.
We'll talk more tomorrow. Tonight, if you come to my room after you get off.
She gave a resigned sigh and nodded. Okay. You sure you don't want to come with me? He caressed her face.
I've got some things to take care of that I've been neglecting for far too long.
Sorry, she murmured. I'm sure that's because of me. He tucked stray hairs behind her ears.
Don't. I love being with you. Go get some rest, and I'll get some work done. We've got your family reunion this weekend to look forward to.
She gave him a sad smile and let him kiss her on the cheek. The next 2 days were stressful, and Isabel found herself irritated by everything. Despite the relaxed schedule she had switched to at both places, having 2 jobs was taking its toll, and she was ready to be done with it. Being near Garrett soothed her, but she spent most of her time feeling bad for her sister. He chided her multiple times, telling her it would do no good to dwell on the past. They would do their best to help her when the danger was gone. Wednesday evening, she sat at home while Garrett worked late. But he promised her a phone call when he was done. At 9, her phone rang and she grabbed it without looking at the number. Instead of Garrett's velvet smooth voice, she was met with a robotic voice asking her to accept the charges. She hit the appropriate number on her keypad and waited to be connected to Carmen. Izzy, I'm glad you answered. Are the girls up? Yeah, give me a sec, I'll get them. She found Katerina and Sarah in the kitchen playing a board game with her dad. Hey, girls, your mom wants to talk to you. She put the phone on speaker in the middle of the table and wandered into the living room to wait for them to finish. A few minutes later, Katerina came in with the phone. She wants to talk to you again, she said. Isabel took the phone, checking the screen for a missed call from Garrett. Hey, she said. Thanks for letting me talk to them. I just wanted to say I think your Mr. Oliver is really great. For the first time in a while, I have a glimmer of hope for the future. Isabel wasn't sure what she meant by that, but wasn't going to question it or burst her sister's bubble. He gave me a rundown of what you told him on Monday. I'm so sorry you had to go through all of that, Carmen, she whispered. Hey, don't feel bad. I'm not completely innocent in all of this. I'm glad I have someone to talk to now who might get me out of some of this mess I've made. The robotic voice reminding them that their time was almost up came through the speaker. I should get off of here. Thanks for the money, by the way. I didn't expect you to put that much on my account. Isabel frowned. I told you I could spare 20. Then why did you give me 120? Isabel's mouth dropped open. I may have made a mistake on the form, she said lamely, not wanting her sister to know that Garrett must have done it. They said a hasty round of goodbyes as the 30-second warning sounded. Isabel glared at her phone as the call disconnected. Garrett's meddling was going to get old. As she was fuming, his number flashed across her screen and she stabbed at the green answer button. You have got to stop fucking meddling, she said in lieu of a hello.
Pardon me?
He asked, his voice even and calm. $100? Seriously?
Isabel, I'm going to need a few more words. What has you pissed off?
I just got off the phone with my sister and she thanked me for giving her $120. I only put 20 on her account. He sighed.
I just wanted to let her know I appreciated her cooperation. What's so wrong about that?
Nothing inherently. I just asked you not to meddle in my family's affairs, and you do it anyway. She likes you, though, so I guess there's that. He was quiet for a moment.
I'm sorry, Isabel. I didn't think something so innocuous would upset you this way. Believe me, I dislike upsetting you, doll.
She dragged a hand through her hair. It really was harmless, and Carmen probably could use the money to buy things at the prison shop to make her life there somewhat more palatable. "Sorry," she whispered. "I don't know why I'm like this. Your money makes me uncomfortable, though." He chuckled.
I can't do much about the fact that I have money unless you want me to give it all away.
She giggled. "Don't be ridiculous. I'm sorry I got upset. I'll try to see things from your perspective more."
And I will strive to do the same.
"How are your meetings going?"
Okay, I feel like we're close to figuring out what Maddox is up to. Darren, too. We still haven't connected them to each other, but my gut says we will. I just emailed you some of the stuff Jack sent me if you're interested.
Isabel smiled, happy that he was including her. "Can I look at it now while I'm on the phone with you?"
Of course, doll. I value your input. I hope you know that.
She pulled up her email on a tablet Garrett had insisted on giving her at the same time he'd replaced her shattered phone and read the notes Jax had given them. Susan Arno went to prison for smuggling? What was she moving?
Stolen electronics. Got caught driving a truck full of them.
Isabel mentally flipped through the information she'd read about the woman in her research of former employees.
What are you thinking, Isabel?
She worked in shipping, right?
That's right. Tell me what you're getting at.
She laughed. Patience, I'm processing. It might be nothing. Did you happen to read my notes from my meetings on Monday?
Shit, not yet. I've been trying to play catch-up on some other projects. Why do you ask?
Just something Jake in sorting said. There was a drop in inventory and Darren had him shut some of his storage bays down, intending to repurpose them. I have no idea what for, but the odd thing he said was that the number of trucks coming in to drop products off didn't seem to change, even though the inventory dropped.
Son of a bitch. You're right. That is odd and worth looking into. Thank you, Isabel.
They shifted to discussing plans for the family reunion trip on Friday before Garrett ordered her to sleep.
I'll pick you up in the morning and we'll have breakfast before work. Good night, sweet Isabel. I wish you were in my bed.
25. Did you really have to send a limo? Isabel said into the phone as she watched her nieces freak out in the driveway on Friday morning. Garrett's warm laughter washed over her and calmed her somewhat frazzled nerves.
Relax, Isabel. Let them enjoy it. I'm already at the jet, so get your ass in gear and get in the limo.
She grinned. Yes, sir, I'm coming.
Not yet, but maybe when we get to the hotel,
he teased. She shook her head. Perv. Uncle Henry was feeling much better since his assault, and had managed to spend 3 days at work this week. Now he was in the driveway, corralling the girls while the limo driver piled their luggage into the trunk. Ready, Daddy? Jacob frowned, but nodded. Shows of wealth always made him uncomfortable. Henry and Jacob sat on one seat while Isabel and the girls sat on the other. There's so much room in here, Aunt Izzy, Sarah exclaimed. Isabel's phone buzzed and she glanced at it.
I had the driver replace the booze with soda for the girls.
Her heart swelled as she read his thoughtful text. How was it that someone who seemed to have no understanding of how family was supposed to be was capable of such thoughtful moments? She leaned forward and slid the panel open to show the girls where drinks and ice were.
Does he have anything stronger in there?
Henry muttered. Isabel giggled and passed him her phone so he could read the text. Henry let out a humph, but she didn't miss the half-smile on his lips for a brief moment. There's a full bar on the plane, Uncle Henry, she said with a wink as she held a glass steady for Sarah to pour herself a soda. The ride to the plane was relatively short, and she was soon walking up the narrow stairs and through the plane door. Garrett had met them at the bottom and whisked the girls up the stairs for a tour. They were looking around, a bit awestruck by the monstrous jet with its luxury interior.
I'm sure the pilot will show you the cockpit after we take off. Private jets can still get away with that, unlike commercial airliners. I'm sure that won't be necessary, Mr. Oliver,
Jacob said gruffly as he stepped onto the plane behind Isabel. Oh, stop, Dad.
Let them have a nice time. Jacob just scowled.
Where am I sitting?
He muttered.
I've put you and Henry in these seats here. Isabel, you'll sit next to me. The girls can have the bench back in the galley so they can fight over the TV if they want.
Isabel smiled tenderly at him. For not having sisters or daughters, you seem to know a lot about teenage girls. Garrett smirked.
Paul and I used to sneak over to the all-girls school when I was a teenager. I figure they can't have changed much since then.
Paul, as in the governor of Colorado, Paul Andrews? She rolled her eyes when he gave a sheepish nod. He motioned for her to sit, and she settled into the seat next to the window. She noted he'd positioned them in seats that were mostly away from the prying eyes of her uncle and dad. You're a lot to take in sometimes, she said when he sat next to her. He picked up her hand and entwined his fingers with hers.
I don't mean to be. I'm just trying to be myself. Not trying to overwhelm anyone.
She looked at their entwined fingers and smiled as her bracelet twinkled when the light from the window hit it. A ring would look better. The thought came unbidden and she shook her head. There was no chance of marrying a man like Garrett Oliver. For one, her family would have a cow. For another, he'd made it fairly clear in the beginning that he wasn't looking for that kind of commitment. He wanted a date at fancy parties and her submission outside of the club. Before the plane took off, the flight attendant served everyone drinks and promised lunch once the plane was in the air. After lunch, the flight attendant came and took the girls to the cockpit. Henry and Jacob both fell asleep, stretched out in their fully reclining seats, and Isabel felt herself doze against Garrett's shoulder.
Go take a nap in the bedroom, doll.
She shook her head. I'm fine here. He narrowed his eyes at her.
It wasn't a suggestion, Isabel. You worked a shift at the hotel last night. You're exhausted. Go. Now.
His voice stayed low, and she knew she was the only one who could hear him. But she was still embarrassed. It felt like she was being sent to her room like a naughty teenager. But when his scowl deepened, she sighed and stood to make her way to the small room. It wasn't long before Isabel was sound asleep. She drifted off to the thought that she hated it when he was right. Garrett woke her 2 hours later with a gentle kiss on her forehead.
Wake up, doll. We're landing soon.
She rolled away from him and he chuckled, pulling the blankets away.
Come on now, don't make me tickle you.
She grumbled, but rolled back toward him with a sleepy smile. Thanks for the nap. His arrogant smirk had her rolling her eyes as she sat up and slid around him to get off the bed. He stood with her and pulled her into his arms.
I'm sorry if I was too stern with you out there.
She gave a sheepish shrug. Maybe a little, but it's okay. He smiled and trailed a finger down her cheek.
I promise to keep my inner dom in check in front of your family, but I expect you to remember who you belong to. Understood?
She nodded. Yes, sir, understood. She murmured when he narrowed his eyes at her. They returned to their seats, and she noticed both girls had passed out, and her dad and Uncle Henry were still snoozing too. What did you do? Drug their drinks? She teased. He chuckled.
No. They're just learning what traveling in comfort is like. I can't imagine the 5 of you driving in one vehicle.
She laughed. Road tripping with family is fun. Garrett grimaced.
You've met my brother. My parents weren't much better. A road trip with family sounds like pure hell to me.
She felt so bad for him. Family could be a royal pain in the ass, but she wouldn't trade most of hers for the world. On the ground, the girls bounded down the stairs where another limo was waiting for them. With 7 in the car, it seemed a little less spacious, but Isabel enjoyed being snuggled next to Garrett despite the scowl on her father's face. Which hotel are we staying in, Aunt Izzy? I hope it's not the one from last time, Katerina said. Isabel shrugged. You'll have to ask Mr. Oliver. I let him arrange everything this time.
Isabel, please. They can call me Garrett. I barely like it when my staff calls me Mr. Oliver.
She nodded. Fine. Where are we staying, Garrett?
I thought we would like to be close to the beach, so I arranged for one of the beach houses.
Isabel stared at him. Seriously? This was way too over the top.
He shrugged.
It made the most sense. Everyone can have their own space without being scattered all over a hotel.
It was practical. She stared out the window as the beach came into view. It differed vastly from the mountain ranges of Colorado, but she thought they were equally beautiful. Soon they were pulling into the driveway of something much more than a beach house.
Really, Garrett? I would hardly call this a beach house.
He smirked.
What? There's a beach and it's a house. Besides, there's a direct walking path from here to the public beach where the bonfire is tonight.
The girls practically spilled out of the limo when it came to a stop, and Isabel gave up trying to keep them calm. Might as well let them enjoy being spoiled for a weekend.
Girls,
Jacob Alvarado hollered as he climbed out of the car.
Get back here and help with the luggage. That's really unnecessary, Jacob,
Garrett said.
I'll help Jeff get it.
Jacob scowled and stood by the trunk waiting to help too.
Go on in, Isabel. We'll handle the bags.
She stood paralyzed for a moment, torn between duty to her father and being obedient to her dom. A squeal from one of the girls sent her sprinting toward the house while she heard Garrett and Jacob arguing over who was grabbing which bags. Her father was going to make this trip difficult.
This place is insane, Katerina said. There's a pool table down here, and a pool in the backyard, and a hot tub. There's a hot tub. Can we get in it?
Isabel laughed.
Calm down. How about we see where we're all sleeping first, and then we can make hot tub plans.
Garrett and her father came in, each loaded down with bags. Uncle Henry followed and gave her a shrug. He was carrying a lone backpack. Was this some sort of weird pissing match? She would never understand why men did things like that. Garrett dropped the bags in the large entry area and winked at her as he took a bag her dad was about to drop.
Henry, you can take the suite downstairs. There are 3 more upstairs. Isabel, we'll stay in the pool house.
There's a pool house?
He nodded as the rest of her family scattered with their luggage to find their rooms.
Did you really think I was going to fuck you in a house full of your family?
He murmured in a low tone for her ears only. Her face turned bright red as he pecked her cheek and went in the direction of Henry's room to drop off a bag he forgot. She lifted her own suitcase and went in search of the pool house. It turned out to be a luxury apartment to the left of the pool that was almost bigger than her 3-bedroom apartment in Colorado.
I can't believe you went this far over the top,
she muttered to the empty space.
I'm sorry, I don't see any of this as over the top,
he said from the door behind her. She whirled at the sound of his voice.
I didn't hear you come in.
He gave her a half smile.
You okay? I didn't mean to upset you with any of this. I just want you all to have a nice vacation.
It will be nice for Dad and the girls and Uncle Henry.
I want it to be nice for you, Isabel. You're the one I care most about.
She sighed.
I'll have a good time. Sorry I'm uptight.
How about we finish that nap you started on the plane? The house is fully stocked with food, and the beach thing isn't until later, right?
She nodded.
That sounds good. Just let me text my dad.
She sent the message letting him know she was taking a nap and let Garrett lead her to the spacious bedroom. She was dreading seeing some of her cousins and nosy aunts from her mom's side of the family, and Garrett was able to sense her apprehension. His solution was to strip her naked and spend an hour worshipping her body with his mouth and hands. By her 3rd orgasm, she couldn't hold her eyes open, and he snuggled her close against his chest, where she drifted to sleep. Garrett could feel the tension rolling off Isabel in waves as they followed the girls and her dad to the beach that evening. Henry hadn't been feeling up to a trip to the beach, so he stayed behind.
You seem tense, doll. Did I not give you enough orgasms to relax you?
He asked as they lagged behind the others. She bumped her hip into his and gave him her adorable, embarrassed smile.
Stop. I always get tense at family reunions. They don't exactly care for my dad, but invite him out of obligation and a desire to see me and the girls.
Henry and some of my dad's other family usually show up just to spite them.
I thought you said this was a fun event.
She laughed.
It is. I just have some aunts on Mom's side of the family who don't appreciate that she married Daddy and ran off to Colorado with him. In their minds, that's why we're poor. Daddy didn't do a good enough job providing for us." There was a time he might have had the same thought about Jacob Alvarado, but after learning so much about Isabel and her life, he understood that some things went beyond being anyone's fault. Life had dealt some hard blows to her family, including the death of her mother, and nobody could have predicted that. Just then, Katerina sprinted ahead and hugged a boy who looked to be her age.
"Cousin of hers?"
Garrett asked. Isabel nodded. Best of friends, despite the distance between them. The girls are a big reason we come to these things. We want them to know their cousins. I'll enjoy spending time with some of my cousins at the party tomorrow night. Beside him, he felt her take a deep breath as they approached the small crowd that was gathering. "Isabel!" a woman shouted. She looked oddly familiar, but Garrett couldn't place her. Isabel gave a tight smile and waved. "That would be my mom's oldest sister." The woman jogged over to them and wrapped Isabel in a hug before she stepped back and looked Garrett up and down. "This is the last place I expected to see you again," she said. Isabel stared at him. "You two know each other?" she asked. The woman batted a hand. "I doubt he remembers me. I was a fundraising liaison for a campaign he consulted on a few years back." Garrett let his memory run through the various campaigns he'd assisted on.
"Senator Newman?"
he asked a moment later. "That's the one. Sandy Lopez. Pleasure to meet you again, Mr. Oliver." The name tripped his memory, and he realized Isabel's mom's side of the family was loaded. Why the hell was this woman letting her sister's kids live in poverty in Colorado? He was overcome with the urge to smack the woman and take Isabel back to the pool house. Why had she hidden this part of her family from him? He did his best to keep a friendly smile plastered on his face. "Izzy!" someone shouted from a few yards away. Isabel turned and waved at the bubbly woman heading her way. She scooped her into a hug, and the two women swayed in an embrace for several minutes. Sandy smiled up at Garrett. "What's your business with our Izzy?" she asked as they both watched Isabel and what Garrett assumed was a cousin.
"Isabel and I have been seeing each other for some time now."
"Oh, how cute. We all call her Izzy. It's what she prefers. How did you two meet? She seems a little..."
"Out of my league. She absolutely is. I don't know how I got so lucky to meet such a wonderful girl as Isabel."
He put emphasis on her name and flashed her a wicked smile that had the older woman simpering. Isabel turned in time to see it, and he held his hand out to her.
"You should introduce me to more of your family, doll."
"What did my aunt do to set you off? I've seen you use that smile before. It's not a nice one." He gave her a genuine grin and draped an arm around her shoulder, pulling her close.
"Smart girl. She made a rather rude implication about you and me. I wasn't having it."
"Oh? What did she imply? That I'm beneath you? Doesn't surprise me. They also think my mom married beneath her, and despite the fact that me being with you is a step up, they don't understand how you could possibly want me, so they'll still judge it."
"First of all, if anyone is beneath anyone, I'm beneath you. You are a far better human than I could ever aspire to be."
"You are too hard on yourself, Garrett. Look at everything you've done for my family. I mean, I know it's just because you're sleeping with me, but let's face it. I'm not that great of a lay, so it can't be the sex that's driving you to spend your money on us. There's at least a little bit of a good heart in there." They were out in the open, with nowhere for him to drag her so he could spank her ass for talking like that about herself. He stopped, causing her to stumble in the sand. His hand shot out and kept her from falling down, gripping her around the waist and hauling her to him. When they were nose to nose, he glowered at her.
"Let's get a few things straight, young lady. I do not do these things for you because I'm fucking you. But even if I were, you're the best lay, as you so crassly put it, that I've ever had. You think I'm hard on myself? Listen to yourself, Isabel. I'm going to teach you to stop being so self-deprecating. I don't care if I have to spank you every day for it. You're mine, and I always take care of what's mine. And you know from experience that I only accept the best of everything. What does that make you?"
Her lip quivered under his intense stare, and he very nearly relented and softened his gaze, but he was determined to hear her say it.
"Answer me, Isabel. Answer me, or I take you back to the pool house for a dose of my hand on your ass. If I only have the best, what does that make you?"
"The best," she whispered on a choked sob. His hand cradled the back of her head and urged her to bury her face in his neck, so others wouldn't see her if she cried in earnest.
"No one is going to make you feel any less than the best if I'm around. Not your bitch of an aunt, not your stubborn father, and most of all, not you. Am I clear?"
She nodded into his chest and lifted her head as she snaked her arms around his neck, standing on her tiptoes for a kiss. "You're too good to me," she murmured against his lips. "But thank you for that." He smiled and tucked hair behind her ear.
"Now let's go enjoy your family, and when we get back to the beach house, you can tell me why you hid how loaded your mom's family is from me."
She grimaced. "It's honestly something I didn't realize myself until after Mom died." She let him lace their fingers together again, and they trudged through the sand to where the bonfire was finally getting started.
"You must be Garrett,"
someone said, handing him a beer.
"We saw you snogging our cousin on national TV, so I guess you're family now."
Garrett grinned and took the beer.
"Thanks. I'm just happy she was willing to show me off to the family,"
he said, winking at her as she dug through a nearby cooler for a drink of her own. They spent the next few hours laughing and drinking with Isabel's family on the beach. Most of the older family went to their respective lodging for the weekend early in the evening, and they were left with a boisterous group of cousins in their 20s and 30s. He'd stopped himself after his second beer, but Isabel was happily tipsy after her third wine cooler or whatever fruity thing she was drinking. It was fun to watch her yammer and bounce around the beach with her friends. Someone broke out marshmallows and hot dogs to roast, something Garrett had never experienced. And Isabel had brilliant fun showing him how it was done. After his fifth marshmallow turned into a burnt, inedible pile of goo, he gave up and reached for a bag of chips to munch on instead. "Don't drink too much, Izzy," one of her cousins said. "This is just a pregame for tomorrow." He had no idea what tomorrow night had in store, but Isabel had described it as the gigantic party that everyone showed up for. How many people would that be? Someone said at least a third of the cousins were missing from tonight's bonfire, but would be at the party tomorrow. By his count, there had been at least 40 people on the beach at one time, and there was no telling how many he missed counting. As the cousins dispersed sometime after midnight, Isabel snuggled next to him, nearly asleep.
"Come on, doll. Sounds like we have a big day tomorrow."
He walked her to the pool house, keeping her tucked close to him, and they quietly rinsed off the sand and got ready for bed when they got inside. "Thanks for calling my aunt a bitch," she said with a sleepy, tipsy giggle as he shut off the light. Before he could respond, she'd already drifted off. They could talk about her family history tomorrow. 26. The next morning, Isabel woke with a slight headache. Her drinks had been low in alcohol content, but a dinner of marshmallows and hot dogs and not enough water meant she wasn't feeling quite up to par. At least that was until Garrett walked out of the bathroom in just a towel. He'd apparently been up at least long enough for a shower.
"Good morning, Isabel,"
he said with a half grin. "Morning. How long have you been up?"
"I took a run on the beach, so I guess a couple of hours."
She shook her head. He was a well-oiled machine. "I don't know how you run so much. I don't mind a jog a couple times a week, but nothing like what you do." He sat on the bed, and his towel separated, revealing one muscled thigh, and she wanted to run her tongue along the tight skin.
"How are you feeling, doll?"
"A lot better now," she murmured. reaching a finger out to trace a line up his bare thigh. He captured her wrist and brought it to his mouth, nipping at her finger with his teeth.
Does that mean you felt poorly before I came in?
She shrugged. A little. I didn't eat enough last night to go with my alcohol. She let her eyes drift closed, bracing herself for his scolding. Instead, he said,
Let's get you some breakfast, then.
She blew out a sigh of relief, but somehow felt a twinge of disappointment.
What was that sound, doll?
She gave him a shy smile. I thought maybe you were going to want to spank me for not eating enough last night. He cupped her cheek and eyed her intently.
Do you want a spanking, Isabel?
Her head moved back and forth before she paused and shrugged. I don't know what I want. I'm having weird feelings this morning, like I need something that I don't know how to ask for. His smile was tender.
You need the thing that connects us, the give and take of our dynamic. You crave my dominance of your body, don't you, doll?
She nodded. He was putting it into better words than she could.
You don't want a spanking, but you're also feeling a bit of disappointment that you're not laying across my lap right now. Because you also like it when I test your submission and push your limits.
When she nodded again, he reached his arm out and pulled her across his lap without warning. She was already naked, and she felt her body tremble with fear and anticipation of his hand peppering her ass with stinging smacks.
Trust me, Isabel. Trust me to push you as far as you need and no further,
he said, his voice growing husky as his hand caressed her bottom.
Is this mine?
He asked as he gave one cheek a gentle squeeze. Yes, sir. All of me is yours, she murmured, her voice trembling as much as the rest of her.
Good girl. Today, I think I want to make it pink. It's such a pretty color on you.
She wanted to giggle, but she was also feeling terrified of the spanking she was about to get. Garrett was not known for gentle spanks. His hand connected with her bottom. Definitely not soft, but also not the punishing smacks she'd become accustomed to from him when she was in trouble.
I once told you I could make you come from a spanking. I think I'll prove that to you before breakfast,
he said as he caressed the spot he'd just struck. Yes, sir, she said on a shuddering breath. His hand slipped between her thighs and cupped her pussy, which she knew was already dripping.
I think this will be even easier than I thought,
he said. A stinging spank landed on her other cheek without warning, and she gave a high-pitched yelp.
See, now aren't you grateful I got a place with a pool house?
He asked as he landed another swat. She giggled, something she thought she would never do during a spanking. The giggle morphed into a whimper as his hand landed on both cheeks at the same time. He plunged a hand between her thighs again. This time he sank one long digit into her opening and pumped it in and out a few times before he found her clit and gently massaged. He gave another series of spanks, followed by more gentle attention to her pussy. This process repeated multiple times. Each time he ramped up the pressure on her clit and fingered her for longer, always backing off before she got to the edge. Her bottom was warm and likely already pink, but she wasn't writhing in pain or hating any of it. He released another volley of smacks, this time not stopping until he'd struck every part of her bottom, before he snaked his hand into her folds again. The sting of her bottom seemed to jolt straight to her clit, and she whimpered as this time she felt herself on the brink of the ultimate pleasure. He pulled back again, preventing her from going over, and unleashed a half a dozen stinging swats to each cheek.
Such a good girl,
he murmured, as his hand drifted between her legs.
Feel the sting and come for me,
he murmured as he flicked a finger across her clit. That's all it took as the fiery burn in her ass was overtaken by the ecstasy of an orgasm that reached her toes. She let out a garbled moan of pleasure as he helped extend her orgasm with continued attention to her clit.
That's yummy, doll. I could get used to mornings like this,
he murmured. She'd been anti-spanking for so long. She hated the idea of agreeing with him, but right now, she was so high on the sensations he'd given her. So much more than a quick smack on the ass as he fucked her from behind.
This had been a methodical, intentional spanking, combined with the right kind of touching that had sent her over the edge into the waterfall of pleasure.
Lie back on the bed and spread your pretty legs for me. Looks like I'm going to need another shower, because I need to be inside of you right now,
he crooned. She loved this tender but still very dominant side of Garrett. There was no hesitation as she settled herself against the pillows and spread her legs. He leaned over to his side of the bed and grabbed his pillow.
Hips up,
he commanded. The pillow slid beneath her when she obeyed, and she suddenly felt very open as he positioned himself in front of her. His cock was thick and engorged, and she wanted it in her hands, but he was already preparing to slide into her soaked, swollen pussy. She whimpered as he stretched her and pressed deep inside her. His motions were slow and languid, much the way his spanking had been. With slow thrusts of his hips, he pulled in and out of her, all while staring deep into her soul. At least, that's how it felt as she stared up at him. His gaze was so intense as he gently filled her and pulled out again.
You feel so good around my cock, sweet Isabel. It's like your cunt was made for me.
Maybe it was, she murmured, regretting her words almost instantly. He grinned.
I'm a fan of thinking that way,
he said on a grunt as he pushed himself inside her again. After a few more gentle thrusts, she whimpered as he pulled out.
What's the matter, doll? Do you need me to fuck you properly?
She nodded emphatically. Yes, please, sir. I like the way you fuck me. His eyes shrouded with lust, and he hooked his hands beneath her knees, lifting her legs. His hips shoved against her, and he began to move faster and harder, pounding into her. The way he held her legs and had her hips propped up, it felt like he was going deeper than normal.
Finger your clit,
he commanded harshly as he fucked her. She let her hand drift between her thighs and found her clit. A gentle swipe of her finger nearly sent her over the edge, but she willed herself to hold back.
Don't hold back, doll. Come for me,
he commanded. She let herself relax and massaged her clit again, this time letting the wave overtake her. He wasn't far behind her, and she felt his hot seed unleashing inside of her as he braced himself against the bed and groaned out his release. He eased out of her and collapsed beside her a moment later.
Now that's a better way to start the day than a run,
he murmured when he'd caught his breath. She let out a giggle. I wholeheartedly agree. Even the spanking was better than running. He turned on his side and tickled her ribs.
Maybe now you won't protest when I want to put a little color on that sexy ass of yours.
She shrugged. I still don't like the way you spank me when I'm in trouble. He slapped a hand on his forehead and rolled his eyes heavenward.
That's because you're not supposed to like it, doll. It's punishment meant to discourage or encourage certain behaviors. And I would say it works, too. You've done much better about taking care of yourself since I gave you a good blistering.
She ducked her head into his shoulder, embarrassed to talk about punishment so openly like this.
All right then, doll. Come on and get in the shower with me. I want to take you shopping.
I should really check on the girls.
Of course, but shower first. Unless you want to walk over to the main house with my semen dripping down your thighs.
She shook her head and scrambled toward the bathroom for a shower. In the main house, Katerina was already awake and on the phone with her cousins planning their day. Don't forget to help your sister make plans, Kat, Isabel said as she rummaged through the refrigerator for food to cook. She pulled out eggs, bacon, cheese, peppers, and onions and set about making omelets for everyone.
Can I help?
Garrett asked as he leaned against the bar and watched her work. She grinned at him. I don't know. Can you? You don't exactly strike me as a guy who knows his way around a kitchen. He laughed.
Okay, you've got me there. But I'm still willing to try.
Okay, you can slice some avocado. I think I saw some in the bottom of the fridge.
Seems easy enough,
he said as he rounded the kitchen island and opened the fridge.
Which one is the avocado again?
Isabel turned to stare at him, wondering if he was serious. In his hand, he held an orange and a cucumber with a smirk on his face. She rolled her eyes. I didn't mean you were ignorant.
I just meant I don't picture you doing a lot of cooking. Enough with the jokes, wise guy. He stuck his head back in the fridge and came out with a bag of avocados.
Serious question. How many do you want me to slice?
She paused dicing the onion and thought about it. Let's do a half for each person, so start with 3. He dug around until he found another cutting board and knife. Then he pulled out his phone and started typing. Isabel went back to her work until he set the phone against the knife block on the bar and tapped the screen. A video instructing him on how to slice an avocado played, echoing in the loud kitchen. Isabel stared at him incredulously, knife in midair. He didn't seem to notice her because he leaned into the counter, intently watching the video as he held an avocado in one hand. "What's he doing?" Katerina whispered in her ear. Isabel forced herself to stop staring and held in her snicker as she went back to her onions and peppers. Garrett followed the video instructions perfectly, and soon had neatly sliced avocados on a plate, ready for the omelets when they were done. "Very impressive," she said as he brushed past her a moment later. He let his fingers graze her butt as he passed.
Anything else you want me to do?
She giggled. "No, I think that was plenty. I don't know if I could hold in my laughter through another YouTube tutorial."
Hey, I got the job done, didn't I?
He retorted, coming to stand behind her again.
In the kitchen and in the bedroom,
he murmured against her ear, causing her to blush. Luckily, Katerina had returned to her phone and wasn't paying attention to them anymore. "Go watch the news with my dad unless you want burnt omelets." He didn't move. Instead, he rested his hands on her hips and said,
I don't know. If you burn breakfast, that gives me an excuse to drag you to the pool house and spank you again.
"Stop," she hissed, feeling her pussy clench at his words. "And why does that sound so fucking hot? It's not fair." He laughed.
It sounds hot because it is hot. But I'll have mercy and go.
His lips pressed against her neck and shoulder, and it felt as if he'd seared her there. God, they'd already had mind-blowing sex this morning, and she was ready to drag him back to bed.
Good morning, Jacob. Henry.
She heard Garrett say as he dropped onto the sofa to watch whatever news show they were watching. The older men grunted their response, and Isabel focused her attention on omelets. Soon she had a fluffy yellow concoction on each plate and was topping them with the avocado. She dug around for sour cream and, not surprisingly, found some to add to breakfast. She sliced some oranges and toasted several slices of sourdough toast to finish each plate off, then lined them up along the island. "Breakfast is ready. Come grab a plate," she called. Garrett hopped up and told Henry to sit back down.
I'll bring yours back with me.
The girls scrambled into the kitchen and grabbed their plates. "Can we eat by the pool?" Isabel smiled. Of course. They ran out of the house and into the backyard, where she watched them take over 2 lounge chairs with their plates and phones.
This trip is good for them,
her dad said as he picked up his plate.
Thanks for breakfast, Isabel.
Garrett sat on the sofa and balanced his plate on the arm. Isabel poured them both coffee before joining the adults in the living room. She set her food on the coffee table and sat cross-legged on the floor after handing Garrett his coffee.
Thank you, doll,
he murmured as he took an appreciative sip and set it aside. "Can we please watch anything but the news?" Isabel asked. "We're on vacation. I feel like we can go without it for a few hours." Henry grumbled but tossed her the remote. She scrolled through until she found an old sitcom.
What's on the agenda today?
Garrett asked as he ate. "Just the party tonight. I'm sure some of the cousins are going to the beach again, but one trip is really all I can handle. The girls will want to go sometime soon."
And where is the party tonight?
Isabel rolled her eyes. "At the country club up the road."
You don't sound thrilled,
Garrett said. She shrugged as she cut into her food. "It's just a little old-fashioned, and the DJ they get is sometimes a little hokey. It would be nice if they would do something for the younger adults after the older folks have gone home."
I'm sure we can find a few ways to liven things up a bit.
She turned and narrowed her eyes at Garrett. "No meddling." He frowned at her but didn't say anything. just picked up his fork and shoveled another bite of omelet into his mouth. The adults ate their breakfast in silence as they watched TV. The girls came running in and asked to go to the beach with some of their cousins. Isabel got up to make sure adults were going to be on hand. When she came back inside, Garrett was putting his plate in the sink.
Breakfast was delicious, doll. Are you ready to go into town and go shopping?
What could you possibly want to buy me now? I have an entire closet full of clothes to wear, thanks to you.
Those are work clothes. Maybe I want to buy you a bikini.
She giggled. I do not wear bikinis.
Yep, definitely buying you a bikini.
She rolled her eyes. Fine, let's get this over with then.
Good girl. I need to make a couple of phone calls and then I'll be ready.
One of those phone calls turned out to be ordering a car delivered for him to drive. Some fancy silver sports thing. Cars had never been something she knew much about. Why were men so fascinated with them? They drove into town and spent the afternoon shopping at a variety of stores. She walked away with new jeans, tops, and yes, a two-piece bathing suit. By the time they made it back to the beach house, it was almost time to head to the country club, where they would have dinner followed by a party for everyone. When they arrived at the club, the parking lot was nearly full. Their family took over the entire building for the evening. It was theirs until the wee hours of the morning. Walking in felt different this time. She'd never brought a date to one of these before, and certainly never a well-known billionaire who rubbed shoulders with the president. Garrett held her hand as they walked in the entryway. Right away, it felt different. It was still the same country club, but the decorations were fresh. In fact, she spotted a staff member hustling a box of decorations into a hallway, as if they had just finished. The DJ was setting up in the corner, the same uncle who had done it the past 3 reunions. Is he? A woman came barreling toward her and nearly knocked her over. Hey, Sabrina, she said, returning the hug. It was clear her cousin was already at least 3 margaritas deep. Girl, I tried to bring my usual supply of booze and mixers to set up, but they wouldn't let me. I was fit to be tied, but then I get in here, and wouldn't you know it, Aunt Sandy really stepped up her game and quit being a cheap-ass. There's a damn full bar. Now I don't even have to do any work to get wasted. It's gonna be such a grand night. Isabel found it hard to believe that Sandy Lopez would provide a full open bar. The woman barely approved of the cousins' regular MO of getting plastered on booze they brought into the venue themselves. As she was turning to Garrett to comment on how odd it was, realization hit her. She jabbed her finger into his chest and glared. I told you not to meddle. 27. Garrett took a step back and held up his hands.
I just wanted to contribute something, doll.
So you provided an open bar? Do you know how much these people can drink? You're going to wind up bankrupt before the night is over. Garrett laughed, amused that she was so irritated with him. Now he was wondering if the DJ he'd arranged for after 10 was such a good idea. Hunter knew someone who was available.
How about I get you a drink and you can be mad at me with a buzz,
he said with a wink. Just then, another unnamed cousin came swooping by.
Open bar is? How cool is this?
He said, holding up a cocktail. Isabel sighed, and he knew she'd been worn down. Okay, fine, it was a good idea. Just don't think you're going to be able to buy your way into my family's good graces. Garrett held her hand as they walked to the bar. They stopped to chat with various family members, and Isabel introduced him as her boyfriend, something they'd talked about before arriving.
What are we drinking tonight?
He asked as they stood in line at the bar. I think it's a tequila kind of night.
Margaritas or shots? He asked with a smirk.
Maybe both, she said with a grin. He sighed. He'd been warned that a lot of drinking would happen tonight, and Isabel had made it clear she intended to get drunk. Being drunk wasn't his cup of tea, but he could enjoy a buzz now and then. Tonight seemed like an okay night for it. As they stood in line, he wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed the top of her head.
By the way,
he murmured in her ear,
these jeans make your ass look even more amazing than normal. I'm really glad I took you shopping today.
She giggled and squirmed her ass against his front.
Naughty girl, teasing me like that. I know there's a broom closet around here I can fuck you in,
he warned, as if the threat of fucking her would somehow deter her. At the bar, he ordered them both shots of top-shelf tequila and margaritas.
Bottoms up, doll.
She knocked back the tequila as if she'd had years of practice. Meanwhile, Garrett just barely managed to get the smooth liquid down without sputtering. He bit the lime and tossed it into the glass.
Sip it,
he chided when she gulped her margarita. Don't be a buzzkill. He chuckled.
On the contrary, my dear Isabel, I'm trying to prolong your buzz. If you get smashed before dinner, you'll be in bed or hugging a toilet before 10. Drink slower and you'll have more fun, I promise.
Her face was already flush from the potent shot and she giggled. You are so right. I actually think I was smashed before dinner last time. Okay, we'll do it your way. Sipping slowly, she said, raising her glass for a tiny sip. He leaned in and nuzzled her neck, causing her to shudder before he said,
You should probably just go ahead and get used to doing things my way, doll.
He let his hand trail down her forearm until he reached her wrist, where she wore his bracelet to drive his point home. It worked, because she fluttered her eyelashes at him. With pleasure, sir. He grinned.
Good girl.
Izzy, we're doing poker again after dinner. You in? Garrett turned to see a lanky young man talking to her. I don't know, Alan. I always lose so fast.
Play, doll. I'll help you.
She giggled. I don't know if you're allowed to help me. Alan shrugged.
Everyone will be drunk anyway. I doubt they'll object, and if they do, they won't remember it in the morning. Count us in then, Alan,
Garrett said, patting the boy's shoulder. Alan shifted uncomfortably and looked around the room, then leaned in and whispered something to Isabel, who grinned and nodded. Yep, that's him, she said. Alan's hand shot out and Garrett took it, trying to keep the surprise off his face as the kid vigorously shook his hand.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oliver, for the scholarship. You don't know how much that meant to me.
Garrett grinned. So this was the Alan who had worked at his facility.
I'm always happy to help someone get an excellent education, Alan. Think nothing of it. According to your cousin, there's no one who deserves it more than you.
Alan beamed and bounded off, hollering someone else's name as he went. Garrett wasn't sure he'd encountered a louder group of people. Isabel gripped his hand and dragged him to a table where some of the cousins her age had set up camp. The group boisterously greeted them and made room for them. Dinner was being set up buffet-style along one wall, and people were milling about while they waited for it to be served. He noticed a dozen or more young children on the dance floor, playing and running around. The younger cousins, Isabel's niece's age range, had also grouped up and were playing board games at another group of tables, and a group of elderly relatives seemed to have a game of spades or something of the sort going on in another corner. You look a little overwhelmed, Isabel said as she sipped her margarita. He chuckled.
I suppose I am a bit out of my element and perhaps somewhat intimidated by the sheer size of this gathering.
You rub shoulders with the most famous politicians in the country. You were just at a party with 24 celebrities where you got casually invited to throw something on the grill at the governor's mansion. What could possibly be intimidating about this? Laughter shook him at her look of incredulity.
Well, when you put it like that, it really does sound ridiculous. In those environments, I have a canned response for just about any situation that might arise. I know exactly how I'm supposed to act, who I need to shake hands with, and what information I need to gather to consider the outing a success. Here, there seems to be no mission.
She giggled. Right now, I think your mission is to stop being so serious. And maybe get me another drink. I have a feeling I'm going to finish this one soon. She was cute when she was tipsy. He slid her his mostly untouched margarita.
If you're not going to go slow, I will. Someone has to take care of you later.
By the time dinner was served, she'd nearly finished his margarita as well. Will you get me another one now? She asked. He shook his head and fixed her with his dominant glare when she gave him a pout. Grasping her wrist, he tugged her into his lap and she draped her arms around his neck. You're cute, she said, pressing her forehead to his. He tried not to smile as she rubbed her nose on his.
And you're already tipsy. Don't make me go full dom on you tonight. You're still required to take care of yourself or I'll spank you. Only I'll wait until you're sober and hungover to do it.
She huffed. I thought you were going to take care of me. He grinned.
Yep, and that just might have to include a trip over my knee if you're not careful. I'm not saying don't drink. I'm not even saying don't get drunk. I'm saying don't be stupid.
Good, because I'm definitely getting drunk. It's the one part of the event that I can let myself relax at. He pulled her in for a tequila-laced kiss.
I'm all for you relaxing. It looks like dinner is ready. Let's feed you, and then you can party all you want.
She clapped her hands together and stood. Garrett noticed her cousins were watching them, but he knew he'd been speaking too quietly for them to hear him. They went to the buffet line and waited their turn to pile their plates high with a variety of protein and high-carb food. The run this morning had been a good idea. Back at their table, they dug into their plates and made small talk with the others. There were a lot of questions for Garrett about how he met Isabel, but he deflected them. By the time they finished dinner, the DJ was playing dance tunes, and they enjoyed watching elderly couples get out on the dance floor together. He was a skilled ballroom dancer and intended to pull Isabel onto the dance floor later. Want to dance? She asked when a song she liked came on. He grinned.
I was planning to wait until later to ask, but yes, let's go.
He led them to the dance floor and rested a hand on her hip. The song was perfect for a waltz, so he started the patterned footwork, leading them around the dance floor. Holy fuck, she breathed. You can dance. I have no idea what I'm doing. He chuckled.
Just be a good girl and let me lead, and you'll be just fine.
2 more trips around, and she'd mostly picked up the footwork. When did you have time to learn to dance? She asked on their 3rd rotation.
One of the many skills picked up in boarding school. They deemed it an essential skill for young men. It's come in handy at an inaugural ball or two, but that's about it.
Well, it's so getting you laid later, she giggled.
Doll, I'm pretty sure I was getting laid whether or not we danced.
True story, she said. When the song was over, he said,
Now, I think you've earned another drink.
They walked to the bar and ordered 2 more margaritas since he was not at all buzzed anymore. She took a small sip and leaned up to kiss him on the cheek. Thank you for coming with me. He wasn't ready to admit that he was glad to be here just yet, so he grinned and said,
I'm sure you'll find a way to show your appreciation later.
The early evening flew by with Garrett assisting her in a game of poker, where she walked away with $50. She was slower with her drinks but was delightfully tipsy by the time 10 o'clock rolled around. The music and lights changed and the DJ announced that children were no longer allowed on the dance floor. The DJ leaned into the mic and said,
I'm excited about this next announcement. I've been DJing for years at these things without getting to party myself. We've brought in an up-and-coming DJ for the rest of the night to play some more modern tunes for all you young folks. I may not know the dances, but I'll be out there trying anyway. Help me welcome DJ Zion.
The crowd seemed confused at first, but when the new DJ stepped up to the mic and kicked up the volume on the latest dance mix, a sizable group of younger people cheered and flooded the dance floor. More of your meddling? Isabel asked pointedly. You're lucky you helped me win at poker, or I might be mad at you. But also, I like this song. Can we dance? She couldn't believe the nerve. He'd hired one of the hottest new DJs in the country. How he'd worked that magic, she had no idea. But the poor guy had to be hating playing a family reunion when he could have been in a hot club somewhere. If he was disappointed, he wasn't showing it though, which spoke to the amount of money Garrett must have been paying him. He had the crowd hyped and grooving just half a song in. Now she was dragging Garrett onto the dance floor to dance while she was buzzed enough to not be embarrassed. The dance floor soon became a mob of arms, legs, and butts bumping against each other as cousins, siblings, aunts, and uncles at various stages of inebriation joined in the party.
You're not mad at me, are you?
Garrett asked as he held her with his back against him and moved their bodies in time with the music.
He was certainly a better dancer than she was. Maybe not mad, just irritated. I specifically asked you not to meddle, and you did it anyway.
I believe you demanded that I not meddle, with no room for me to negotiate or give you my opinion.
I really don't think you always have to be right, she muttered, but he didn't seem to hear her over the beat of the music. As the song faded into another, she turned and wrapped her arms around his neck. I want another drink.
Good news. I happen to know a guy,
he teased. She rolled her eyes, but let him lead her off the dance floor to the bar, where he ordered 2 more margaritas. Can we get 2 shots with that? She asked the bartender, who looked at Garrett. He sighed and nodded.
Fine.
He rimmed 2 shot glasses with salt with expert speed and filled them with expensive tequila before adding a lime wedge to each. When they'd done their first shot, she'd been pleasantly surprised to discover that her tequila shooting skills had diminished none. Part of that could have been the expensive brand she was drinking. In college, it had been whatever was cheap. Garrett, on the other hand, seemed to struggle to get it down, but he toughed it out for her and she was grateful. Picking up their drinks, Garrett led them back to their table where she picked up her phone. There was a missed call she didn't recognize. I'll be right back, she shouted in Garrett's general direction. She picked up her drink and headed for the quieter lobby of the country club, and pressed play on her voicemail. She tipped the margarita back and chugged while she waited for the message to begin. This is Naomi Hines, a nurse at Methodist calling for an Isabel Alvarado. You're listed as next of kin for a Carmen Alvarado. If you could please call us back right away. Isabel felt her head begin to spin, and her heart pounded harder as she tried to dial the number the nurse had left. Hi, yes? Hi, sorry, I'm scared. I got a phone call about my sister. I'm confused because she's supposed to be in jail. What's your sister's name, honey? Shit, sorry, yeah, it's Carmen. Carmen Alvarado. Okay, honey, I need to transfer you to a doctor. The hold music played, and Isabel felt like her stomach might dispel all of the alcohol and food she'd consumed over the evening. What the fuck was going on?
Miss Alvarado, I'm Dr. Levi. Are you with anyone right now?
Can you please just tell me what's going on? She pleaded.
Your sister was brought in with symptoms consistent with a heroin overdose. She's currently in a coma. If you can, it would be wise for you to get here as soon as possible.
Fuck, she blurted. I'm in California at a family reunion. I have her daughters with me.
I'm afraid it's urgent, Miss Alvarado.
Can you tell me how this happened? She was supposed to be serving a 4-year sentence in prison.
Let me see what her chart says.
She heard rustling around as he looked for the information she needed.
According to the notes the intake nurse took, her parole officer found her at a halfway house where she'd recently been released.
Isabel was so confused. I'm sorry, I just don't understand. I was supposed to be notified of her release. I have temporary custody of her children. Why wasn't I notified? Her voice cracked as she spoke, and she couldn't keep the panic from clawing at her throat.
I'm afraid that's not my area of expertise, ma'am. I'm doing everything I can to save your sister's life, but I really think you should get here right away.
She choked back a sob. Okay, I'll be on a plane as soon as I can arrange it.
Isabel.
Garrett's voice startled her, and she turned to face him as she lowered the phone. His face was swimming in front of her, and there seemed to be 2 of him. She shouldn't have drunk that last margarita so fast. Did you do this? She asked, suddenly feeling suspicious.
Did I do what? Why do you need to be on a plane?
My sister. She got released from prison early and nobody fucking told me. And now she's in the hospital dying from a heroin overdose. And I need to know if you had anything to do with her release. Garrett just stared at her, bewildered.
No, I gave you my word, Isabel. I wouldn't do that.
She wanted to believe him, but her gut twisted with doubt. I need to get the girls and get on a plane. I guess I should tell Dad and Uncle Henry, too. Can you help me wrangle them and then arrange tickets to get us back to Colorado?
Don't be ridiculous, Isabel. I'll call up my jet and we'll be on our way back in a few hours.
I don't want your goddamn plane! I just want help arranging plane tickets because I'm too drunk to do it myself. Garrett pulled out his phone.
Regina, can you get a pilot ready to be in the air in 2 hours, please? We have an emergency and need to get Isabel and her family back to Colorado right away.
He never took his eyes off her while he made the call, and it enraged her.
God damn it! She yelled. Can't you ever just be a normal fucking human for once?
That's enough, Isabel. Sit your ass in that chair and don't fucking move. I'm going to have your family rounded up and we'll be out of here within the hour.
Fuck you, she blurted as she looked around for an exit. She needed fresh air or she was going to be sick. Spotting the front doors, she stalked toward them, but a firm hand gripped her arm.
I said sit.
His voice was hard and his gaze steely as he stared down at her. A small crowd had gathered and her cousin Sabrina approached.
What's wrong, Izzy?
Garrett stepped between her and her cousin.
There's been an emergency and we need to get Isabel and her family back home right away. Can you please sit here with her? I need to go round up her niece's dad and uncle.
I'll get Kat and Sarah,
a young teenager said.
Thank you,
Garrett said as he stalked off in another direction. Isabel's stomach lurched and she searched for a trash can.
I'm gonna be sick,
she murmured as she tried to keep the tears at bay.
Come on, honey. Bathroom is this way.
After emptying her stomach and drinking a bottle of water, her head felt a little clearer. But none of it felt real. What the fuck had happened? How had her sister been released without her knowledge? By the time she was cleaned up and out of the bathroom, Garrett was waiting for her by the exit. He had her purse and reached for her hand, but she refused. Her gut told her he was involved, and that wasn't okay.
Isabel, please,
he murmured.
I swear I had nothing to do with this. I'm calling my attorney as soon as we have ourselves on the plane. We're going to get to the bottom of it.
Please, Garrett, I just need to not talk to you, she pleaded. Thank you for getting me home, but I need to focus on my family right now.
She felt like a bitch, but if he was going to constantly meddle in her life by flashing his money and power around, then their relationship would never work. The car ride to the private airport was somber. Garrett had sent someone to the beach house to collect their things, and they would meet them at the plane. The plane ride was even more somber, and once they were in the air, Isabel excused herself to the bedroom to sleep off as much of the alcohol as she could. She would need to be there for her nieces like never before to get them through this. They were more confused than she was. By the time she got to the hospital, she was sober and well hydrated at Garrett's insistence.
Can you take the girls and Uncle Henry home, please? She said. They'll only allow 2 visitors over 18 at this hour, so Daddy and I are going to stay.
Okay, I'll be back for you whenever you're ready.
She shook her head. I'll find my own way home. Please, I just need space away from you to take care of my family. I've not been doing a good enough job of that lately.
Don't do this, Isabel. Don't blame yourself or the time you've spent with me for any of this.
Spending time with you is exactly why this fucking happened. Now please, take my family home, and that's the last favor I'll be needing from you.
Her heart broke as she unclasped the silver bracelet from her wrist and handed it to him. Without another word, she turned and joined her father in the hospital, where he was already talking to a nurse about her sister's condition. 28. It had been 3 days since he dropped Isabel off at the hospital. His vast connections had helped him keep tabs on her sister's condition, which remained stable but critical. Now he sat in his office with Jax and his attorney trying to figure out what the fuck had happened.
I want to know why my name is being connected with Carmen's release. I'm paying both of you a lot of goddamn money and I seem to have 0 answers to show for it.
Both men remained calm under his tirade. They'd been listening to it for 3 days.
Look, Garrett, I'm digging as fast as I can, but from what I can tell, the judge signed off on her release based on your recommendation, and that judge's signature went to the governor who commuted her sentence. Who was the judge? Felix Jensen, his attorney answered. It seems your signature was on a letter sent along with the deal that was filed on her behalf with the state's attorney.
Garrett dragged a hand through his hair. It made sense that a judge would accept a signed and notarized letter of reference as part of his consideration for whether or not to accept a new deal. What didn't make sense was why the deal was offered to begin with. His attorney had intended to ask for a few months to be shaved off, not immediate release. And those few months were contingent on her calling them back with more detailed information. As of his last update, Carmen Alvarado was still mulling over their offer.
Is the FBI investigating this? My signature was obviously forged,
Garrett said.
I want to talk to Judge Jensen on the phone.
I've got a call set up for this afternoon,
his attorney said.
I'm looking to get my hands on prison visitor logs for Carmen,
Jack said as he scrolled through his phone.
Since we know she's somehow connected to Darren, and Darren is likely connected to Maddox, I'm expecting an odd visitor or two on the books. Speaking of Darren, is he still in jail or did he make bail? Made bail a few days ago, same day they released Carmen, in fact. Now, isn't that convenient? Dig into that. And somebody please get me an update on Isabel. She's refusing my calls.
Jax held up a hand.
That's above my pay grade, my friend. Your security team is still watching her, though.
Garrett growled.
I want some fucking answers. Have you found Maddox yet?
Jack shook his head again.
Sorry, man. He seems to have vanished. Talk to me about your smuggling theory.
Garrett scraped his fingers through his hair.
It was something Isabel turned my attention to. You know from your research that my brother used to run stolen diamonds and was using our company to launder them. Susan Arno and Helen Peters were both facing charges related to smuggling. Susan went to prison. Helen died.
He stopped to make sure they were still following.
We know all of that, but then one of my department heads told Isabel that inventory had dropped, while the number of trucks moving in and out of here hadn't changed. It happened maybe a year and a half ago, not long after I bought the Colorado facility. It seemed familiar, and then I realized why. That's fucking how Maddox got so many stolen diamonds in and out of our facilities in Philadelphia. He fudged inventory here and there, so each category of inventory only dropped a negligible amount, which could be accounted for by fluctuation in supply and demand. As a result, he had room to store and ship more stolen goods and was able to pocket more money.
Jax and his attorney seemed to be contemplating his story, and there was silence as they took it all in.
So, you think Darren was doing the same thing here?
Garrett picked up a pen and tossed it across his desk.
I think my brother has been doing it through Darren. I just have no fucking proof. Why now?
Jax asked. Garrett shook his head.
I honestly don't know. I bought the Colorado facility when David bought the Solitaire property. Darren was already working for the company, and I left most of the staff here in place. I only made a few minor changes to align the company with my personal philosophies.
Jax pulled out a small notebook and began writing.
What are you thinking?
Garrett asked, impatient with the process.
I have a theory,
the cowboy said.
But I need to run something down first. I'll fill you in if it pans out.
Garrett stood and paced.
I'm going to tear this goddamn place apart if we can't figure out what's going on. I flushed my brother out the last time by shutting down an entire arm of my company. I don't want to have to do the same thing here. Let's start by finding Darren Gunn. It shouldn't be hard since he's out on bail and has had his assets frozen. We can approach him with a deal. Say we'll ask the judge for leniency if he'll just give us some information.
Garrett stared at his attorney.
Are you serious right now, George? I don't want that bastard getting any kind of deal. I want him behind bars for good.
George shrugged.
Do you want to put a stop to this madness or not? Deals are how we get things done, and you know that. Besides, unless we can pin Helen Peters' death on him, it's highly unlikely he would go away for life with the charges currently against him. He's only being charged with assault on Henry Alvarado and possibly with stalking Isabel. You haven't given the FBI enough for federal charges yet.
Garrett growled.
You really know how to piss in my Cheerios, don't you, George? Fine. We'll give the FBI what we have. But now that I know Maddox is involved, I want to fucking nail his ass too.
Jack stood.
I need to get back on this if we're going to get anywhere before you lose it. My advice would be to get back to work and focus on your company. If Isabel is meant to be in your life, she'll come around.
Garrett wasn't so sure. There had been so much hurt in her eyes when she'd taken his bracelet off. Despite the fact that it was yet again a royal misunderstanding, it was the second time they'd had such a misunderstanding. and he wasn't sure she would give him a third shot. When Jax was gone, Garrett turned to his lawyer.
What time is my call with the judge? 3. Listen, I wanted to talk to you about something as your attorney and your friend.
A pleasant discussion never followed that phrase, but Garrett didn't know how much worse it could get, so he nodded for George to continue.
I'm no PR specialist, but maybe now is a good time to get out of solitaire.
29.
Come on, Isabel. Go home and sleep. I'll take a shift, and Katerina will be here to sit with her for a while after school.
Isabel tried to sit up from the uncomfortable reclining chair in her sister's hospital room, but her back was so stiff it took multiple tries. She hadn't left her sister's bedside for the last 3 days. Her dad was right, though. She needed a shower and a nap in an actual bed. A glance at her phone told her there were only 3 missed calls from Garrett. That was progress from the 12 the previous 2 days. The more digging she'd done to find out how her sister got out of jail, the more she realized he'd just used her to get what he wanted. Information on Darren and Maddox. It didn't matter what he had to promise or do for her to get it. And he'd signed a fucking recommendation letter asking the state to let her out of prison early, despite the fact that she'd asked him not to. "Are we back in the apartment yet?" she asked as her dad sat in the chair she'd just vacated. The old man shook his head.
The apartments are being renovated, and since we're staying elsewhere, they started with ours and some of the empty ones. Fresh paint, upgraded appliances, that sort of thing. We're fine where we are for now, Isabel. There may still be danger.
Anger bubbled deep inside. That wasn't a coincidence. It was more of Garrett's meddling. "I don't understand why he won't go away," she whispered.
Men like him rarely give up easily, daughter. I know your heart is hurting, but you would be better off not dwelling on it right now. We'll be back home soon enough.
He gripped her hand, and they both stared at Carmen's unmoving body. Wires and tubes protruded from everywhere, and the only sign of life was the rhythmic beep of the heart monitor. Things had been touch and go for the first 24 hours, but she was stable now. It was still a critical situation that she might not come out of, but doctors were hopeful that she would eventually wake up and make a full recovery.
Go home, Isabel.
He pulled his truck keys out of his pocket and handed them to her.
Your car is in the driveway. Take my truck home and Henry will pick me up later.
She gripped the keys and headed for the parking lot. When she came out of the main entrance of the hospital, a man who had driven her to and from work a few times jumped up from a bench.
Miss Alvarado, I'm here to take you wherever you need to go.
I'm going home, but you can go back to wherever he is and tell him he can go to hell. I don't want your help, or his help. Brushing past him, she scanned the large lot for her father's truck, sprinting to it as soon as she spotted it. At the safe house, a place she'd come to despise, she sorted through a stack of mail from the apartment and ate a sandwich. A letter from the U.S. Department of Education caught her eye. It was probably something about her student loans. She suddenly couldn't remember when the last time she'd sat down to pay bills was. God fucking damn it, she said out loud as she read the letter. It was congratulating her on paying off her student loans. The final statement included showed a payment had been posted on Wednesday of last week. Picking up her phone, she stabbed her finger at his number.
Isabel.
Garrett's voice tore at her heart, but she willed herself not to react to the traitorous organ. For the last time, stop meddling. I don't want your money. Call the Department of Education and tell them you want your money back.
Isabel, I don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about. Where are you?
She growled. Just like you don't have any idea how my sister got out of prison? I have to go. Please don't make me ask you to stop meddling again. She pressed the red disconnect button and tossed the phone on the pile of mail and made her way toward the stairs. As she stepped onto the bottom step, she heard it buzz, and she knew he was trying to call her back. He needed to learn how to take no for an answer. In her room, she took a hot shower and tried her best to erase images of Garrett from her mind, but he was there every time she closed her eyes. When she climbed into bed, she succumbed to exhaustion, but he was still in her dreams. Would she ever be able to go through a day without thinking of him? Why hadn't she heeded her father's warnings about men like Garrett? Later, she woke to see her phone by her bedside. Her dad or one of the girls must have brought it to her. There was a missed call from Hunter, Austin, and Cassie, and text messages from Eli and Holly, asking what was going on. Garrett must have told them she broke up with him. Would he have even bothered to mention that her sister got hurt in the midst of all this? She responded to the texts and messaged Austin and Cassie, saying she would update them later, but she wasn't quite sure what to say to Hunter. Was he still going to want to help her finish her degree now that she wasn't with Garrett? And what about solitaire? Obviously, she couldn't be a house submissive anymore, and there was no way she could afford the dues. Not to mention, she had no desire to run into Garrett every weekend. At least, not at first. Austin called a few minutes after Isabel sent the text.
"Are you okay?"
she asked as soon as Isabel answered.
"I heard about your sister. Do you need anything? I can get away from New York and come stay with you for a while if you need some help."
Isabel dashed at the tears that rebelliously fell down her cheeks despite her attempts to stop them.
"I appreciate it, Austin. I really do, but I think I'm through taking help from people for a while. It's kind of what got me into this mess."
Austin was quiet for a moment.
"I'm sorry. I hope you know you have a friend in me no matter what. Garrett is angry and hurting right now, and has confided in Patrick that he's planning to leave solitaire. I hope you're not leaving us too. What happened between you guys, honey?"
Isabel was openly weeping now.
"It's so complicated to explain. Let's just say Garrett and I are from two different worlds. As for me being a part of solitaire, I have to focus on my family for a while. Besides, there's no way I could afford dues without the house submissive program."
Austin blew out a breath.
"Okay, I understand focusing on your family. But don't forget, we don't kick people out for not being able to afford dues. And the house submissive program isn't the only thing we offer in the way of assistance. You're loved there, chickadee. We'll be there for you if and when you're ready to come back. If you're never ready, that's okay too. We can get together for Sunday brunch sometime."
Isabel ended the call and went downstairs to see who was home. Poor Sarah was curled up on the couch, clutching a framed piece of art her mom had given her. She was sound asleep, though, so Isabel gently pried the frame from her hand and set it on the end table before covering her with a blanket. Her dad didn't appear to be home, so he was likely spending the night at the hospital. She called him, and Katerina answered her grandpa's phone.
"Mom moved her fingers tonight," she said.
Isabel smiled.
"Oh, that's wonderful news. Is Grandpa there?"
"He went to get coffee from the waiting room." She waited on the phone for her dad to come back.
"Do you want me to come trade places with you?"
"No, get a good night's sleep. Henry is coming to pick up Katerina in a little while. I'll stay here tonight. You can come relieve me in the morning while I go work some things out with my boss."
She sighed.
"Are you sure?"
"Yes, Isabel. Let me take care of both my daughters tonight."
More tears threatened to fall, and she blew out a lengthy breath to keep them at bay.
"Okay, Daddy. I love you. I'll see you in the morning."
30. A ringing phone tore Garrett out of a fitful sleep. He reached around in the dark for the receiver, intent on hurling it across the room. Instead, he pressed it to his ear and glared into the pitch black of the bedroom.
"What?"
he snarled.
"Mr. Oliver, this is Lori down at the front desk. I'm sorry to wake you, but we've got police in the lobby looking for you."
His heart jumped into overdrive and he bolted upright in bed.
"The police? Did they say what they wanted? Do I need an attorney?"
The woman seemed baffled.
"I have no idea, Mr. Oliver, but they seem quite impatient that I won't tell them what room you're in."
"Thank you for that, Lori. Please tell them I'm on my way down."
He rolled out of bed and pulled on jeans and a t-shirt. His stomach growled, and his first thought was to wonder if Isabel was eating. Damn it. He couldn't get her out of his head even in the dead of night. Downstairs, 2 officers waited for him. One looked like he was nearing retirement, and the other appeared to be fresh out of the academy.
"Officers, what seems to be the trouble?"
he asked.
"Is there somewhere private we can talk, Mr. Oliver?"
the young one asked. Garrett looked around the lobby.
"Gentlemen, it's 2 in the morning. There is no one in here. Let's just have a seat over there and get to the point, shall we?
They grunted in the affirmative, and Garrett turned to the desk clerk.
Lori, is it?
When she nodded, he smiled.
Can you get some coffee for us, please?
Right away, sir. Garrett strode to the seating area in the middle of the lobby and dropped into a plush chair. The officers sat on a couch across from him.
Do you know Darren Gunn?
The older officer asked. Garrett was alert now. No coffee needed. He kept his public appearance mask in place, though, and didn't react to the name.
I do. He was a former supervisor in one of my facilities. I recently fired him. What kind of trouble is he causing now? It seems someone caused him the ultimate trouble, Mr. Oliver. Darren Gunn was found dead in the wooded area just beyond your property line at Colorado Logistics.
Garrett lifted one eyebrow. Just then, Lori appeared with a tray of coffee. Here you folks go. Let us know if you need anything else. Garrett reached for a cup and 2 packets of sugar.
That's unfortunate. What does this have to do with me if he wasn't on my property when he died?
The young officer picked up a coffee as well and drained it.
Based on our initial investigation, it seems as if Mr. Gunn was trying to get onto your property before he was attacked. We know you employ security, but couldn't find anyone on the premises when we looked around outside earlier. Would you be willing to contact your security team and see if they know anything and ask them to come in for a formal interview?
Garrett already had his cell phone out.
I will. What else do you need? Just covering the bases, but can you account for your whereabouts this evening from, say, 9 to midnight?
Garrett smiled.
I can, but you would need security clearance to get access to any substantial proof. I'll have my lawyer work on providing it for you. What are you, some kind of government agent?
The older cop asked, rolling his eyes. Garrett gave a low chuckle.
No, but I am the chief economic advisor for President Donovan.
Both men eyed him skeptically. But by tomorrow morning, they would have proof in their files that he was in his hotel on a video conference with the White House during that time.
Seems a bit far-fetched, but I don't really watch much news, so maybe you're telling the truth.
Garrett shrugged.
It's your job to be skeptical, so I don't blame you.
Garrett stood.
If you have no other pressing questions, I'll get on the phone with my head of security. We have a few more questions, but they can wait.
His mind was reeling as he stepped away to call Jeff, his driver, and the head of his warehouse security team. If Darren was dead, that meant Maddox was tying up loose ends. Whatever his master plan had been either failed, or Garrett just didn't know the extent of the damage he'd done yet. He was praying for the former to be the case.
Mr. Oliver.
A husky voice came over the line.
What seems to be the trouble, sir? Do you have guards stationed at the warehouse still? Yes, sir, I believe so. You believe so, or you know so. I'm paying you to know.
The man sighed.
Let me check in with the team, sir.
Garrett glared at nothing as he waited for the man to return to the call.
Sir, I have the warehouse team lead on the line with us. Tell Mr. Oliver what you just told me, John.
John cleared his throat.
Sir, at around 9:30 this evening, we received a phone call from you telling us to secure the property and go home for the night, and that you would have a fresh assignment for us tomorrow.
Garrett clenched his fist.
I don't know who you spoke to, John, but it wasn't me. I'm terribly sorry, sir. We'll get to the bottom of this. And I'll be getting to the bottom of your incompetence, he bit out. The police are at my hotel and would like to talk to you.
Stalking back to the officers, he said,
Gentlemen, my head of security and the 2-man crew that was supposed to be at the warehouse tonight will be here within the hour. It seems someone pretending to be me called and told them to stand down just after 9.
Both officers were scrambling to write down what he said.
I need to excuse myself to make a few phone calls to get my security shored up, but I'll also provide phone records, security footage, whatever you need. That's much appreciated, Mr. Oliver. If you would redirect your staff to the police station, we have a couple of stops we need to make before we interview them.
Garrett agreed and sent a text to all 3 members of his security team. Back upstairs in his room, he dialed Lance's number.
Jesus, man, it's 3 in the morning.
Lance didn't sound like he'd been asleep, though.
Tonight, at around 9 my time, someone pretending to be me called my security team and told them to pack up and go home for the night. Do you have any way of telling if that call came from the same number we've been tracking?
Lance said something incoherent to someone in the background.
I'll go check and see if I've gotten any alerts. The one goddamn night I bring a woman home, you have to call and interrupt me.
Garrett highly doubted him bringing a woman home was a rare occurrence.
Please forgive me,
he said sarcastically.
Your dick getting sucked is so much more important than the murder investigation currently happening at my warehouse. Not Isabel,
Lance said, sobering in an instant.
God, no. Do you think I would be this fucking calm if it were Isabel? Sorry, buddy, you don't exactly seem calm. Who's the unlucky victim, then? Victim my ass,
Garrett bit out.
Former employee of mine. The one who slashed Isabel's tires and beat the shit out of her uncle. Do you have anything for me yet? Hey, I'm doing you a favor. Have a little patience.
Lance muttered.
Sorry, I'm just uptight. Clearly. And what's this bullshit about you leaving solitaire?
Garrett sighed.
I haven't decided yet, but I don't want to take something from Isabel by virtue of her not wanting to see me. So I thought it would be better if I stay away for a while. How noble of you.
Garrett heard the clacking of keys as Lance typed.
I'm not seeing anything coming into your office. I don't see any calls at that time. Fuck, of course. The call went to one of my security team's cell phones. So basically, you interrupted me for nothing,
Lance said.
I'm so sorry. Relax, I'm just messing with you. If you get me access to his phone, I can check and see if the call came from the same number. He's one of Russell's guys, if that helps. Fuck yeah, it does. I wrote the encryption software for the phones he outfits his teams with. I'm hacking in, and I'll ask for his forgiveness later.
Garrett didn't care if he asked for forgiveness or not.
Bingo,
Lance said a few minutes later.
Same damn number, man. I'm sorry I can't trace it to an identity. I can tell you one thing, though. Whoever called was somewhere in a 2-mile radius of the warehouse based on the cell towers they pinged.
Garrett cursed.
Thanks, Lance. I'm sorry I interrupted your good time.
Next, he called Regina. It was after 4 in the morning in Philadelphia, but he paid her well enough to be able to wake her on occasion.
I need you to get the facility managers for all 14 other fulfillment centers on the line by 7 my time this morning. We're shutting Colorado down temporarily, and we'll need to reroute orders and get tomorrow's trucks out of here as soon as possible.
Whoa. I'm gonna need coffee and an explanation, Mr. Oliver. I'm not calling facility managers without knowing what I'm talking about, Regina said.
Get your coffee and call me back in 30 minutes.
He ended the call and paced the room. How would he get a message to Maddox that it was time to end this? By the time 7 rolled around, he'd talked to Jax, his attorney, and the police again. His team spent the rest of the morning figuring out the redistribution plan while the Colorado facility was temporarily shut down. When he was done, Jax was waiting for him at the warehouse.
Do you know if this facility was having financial troubles before you bought it?
Jax asked when Garrett arrived. He shook his head.
No. The fact that it was doing so well is one reason I purchased it.
Jax nodded.
I had a feeling that would be the case. Tell me what you know about Grant Sterling.
Garrett furrowed his brow.
Not a lot. He dated Elijah's wife for a bit before they got together. Worked for her and Patrick's dad before he went to jail. What does he have to do with any of this?
Jax flipped through a notebook.
Possibly nothing. But I don't exactly believe in coincidences.
Garrett didn't either.
18 months ago, Grant Sterling took Maxitech Solutions on as a client, his first after leaving the Sutton Jewelry Company.
Garrett clenched his fists.
Maxitech is the company that stole my contract with the Colorado state government a few months back. A few weeks ago, Eli brought me Grant's card and said he found it in your office,
Jack said.
Asked me to dig into him because he just had an off feeling about him. Personally, I just thought it was because of the history Grant had with Holly. So I put it on the back burner while I finished up some other cases. Then his name came up while I was digging through your records, so I took him seriously.
Garrett closed his eyes.
3 months ago is when Grant hit me up for business. I gave him a meeting, but ultimately told him I was already working with enough PR specialists. I'm still not following, though, Jax.
The cowboy lifted the corner of his mouth in a smirk.
It's about as clear as mud, I'll give you that. This is still just a hunch because I don't have all the proof I need. Maxitech Solutions is a tech production company owned by Maxwell Jameson. It was founded about 5 years ago. Maddox changed his last name to James for a while, and people call him Max all the time. When I was investigating them after they stole my contract, that wasn't the name on the letterhead.
Jax waved his hand.
I figured Maxwell was Maddox, but that's not really the important part.
Garrett narrowed his eyes and pushed his chair away from his desk.
Look, Jax, I'm running on an hour of sleep and not enough coffee, and I have a warehouse to tear apart. Can you just get to the important part? Sorry, let me see if I can sum this up for you. When Solitaire was first opened, there was a lot of contention, and we know Nicholas Sutton tried to blackmail David Eastman to keep the club from opening. It was all just a part of their ongoing feud in the diamond business. My theory is that Sutton is still pulling strings from inside prison to fuck with the founding members of Solitaire, especially the ones he thinks has personally offended him, and he's doing it through Grant Sterling. I think Sterling is still working for Sutton.
Garrett whistled.
That's a pretty damn wild theory, Jax. Have you shared it with the other board members?
Jax shook his head.
Not yet. I want more information before I do. It makes some sense. He was hovering when Patrick almost went to prison, and we know he was around when Nicholas Sutton was on trial. My problem is I have no known connection to Sutton, so why would he be coming after me?
Jax held up a finger and pointed it in Garrett's direction.
That's the thing. You do. When you told me Maddox almost went down for smuggling diamonds, I started looking back at my old records for my investigations into Nicholas Sutton. Your brother would have had at least some run-ins with Sutton while he was running the jewelry arm of your company. That would have been back before it became your company. Again, we have no solid proof. But if you came in and cleaned house and shut down a smuggling operation that Nicholas Sutton was somehow a part of, he would definitely hold a grudge. Jesus, Jax, this sounds like a crazy conspiracy theory from a movie. Tell me about it. You people keep my life interesting, that's for sure.
Garrett stood and paced.
I'm gonna need some time to process this. You have my permission to dig as far back into my business records as you need to find proof. Spend whatever you need to. I just want to get to the bottom of this. If you can somehow find proof that I didn't encourage the judge and the governor to let Carmen out of prison, that would be even better.
Jax stood and twirled his hat in his hand.
Why exactly are you shutting this place down?
He asked.
It's just temporary. But if he or Darren were somehow smuggling something out of here, shutting it down is the only way to kill their operation. And maybe if I cut off the flow, it will bring Maddox back into the open long enough for me to have his crazy ass thrown in jail once and for all.
When Jax left, Garrett continued to pace his office as he silently prayed his plan would work. 31. Day 5. Isabel sat staring at her sister. "Come on, Carmen. Wake up," she murmured.
Knock, knock.
A familiar deep voice said. Isabel's head jerked up to the doorway. "Hunter, what are you doing here?" she asked, feeling her face go red.
Good morning, Isabel. I came to see you, of course. I wanted to let you know Lori got your class schedule shifted back another 6 weeks, so you don't have to rush. We're also giving you paid family emergency leave so you don't have to worry about your paycheck or coming to work until you're ready, okay?
She smiled at him. "That's so thoughtful. What are you doing in town? It's not Friday yet." Hunter dropped into one of the empty chairs.
Emergency board meeting for the club.
"Is everything okay? Is it about Garrett leaving?" Hunter frowned.
No, actually. He's the one who called the meeting. I'm not sure what it's about. I do wish you two would work things out.
Isabel gave him a sad shake of her head. "I can't. He's the reason my sister is here like this." Hunter leaned back in his chair.
I can't tell you how to feel, sweetheart. But are you sure he's the reason?
She nodded vehemently. I'm sure, and the bastard still won't stop meddling.
Meddling how?
Hunter asked, his tone kind and filled with concern. Let me count the ways. He negotiated Carmen's release after I asked him not to because I didn't want her to get hurt. He's having my apartment renovated for God only knows what purpose. He won't call off his security goons. They follow me everywhere. Oh, and the icing on the cake? He paid off my student loans. Hunter grinned, and she felt the momentary urge to smack him.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to make light of your situation, but 2 things. Aside from what's going on with your sister, all of those sound like things you do for someone you love. Second, the student loan payment wasn't from Garrett.
Isabel furrowed her brow. It was you? He nodded slowly. Why on earth would you do a thing like that?
Consider it a perk of the job. You still owe me 2 years in one of my hotels, so it's an investment.
I just don't understand why obnoxiously rich people insist on being so meddlesome, she murmured. I suppose I owe Garrett an apology for yelling at him about the loans. Hunter chuckled.
I saw him this morning. He's going crazy without you.
I feel like I'm going crazy without him. But then I look at the tubes coming out of my sister's face, and I can't help but be angry all over again. Our lives are so different, and we seem to have opposite worldviews. I'll never fit in his world, though for a time, he seemed to fit fine in mine. Hunter laughed.
You fit into his world a lot more than you think, sweetie. Our world is simple to fit into. It just takes a general knowledge of some basic politics and pop culture, an expensive dress, and a good poker face. You're a smart girl, and you rock an expensive dress. There are pictures on the internet to prove it. We'll have to work on your poker face, though.
She tried to stifle a giggle, but failed.
See, gotta work on that,
he said with a wink.
My point is, you fit, and you need to stop telling yourself you don't.
I appreciate the vote of confidence, she said with a smile.
Have you talked to him at all?
Isabel shook her head. No, not really. I called to yell at him for paying off my student loans, but I didn't give him a chance to say anything. Apparently, it was you I should have been yelling at, she said dryly.
I would apologize, but I'm not sorry. Student loans are the scourge of the American higher education system. Ask any of my manager-level employees. If they give me 2 years, I pay them off for them. I feel like it's the least I can do. I just paid yours off in advance.
I think that's really sweet of you, she said with a smile.
Talk to him, Isabel. I think you might just find you're missing some pieces to the bigger picture.
She sighed. I'll think about it. He stood and kissed her cheek.
We'll talk again soon,
he said before turning and walking out of the room. She lay her head against the back of the vinyl chair and closed her eyes. Garrett's face, with his intense stare, met her there. Was she really missing part of the story? One of the machines beeped erratically, and Isabel jerked her eyes open. Carmen was clawing at the tubes. Whoa, shh, relax, Carmen, she said, trying to keep the panic from her voice. Leaning over the bed, she pressed the call nurse button just in case they hadn't already been alerted by the loud monitors still beeping. 2 nurses rushed in, and one broke into a grin. Well, this is an excellent sign. Miss Carmen, we need you to calm down, she said as her companion gently pulled Carmen's hands away from her face. If you can, slowly open your eyes. Carmen blinked as one nurse started pressing buttons on the machines. You gave us quite the scare. Let's get some of these tubes out of you, shall we? A nurse turned and held an arm out to the door. Miss Alvarado, you might want to go get yourself a cup of coffee or something to eat. This part is easier if you're not in the room. I'm sure you've got some family who would like to know she's awake. Isabel backed out of the room with her cell phone in hand. Daddy, she's awake, she said when Jacob answered a few minutes later. The nurses are working on her right now, but she's awake.
Oh, thank God. Let me know when I can bring the girls, and we'll be right there.
Let me talk to the nurses and see what they recommend first. I just wanted to give you the good news. When she ended the call, she scrolled through her messages until she came to Garrett's name. She typed a message, but her thumb hovered over the send button for half a minute or more before she finally worked up the nerve to press it. I just thought you deserved to know. Carmen is awake. I'm sorry I yelled at you about the loans. Hunter told me it was him. She shoved her phone into her back pocket, unprepared to read a response if he sent one. 32. Garrett stood in the middle of a mostly empty warehouse watching as his staff moved through the building methodically looking for any signs of smuggling. He'd been so focused on the financial records and the paper trail that he hadn't thought enough about the physical evidence.
Mr. Oliver.
His head of security, Rick Balliol, came through a side door and stomped mud off his boots onto the rug.
What do you have for me, Rick? Sir, we found what we believe to be Mr. Gunn's car. We knew he had to enter the woods on foot from somewhere, so we started checking service roads. We found a vehicle with front-end damage that suggests his is the car that tried to run you off the road a few weeks ago. Anything else?
Garrett asked.
Not yet, sir. I'm about to head out to the loading dock to run through procedure for getting the last trucks out of here tomorrow night. You really think he'll try something?
Garrett nodded.
If we're shutting down his supply route, he'll either try to salvage what he can by stealing a truck, or he'll try to retaliate. Yes, sir. We'll try to be prepared then. Very good. I'll be upstairs in the office if you need me.
Spinning on his heel, Garrett turned and walked up the stairs. Opening the door to his offices, he was flooded with memories of Isabel, and he balled his hands into fists. She's very organized, Mr. Oliver. He blew out a breath and smiled. Saying someone was organized was perhaps the highest compliment Regina could pay someone.
That she is, Regina. Thank you for getting on a plane on such short notice.
Your cell phone is going a bit nuts on your desk, sir, she said as she continued flipping through files in the filing cabinet. He moved into his own office and picked up the device. There was a text from Isabel. His heart thudded as he opened it. Relief flooded him as he read that Carmen was awake. He dialed a number and brought the phone to his ear as he paced in front of his desk.
Yes, Mr. Oliver,
a masculine voice said.
Aaron, how is Isabel today? She looks tired, sir, but the word inside the hospital is that her sister is awake.
Garrett grinned for the first time in several days.
That's true. Isabel actually sent me a text. Do me a favor and let me know the next time she leaves the hospital. I want to pay Carmen a visit, but I don't want Isabel to be forced to interact with me. Not yet, anyway. She just left about 10 minutes ago, actually.
Garrett glanced at his watch. He could squeeze in a quick visit before his board meeting at Solitaire.
Great. Keep an eye on her and let me know if she heads back to the hospital.
He stepped into the other office.
I'm stepping out, Regina. Do me a favor and call Elijah Barrett and tell him I'll be late.
Yes, sir, she said, picking up the phone. Downstairs, Jeff already had the car running, and soon they were headed to the hospital. He didn't know if Carmen Alvarado could provide him with any more information or how badly she'd been affected by the drug overdose, but he had to try. In the hospital, he read the signs and made his way to Carmen's room. He knew where it was thanks to the security he'd had watching Isabel. Carmen's eyes grew wide, and he heard the heart monitor begin to beep a little faster when he stopped into the room. Mr. Oliver, she whispered. You're the last person I expected to see. He gave her a tight smile.
I'm glad to see you're awake, Miss Alvarado. How are you feeling?
She laughed. Like I've been drugged? Does Izzy know you're here? He dropped into one of the chairs and pulled it next to Carmen's bed.
Isabel and I are currently having a misunderstanding, we'll call it. If you're feeling up for it, I wondered if you could answer a few questions for me.
Carmen nodded and reached for the pitcher of water on the bedside table. Garrett leaned forward and got it for her, helping her fill her glass.
For starters,
he said as she sipped the water.
Can you tell me how you wound up here?
You need to leave. Garrett turned at the familiar voice. Isabel stood in the doorway looking furious. 33.
Isabel,
Garrett whispered. She was trembling at the sight of him. What are you doing here? She asked.
I wanted to ask your sister a few questions.
I would say she's answered enough of your questions. Garrett sighed and stood.
I'll go.
No, Carmen croaked out.
I want him to stay, Izzy. And I want you to stay too. You both need to hear this. Isabel scowled at her sister. You just came out of a coma. It's important that you rest. I'm resting just fine. Sit down and stop being so stubborn. Fine, she said, plopping into one of the bedside chairs with a little too much force. Carmen turned to Garrett. I don't know what you did to piss her off, but I feel sorry for you. Isabel felt her blood pressure creeping up as Garrett flashed her sister his signature grin.
I'm attempting to get back into her good graces, if you have any pointers. Now, what were you about to tell me?
Carmen lifted a weak hand to her face and brushed some hair away. How I got here, right? A couple days after you came to see me the second time, my attorney came to visit and said that another lawyer had filed a formal request for my immediate release with a judge and with the governor of Colorado. I couldn't believe it. I knew you said that when it was all over, we could talk about getting me out early, but this was beyond my wildest imagination. Isabel leaned forward to take in her sister's story. The next day, a guard said I was being moved. Instead, it turned out I was being released, and they had arranged a halfway house for me. I was so grateful to you for pulling strings to get me out.
I didn't, by the way,
Garrett said. He was staring at Isabel as he said it, and for the first time, she thought she might believe him. Carmen nodded. It didn't take me long to figure that out. Darren Gunn picked me up. Isabel felt her eyes growing wide. He... what? How? I thought he was in jail. Garrett answered instead of Carmen.
He made bail a few hours before they released your sister.
So you're saying Darren Gunn pulled strings? Isabel asked incredulously. Carmen laughed. Will you just shut up and let me finish? Isabel sighed and nodded. Sorry, go ahead. Right, anyway, I knew as soon as I saw him outside the prison gate I was in trouble, and that you weren't the one who pulled the strings to get me out. I actually tried to go back inside, but they wouldn't let me. I got in his car and he took me to what is supposedly a halfway house, but when I went inside, I was attacked and someone jammed a needle in my arm. Isabel felt sick to her stomach. Jesus, Carmen, she breathed. Yeah.
Now for the tough question,
Garrett said.
Why did he want you dead?
Carmen shook her head. It's too dangerous.
Darren Gunn is dead.
Isabel jerked her head in Garrett's direction. What? When?
Tuesday night sometime.
Carmen gulped from her water glass. Slow down, Carmen. Do you need to take a break? Her sister shook her head. I'm fine. If Darren is dead, that means they're cleaning up, and I don't have anything to lose. They'll come after me again if they can.
I'll park an army of armed guards around your bed if I need to,
Garrett said. Somehow I think you actually would, Carmen said.
Start with something simpler. Who are they?
Max James, Darren's boss, I guess. He was the head of a small smuggling operation.
Did you ever meet Max?
Garrett asked. Carmen shook her head. I only ever dealt with Darren, but he made it clear that Mr. James would insist on my eternal gratitude and cooperation for not letting me go to jail for stealing. I talked to him on the phone once.
What did you do for Darren?
Carmen shuddered and pulled the blanket higher up on her. Isabel sat staring at her. Was she telling the truth? Had Garrett not been the one to get her out of jail, thus putting her in danger? A few weeks after he fired me, Darren approached me with threats to my family and said he had a job for me. At first, the jobs were minor. Deliver a package here, meet someone, and pick up a bag of cash somewhere else. Then things escalated, and he wanted me to drive a truck. I have a theory about that. Garrett leaned forward and patted her hand.
I would love to hear it, but right now let's just get through the basics.
Right, sorry. Through all of this, I was digging into who he was and their operation. I discovered that both Helen Peters and Susan Arno had been arrested while driving a truck. I didn't want to go back to jail, so I started looking for an escape plan. The goal was to see if I could assume another identity, so I started by taking credit cards in other people's names. Izzy and the girls were just practice runs. It was stupid. Somehow Darren found out what I was doing. He brought me to the warehouse late one night, and his boss, Max James, was on the phone. They both threatened me and said if I wanted to live, I would keep being cooperative and drive the damn truck. I told them to go to hell and walked out. I half expected to get shot in the back. Instead, the police showed up on my doorstep the next day and arrested me for credit card fraud and attempted identity theft.
Isabel closed her eyes. She felt like such a terrible person for the way she'd treated Garrett. Though she wasn't sure she wanted to jump back into a relationship with him, she definitely owed him an apology. Garrett stood.
I think I've heard enough for now. Thank you, Carmen. I might want to come back tomorrow, but I'll call first this time.
Turning, he faced Isabel.
I'm ready to talk whenever you are, doll.
With that, he strode for the door.
You better fucking chase him, Izzy, Carmen said. Isabel shoved out of her chair and jogged out of the room. Garrett, wait. He screeched to a halt and reversed course. I'm sorry, she murmured. I don't know if there's a future for us or not, but I'm sorry. He closed the distance between them and cupped her cheek.
As am I, Isabel. The only difference is, I'm quite certain about our future. I'll be here when you come around.
He lowered his head and pressed the softest kiss to her lips, before he turned and walked away. Dazed, she watched him until he disappeared around a corner. Had that really just happened? Back in Carmen's room, a nurse arrived to discuss how soon she could be released. Wait, do you think I'll have to go back to prison? Isabel shrugged. I honestly have no idea. As far as I can tell, your release was completely legal on paper. It's just a question of whether they can legally reverse it. 4 hours later, Isabel stepped out of the hospital to go home for the night, and Aaron jumped up from his normal spot on the bench.
Sure, I can't take you somewhere.
This time, Isabel smiled. I'm sure, Aaron. I like driving, but you're welcome to follow me home if that will appease your boss. In her dad's truck, she looked at her phone. A text from Garrett was waiting for her.
Can you meet me at the warehouse so we can put this mess behind us?
She frowned. What could they possibly do at the warehouse? When? The response came as she was starting the vehicle.
Right away.
Was something happening? She didn't know if she was ready to be alone with him. Not because of something he might do, but for fear that she wouldn't be able to control herself, and they would wind up in bed before they'd had a chance to talk properly. Pulling up to the hospital driveway, she sat for a moment contemplating whether to go left and go home, or go right and go to the warehouse. 34. The driver peeled into the parking lot of the warehouse after being let in the gate. The car hadn't completely stopped when Garrett jumped out and took off in a run.
Sir, Mr. Oliver, wait!
Jeff hollered as he jumped out and followed. There wasn't time. Isabel was in trouble and he knew it. They had been in the middle of an emergency board meeting when Lance leaned over and whispered that someone had texted Isabel from the same number that had called the office twice. Garrett knew it was Maddox, and after Lance managed to get in and pull out the actual text that appeared to have been sent from Garrett's number, he knew he had to get to her. On his way, his own phone had lit up with a text message from Isabel, asking her to meet him. But he knew better. Now he was tearing across the parking lot as fast as he could to get to her. A hand gripped his arm and he skidded to a halt.
Let me go, Jeff. I'm afraid I can't do that, sir. You need to let us check out the situation. If something is wrong, you don't want to risk getting Isabel hurt, or worse, because you went in half-cocked. What exactly is your plan?
Garrett's shoulders slumped. He didn't have one. He was running on pure adrenaline and a need to save Isabel.
I've already got Rick and some of the others on their way. Aaron followed her here, but stayed back because he didn't realize what was going on. Let's do this the right way, Garrett.
He blew out a breath.
Thank you, Jeff. You're right. Just keep her safe.
He leaned against the car and waited while Jeff called in more reinforcements. His eyes scanned the parking lot, looking for signs of Isabel. She was definitely here because her security detail followed her, but he didn't see her car or her dad's truck. As Jeff was walking back to update him, the side door to one of the storage buildings opened. Garrett jerked in that direction, and Jeff pulled a gun from inside his jacket.
Oh, darn. You got here a lot quicker than I thought you would.
Maddox seemed as surprised to see them as they were to see him.
What the fuck are you doing here? Where is Isabel?
Garrett snarled, fighting the urge to cross the parking lot and deck him.
I had no intention of taking your girlfriend or killing you,
he said as he inched closer.
Stay back or I will shoot you,
Jeff barked.
You wouldn't do that,
Maddox said, pulling something out of his pocket.
If I don't get to finish what I have to say, this entire storage building goes up, and Garrett gets to watch his girlfriend be blown to smithereens. You son of a bitch, what did you do?
Maddox gave him a grin.
Like I said, none of this was in the plan. We were just supposed to hurt your business. Maybe take the facility out of commission. Just irritate you. That's really all I wanted. But Darren went rogue after you fired him. And Isabel pointed fingers so obviously. I had to deal with him. Now that you're on to my little operation here, and Isabel likely knows too much from her sister, I just have to clean up my mess and go back into hiding. I'm sure once you're dead, I'll be able to resume my leadership of the family business.
Garrett stalked his direction.
What is all of this? Revenge? For what exactly? You nearly drove the business into the ground with your illegal dealings. And after your car accident, you were never the same. I did nothing to you, and you know it. No, you don't, he said, waving whatever device he had in his hand. I wouldn't come any closer if I were you. Don't want to start the fireworks early.
He felt a knot in his stomach.
Where is Isabel? Inside. I made sure she was comfortable.
His brother had gone insane.
Sir, back up and let us handle this,
Jeff said quietly.
We have confirmation that she's inside and there are explosives.
Fuck. The knot turned to a pile of rocks, and he thought he might be sick. Jeff touched the earpiece he wore.
Thanks, Rick,
he muttered, speaking low enough that Maddox couldn't hear him. His gun stayed trained on Maddox. To Garrett, he said,
Keep him talking if you can. How did Isabel get mixed up in any of this? Garrett asked. Darren was a hothead. I never should have trusted him, but he was easy to persuade because he's greedy. I told him to send a message to Carmen that we could still make her life hell if she talked to anyone. When orders came from your office to lay people off, he was supposed to fire everyone in her family. I had no idea Isabel was your girlfriend. Or I might not have had him do that. When you came in and fired him after Isabel pointed a finger at him, he lost sight of the bigger picture and just wanted to hurt her. So really, you should thank me for killing him. Why? You're standing here threatening to kill her. You haven't even asked what I want. I assume you brought me here to watch you kill Isabel.
He let out a staccato laugh.
You know what they say about assumption. No, that's not the reason, though that is my fallback plan if you don't cooperate. What do you want then? He asked, clenching his fists. I want you to step down as CEO and sign the company over to me. And we'll call him a benefactor, wants the added bonus of you getting the fuck out of Colorado and solitaire.
Garrett cocked one eyebrow up. Maybe there was something to the theory Jax had.
Is that all you want?
He asked.
Easy, wouldn't you agree? Sign over the company. You can even give yourself a nice little bonus to live on. You get to keep your girlfriend, and I get what was mine to begin with.
Garrett shook his head in disgust.
You make me fucking sick, Maddox. What's it going to be, Gary?
Before Garrett could answer, Maddox crumpled to the ground at the same time a loud shot rang out. Jeff had fired his weapon.
What the fuck did you do?
Garrett yelled as he ran in the direction of his brother's body. The bullet had hit him square in the center of his forehead.
Sir, we already have a bomb tech inside, working on freeing Isabel. Once they confirmed that he wasn't holding a dead man switch, they encouraged me to take him out so he couldn't detonate the device before the techs finished disarming it.
He jerked open the door,
knowing it wasn't rigged because Maddox had opened it earlier, and strode into the storage bay. Isabel was sitting stock still on a chair, while a man in full explosive protection gear lay beneath her.
Stay back, please, Mr. Oliver. Though having you in here seems to have lowered her heart rate. Just don't come closer. Christ, Isabel, I'm so sorry,
he murmured.
I got here as fast as I could.
She gave him a pained smile. How did you know to get here? It sounded like you showed up seconds after he sent the text from my phone. Garrett smiled.
Confession time. After you shattered your screen and I replaced your phone, I may or may not have given you a phone I could track. Lance was able to tell me the minute you got a text from my brother. It was from the same number he'd been using. He just used a spoofing software to make it look like it was coming from me.
I'm really glad you're here, she whispered. I'm scared.
Shh, doll. It's gonna be okay.
Is Carmen okay? He said he was going after her next.
We'll check on her, but she should have security there. And unless Maddox is working with more people, she should be safe. Jeff shot him in the head.
Isabel's mouth dropped open.
Whoa, Mr. Oliver. The point is to keep her calm while I work. Not scare the piss out of her.
The bomb tech said from beneath her chair.
I'm almost done here, honey,
he said to Isabel. I'm sorry about Maddox, Isabel said after a few deep breaths. Garrett shook his head.
I'm not. At least not right now. I may feel differently when I wake up in the morning and it hits me that my entire family is gone. But right now, I'm feeling like I would have pulled the trigger myself if given the chance.
Oh, Garrett, your entire family isn't gone. You've got everyone at Solitaire. You've got me. For the first time since he dropped her off at the hospital, he felt a glimmer of hope.
Do you mean that, Isabel? Okay, honey, it's safe. You can get up.
A sob escaped her throat and she bolted from the chair and ran to him. He wrapped his arms around her and let her cry.
Shh. It's okay, baby. You're safe. I've got you. I love you.
Isabel held Carmen's hand as they walked into the house together. Garrett had indeed bought the place and insisted her family stay in it. There was a bit of grumbling from her father, but Uncle Henry had talked some sense into him. It had been a week since Maddox Oliver tried to kidnap and kill her, and she still had nightmares. Today, though, they were bringing her sister home after making a full recovery. The judge who signed off on her release and the governor of Colorado had both called to personally assure her that Carmen would not be going back to prison. As for her relationship with Garrett, she had reverted to taking things slow, much to his disappointment. But he was taking it in stride. Tonight they were going to ramp things up, though. She was going to the high-protocol dinner at Solitaire as his submissive. He'd spent the last week trying to make up for what happened with his brother, and he'd been more open with her than ever before. This place is amazing, Carmen said as she looked around. Where am I going to sleep? I want to lay down, I think. Katerina wanted to move back into a room with Sarah and let you have her room, but you can share my room. Carmen smirked. I have a feeling you'll be moving out soon anyway. Isabel just shook her head. Stop that. I'm not going anywhere. Garrett and I are starting over and taking things slow. Right, her sister said skeptically. I think you better go take that nap, Isabel said. Just let me get a few things out of there for later. I don't want to disturb you if you're still sleeping. After getting her sister settled, she curled up on the couch with her phone. Garrett was working, cleaning up the mess his brother had left behind. There were still a few things they didn't know, and Jeff had killed him before they could get answers. But from what they could piece together, Maddox had been infiltrating the Colorado facility since he bought it. They didn't know who his benefactor was, but the men on the board of Solitaire seemed to agree that it was likely Grant Sterling or Nicholas Sutton. Isabel wasn't familiar with either of them since she'd only been a member of Solitaire for the last 6 months or so, but she felt confident they would keep her safe and keep her from being outed if they could. So far, no one else had asked her about Solitaire. Her phone buzzed and Garrett's name flashed across the top.
I'll see you at Solitaire at 7. I love you.
She smiled and messaged back. I love you too, sir. Her plan was to be there at 6 to get ready. She was planning to surprise him with the outfit Jasmine had given her, and Holly was going to help her with her hair and makeup.
At the club, she went straight upstairs to Holly and Elijah's suite. They weren't planning to attend the dinner, as formal DS protocols weren't a huge part of their dynamic. But they were in town for the weekend parties. Tonight was a special Thursday event that was only open to the couples who'd purchased tickets.
"This piece is so gorgeous," Holly murmured as she fingered the sheer fabric. "I'll have to see about getting Jasmine to make me a few more things. She outfitted me for my honeymoon, and let's just say, Elijah was quite pleased with her work."
Isabel giggled.
"It is very exquisite. The price tags still blow me away sometimes, but I'm getting used to Garrett's idea of shopping, I think."
Holly grinned at her in the mirror as she pinned her hair back.
"It is fun to shop at the expensive stores, but believe me, it still boggles my mind a bit. And my family had money."
10 minutes later, she was declared perfect.
"I think the submissives are waiting in the parlor rooms off the bar," Holly said, giving her a hug.
There was a very specific ceremony to the way couples were seated at a high-protocol dinner, and it started with the subs entering the dining room first, to kneel by their doms or masters' chairs. Downstairs, she was directed to one of the parlor rooms, but there were no other submissives waiting. Normally, they all waited together. Maybe everyone was running late? 15 minutes later, she was still the only one waiting. Finally, the door opened and Simon poked his head in.
"Wow, you look amazing, Isabel."
"Hi, Simon," she said cheerfully. "I was beginning to think I was in the wrong room."
He grinned.
"Nope, but we are ready for you."
"We?"
"Come on,"
he said, offering her his arm. They stepped out into the bar, which had been converted to a formal dinner party setting for the evening. A gasp left her throat as she looked around the room. The room was dotted with couples and groups already seated, and Garrett waited for her at a table in the center.
"What's going on?"
she asked as Simon encouraged her to go to Garrett, who held out his hand.
"A little something different,"
he said. Then he bent and kissed her cheek before moving to a table at the right. Jasmine was there, and she lovingly rubbed Simon's shoulder.
"Isabel, come here, please,"
Garrett said, his voice warm and soothing. Her legs trembled as she walked the short distance to him.
"What's happening, sir?"
she whispered. He smiled.
"If you'll have me, I want to put my collar around your neck. You once said you wanted everyone to know you were mine. So I spoke to the attendees and they agreed to forego the normal dinner in place of a celebration of exactly that."
He picked up a box and opened it. The gorgeous necklace was set with shimmering diamonds, including a few pale yellow ones.
"You look stunning, by the way. I'll have to thank Jasmine later."
She blushed. Was she ready to wear his collar? In a sense, she'd been wearing it, just around her wrist. Somehow this felt more substantial.
"What do I say?"
she asked, her voice trembling. He smiled and caressed her face.
"You could try, yes. But it's up to you, doll. If you want to be mine, you can kneel on this pillow and we'll make some promises to each other. If you're not ready, I'll put my bracelet around your wrist again and we'll continue to take things slow. I just want you to know I'm all in, and I'm not going anywhere. You're mine, Isabel."
All around her, the crowd waited silently. To show her he meant it to be her choice, he also pulled the bracelet she'd given back to him from his pocket. She could hold out her wrist, or she could kneel for him. Either choice would be the right one. Knowing that, she dropped to her knees and held her head high. 35. Garrett held Isabel against his chest as they stood in the solitaire conference room with the rest of the solitaire board. It had been 4 weeks since he'd collared Isabel, and they were blossoming as a couple. Now, though, they stood in an impromptu board meeting with the others at Solitaire to discuss the fact that Isabel had nearly been outed. Maddox was killed before they could figure out how he knew about Solitaire enough to leak it to a gossip reporter, and they were still no closer to finding out. Many were convinced they had been hacked somehow, and an argument had broken out about what to do about the leak. Lance was still unsure how anyone had penetrated his system and gotten access to private member data. But it had happened, and now it needed to be cleaned up.
He traced the thin diamond necklace he'd put around her neck as he listened to the bickering, happy that she'd knelt for his collar.
I just don't see how bringing a stranger in is going to help anything,
Lance said.
We have more information than we did, and now I know to start looking into Grant Sterling. I can keep us secure. We don't need anyone else.
Austin put an arm on his shoulder. Calm down, Lance. Nobody is saying you're incapable of keeping us safe. We all trust you. We're just suggesting that a fresh pair of eyes isn't a dreadful thing in this situation. Legally, we're running out of time to track this down before we need to consider shutting down the club to avoid lawsuits. Garrett could see that Lance was troubled. He took great pride in the cybersecurity system he'd constructed to keep Solitaire's private member information safe. It was his baby, and right now it felt like someone was telling him his baby was ugly. Eli, never one to mince words, rapped his fist on the table.
I think it's time for us to move on, folks. We've voted, and even if we hadn't, I would use my executive privilege as director of the board to make this decision. We're bringing someone in to help us solve this problem. If there's nothing else we need to discuss, I have to be on a plane to London in a few hours, and I would like to spend some time with my wife before I go.
Everyone murmured their agreement, and the impromptu board meeting split up. Garrett gripped Isabel's hand as he tugged her to the car. Are you sure we have to leave today? I'm worried my sister isn't ready for me to leave her alone.
Isabel,
Garrett warned.
Your sister is a grown woman with plenty of help around her, and her children are capable young women who can take care of themselves. We're going to Vegas. End of story. Hunter is ready to talk about where you're going to spend the next 2 years, and you deserve to take this step. You also deserve a break. And yes, I know how much you hate that word.
Yes, sir. But don't think you're going to talk me into eloping. My dad may have accepted you into our family, but he will never forgive me if I don't have a proper Catholic wedding. Garrett chuckled.
Don't worry, doll. I already promised Jacob he would know when I was ready to propose. For now, we're going to focus on you fulfilling your commitment to Hunter, so you can have your dream of owning your own hotel sooner rather than later. Just know that I will propose someday.
Isabel rolled her eyes, but he could see the glint in her eyes. She was excited to marry him someday. For now, he was going to be content to have his collar around her neck. No ring. Not yet, Isabel said as she fingered the delicate diamond necklace around her neck. I'm pretty sure this is enough bling to last me for a while.
Funny you should say that,
he said, tucking her to his side.
I was thinking the same thing about you.
She giggled and shoved away from him to look up at him. I better be the only bling you have, mister.